Welcome to Kitab Podcast. Welcome to episode 1 of our new series covering epistemology, a contemporary introduction, 2015 edition, by Alvin Goldman and Matthew McGrath.
Yeah, and today we're taking on a pretty massive structural breakdown of Chapter 1, Sections 1.1 through 1.9.
Right, which spans pages 3 through 22 in the text.
Exactly. And our mission for this entire series is to relentlessly examine what epistemology actually is. We're going to look at the sharp dividing line between having a justified opinion and just, stumbling onto the truth.
Yeah, and really exploring the structural architecture of how human beings build their beliefs from the ground up. You can treat this series as an essential, high-level intellectual toolkit.
Absolutely. We are going to hand you the frameworks necessary to navigate an increasingly overwhelming world of information.
And it is a phenomenal text to start with because Goldman and McGrath, well, they just refuse to let the reader rely on loose, everyday definitions. We have to lay concrete right from page 3.
Yeah, we really do. So the word itself comes from the Greek word for knowledge or understanding, ipsime. Epistemology is the philosophical study of knowledge, thought, reasoning, and the overarching pursuit of understanding.
But we have to draw a very hard line right away here.
Right.
This is not a psychological or descriptive study of how human beings customarily or habitually think.
No, not at all. It is a normative study. We are examining better versus worse ways to think, reason, and form opinions.
So we're looking for the gold standard of the intellect.
Precisely. We're looking at how we should think.
To give you, the listener, a sense of where this fits into the broader world of philosophy, we can contrast it with moral theory.
Oh, that's a great comparison.
Yeah, because moral theory is entirely focused on the sphere of action, right? What is morally right or wrong? What causes harm? What constitutes a virtuous physical act?
Right, whereas epistemology completely sidelines physical action. It is strictly concerned with the sphere of the intellect. It evaluates whether a thought process is rational or irrational, justified or unjustified.
Which naturally leads to the question of why anyone should care about the purely intellectual sphere. Like, why does it matter if our internal thought processes are justified, so long as we just get through the day?
And the text answers this by pointing out the profound practical value of accurate beliefs.
Pin this in your mind before we move forward. Your beliefs are the literal map you use to navigate reality.
Yeah, that's such a crucial analogy.
You do not interact with reality directly,
Yes.
right? You interact with your map of it. If your internal map is accurate, it guides you down your desired pathways. You arrive at your destination safely.
Right, the map has to match the territory.
Exactly. But if your map is heavily flawed or inaccurate, it will lead you straight off a cliff, regardless of how pure or good your intentions might be.
The authors provide several highly relatable scenarios highlighting this practical necessity. Imagine a young university student trying to commit to a career path.
Oh, yeah, high stakes right there.
Right. They have to make a prediction about the future. They might predict that a specific sector, say renewable energy engineering or artificial intelligence, is going to experience a massive employment boom over the next 40 years. If they spend a decade training for that field and their prediction turns out to be true, their immense effort pays off. The map matched reality.
But if that prediction is false and the industry collapses, their effort, time, and money might be largely wasted.
Exactly. And the stakes get even higher when we talk about trusting other people's maps.
Oh, for sure. When you go to a physician for a severe illness, you are implicitly trusting that the physician possesses an incredibly accurate internal map of human biology.
You need them to accurately predict which chemical treatments will cure your specific ailment without causing fatal side effects.
And the exact same logic applies to everyday mechanics. If you take your bicycle or your automobile to a mechanic, you absolutely require their beliefs about your vehicle's mechanical faults to be completely true.
Right. Otherwise, the repairs they perform will fail, and you might find yourself without brakes on a steep hill.
Exactly. And yet, Goldman and McGrath are careful to temper this strict pragmatism. They point out that our intellectual interests are not solely instrumental or practical.
No, we are inherently curious, exploratory creatures. We have an undeniable drive to acquire knowledge simply for the intrinsic value of knowing.
Right. We want to know things just to know them. Think about paleontology. We want to know exactly what caused the dinosaur extinction millions of years ago.
Yeah, we pour millions of dollars and countless hours of research into proving that a massive asteroid struck the Earth.
And knowing that fact has absolutely zero practical implication for my daily commute to work tomorrow. It doesn't help me pay my taxes or fix my car.
But the pursuit of truth carries an intrinsic value. We feel enriched just by understanding the universe we live in.
So if we accept that truth has both instrumental and intrinsic value, we are faced with this mechanical question. How do we actually acquire it?
Well, we can't physically reach out and grasp a fact with our hands. We have to form opinions in our minds.
Right.
In epistemology, a belief is defined as a psychological attitude directed toward a proposition. And a proposition is simply a conceptual content purporting to express a fact about the world.
The authors introduce a framework for how we react to these propositions.
Yeah.
It is a tripartite classification of psychological attitudes. The academic precise translation is opinions, doxastic attitude.
Yeah, from the Greek word doxa.
Right. So when you are presented with any proposition, say it will rain tomorrow, you basically have three primary buckets you can put it in.
Okay, what are the buckets?
First, there is belief, which is your mental assent or agreement with the proposition. Second, there is disbelief, which is your active, explicit rejection of it. And third, there is suspension of judgment, or agnosticism, which is a state of total neutrality or conscious indecision.
It is worth noting that Goldman and McGrath briefly contrast this three-bucket system with a more granular mathematical approach.
Oh, you mean the probabilistic degree of confidence scale?
Exactly, which ranges from 0 to 1. On that scale, a 1 represents absolute, unwavering certainty that a proposition is true. A 0 represents absolute certainty that it is false.
And you could fall anywhere in between, say, a 0.85, meaning you are 85% confident.
Right. But for the foundational mechanics of this chapter, they advise us to stick to the primary tripartite psychological attitudes: assent, rejection, or suspension.
And when we sit back and judge those psychological attitudes, we engage in appraisal, epistemic evaluation.
Yes, we apply specific normative labels to a person's beliefs. We call them justified, warranted, reasonable, or rational.
And if they fail the test, we call them unjustified or irrational.
Which circles perfectly back to our earlier contrast with moral theory. Calling a belief unjustified is a harsh intellectual criticism, but it is not necessarily a moral one.
Right. The text provides a scenario for this. Imagine someone who observes a stranger from across a room. They take one look at the stranger's clothing and facial features and instantly form a rock-solid belief that this stranger is an untrustworthy, terrible person.
That belief is completely unjustified. Judging an entire human character based on superficial appearance is a terrible, highly irrational basis for judgment.
It's a profound intellectual failing, a total collapse of epistemic standards.
But wait, let me play devil's advocate for a second. I need to push back on this framework. Let's say I see that stranger, I judge them based on their clothes, and I guess that they are a criminal.
Okay.
And then, completely by coincidence, the police run into the room and arrest the stranger for a major crime. My belief was 100% accurate. The stranger was a criminal.
Right.
If my belief is undeniably true, doesn't that automatically mean my belief was justified? I mean, I was right.
Yeah, that intuition is incredibly common, but it is the exact trap the authors want us to avoid. Truth and justification are completely separate properties. They live in different domains.
Okay, break that down for me.
Truth is a purely metaphysical concept. What makes a proposition true or false is the objective state of the universe, entirely independent of what any human mind thinks about it.
Right.
Justification, however, is an epistemological concept. It is entirely about the cognitive relationship, the methodology, and the evidence a specific person possesses regarding that proposition.
I see. So my methodology was garbage, even if I accidentally won the cognitive lottery.
Exactly. To drive this wedge between truth and justification home, the text uses a brilliant thought experiment about grains of sand.
Oh, I love this one.
Imagine a clearly delimited, small expanse of seaside beach. Let's say a 1-meter square plot of sand. At this very second, there is a fundamental, absolute metaphysical truth about the exact number of individual grains of sand sitting in that plot.
Let's call that exact number n.
Right. So the proposition there are exactly n grains of sand in this plot is undeniably true. However, absolutely nobody on Earth is justified in believing that specific number.
Why? Because nobody has ever possessed the evidence or taken the time to painstakingly count them. You can have a perfectly true proposition that enjoys zero human justification.
And the inverse is true as well. You can hold a phenomenally justified belief that turns out to be entirely false.
Really? How does that work?
Well, imagine you are on a jury. The prosecution presents video evidence, DNA evidence, and 10 eyewitnesses all pointing to the defendant. Based on all available data, you are completely rational and highly justified in believing the defendant is guilty.
But what if the video was a deepfake, the DNA was tampered with in a lab, and the witnesses were bribed?
Exactly. Your belief was epistemically justified, but metaphysically false.
Which brings us to the ultimate synthesis, the definition of knowledge. If truth is out there in the world, and justification is inside your mind, what does it mean to truly know something?
According to traditional epistemology, knowledge is a complex alloy. It requires the convergence of several elements.
First, the proposition must be fundamentally true, factive. You simply cannot know a falsehood, you can only mistakenly believe it.
Right. And second, it requires the psychological state of actually believing the proposition. And third, that belief must possess robust justification. You cannot merely stumble blindly into a true belief and claim to have knowledge. It must be earned through a justified process.
That sets up the architectural challenge perfectly. As we transition past page 6 and look at how beliefs actually attain this coveted justified status, we find that it rarely happens in isolation.
Usually, a belief gains justification by inference from other beliefs.
Let's use a culturally neutral sports analogy. Let's say you are sitting at a cafe with a friend discussing your local, historically struggling sports club. Your friend confidently claims, "Our club will absolutely win the championship next season."
You roll your eyes and challenge them on this.
In response, your friend provides two supporting premises. Premise 1. The club's management just drafted a once-in-a-generation legendary talent who breaks every scoring record.
Okay, that's a strong premise.
And premise 2. They also just acquired the single best defensive player in the entire league. Therefore, the conclusion is, they will win the championship.
What your friend has constructed is a non-deductive inference. It is non-deductive because the conclusion doesn't logically have to be true 100% of the time just because the premises are true.
Right. The star players could get injured on day one.
Exactly. But given the premises, it is a highly reasonable probabilistic inference. And the fascinating nuance here is that personal epistemic justification does not require a verbal, public debate.
Meaning what, exactly?
Well, if your friend never spoke a word to you, but simply sat in silence, quietly thinking those premises through in their own head, their internal belief in the championship would still be justified by those inferred premises.
Oh, that makes sense. Now, before we dig into the roots of this, I need to explicitly instruct you, the listener, that Figure 1.1, which is titled Belief in C is Justified by Inference, is available for you to view in the video description.
It provides a vital visual map of this concept. Imagine an upside-down tree or the roots of a plant. The conclusion, the championship win, is the main trunk at the top.
And the premises, the star players, branch downward like thick roots supporting that trunk. The justificational juice is absorbed by the roots and transmitted upward to support the conclusion.
It is an elegant visual model, but it immediately introduces a massive, terrifying philosophical headache.
Yeah, it really does. If premise 1 and premise 2 are doing the heavy lifting to justify the conclusion, we have to ask, what justifies premise 1 and premise 2?
Right, they can't just float in a void. They must also be justified, presumably by further beliefs.
Perhaps the belief about the generational talent is justified by a deeper root, a belief about the statistical data from his past scoring records. But then, what justifies your belief in those statistics?
Listen closely, because this is where the foundation of everything you think you know threatens to crack open. This is the epistemic regress problem.
It is a problem that has haunted philosophy since it was first formally posed by the ancient skeptic Sextus Empiricus.
If every single justified belief requires another justified belief to support it, how far back must this subterranean chain of roots go? Does it plunge downward into infinity? Does it bend and loop back on itself? Or does it eventually hit a solid bedrock stopping point?
The authors outline 4 potential structural answers to this regress problem. But before we explore those architectures, there is a crucial temporal distinction we need to clarify.
Oh, right. Traditional theories of justification focus on factors occurring at the exact same time as the target belief, synchronic reasons, rather than across time, diachronic reasons.
Let's ground this in reality. Synchronic means occurring at the exact same time as the target belief. Think of it like your computer's RAM.
Right, random access memory.
Exactly. If I ask you right now why you believe the sky is blue, the supporting premises need to be actively loaded in your cognitive RAM at this exact second to justify your conclusion right now.
And diachronic reasons, on the other hand, stretch across time like a file buried deep in a dusty hard drive archive from 10 years ago that you can't quite access.
For a belief to be fully justified in the present moment, the classical view demands that the supporting structure be synchronically active.
With that temporal rule in place, we can examine the first two proposed solutions to the endless regress of reasons, infinitism and coherentism.
Let's start with infinitism. It takes the most radical approach to the tree root metaphor. It claims that the structure of justification is literally an unending continuation of reasons.
Meaning the roots stretch downward forever, generating an infinite chain of premises, without ever repeating or looping back on themselves?
Right.
But wait, are you seriously telling me that my finite human brain, which struggles to remember a grocery list, is secretly holding an infinite chain of beliefs in my head? That's physically impossible.
Yeah, the infinitist philosophers are well aware of human cognitive limits, so they deploy a very subtle epistemological distinction to defend their theory. They distinguish between a property of existing beliefs, doxastic justification, and entitlement to believe based on your condition, propositional justification.
Okay, I think we defined doxastic earlier. Doxastic justification is a property of an existing, actively held belief inside your mind.
But propositional justification is entirely different. It means that you possess the entitlement, or the raw data necessary, to believe a proposition based on your current physical or mental state, even if you never actively form that specific belief in your conscious mind.
Okay, the text uses the wintry night example to explain this. Imagine you are standing outside, waiting for a bus, shivering violently on a freezing cold night in January.
Because of your physical state, the freezing wind hitting your skin, you are propositionally justified in believing the proposition, I feel cold.
But you might be so distracted by an argument on your phone that you never actively form the specific thought, I feel cold, in your head.
Exactly. The justification is there, available for the taking, even if the belief isn't active.
So the infinitist uses this loophole. They argue that even if we don't hold an infinite number of active, conscious beliefs in our limited brains, there are infinitely many propositions continually available to us that we are propositionally justified in holding.
Right. They argue this latent availability forms the infinite chain of potential inferential dependence needed to satisfy the regress.
But the authors brutally expose the fatal flaw in this defense. If these theoretical propositions remain completely unbelieved, if they just float in the ether of potential, they cannot transmit any real justificational juice up the chain to your active beliefs.
Yeah, you need to actually hold a belief for it to serve as a load-bearing pillar.
Even worse, if the infinitist tries to retreat and use that wintry night feeling of coldness as their ultimate anchor, they accidentally destroy their own theory.
How so?
Well, that raw feeling of being cold is what philosophers call a non-doxastic source. It is a biological, physical sensation. It is not a belief.
Oh, I see.
If a raw feeling can justify a proposition without needing to be a belief itself, then you have just proven that the chain does stop at sensory experience. That proves foundationalism, not infinitism.
Wow, okay. Which naturally drives philosophers to seek a different architecture entirely. The second proposed solution is coherentism.
Right.
Coherentism looks at the infinite linear tree root metaphor and throws it in the trash. Instead, it argues that justified beliefs are not linear chains at all. They are a holistic, web-like system whose parts mutually support one another. The support is reciprocal or bidirectional.
The metaphor I love for this is a house of cards. If you build a house of mutually supporting playing cards on a table, the structure stands up because every single card leans against another card.
There is no single magical foundation card that sits perfectly flat on the table, holding up the rest of the structure without needing any support itself. The strength is in the interwoven network.
To truly grasp coherentism, we must rigorously distinguish between mere logical consistency and true justificational coherence. They are not the same.
The text provides two contrasting systems to illustrate this. System 1 consists of 5 completely disjointed propositions. Cats exist. Bananas exist. Sometimes it rains. There is a sun. There is a moon.
Now that system is perfectly logically consistent. None of those statements contradict each other. A world with cats can also have bananas.
But it has absolutely zero coherence because the facts are entirely independent of one another. Knowing that bananas exist provides zero probabilistic support for the existence of the moon. They don't lean on each other like the cards do.
Contrast that with System 2, which involves a highly interconnected narrative. Let's look at Edna. Proposition 1. Edna loves drinking cappuccinos.
Proposition 2. On Tuesday afternoon, Edna had a severe craving for a cappuccino.
Proposition 3. On Tuesday afternoon, Edna believed that the local corner market was the closest place to purchase one.
Proposition 4. On Tuesday afternoon, Edna walked to the local corner market.
That system has incredibly high probabilistic mutual support. If you know that Edna loves coffee, and you know she thinks the market is closest, it highly raises the mathematical probability that she walked to the market.
The propositions interlock perfectly. They form a tight, coherent web.
But wait, if I just sit in my room and invent a story that is highly coherent, like Edna's coffee run, does that automatically mean my belief in that story is justified? What if I'm just making it up?
That organic pushback is exactly the weapon critics use to dismantle coherentism. The text introduces a thought experiment about Fiona the fantasist.
Oh, this one is fascinating.
Fiona sits in her armchair, closes her eyes, and weaves an incredibly intricate, internally flawless detective novel entirely in her own mind.
The plot is a masterpiece of coherence.
The mud on the suspect's boots perfectly matches the soil at the crime scene. The timeline aligns to the second. The motives interlock.
Right. Because her fantasy is so incredibly vivid and coherent, she eventually loses her grip on reality and actively believes her detective story is real. Her belief system possesses maximum coherence. But is she epistemically justified in believing it is true reality? Absolutely not.
Her beliefs are based entirely on wishful thinking, imagination, and internal fabrication, isolated completely from empirical evidence. Coherentism, by prioritizing internal harmony over external reality, fails to filter out pure fiction.
That leads directly to the next devastating critique against coherentism, known as the isolation objection. Because coherentism insists that justification is exclusively a function of inferential relations between beliefs, it completely ignores concurrent physical experiences.
Yeah, let's picture this. Imagine you are standing on a busy street corner and you hear the deafening, ground-shaking roar of a heavy motorcycle driving past you.
Common sense says your belief that a motorcycle is present is justified by the sound hitting your eardrums.
But coherentism claims that sensory input is justificationally irrelevant. Why? Because hearing a sound is a raw physical perception. It is a non-doxastic state. It is not a belief.
Coherentism traps you inside a dark room of your own thoughts, entirely isolated from the sensory data of the real world.
And finally, coherentism suffers from the homogeneity flaw. If we follow coherentism to its logical conclusion, a belief is justified if and only if it belongs to a highly coherent system.
The unavoidable mathematical implication is that all beliefs within a highly coherent system must share the exact same J status. They are all equally justified.
But we know from daily human experience that this is false. Our minds are messy. Within a single person's worldview, they might hold a highly justified belief about the laws of gravity, alongside a completely unjustified, superstitious belief about carrying a lucky rabbit's foot.
We hold a mix of the profound and the absurd. Coherentism lacks the nuanced surgical tools required to separate the well-supported beliefs from the weak ones within a single mind. It paints everything with one broad brush.
So if an infinite chain is impossible for our finite brains to hold, and a looping house of cards is just a fantasy that ignores the real world, where does that leave us? We have to hit bedrock eventually, right?
Well, there is technically a third option: skepticism. Skepticism looks at the endless regress problem and simply throws his hands up, declaring that epistemic justification is impossible. It claims we can never truly justify anything.
But in the realm of epistemology, skepticism is generally viewed as a virus to be cured, not a destination to aim for. We want to know how we can know things, not surrender to ignorance.
That brings us to the fourth and most dominant architectural solution: foundationalism.
Foundationalism posits that the regress chain of justification eventually plunges downward and terminates in basic, non-inferred beliefs.
These basic beliefs do not get their justification by leaning on other beliefs. They are inherently natively justified on their own. They are the solid bedrock upon which the rest of our intellectual house is built.
But foundationalism doesn't get a free pass. It has to earn its dominant status. The authors note that for foundationalism to successfully defend its architecture against critics, it must complete 4 rigorous constructive tasks.
Okay, let's list those out. Task 1. It must explain exactly the mechanism of what makes a belief basically justified, without any mediation or support from other beliefs.
Task 2. It must strictly identify which specific types of beliefs qualify for this elite special status.
Task 3. It must determine how strong this immediate justification must be. Does a basic belief have to be absolutely 100% infallible and impossible to doubt, or can it just be highly probable?
And task 4. It must demonstrate that these basic beliefs can successfully bridge the gap and combat skepticism by allowing us to securely infer the rest of our normal, everyday knowledge about the external world.
Focus your attention here, because we are looking for the absolute bedrock of human thought. What makes a belief basic? Let's zoom in on task 1 and 2.
The first concept philosophers explored is the idea of self-justification. The theory goes that a basic belief justifies itself through pure logic. It is defined as a belief whose mere occurrence logically entails the truth of its content.
Can you give me an example of that?
Sure, take the proposition. I believe that I have some beliefs.
Oh, right. The very act of thinking that thought proves that the thought is true. It is a closed loop of absolute logic. You cannot doubt it without proving it.
It is a neat logical trick, but the authors quickly highlight the severe limitation here. Beliefs that are logically self-entailing in this way are incredibly, vanishingly rare. You cannot build a comprehensive, functional worldview out of a few recursive logic puzzles.
Furthermore, even if we expand this to encompass massive, complex truths of logic or mathematics, say a highly advanced theorem that is necessarily true across all possible universes, you run into a psychological problem.
Yeah, just because you believe the theorem and the theorem happens to be a necessary truth, it does not mean you actually understand why it is true.
You might just be guessing or repeating something you heard a professor say without comprehending the math. Therefore, the mere logical entailment of truth does not automatically grant you epistemic justification. You need to grasp the reason.
That dead end leads philosophers to a different, much more intuitive approach, heavily championed by the philosopher Roderick Chisholm.
Chisholm moved away from cold math and looked inward, at human consciousness. He argued that first-person mental states are self-presenting. He used the Latin-derived concept of being apprehended through itself.
Think about physical pain. If you suddenly feel a sharp, agonizing pain in your knee, and you form the belief, I am in pain, what justifies that belief?
Chisholm argues you don't need a secondary belief or a doctor's x-ray to justify it. The justification for believing you are in pain is simply the raw, unmediated fact that you are currently experiencing the pain.
Exactly. The mental state presents itself directly to your consciousness. It is immediately justified.
Chisholm's theory feels highly intuitive, but it leaves a massive philosophical vulnerability exposed. Why does this magical, self-presenting property only apply to the inside of your mind?
Right. If the justification for believing I am in pain is simply the fact that I am in pain, why isn't the justification for believing there is life on the moon simply the fact that there is life on the moon?
Why is a first-person internal state inherently different from a third-person external state regarding immediate justification?
Chisholm slaps a fancy label on first-person states. He calls them apprehended through itself, but as the text points out, providing a label is not the same as providing an epistemic explanation. Foundationalism needs a much stronger, more rigorous defense than just saying internal feelings are special.
And that tension launches us directly into the great debate over defending the foundations. How does foundationalism fight back against the skeptics and debunkers who claim that immediate, unmediated justification is just a myth?
To frame this defense, the text uses a brilliant historical metaphor regarding European monarchy. Throughout history, there are generally two ways someone becomes a monarch.
The most common way is through lineage, right? A prince inherits the crown from his mother, the queen. The royal authority is passed down a chain.
Exactly. This is analogous to mediate justification, where a belief inherits its epistemic juice from a prior supporting belief.
But occasionally, history sees a rupture. Someone becomes a monarch through pure conquest. They establish a brand new royal bloodline out of thin air, relying on no previous authority.
This is known as justification natively generated without inheritance, de novo. The core claim of foundationalism is that epistemic justification can be generated natively, from scratch de novo, without needing to inherit it from any prior belief.
I absolutely love that analogy, conquest of the intellect. But the critics of foundationalism, whom the philosopher William Alston collectively refers to as the debunkers, try to argue that this de novo generation is a logical impossibility.
They try to trap foundationalists using a highly deceptive trick that Alston identifies as a level ascent maneuver.
To really feel how frustrating a level ascent maneuver is, we have to use the concert ticket analogy provided by the authors.
Picture this. Imagine your absolute favorite band is playing a once-in-a-lifetime reunion show. You managed to secure a ticket. You have been waiting months for this night.
You walk up to the venue, the music is already thumping, and you hand your completely valid, legitimately purchased, watermarked ticket to the ticket taker at the door.
But instead of scanning it and letting you in, the ticket taker crosses his arms and says, "A ticket isn't enough to get inside. I also need you to present secondary, independent documentary proof. Perhaps a notarized bank receipt showing exactly when, where, and from whom you purchased this ticket to prove to me that this ticket is valid.
You would be absolutely outraged. The entire point of a ticket is that presenting the ticket is the first-level requirement for entry. Demanding additional proof about the ticket is an unfair, rule-breaking upping of the ante.
Alston powerfully argues that this exact same unfair upping of the ante is what the debunkers of foundationalism are doing regarding basic beliefs.
Let's look at the famous debunker Wilfrid Sellars. Sellars argued that in order to truly know a basic observational fact like looking at an apple and seeing that it is green, it's not enough to just form the belief based on your reliable visual perception.
Right. Sellars demands that you must also possess higher-level reflective knowledge, confirming that your own visual belief formation process is a reliable indicator of reality.
Exactly. Alston points out that Sellars is playing the role of the annoying, barrier-creating ticket taker. Sellars is fundamentally confusing two completely different cognitive states.
There is the first-level possession of a justified belief, seeing the green apple, and then there is the highly advanced, higher-order, second-level activity of proving or philosophically defending that your belief is justified.
Foundationalism only requires that you hold the valid ticket. It only requires the first level for basic justification. You don't need to be a PhD in optics to be justified in believing an apple is green.
Another prominent debunker, Lawrence Bonjour, who was vigorously defending coherentism at the time, used a remarkably similar level assent attack.
What did Bonjour argue?
He argued that if a basic belief, let's call it belief B, is genuinely justified, it must possess some special identifiable feature, let's call it feature F, that makes it highly likely to be true.
So far, so good.
But then Bonjour springs his trap. He insists that for the person to be justified, the believer must cognitively possess a separate, higher-order empirical justification stating, beliefs with feature F are highly likely to be true.
But Alston catches him in the act. Alston counters that Bonjour is blatantly begging the question.
Yeah, by artificially demanding that a first-level basic belief requires a second-level empirical belief to support it, Bonjour is forcefully shoving foundationalism back into the endless regress problem it was specifically designed to escape.
Alston declares that Bonjour's critique rests on a foundation of sand. By identifying and blocking these unfair level assent attacks, Alston successfully defends the logical possibility of immediate justification. He secures the perimeter of the bedrock.
With the bedrock secure, we can finally begin to build upward. We can move from the isolated foundations up to the higher, messier floors of the human mind.
The final section of the text explores the highly complex nuances of how justification actually works in daily practice, where different sources of evidence blend and clash.
Here is where the real world crashes into pristine philosophy.
In our daily lives, we rarely deal with absolute, infallible certainty. We operate on provisional justification. The technical term for this is provisional justification, prima facie, meaning at first face or at first appearance.
When a belief gets an initial injection of evidence from a basic source, like your vision, it crosses the threshold tentatively. It is justified for now.
But that status is incredibly fragile. It can be violently attacked and undermined by undermining sources of counter-evidence, defeaters.
Or conversely, it can be heavily reinforced by factors adding additional justificational support, boosters.
The ultimate final goal of our cognitive processing is to reach all things considered justification, ultima facie, meaning all things considered, after all the evidence is weighed, the belief stands strong.
To beautifully illustrate how defeaters, boosters, and foundational sources blend together, the text provides the plain 829 example.
Imagine you are an aviation enthusiast, standing in a field, looking up at a dark, heavily clouded sky. You see the silhouette of a plane breaking through the clouds. It has a highly unusual contour.
You wonder to yourself, is that the new, highly classified experimental 829 model?
Your visual evidence is incredibly weak because of the distance, the speed, and the thick clouds. That raw visual input alone gives you a tiny sliver of provisional justification, but it is nowhere near enough to cross the threshold into full, all things considered justification. You wouldn't bet your life on it.
But then, a massive booster arrives from a completely different part of your brain. You suddenly search your memory and recall reading an article in an aviation magazine that morning stating that the military is conducting exclusive flight tests of the new 829 model in your exact geographical area today.
Precisely the mechanic we are looking for. Foundationalism is a highly flexible architecture. It is perfectly capable of accommodating this blending of evidence.
The final, rock-solid, justified belief that the 829 is flying overhead, is supported by both an unmediated source, the immediate visual perception of the silhouette, and a mediated source, the inferred background memory from the magazine.
The two independent streams of evidence combine their justificational juice to forcefully push the belief across the finish line into ultima facie justification.
Which brings us to the final and perhaps most vital practical tool in this entire chapter. How do we get from our foundational internal states, our raw, isolated visions and memories, to highly complex, justified beliefs about the external world?
If I see a shape in the sky, how do I build a reliable map of what is actually out there? We don't do it by strict mathematical deduction. If we relied only on deductive logic, we would be paralyzed.
Instead, we navigate the world using inference to the best explanation. Abductive inference.
Abductive inference is the workhorse of human cognition. The mechanism is straightforward. We observe raw data in the world, and we logically infer the hypothesis that provides the best, most coherent explanation for how that data got there.
The text provides a classic, perfectly distilled scenario to illustrate this. Imagine it is the middle of winter. You wake up after a heavy overnight snowfall.
You walk out your back door, and you see a distinct trail of tracks pressed deeply into the fresh snow. The tracks are cloven, shaped exactly like deer hooves.
Furthermore, you know from your background knowledge that a large population of deer lives in the dense woods right behind your property.
Applying abductive inference, you seamlessly combine the visual data, the tracks, with the background data, the nearby woods, and you infer the most logical hypothesis.
Yeah.
A living deer walked through your yard during the night.
It seems bulletproof. But let's introduce a chaotic element to test the limits of our map. Imagine your incredibly annoying, highly skeptical neighbor walks over to your fence.
Oh no, what does he say?
He looks at the tracks, laughs, and says, "Actually, a novelty toy company called Toys for Tricksters just released a highly advanced remote-controlled prank machine. It drives over the snow using invisible treads and mechanically stamps perfectly simulated deer tracks into the ground specifically to fool people. My teenage son bought one last week. Proved to me it was a real biological deer and not my son's prank machine."
This is a classic skeptical challenge. The neighbor has provided an alternative hypothesis that physically accounts for the exact same visual data. The tracks would look identical in either scenario.
This forces us to rely on a crucial epistemological rule, the principle of justification by explanatory inference, JEI.
And what does that state?
It states that you are justified in believing your initial hypothesis, the real biological deer, based on your evidence, the tracks, only if there is no incompatible alternative hypothesis, the trickster machine, that provides a better or even an equally good explanation of that exact same evidence.
You have to prove that your explanation is actively superior to the neighbor's. Okay, but how do we mathematically adjudicate between the deer and the prank machine? How do we determine explanatory superiority without just shouting at the neighbor?
Philosophers and scientists generally rely on a strict set of criteria to measure explanatory superiority. The first and most famous is explanatory simplicity, often associated with Occam's razor.
All other things being equal, a theory that relies on fewer complex, unusual, or primitive mechanical notions is heavily preferred.
Think about the sheer complexity of the neighbor's hypothesis. A highly advanced, treadless robotic machine that perfectly simulates the weight and gait of a biological animal, operating secretly in the middle of the night without waking anyone up.
Compared to that, a living deer, a biological organism that we know exists in the millions, simply walking through a forest is an infinitely simpler, more elegant assumption.
The second major criterion is coherence with background knowledge. A hypothesis that fits seamlessly with widely accepted pre-existing facts is vastly preferred over one that forces you to accept highly specific, isolated claims, ad hoc.
Exactly. The deer hypothesis coheres perfectly with established zoology, the local ecosystem, and the known migration patterns of wildlife in winter.
The neighbor's hypothesis requires a massive ad hoc narrative. It requires a toy company inventing a hyper-niche, flawless machine, a teenager having the expendable income to buy it, and that teenager deciding to deploy it at 3 a.m. specifically in your yard just to mess with you. The background coherence of the prank machine is near zero.
But I want to bring this out of the snow and into the modern world, because this is where epistemology becomes a survival skill. How do we know when an alternative hypothesis is genuinely equal, or if it is just a wildly skeptical prank designed to induce doubt and paralyze us?
We see this constantly in modern media.
You read a news headline about a major economic shift. Immediately, a skeptical voice online proposes an incredibly complex, highly convoluted alternative theory involving secret cabals and perfectly coordinated global conspiracies to explain the exact same economic data.
If I don't have the tools to weigh explanatory simplicity and background coherence, my internal map of reality becomes paralyzed. I start second-guessing every set of footprints, every news article, every email from my boss. I lose my ability to make rational decisions.
And you have just perfectly articulated the ultimate profound goal of epistemology. It is not an abstract puzzle meant to trap us in endless academic skepticism.
No, it is precisely the opposite. It provides the strict structural rules, the heavy-duty intellectual blueprints for building a resilient, coherent, and foundational map of reality. It trains us to weigh evidence, discard highly complex fictions, and confidently navigate our lives based on justified truth.
And that brings us to the end of our exhaustive structural breakdown of Chapter 1. We have traced the incredibly intricate architecture of human belief.
We stared down the terrifying infinite drop of the regress of reasons, realizing that we cannot hold infinite chains in our finite minds.
We navigated the seductive trap of coherentism, seeing how a beautiful house of cards can easily become a disconnected fantasy.
We dug deep until we hit the solid bedrock of foundational basic beliefs, fighting off the ticket takers and debunkers who demand impossible secondary proof.
We climbed back up to the surface, witnessing how defeaters and boosters clash in our daily lives. And finally, we saw how abductive inferences, the vital tool of choosing the simplest, most coherent explanation, govern our practical grasp on reality and keep us sane.
But this is just the pouring of the concrete foundation. Next time, in Episode 2, we are going to tackle two massive, highly volatile, ongoing wars in modern epistemology.
Oh yeah, we will dive into the brutal conflict between evidentialism versus reliabilism and the incredibly complex debate between internalism versus externalism.
If you thought finding the bedrock foundation of your beliefs was difficult, wait until we debate whether that foundation even needs to exist inside your own conscious mind to be justified.
Before we go, I want to leave you with a challenge. Think about a core political, social, or personal belief you hold tightly right now. Sit down and trace the roots of that belief backward, asking why at every single step down the chain.
Do you eventually hit a solid, undeniable foundation of your own direct, unmediated experience? Or do you find that your belief is just an endless loop of highly coherent but entirely isolated assumptions floating in your own head?
Let us know what you discover in the comments below. If you like this video, kindly like, share, and subscribe. If you wish to support our work or order your own customized Kitab podcast, you can find our Patreon link in the description. Thanks for listening to Kitab Podcast.
Welcome to Kitab Podcast. This is Episode 2 of our 11-part series covering the book Epistemology, a contemporary introduction written by Alvin Goldman and Matthew McGrath.
It's great to be back for this one.
Yeah, and if you joined us for the previous episode, you'll probably recall that we laid the groundwork by looking at the basic structure of justification.
Right? A whole architectural framework of the mind.
Exactly. We looked closely at how our beliefs are, supported by other beliefs, forming this kind of structure. And we discussed the foundationalist idea that this chain of beliefs must eventually rest on some basic bedrock starting points.
Yeah, those fundamental anchors.
Right. So today we are taking that foundation and examining the exact mechanisms of what makes a belief justified in the first place. We're specifically analyzing chapters spanning pages 25 through 48.
And this is a really vital transition in our exploration.
Yeah.
Yeah, because in the first episode, we were looking at the overall shape of the conceptual building, right?
Mm-hmm.
But today, we are examining the actual raw materials used to construct it.
Okay, I like that analogy.
The entire debate we are engaging with today really hinges on a very specific foundational concept. It's what philosophers call a justificational factor, justifier.
And just to make sure we're all operating with the exact same definitions here, a justifier isn't just like a generic reason for doing something, right? It's a technical term.
Precisely. A justificational factor, justifier, is defined as anything that contributes, either positively or negatively, to the justificational status, J-status, of a target belief.
Okay, so it can be positive or negative.
Yeah, think of it like a weight placed on a scale. Some weights add to the credibility and rational warrant of a belief, pushing it toward being justified.
Makes sense.
But other weights, like perhaps contradictory evidence or a known flaw in your reasoning, those act negatively. They strip credibility away from the belief.
So, if I believe that my local bakery is open right now, a positive justifier might be the memory that I checked their hours online yesterday. But a negative justifier might be realizing it is a national holiday and almost all small businesses are closed.
Right. That would be a negative weight.
So both of those factors are interacting to determine the final justificational status, J status, of my belief.
That is a perfect everyday application of it. Now, where things get incredibly complicated and where the historical debate really catches fire is when we ask a simple question.
Which is?
Where do these justifiers actually exist? Like, what are they made of?
Oh, I see.
Because traditional theories of epistemology draw a remarkably strict, uncompromising line in the sand regarding what is actually allowed to count as a justifier.
Traditional philosophy usually likes to set pretty rigid boundaries. I mean, what is the boundary here?
The traditional theories rely heavily on what is called the current time slice assumption, solipsism of the moment.
The current time slice assumption. That sounds intense.
It is. This is the strict theoretical stance that only a subject's current mental states can affect the status of their current belief.
Wait, hold on. I want to make sure I am grasping the absolute strictness of that.
Sure.
Are you saying that if I hold a belief right at this exact second, the only things that have any power to justify that belief are the thoughts, visual inputs, and conscious memories that are actively swimming in my head right now?
That is exactly what it means. Under the current time slice assumption, solipsism of the moment, the past is rendered completely irrelevant to the immediate justificational status, J status, of your current belief.
Wow.
It isolates you in the absolute present.
That seems incredibly restrictive. Let me try to put this into a concrete scenario.
Go for it.
So imagine a person who is 25 years old. They hold a very distinct, painful belief that when they were 7 years old, an older sibling delivered a devastatingly cruel insult to them.
A pretty common type of childhood memory.
Right. It's a core memory that shaped their relationship. But right now, sitting in a cafe at age 25, they don't actually have the sensory memory actively loaded into their consciousness. They aren't hearing the sibling's voice in their head. They aren't picturing the childhood living room. They aren't actively feeling the sting of tears. They are just thinking, my sibling was mean to me when I was 7.
Right, just the factual proposition.
Yeah. So are traditional theories arguing that we must completely ignore the actual historical event that caused the belief?
They are arguing exactly that. You cannot point to the historical event itself to justify the current belief.
Because it's not happening right now.
Right, because that event is in the past, and you only exist in the present moment. We can only look at the mental states happening right now, at age 25, to determine if that memory belief is justified.
That's wild.
If you don't have enough active, current mental evidence to support the claim, then under this strict view, your belief lacks justification, entirely regardless of what actually happened 18 years ago.
But why would classical philosophers corner themselves like that? Why intentionally ignore the past when evaluating if someone has a good reason to believe something?
It does seem counterintuitive.
It feels like tying one hand behind your back before entering a boxing ring, you know?
To understand the motivation, we really have to look at the historical context. It reaches back to René Descartes and the dawn of modern philosophy.
Okay, Descartes.
Yeah, Descartes and his contemporaries viewed epistemology as a grand, high-stakes reconstruction project.
Yeah.
They were terrified of skepticism.
Like the idea that we might not actually know anything at all.
Exactly. They wanted to know if we could start from the absolute bare minimum, the only thing we can be absolutely certain of, which is our immediate present consciousness.
Ah, the classic, I think, therefore I am.
Precisely. They wanted to see if they could rationally reconstruct our entire corpus of human knowledge securely from that tiny, restricted position.
So it's like a challenge.
The goal was to prove that you can take the extremely limited data set of your immediate current consciousness and use it to legitimately infer outward to the external world, forward to the future, and backward to the past.
Oh, I get it now.
Yeah, the current time size assumption wasn't meant to be a punishment. It was meant to be the ultimate test of certainty.
Right.
If you can justify your beliefs using only what is in your head right now, then your knowledge is truly secure against any skeptical doubt.
When you frame it that way, it is an intellectually heroic undertaking.
It really is.
But Practically speaking, if you can only use what is consciously accessible in your mind at this exact second to justify everything you claim to know, human knowledge suddenly seems incredibly fragile.
Highly fragile.
You are balancing a massive skyscraper of lifelong learning on the tiny, shifting foundation of your current awareness.
It creates an incredibly precarious situation. And this precariousness is what sparked the major theories that attempt to operate within this strict present tense framework.
Okay, let's unpack this. If only current mental states matter, what exactly are those states?
Well, the most prominent of these theories is what we call mentalist evidentialism.
Mentalist evidentialism. I am assuming from the name that this theory leans heavily on the concept of having evidence.
It does.
Yeah.
It defines evidence in a very specific way. Mentalist evidentialism claims that all justifiers of a belief are exclusively the evidential mental states the subject holds at that specific time.
So it isn't just about having evidence in a filing cabinet somewhere. It has to be an active mental state.
Correct. If you believe it is raining outside, your justification cannot rely on the physical rain itself.
Because the physical rain is outside my mind.
Exactly. Your justification relies entirely on your current mental state. The internal visual experience of seeing rain, the auditory experience of hearing drops on the glass, or, the conscious recollection of a weather report you just read.
Gotcha.
Those internal states are your evidence.
Listener, listen closely to this next distinction because it changes how we view our own thoughts.
It really does. It forces us to distinguish between two different ways we evaluate belief. Evidentialism introduces a vital concept called justification for a proposition, propositional justification.
How is that different from just being justified in believing something normally?
Well, propositional justification asks a purely theoretical question. Is belief the fitting attitude to have toward a specific proposition, given the total evidential states currently active in your mind?
Wait, so it's hypothetical?
Notice that it does not even require you to actually hold the belief in question.
Yeah.
It just asks if the evidence in your mind warrants the belief.
Let me see if I can translate that. A proposition is just a statement that can be true or false, like the stock market will crash today.
Right.
So propositional justification is like asking if a certain key fits a certain lock.
I like that.
If my total current mental state is full of evidence about plummeting tech stocks, rising interest rates, and bank failures, then the proposition the stock market will crash today is a comfortable, logical fit for my mind at this moment.
Exactly.
I might be too stubborn or distracted to actually form the belief myself, but theoretically, the belief is a fitting attitude.
That is a highly accurate analogy. If you look out the window and your mind registers the visual data of water falling, people holding umbrellas, and dark clouds, the fitting attitude is to believe the proposition, it is raining.
Right.
This type of fittingness, where you take different pieces of evidence and logically conclude something else, is relatively straightforward. It relies on inference.
Okay, so if A implies B, and my mental state contains evidence for A, then believing B is fitting.
Yes. But what about the absolute baseline of our experience, the raw data of our senses?
Oh, like if I look at a bright red apple, I don't run a complex logical deduction to conclude it is red. I just see redness.
You have zeroed in on one of the most contentious debates within evidentialism. What you are asking about is the problem of non-inferential fittingness.
Non-inferential fittingness.
Okay, we understand how a belief fits another belief. But how does a belief fit a raw, nonverbal sensory experience?
Why is that a problem, though? If I experience redness, the belief, this is red, fits perfectly. It seems obvious.
It seems obvious until we ask a critical structural question. Does a raw sensory experience actually possess propositional content?
What do you mean by propositional content?
Well, a belief is propositional. It is a sentence in your mind, like the apple is red. It has a subject, a verb, and an adjective. It can be true or false.
Right.
But does the raw visual firing of your optical nerve, the mere sensation of redness, have that same sentence structure?
Oh, I see the dilemma. The sensation itself isn't a statement. It is just a feeling. It is just red. It doesn't assert anything. It just is.
Exactly. And if a sensory experience lacks propositional content, how can a propositional belief logically fit it?
That's a huge problem for the theory.
It is like asking if a square peg fits into the concept of Tuesday. They are entirely different categories of existence.
Oh, yeah.
Evidentialists argue endlessly over whether our basic perceptions come pre-packaged with propositional content, or if our minds have to translate raw data into propositions, and how that translation process can ever be strictly justified.
And it gets even more complicated when those raw senses conflict with each other.
Oh, certainly.
Imagine you are walking through a furniture store. You see a wooden table that looks completely smooth and highly polished to your eyes. Your visual mental state says smooth,
Okay.
but when you run your hand across it, it feels rough, jagged, and splintered. Your tactile mental state says rough. Which sensory modality's deliverance carries more evidential weight?
That is a classic epistemic conflict. Under evidentialism, you have to look at your total evidential state.
My total state.
Right. Your mind has to weigh the clarity, the vividness, and the historical reliability of these competing experiences to determine which belief, the table is smooth or the table is rough, is the more fitting attitude.
Let me play devil's advocate and stop you right there.
Please do.
Because using vividness as a metric for justification seems incredibly dangerous. What if I have a hyperactive, incredibly vivid imagination?
This is a great point.
I can close my eyes and picture a massive, bright blue tiger sitting on my desk. I can imagine the texture of its fur, the sound of its breathing, the exact shade of blue. My mental state is highly detailed, overwhelming, and incredibly vivid.
Yep.
By the logic of evidentialism, doesn't the sheer vividness of my internal mental state provide strong evidence, making the belief, there's a blue tiger here, a fitting attitude?
That is a profound challenge, and it exposes a severe vulnerability in the strict evidentialist view.
Because if justification is purely about the internal fit between a current mental state and a belief, a highly vivid hallucination could theoretically provide strong internal justification.
Exactly. And intuitively, this feels entirely wrong to us. We know deeply that imaginations do not justify beliefs about the objective external world.
Right, because my imagination is unmoored from reality. Even if it is the loudest thing in my head, it shouldn't count as valid evidence.
Absolutely. What's fascinating here is that even if you happen to possess perfect, flawless evidence in your mind, you might still form the belief for completely the wrong reasons.
Wait, really?
Yes. Evidentialists eventually had to concede that the mere co-presence of evidence is insufficient for full justification.
Co-presence meaning the evidence and the belief just happen to exist in your head at the same time.
Yes, just hanging out together in your mind. For a belief to be truly justified as something you actually hold, it isn't enough that the evidence is just sitting there. The belief must be causally based on that appropriate evidence.
Let's ground this with a cultural neutral example. Imagine a passionate manager of a local football club. They are preparing for a massive championship match.
Okay, I can picture that.
This manager firmly believes their team is going to win. Now let's look at their total mental state. They actually possess phenomenal evidence for this belief. Their lead striker is breaking scoring records, their goalkeeper hasn't allowed a point in 5 games, and the opposing team's star player is injured.
That's a lot of solid data.
All of this statistical evidence is actively present in the manager's mind. The proposition, "we will win," is a perfect fit for this evidence.
So they possess propositional justification. The evidence warrants the belief.
Yes. However, we learn that this manager is deeply superstitious and fundamentally irrational. They completely ignore all of those statistics.
Oh boy.
They don't care about the striker or the goalkeeper. They believe the team will win only because the manager is wearing their lucky socks that they haven't washed in 3 months. That is the sole cause of their belief.
In that scenario, the belief happens to perfectly fit the strong statistical evidence.
Yeah.
But because the belief was actually caused by irrational superstition and wishful thinking, rather than being causally anchored to the legitimate statistics, evidentialists must classify the belief as unjustified.
Unjustified as a held belief.
Yes, doxastically unjustified.
Doxastic justification. That is the next layer down from propositional justification, right?
Exactly. Propositional asks, is there good evidence available? Doxastic asks, did you actually use that good evidence to form your belief?
That makes total sense.
Wishful thinking can cause a belief that happens to fit the evidence. But because the basing relation, their causal mechanical link between the valid evidence and the resulting belief is severed or bypassed, the belief completely fails the test of doxastic justification.
It is a lucky guess masquerading as reasoned knowledge.
Precisely. This reveals something deeply flawed about evidentialism. But the problems don't stop at wishful thinking.
Oh, there's more.
Let's go back to our own daily lives and how our memory actually functions.
Okay.
We all carry around an immense library of retained facts without retaining the slightest memory of where we learned them.
Right. For instance, I can state with high confidence that the capital of Australia is Canberra, not Sydney. But if you demand to know my current mental evidence for that, did I see it on a map? Did a teacher tell me? Did I read it in an article?
You probably draw a complete blank.
Totally. I have no current evidential mental states regarding the source. I just possess the retained fact.
And under strict mentalist evidentialism, you are facing an epistemic crisis. Retained knowledge without current recalled evidence directly challenges the necessity of current evidential states.
Because I don't have the proof loaded up in my RAM right now.
Right. Evidentialism is anchored to the solipsism of the moment. It demands that the justifiers be present now. If you lack the active mental evidence of how you acquired the fact about Australia's capital, evidentialism is forced to conclude that your belief is technically unjustified at this moment.
Wait, that is absurd.
It is a major issue.
It would mean that nearly everything we absorbed in our primary education, basic geography, arithmetic, historical dates, is totally unjustified unless we can actively summon the memory of the teacher standing at the chalkboard.
Yeah, you'd basically be epistemically bankrupt.
It essentially criminalizes normal human memory retention. I mean, I am definitively justified in knowing that Canberra is the capital, regardless of whether I remember the textbook.
The absurdity of that conclusion is exactly why many philosophers realized evidentialism was incomplete. And the issue cuts both ways, too.
What do you mean?
Evidentialism struggles with beliefs, where the evidence is forgotten, but it also struggles with strong mental experiences that are present but shouldn't count as evidence.
Oh, you mean like premonitions?
Exactly. Now, imagine an individual who wakes up with a powerful, overwhelming, and highly vivid gut feeling, a premonition, that the stock market is going to crash today.
Just a feeling.
Right. But it is an intense, active mental state. Why shouldn't that count as an evidential mental state?
Well, because it is entirely baseless. It is just a feeling.
But under strict evidentialism, it is very difficult to formulate a rule that disqualifies the premonition without disqualifying other legitimate mental states.
Because it's all just internal stuff.
Yes. Evidentialism lacks the specific internal toolkit to separate a vivid premonition from a vivid memory or a valid perception. They are all just internal mental experiences presenting information to the subject.
That's a massive hole in the theory.
If they are evaluated purely on their internal characteristics, their vividness, their forcefulness, evidentialism struggles to explain why a premonition fails to confer legitimate justification, while a perceptual experience, like seeing a tree, succeeds.
Because if you stay strictly inside the mind, a strong feeling is just a strong feeling. You have no way to verify which feelings map onto reality and which ones are just misfiring neurons.
Exactly.
So what does this all mean? If evidentialism has all these holes, failing on wishful thinking, failing to account for normal retained memory, and failing to filter out premonitions, how do we fix the definition of evidence?
We'll stop what you're doing and pay attention to this logical trap, because this is where we see a fundamental turning point.
Okay, I'm ready.
Some philosophers attempted to fix evidentialism by redefining what constitutes evidence. They suggested a new rule. A mental state only counts as evidence if it is a reliable indicator of truth.
Okay, that seems to solve the premonition problem immediately. A premonition is not a reliable indicator of truth. Historically, gut feelings about the stock market are statistically terrible at predicting reality.
Right.
But a remembered map of Australia is a reliable indicator of geographical truth. That seems like a clean solution.
It seems clean until you analyze what you just did. By defining evidence as a reliable indicator of truth, you have just introduced external, non-mental factors into the equation.
Wait. Oh, I see the trap.
Yeah.
To know if something is a reliable indicator of truth, I have to look outside my own mind. I have to check if my internal thought consistently matches the objective, external reality of the universe.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And doing so fatally undercuts the core defining principle of mentalist evidentialism, which insists that only internal mental states matter for justification.
It completely breaks the rule.
You run headfirst into a devastating circularity problem. You cannot define evidence by saying it is the thing that justifies belief, and then try to define justification by saying it requires evidence, and then try to escape the loop by declaring that evidence must be a reliable indicator of truth.
Because then you aren't doing internalism anymore.
The moment you appeal to objective reliability, you invite external reality into your purely internal theory. The door is blown off its hinges, and the internalist architecture collapses.
It is like an engineer trying to determine if a thermometer is functioning accurately by strictly refusing to look at anything except the mercury inside the glass tube.
That's a great way to put it.
You can stare at the internal state, the mercury resting at the 20-degree mark, all day long. You can measure how vivid the red line is, but you don't actually care about the mercury itself. You care whether the thermometer was manufactured through a reliable process that correctly synchronizes that internal mercury with the actual external temperature of the room. You can't verify the thermometer without checking the room.
That is a phenomenal analogy. And the realization of that exact problem caused a massive paradigm shift in epistemology. If we connect this to the bigger picture, the focus shifts completely from what is currently sitting in your mind to how that information was generated.
So we start looking at the mechanics.
Yes. This introduces the most prominent alternative theory, reliable belief formation, process reliabilism.
Process reliabilism, this sounds far more mechanical.
It is deeply mechanical. Process reliabilism states a very straightforward rule. A belief is justified if, and only if, it is produced by a reliable belief-forming process.
So it completely abandons the current time slice assumption.
Absolutely. It doesn't just take a snapshot of your mental state at 2:0 p.m. It demands to see the machinery and the historical timeline that produce that snapshot.
Let's dissect this machinery. How does process reliabilism categorize the different ways our brains churn out beliefs?
It divides our cognitive architecture into two primary categories. First, we have unconditionally reliable processes. UR.
Unconditionally reliable.
These are psychological processes that do not require any prior beliefs as inputs in order to function correctly.
So they operate on raw data, like standard human perception.
Exactly.
If I walk into a well-lit park, open my eyes, and light hits my retinas, my brain automatically processes that light and outputs the belief there's a tree in front of me. I didn't need to logically deduce the tree from previous botanical beliefs. The perceptual process just took the raw external input and unconditionally produced a reliable belief.
Precisely. Standard perception, assuming healthy sensory organs and a normal environment, is an unconditionally reliable process, UR. It generates a high ratio of true beliefs without relying on a foundation of other beliefs.
Okay, what is the second category?
The second category is more complex. These are conditionally reliable processes, CR.
Conditionally reliable, meaning there are strings attached to their success.
Yes. Conditionally reliable processes, CR, are mechanisms like logical reasoning, deduction, or inference. These processes do not operate on raw sensory data. They take your existing beliefs as their raw material.
Okay, so it's a chain.
For a conditionally reliable process to yield a justified true output, it requires all input beliefs to be justified and true in the first place. It is the classic principle of computer science. Garbage in, garbage out.
Right. If your starting premises are flawed, the most flawless, mathematically perfect logical process in the world is still going to output a completely unjustified conclusion.
Exactly. Your reasoning mechanism might be working perfectly, but because the inputs were corrupted, the output is unjustified.
Let me create a scenario to test how process reliabilism flags a broken system. Imagine a person who has developed a bizarre systematic glitch in their logical processing.
Okay, glitch.
They learn a standard rule of logic. If you are given the premise A or B and you are subsequently told not B, you can safely conclude A. This is valid deduction. But this person's cognitive machinery glitches and they overextend this rule to entirely different logical operator.
Oh, no.
They are given the premise A and B.
Wow.
They are then told not B, and their brain glitches and still outputs the conclusion A.
That is a perfect illustration of a broken, conditionally reliable process. Even if their starting inputs were somehow completely true, the actual mechanism they are using to combine those inputs, their overextended flawed logic, is fundamentally broken.
Because it's not logically valid.
It will consistently produce a massive ratio of false beliefs over time. Therefore, process reliabilism immediately flags the output belief as unjustified because the cognitive machinery generating it is statistically unreliable.
This framework seems vastly more robust than evidentialism, but I want to see how it handles the exact problem that broke evidentialism earlier, the problem of retained memory.
Ah, yes.
How does process reliabilism save me from being unjustified in knowing that Canberra is the capital of Australia, even though I forgot where I learned it?
It saves you by explicitly incorporating time into the equation. Process reliabilism includes the crucial concept of historical causation.
Historical etiology.
Historical etiology.
This principle states that past reliable processes can and do validate current retained beliefs. So, unlike evidentialism, the past is allowed into the courtroom.
Absolutely. Let's trace the timeline of a retained belief. Imagine a woman who is reading a popular international celebrity magazine and learns a famous couple is divorcing. She formed the belief via a reliable perceptual process, reading a trusted magazine.
Okay, reading text.
At that exact moment, she forms the belief. Now, fast forward a week later, she completely forgets where she read it, but she still believes it. The evidential trace is gone.
Evidentialism would look at her current mental state, see no active evidence for the source, and declare her belief unjustified.
But process reliabilism looks at the historical etiology. Her belief was initially forged by a highly reliable process.
Yeah.
More importantly, it was maintained and transported to the present moment by another cognitive process, memory retention.
And memory is reliable.
Process reliabilism recognizes memory as a conditionally reliable process. As long as the initial input was justified and the storage mechanism hasn't been severely corrupted, the past reliable processes successfully carry that justification into the present. The retained knowledge problem is completely solved.
Wait, let me play devil's advocate again. We both know that human memory is not a pristine, incorruptible hard drive. It is notoriously malleable. We misremember things, we combine different memories, we are influenced by suggestion.
That's very true.
If the storage mechanism of memory is famously leaky, how can a process in the past justify a belief today?
That is exactly why memory is classified as a conditionally reliable process, not an unconditionally reliable one. Process reliabilism does not demand that a mechanism be infallible or perfect. It only demands that it produce a sufficiently high ratio of true beliefs compared to false ones in a normal environment.
So it just has to be good enough.
Right. Human memory, for all its known flaws, is statistically reliable enough across the broad spectrum of daily human functioning to serve as a baseline justifier.
That makes sense. I mean, we wouldn't be able to function as a species if our memories were entirely unreliable.
Precisely. Now, if we discover that a specific memory has been actively corrupted, perhaps by being fed conflicting, highly persuasive misinformation, the justification for that specific belief might be defeated. But as a general psychological mechanism, memory easily meets the threshold of truth conduciveness required by process reliabilism.
So process reliabilism fixes the memory gap. But how does it handle the ultimate philosophical boogeyman? The skeptic.
The skeptic. The ultimate antagonist in these debates.
For you listening who haven't spent hours arguing in a philosophy seminar, the radical skeptic is the thought experiment that asks, how do you know you aren't currently dreaming? How do you know an evil demon isn't feeding you false sensory inputs?
Right, the brain in a vat.
The skeptic demands absolute, undeniable proof that our senses aren't deceiving us. Traditional philosophy twisted itself into knots trying to answer the skeptic on the skeptic's terms. How does process reliabilism deal with them?
Reliabilism answers skepticism by fundamentally changing the rules of engagement. It refuses to play the skeptic's game. Reliabilism answers skepticism by demanding only truth conduciveness, not absolute certainty or mathematical proof against hypothetical demons.
So it lowers the bar.
It lowers the bar to a realistic, achievable human standard. The skeptic demands that for a belief to be justified, you must be able to prove from the inside of your mind that your vision is flawless and incapable of error.
And reliabilism says?
Reliabilism says no. Absolute certainty is a myth. We don't need proof that demons don't exist. We only require that our biological processes, like human vision, are statistically reliable indicators of reality within our normal, everyday environment.
So if my eyes work most of the time, I'm good.
If your eyes usually tell the truth when you look at a coffee cup on a table, then the belief produced by your eyes is justified. You don't need absolute certainty. You just need a mechanism that works most of the time.
That feels incredibly pragmatic. But I can already hear the critics sharpening their knives. It almost feels like a cop-out. It feels like process reliabilism is saying, don't worry about proving anything, just trust the biological machinery.
And that is exactly what the critics target. This brings us to a major debate over what is required for true knowledge. Perk your ears up, because this next debate is the philosophical equivalent of asking for a receipt for your receipt.
Oh, I love that. A receipt for a receipt. Let's hear it.
Critics of reliabilism argue that simply having a reliable brain isn't enough for a human agent to be truly justified. They argue that reliabilism lacks a crucial element. It lacks a meta-justification requirement.
A meta-justification requirement, meaning justification about your justification.
Exactly. It is not enough to simply use a reliable process. The critics argue that the epistemic agent must also consciously possess a justified belief that the process they are using is reliable.
Let me make sure I'm visualizing this correctly. Under strict process reliabilism, if I look at my desk and see a stapler, my visual process is reliable, so my belief there is a stapler is justified. Done.
Yes, done.
But the critics are saying that isn't enough. They are demanding that in addition to seeing the stapler, I must simultaneously hold a conscious, justified belief that reads, my optic nerves, retinas, and visual cortex are currently operating at a statistically high level of accuracy.
Yes, that is the demand.
Only then am I allowed to trust that there is a stapler on my desk.
That is what they claim. And reliabilists find this demand not just excessive, but logically fatal. They argue that demanding meta-justification triggers a disastrous infinite regress.
An infinite regress, a loop you can never escape.
Consider the mechanics of it. The critic says, to trust your eyes, you need a justified belief that your eyes are reliable. Okay, how do I justify that new belief about my eyes?
Maybe I use my memory of past eye exams.
Right, but wait. The critic's rule applies to that process too. So now, I need a justified belief that my memory of the eye exam is reliable. And to justify that, I need another belief about the reliability of my meta-memory. And so on, forever.
You would be paralyzed. You could never form a single justified belief about anything because you would spend infinity trying to validate the tools you are using to validate the tools.
Precisely. This is why reliabilists reject the meta-justification requirement. They argue it is perfectly sufficient to simply use a reliable process, blindly, as long as one negative condition is met. The anti-defeat condition.
The anti-defeat condition? What's that?
It means you don't need to actively know your eyes are perfect. You just need to not actively possess evidence that your eyes are broken.
Oh, okay.
If you know you just took a hallucinogenic drug, that is a defeater. It destroys your justification. But as long as you lack evidence that you are malfunctioning, the reliable cognitive process does its job silently in the background, conferring justification without requiring you to constantly audit its performance.
It is a profound shift from the anxiety of traditional philosophy to a sort of biological trust. However, I know that no philosophical theory survives contact with the absolute limits of logic without springing a few leaks. Where does process reliabilism hit the wall?
This raises an important question, because while reliabilism handles everyday skepticism well, it runs into two massive roadblocks. The first of these is known as the generality problem.
The generality problem. This sounds like an issue of categorization.
It is entirely an issue of categorization. The generality problem asks a devastatingly simple question. How specifically do we define or type a token belief-forming process to assign its reliability?
Okay, let's break down those terms, token versus type.
A token is a specific, unrepeatable, individual event in time and space. For example, if you look out your window right now and see a bluebird at exactly 3:04 p.m., the specific firing of neurons in your brain at that exact second is a token process.
It will never happen exactly that way again?
Right. It is a one-off historical event. But to determine if a process is mathematically reliable, you can't analyze a one-off event. Statistics require multiple instances.
You need a sample size.
Exactly. So you have to group that specific token event into a broader type or category of processes. The generality problem asks, how broadly or narrowly do we draw the boundaries of that category?
Let me try to construct an example to see how this breaks down. Let's say I am driving my car late at night. It is raining heavily. I look through the windshield, squinting against the glare of oncoming headlights, and I form the belief that there is a deer standing on the shoulder of the highway.
Okay, a very specific scenario.
That specific act of seeing is the token event. Now, I have to categorize it to see if it is reliable. If I categorize the type very broadly, I might just call it visual perception.
Which is usually very reliable.
Right. Visual perception across all humans over all time has a great track record. So my belief is justified.
Yes. But what if we define the type slightly more narrowly? What if we categorize it as visual perception at night? Night vision is statistically much less reliable than daytime vision. Your reliability score drops. The justification weakens.
And what if we go even narrower? What if we type the process as visual perception of animals at night while squinting against high beam glare moving at 60 miles per hour?
Now the statistics change dramatically.
The statistical reliability of that highly specific category is probably abysmal. It is highly prone to error. If we use that typing, my belief is entirely unjustified.
You have perfectly illustrated the trap. The exact same token event can be deemed either highly justified or completely unjustified, depending entirely on arbitrary decisions about how broadly or narrowly we type the process.
So there's no right answer on how to categorize it.
That's the problem. If we define the type too broadly, like sensory input, every single sensory act is deemed reliable, including optical illusions. If we define it too narrowly, every event becomes a unique category of one, and we can't establish any statistical track record at all. Process reliabilism struggles immensely to provide an objective, principled rule for exactly how to categorize these processes.
It is like an insurance actuary trying to decide if a driver is risky. Do you judge them as a human driver, a 25-year-old male driver, or a 25-year-old male driver who listens to heavy metal and commutes on Tuesdays?
Right, the statistics jump all over the place.
That is a serious structural flaw. But you mentioned a second roadblock, one that feels even more challenging.
The second roadblock strikes at the very heart of our deepest ethical and epistemic intuitions. It is known as the new evil demon problem.
The new evil demon problem.
It highlights a scenario where process reliabilism generates a verdict that feels completely, deeply wrong to our common sense. It demonstrates that a systematically deceived person's beliefs seem intuitively justified to us, even though those beliefs are externally statistically unreliable.
This sounds like a sci-fi thought experiment.
It is the ultimate sci-fi thought experiment. Imagine a person who had been kidnapped and connected to a perfect, flawless virtual reality simulation. Think of the movie The Matrix.
Okay, I have the picture. A brain in a vat experiencing a completely fabricated digital universe.
Right. In this fake world, the person walks into a digital room. The computer feeds their brain the visual signals of a wooden table. The person's cognitive machinery processes these signals perfectly, using the exact same logical and perceptual pathways a normal human uses. The person forms the belief. There's a table in front of me.
Let's apply strict process reliabilism to this scenario. Reliabilism only cares about one thing: the external, objective truth ratio of the process. In this person's specific environment, the simulated VAT universe, their visual perception is producing a 100% false ratio.
Because there is no physical table.
Right, there is no physical room. Every single visual belief they form is objectively false. Therefore, the process is massively unreliable. And therefore, strict process reliabilism must declare that the person's belief is entirely, completely unjustified.
That is the unavoidable mathematical conclusion of the theory. But how does that conclusion sit with you intuitively?
Intuitively, I rebel against it completely. When I look at that person trapped in the simulation, I don't see someone acting irrationally. I see someone who's using their brain perfectly.
Exactly.
They are reasoning flawlessly. They are integrating their sensory inputs logically. They are doing everything a responsible epistemic agent is supposed to do. It isn't their fault the universe is fake. To call them unjustified feels almost insulting. It feels like we are blaming them for being victims of a supercomputer.
And that profound intuitive rebellion is the new evil demon problem. It exposes a massive tension. Reliabilism judges based purely on external statistics, but our human intuition still cares deeply about the internal effort and rational processing of the agent. If someone is doing their best from the inside, we desperately want to call them justified.
Okay, let's unpack this. The evil demon problem basically forces us to admit that we care about what is going on inside the person's head, but reliabilism cares about the external truth. So how does a die-hard process reliabilist save their theory from this intuitive nightmare?
Well, some just bite the bullet, but others developed a highly sophisticated variation of the theory to bridge this gap. This variation is called approved list reliabilism, two-stage theory.
Approved list reliabilism. Walk me through the mechanics of this two-stage process.
It suggests that human beings, as attributors of knowledge, carry around mentally stored lists of generally reliable cognitive processes. These lists are generated based on our experiences in our normal baseline reality.
So stage one is making the list.
Yes. Stage one is the creation of this list. We live in the real world, and we note that human visual perception, deductive logic, and memory are generally reliable. We put them on our approved list.
Okay, I have my clipboard with the approved cognitive tools. What is stage two?
Stage two is the evaluation. When we look at the unfortunate person trapped in the matrix simulation, we don't evaluate the mathematical reliability of their specific fake universe. Instead, we look at the tools they're using.
Oh, I see where this is going.
We see the person using human visual processing and logical deduction. We consult our clipboard. We say, human vision and logic. Those processes are on my approved list from the real world. Because they are using approved processes, I judge their belief to be justified.
That is a brilliant patch. We judge them based on the quality of the cognitive machinery they are deploying, evaluated against the benchmark of our real world, rather than punishing them for the fact that their specific environment is a deceptive simulation.
It allows us to maintain the reliabilist focus on mechanisms, while rescuing our intuition that the victim in the vat is behaving rationally.
This brings us to the ultimate showdown of this session.
It really does, because the lengths reliabilists go to solve this evil demon problem bring us face to face with the overarching conflict in all of epistemology. Everything we have discussed today, evidentialism, memory, reliabilism, the generality problem, it's all just a battle in a much larger war.
Lock in on this final concept. It ties everything we've discussed today into one neat, slightly terrifying bow. The grand showdown.
The grand showdown between internalism and externalism. This is the fault line that divides modern philosophy.
Let's clearly define the combatants. Who are the internalists, and what is their core demand?
Internalism claims all justifiers of a belief must be internal to the mind, or at the very least, directly and consciously accessible to the epistemic agent through introspection.
Like mentalist evidentialism.
Yes, that's the purest form of internalism. If a piece of evidence, a memory, or a rule of logic isn't actively available in your conscious mind, it has zero power to justify your belief.
They demand total transparency. You must be able to see the gears turning in your own head. And the externalists.
Externalism is the radical counterclaim that at least some vital justifiers exist completely outside the conscious awareness of the agent. Process reliabilism is the champion of externalism.
Because it relies on objective reliability?
Right. It argues that objective factors like the historical, mechanical reliability of your optic nerve or the truth-conduciveness of a cognitive process are the ultimate justifiers, even if you, as the agent, have absolutely no idea how those mechanisms work.
The internalist looks at that and recoils, I imagine. They argue that externalism destroys the entire concept of rational agency. If I don't know why my brain is reliable, how can I be praised for having a justified belief? I'm just a lucky biological machine.
That is precisely their objection. Internalists codify this objection in what is known as the infallible guidance conception of epistemic rules.
The infallible guidance conception? That sounds like a demand for a perfect instruction manual.
It is a demand for a perfectly usable recipe. Internalists believe that epistemic rules, the rules for how to acquire knowledge, must be constructed like a flawless cookbook recipe that any normal agent can perfectly follow from the inside of their own mind.
So it has to be usable from the inside.
Yes. If a philosopher proposes an externalist rule like, only believe things that are reliably true, the internalist points out that no human being can follow that rule. We do not have magical, infallible truth detectors in our heads. We cannot directly access objective external truth.
Right. If I'm standing in a dark forest, I can't apply the rule, only believe a bear is there if it is true. I have to use internal rules like, believe a bear is there if you hear a loud growl and see a massive shadow.
Exactly. Internalists argue that a correct epistemic rule must refer exclusively to circumstances and evidence that are directly, consciously accessible to the agent. Believe what you clearly see and logically deduce is an internal, accessible rule. They argue that externalism demands the impossible by relying on inaccessible external facts.
But wait, I am going to push back on the internalist view here, because it feels like the internalists have the high ground when it comes to the most secure form of human thought. Pure logic.
Let's hear it.
I mean, think about it. If I'm sitting in an empty room with my eyes closed, doing complex math in my head, I have premise A and premise B, and I flawlessly deduce conclusion C, that entire process is happening completely internally. I have full conscious access to the steps. Doesn't the reality of pure logic prove that internalism is the superior framework?
That is the internalist's strongest fortress. But here's where the externalist drops the hammer and shatters that illusion.
Oh, wow, really?
Yes. The externalist points out a profound, deeply unsettling reality about logic itself. Pure logical entailment is actually an external relation. It is not immediately accessible to the human mind.
Wait, hold on. Logic is external. How is that possible? I am doing the math inside my physical brain.
You are manipulating symbols in your physical brain. But the validity of those manipulations, the fact that a certain complex conjunction of premises absolutely guarantees a specific conclusion, is an objective mathematical fact of the universe.
Wow.
Pure logical entailment exists independently whether your human brain comprehends it or not.
So the laws of logic are like the laws of physics. They are external structures of reality.
Precisely. Now apply this to the epistemic agent. A person sitting in a room might believe their argument is logically valid. They might feel an overwhelming internal sense of certainty about their deduction.
But people make math mistakes all the time.
Exactly. Human beings make logical errors all the time while feeling completely certain. The actual validity of the argument, the pure logical entailment, is an external reality that their brain is attempting to mirror. Therefore, when an internalist says your belief is justified because you used valid logic, they are accidentally relying on an external justifier.
Because the validity of the logic isn't a feeling in their head. It is an objective fact of the universe that they just happen to be aligning with.
Exactly. The internalist claims everything must be accessible, but the ultimate guarantee of their logic is an external structure they cannot infallibly access. They can only rely on their cognitive processes to approximate it. The externalist argues that even the purest internal thought relies on a foundation of external reality.
This realization completely shifts how we view ourselves as thinking creatures. Let's apply this directly to the real world. Think about the implications of what we are discussing.
That's massive.
If externalism is true, your beliefs might be fully, rigorously justified without you ever fully understanding why or how. You do not have to be an omniscient master of your own mind. You are functioning as a localized node in a massive, mathematically reliable universe.
Yes, beautifully put.
You are acquiring truths through incredibly complex biological and physical mechanisms, like the optical physics of light hitting your retinas, the intricate neurochemistry of memory retention, and your brain's evolutionary attunement to the objective laws of logical entailment.
It is a humbling but deeply integrating perspective. We are not isolated, solipsistic minds trapped in a dark room, desperately trying to prove that reality exists from a few internal clues. We are physically integrated components of reality, and our justification flows naturally from the reliable ways we interact with that reality.
What an incredible intellectual journey. To sum up this exploration, we started trapped inside the restricted confines of the mind with the purely internal mental states of evidentialism.
Right, the solipsism of the moment.
We saw how that strict internal demand struggled to explain basic human experiences, failing to account for the flaws of wishful thinking and completely breaking down when faced with the reality of forgotten, retained knowledge.
Which forced the pivot.
That crisis pushed us to pivot completely into the externally focused realm of process reliabilism, where the history, the etiology, and the mechanical statistical reliability of how a belief is formed takes center stage.
And we tackled the problems there too.
We wrestled with the generality problem and the terrifying thought experiment of the new evil demon problem, finding a compromise and improved list reliabilism. And finally, we watched the monumental clash between internalism and externalism, realizing that even the pure logic we construct in our heads fundamentally relies on the objective external laws of the universe.
It really provides an incredibly robust framework for understanding how we navigate the world of information.
And remarkably, we are not done yet. This entire discussion has merely been the bedrock. We have only been discussing justification.
Just setting the table.
In our next episode, episode 3, we will cross the final threshold. We will move from mere justification into the rigorous definition of knowledge itself. We will be exploring the infamous Gettier problems, a devastating series of philosophical thought experiments that completely shattered the traditional, thousands of years old definition of knowledge overnight. You will not want to miss how the philosophical community scrambled to recover from that earthquake.
It's got to be a wild one.
But before we sign off, I want to leave you with a provocative thought experiment to ponder. Consider the logical extreme of process reliabilism. If scientists develop a neural implant that directly downloads historical facts and complex skills into your brain with absolute 100% mechanical reliability, process reliabilism dictates that those downloaded beliefs are perfectly justified.
100% reliable.
This is true even if you never read a single book, never saw a single piece of evidence, and never consciously reasoned it out for yourself. Would you accept a completely downloaded belief as truly legitimately justified? Or does true justification require the messy, subjective, conscious human experience of gathering evidence and thinking it through yourself? Think deeply about where you draw the line between a reliable machine and a reasoning human. Thanks for listening to Kitab Podcast.
Welcome to Kitab Podcast. We are incredibly excited to have you sitting right here with us today.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, everyone.
So, this is episode 3 of our comprehensive deep dive into epistemology, a contemporary introduction for Alvin, Goldman, and Matthew McGrath.
Right, and today we're focusing specifically on pages 51 to 75.
Exactly. And, if you've been listening to the series, we're basically tearing down the walls of human cognition. We're trying to figure out how we actually know what we claim to know.
It's a huge task, honestly.
It really is. But before we take our next big leap today, let's just take a quick look in the rearview mirror, right? Just to make sure we're completely grounded.
Good idea. A little recap never hurts.
Yeah, so back in our second deep dive, we waded into some deeply complicated territory regarding justification.
Oh, absolutely. We looked at evidentialism, right?
Right, evidentialism, which is basically this idea that your justification for believing something depends entirely, 100%, on the evidence you possess at that exact moment.
Yeah, and then we pivoted from that. We contrasted it with process reliabilism.
Oh, right, process reliabilism.
Yeah.
That's the theory saying actually it's the mechanical reliability of the cognitive processes in your brain that gives you justification.
Like the actual physical machinery generating your belief.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then finally we kind of flirted with externalism, right?
Yes, the externalism stuff.
Yeah.
That mind-bending view that your justification might actually rely on factors completely outside your conscious awareness.
Or outside your internal mental state entirely.
Yeah, that was a heavy foundational discussion for sure.
Definitely.
But we absolutely had to establish those mechanics, like how a belief earns its keep, whether through internal evidence or external reliable systems.
Right, it was totally necessary. But today, we are zooming way, way out.
We really are. We are looking at the entire architectural blueprint of human cognition today.
Yeah, so we're covering chapters 3.1 through 3.7, and our singular focus for this entire conversation is one of philosophy's oldest, most relentless questions.
And honestly, most infuriating questions, if you ask me.
True. The question is, how do we actually define knowledge?
I mean, it sounds like a joke, right?
It really does. You'd think that after thousands of years of recorded human history, we'd have this figured out.
Right, like we've built cities, split the atom, gone to the moon.
Yeah, you'd think we'd have a rock-solid, undisputed dictionary definition of what it means to actually know a fact.
But as you're going to see today, the moment you try to put a pin in this concept, it shapeshifts.
It really does. It just slips right through your fingers.
But let's not jump ahead of ourselves. Let's start right where philosophers stood comfortably for centuries.
Yeah, because for a very, very long time, there was absolute consensus on this.
Right. The traditional account defined knowledge as justified true belief, which you'll see abbreviated everywhere in the literature as JTB.
JTB. Got it. So the concept is that for you to genuinely possess knowledge of something, 3 completely independent pillars must be standing strong.
Exactly. First, you need the truth condition. Second, you need the belief condition. And third, you need the justification condition.
Right. Let's pull out the magnifying glass and examine each of those pillars, because they really aren't as simple as they sound.
No, they definitely aren't. Let's start with the truth condition.
Okay. Lay it on me.
So in formal epistemological terms, we say that truth is factive.
Affective. Okay.
Yeah, and all this means is that you cannot, under any circumstances, know a proposition unless it is an actual, factual truth out there in the real world.
So no matter how hard I believe it, if it's not true, I don't know it.
Exactly. Like, let's say you're absolutely, positively certain that the capital of Australia is Sydney.
Which a lot of people think, by the way.
Right. You'd bet your house on it. You possess an incredibly strong belief.
But you do not possess knowledge.
Exactly, because the capital is Canberra. You just can't know a falsehood.
Yeah. The architecture of the universe just doesn't allow a human being to possess knowledge of something that isn't factually real. Like, I can't know that the sky is neon green because it just isn't neon green.
Perfect example.
But reading through Goldman and McGrath, there are some weird edge cases that make you stop and scratch your head.
Oh, there are plenty of those. What did you have in mind?
Well, for example, they bring up literature. There's this literary device called free indirect speech.
Ah, yes, free indirect speech.
Yeah, so think about reading a gripping thriller. You're reading along, and the narrator plainly states, the detective had arrested the killer. She could finally sleep.
Okay, setting the scene.
But as you, the reader, keep turning the pages, you find out in chapter 10 that she had actually arrested the wrong guy.
Oh, a plot twist.
Right. An innocent man is in jail. But the narrator stated a complete falsehood as a factual sentence earlier on.
Yeah.
So doesn't that sort of scramble our strict truth condition?
Well, it's a great observation, and it actually trips up a lot of students. But it doesn't actually violate the strict truth condition.
It doesn't. Why not?
Because we have to separate the mechanics of storytelling from the mechanics of reality.
Okay, track with me here.
Free indirect speech isn't the author making an objective claim about the physical universe.
Right.
It's a clever mechanism to plunge you, the reader, directly into the psychological reality of the character.
Oh, I see. So the text is adopting the limited, flawed perspective of that specific detective.
Exactly. When we close the novel, step back into the real world and put our epistemology hats back on, the truth condition is absolute.
That makes total sense.
You just can't have knowledge of a proposition that fails to map onto objective reality.
Okay, that clears it up. Reality has to be reality. So pillar one is truth. The proposition that us exist in the real world.
Correct. Now, pillar two is the belief condition.
Right. And the technical term here is the doxastic state. Doxastic state, right?
Yes, doxastic state. Doxastic state. This asserts that knowing a truth requires mentally possessing it or actively accepting it.
Meaning you can't know something if you don't even believe it's true.
Exactly.
But wait, I've got a bone to pick with this one.
Oh, do tell.
Yeah, I want to look at a famous thought experiment from the text by Colin Radford. It's the history quiz example.
Ah, yes, the classic case of Jean.
Exactly. Let's look closely at Jean. Jean is a French-Canadian student, and he's been dragged into taking a verbal pop quiz on English history.
Poor Jean.
Right. And the teacher looks at him and asks the exact year Queen Elizabeth I died.
A tough question if you haven't studied.
Yeah, and Jean is sweating. He feels completely blank. He genuinely thinks he knows absolutely nothing about English royalty.
He's drawing a total blank.
So he shrugs, completely unconfident, and says, look, I'm just guessing entirely here, but let's say 1603.
Okay.
Now, the crazy twist is that 1603 is the exact, perfectly correct answer.
Wow, lucky guess.
But it wasn't a miracle. Jean didn't just pull that number out of a random chaotic firing of neurons.
Right.
He had actually read this fact in a textbook years ago.
Oh, so it was in his brain somewhere.
Exactly. His brain successfully stored it, locked it away, and retrieved it at the perfect moment, even though his conscious waking mind felt like it was totally guessing.
Right.
Radford uses this to suggest that maybe, just maybe, someone can possess actual knowledge without having a confident belief.
And you agree with Radford?
Honestly, I'm siding with Radford here. If Jean's brain literally contains the right data, and his brain successfully outputs that data when prompted, why do we care if he feels confident?
I hear what you're saying.
Right. He got an A on the test. The biological machine worked perfectly. Why do we demand this active conscious belief?
It's a really compelling objection, for sure. But, well, if we agree with you, we fundamentally change what it means to be a thinking human.
What do you mean by that?
Your argument essentially reduces human knowledge to the functioning of a computer hard drive.
Okay, I see where you're going.
Yes, Jean's neural architecture retained the data. But epistemology demands we ask whether unconscious possession counts as an active, reasoned belief.
Unconscious possession.
Okay. The philosopher Keith Lehrer tackles this exact scenario beautifully. He points out that the specific type of knowledge we care about, the knowledge that defines rational creatures, is knowledge that's available for critical reasoning.
Available for critical reasoning. Interesting.
Think about it. If Jean genuinely believed Elizabeth died in 1603, he could use that fact.
Like he could confidently put it on the test without sweating.
Exactly. He could comfortably use it to deduce other historical timelines. He could bet money on it. He could stand up and teach it to a room full of people.
Oh, I see.
But because he thinks he's just blindly guessing, that information is totally inert, it's trapped, he doesn't endorse it.
He refuses to take ownership of the thought.
Right. Therefore, even though his vocal cords vibrated with the correct answer, it lacks the cognitive endorsement required to be a genuine doxastic state.
So he lacks belief, so he lacks knowledge.
Exactly.
Okay, that actually makes perfect sense when you frame it around agency. It's the difference between me holding a tool and knowing how to use it versus a tool just sitting in my garage collecting dust.
That's a really great analogy.
So we need truth and we need an active belief. That brings us to the final pillar of the traditional model.
The justification condition.
Right. In the academic literature, this is called epistemic warrant. Epistemic warrant, isn't it?
Yes, epistemic warrant. Epistemic warrant. This is the crucial filter.
The filter for what? Exactly.
This is the condition that separates genuine, earned knowledge from a wild, lottery-winning lucky guess.
Oh, like if I walk into a massive baseball stadium, close my eyes, and randomly guess that there are exactly 34,562 people sitting in the seats.
And by some insane, miraculous alignment of the universe, you are exactly right down to the person.
Yeah. I had a true belief, but I absolutely didn't know it because I had zero reasonable basis for that guess.
Exactly. To elevate a belief to the prestigious status of knowledge, you have to earn it through a legitimate, reliable pathway.
So a lucky guess doesn't cut it.
No, it doesn't. But, and this is crucial, we have to be very careful not to define justification so strictly that we rule out everyday human experience.
What do you mean?
The justification doesn't always have to look like a mathematical proof for a debate team argument. The authors use a brilliant real-world example, the chicken sexer.
Oh man, this is such a weird but perfect example.
It really is, right? A chicken sexer is a highly specialized agricultural worker whose entire job is to look at day-old chicks and instantly sort them into males and females.
Right, which is apparently incredibly hard to do.
It is. Now, if you pull a master chicken sexer aside and ask them, how exactly do you know that chick is female? They usually can't give you a list of biological features.
They can't, like, articulate a formalized argument.
Right. They just look at the fuzzy yellow bird, and a subtle gestalt look triggers their conclusion instantly.
So their conscious mind might not be running a deductive logic puzzle.
But their highly trained visual processing cortex is providing a genuinely reliable epistemic warrant.
Okay, so they have a completely reasonable basis for their belief, even if that basis operates below the level of explicit verbal explanation.
You've got it.
Pay close attention to this distinction, listener. The line separating a wild, lucky guess from a justified belief isn't always about having a neat, bullet-pointed argument ready to present to a judge.
No, it's about your belief being anchored to reality by a reliable tether.
Sometimes that tether is a complex logical deduction, and sometimes that tether is just highly trained expert perception.
Perfectly summarized. And honestly, for centuries upon centuries, this three-part model justified true belief, JTB seemed invincible.
It really did. It successfully filtered out the lucky stadium guesses.
It filtered out delusions and hallucinations. It seemed to perfectly capture the absolute essence of what we mean when we say, I know this.
Yeah, clear your mental workspace.
Yeah.
Because everything we just built is about to collapse.
Oh, it really is.
Yeah, in 1963, an American philosopher named Edmund Gettier published a paper. It was a remarkably short paper, right?
Very short. We're talking 3 pages long.
3 pages. But those 3 pages were a philosophical earthquake that completely, utterly leveled the JTB model.
He mathematically proved that having a justified true belief is not always enough to give you knowledge.
The Gettier earthquake. It's essentially the inciting incident for all of modern epistemology, isn't it?
It absolutely is. And to understand how one guy dismantled a multi-century consensus in 3 pages, we have to meticulously walk through the 2 foundational assumptions that his famous thought experiments are built upon.
Right, because if you don't grasp these 2 assumptions, the whole thing just sounds like a confusing riddle.
Exactly.
Okay, let's lay this foundation stone by stone. What's the first assumption?
The first assumption is fallibilism. Specifically, we're talking about epistemic fallibility.
Epistemic fallibility.
Epistemic fallibility, okay. This is the entirely reasonable idea that it is mathematically and practically possible to possess a highly justified belief that ultimately turns out to be totally false.
Give me an example of that.
Imagine you sit down to watch the evening news on the most reputable, heavily fact-checked network in the country. The anchor looks at the camera and reports that your local mayor has just resigned in a scandal.
Okay, so I believe the mayor resigned.
Right. At that exact second, you are entirely justified in believing the mayor has resigned.
Makes sense.
But let's say it turns out the network was the victim of a hyper-elaborate, state-sponsored deepfake hoax, and the mayor is actually sitting in her office, perfectly fine.
Oh, wow. Okay, so my belief was false.
But it was still justified at the time you formed it. You followed all the correct rules for gathering evidence.
I trusted a normally reliable source. So epistemic fallibility simply means justification does not guarantee truth.
Exactly.
That makes total sense.
Brilliant.
I can have an airtight case for something that just happens to be a fluke of reality. So fallibilism is assumption 1. What's the second assumption?
The second assumption is deductive closure. More accurately, the deductive closure of justification. Deductive closure of justification.
Deductive closure. That sounds a bit mathematical.
It is. A bit. This principle states that if you are completely justified in believing premise A, and you logically recognize that premise A mathematically entails conclusion B, then you are automatically justified in believing conclusion B.
Let's make that a little simpler.
Sure. If you are justified in believing that your best friend's brother is a bachelor,
Okay.
and you know what the definition of a bachelor is, you are automatically justified in believing that your best friend's brother is an unmarried man.
Because that's what a bachelor is.
Right. The justification transfers flawlessly across logical deduction.
Okay, honestly, neither of those assumptions sounds crazy. In fact, they sound like the basic operating system of rational thought.
They do.
So how in the world did Gettier use those two basic boring assumptions to blow up the most solid definition in philosophy?
He weaponized them.
Weaponized them.
Yeah, he used them to construct bizarre but logically sound scenarios where a person uses perfect reasoning to arrive at a true belief, but they arrive at that truth entirely by accident.
Hold on to this thought, because it breaks everything. Let's walk through the most famous one, Gettier's case I.
Right, Gettier's case I. Imagine two men, Smith and Jones. They are sitting in a waiting room because they've both applied for the exact same corporate job.
Okay, Smith and Jones.
Now, Smith has incredibly strong, totally justified evidence for a very specific two-part proposition.
What's the evidence?
First, the president of the company walked out 5 minutes ago and explicitly told Smith, Jones is the guy we're hiring.
Oh, that's pretty strong evidence.
It is. Second, just to pass the time, Smith playfully asked Jones to empty his pockets, and Smith stood there and counted exactly 10 coins in Jones's hand.
Okay, weird flex, but sure. 10 coins.
So Smith puts these two pieces together and forms a highly justified belief. Jones is the man who will get the job, and Jones has 10 coins in his pocket.
All right, so Smith has a justified belief.
Yeah.
But based on our epistemic fallibility rule, we know this belief is currently false because I can feel the rug being pulled out from under me.
You feel it correctly. Now, Smith applies our second rule, deductive closure.
There we go.
He takes his initial belief and deduces a new, broader proposition. He thinks to himself, well, if Jones is getting the job and Jones has 10 coins, then it logically must be true that the man who will get the job has 10 coins in his pocket.
Okay, yeah. That is a flawless logical deduction.
Therefore, Smith is now fully justified in believing this new, generalized conclusion.
But here is the agonizing, mind-bending twist.
Let's hear it.
Unbeknownst to Smith, the president of the company was either mistaken or lying or changed his mind. It is actually Smith himself who is going to get the job offer.
Right.
And in an act of pure, absurd, cosmic coincidence, Smith happens to reach his hand into his own pocket and realizes that he, too, has exactly 10 coins.
It's crazy, but entirely possible.
So let's put Smith's final belief on trial. His belief is, the man who will get the job has 10 coins in his pocket. Is it a true statement?
Yes, because Smith is the man getting the job and Smith has 10 coins.
Does he actively believe it?
Yes, he just thought it.
Is he justified in believing it?
Yes, he used deductive closure from strong evidence.
He possesses a justified true belief. JTB. But does he actually know it?
And that's the checkmate. Absolutely no one looking at that scenario would say Smith possesses knowledge.
Right. He stumbled blindly into the truth by walking through a minefield of pure luck and deception.
The JTB criteria are completely fulfilled, yet knowledge is totally absent. Gettier proved that JTB is not a sufficient definition. It doesn't work.
And this wasn't just an isolated anomaly, was it?
Not at all. Once Gettier published this logical blueprint, the floodgates opened. Philosophers across the world started generating their own variations, proving just how deeply flawed the JTB model really was.
Yeah, let's look at a few more of these classic cases to really cement how weird this gets.
There are so many good ones.
There's a famous one by Roderick Chisholm called Sheep on the Hill.
Oh, I love that one.
Imagine you're out for a hike. You're standing in a lush green meadow, and you look up at a distant grassy hill. You see a white, fluffy shape that looks exactly flawlessly like a sheep.
Based entirely on your perfectly normal visual perception.
Right. So you form the justified belief. There is a sheep on that hill.
Seems totally reasonable.
But as you walk closer, you realize you've been fooled. You're actually looking at a bizarrely shaped, white, fuzzy-looking rock.
So your visual evidence was a lie.
But, and here's the luck factor, hiding in a deep trench right behind that rock, completely invisible to you, is an actual living, breathing sheep.
Incredible.
So your belief that there is a sheep on the hill is factually true. You actively believe it. You are justified by what you saw. But you don't know it because you were looking at a rock.
It's so frustrating, but mathematically it breaks the definition perfectly. Another brilliant structural variation is the have it and no got case, originally created by Keith Lehrer.
Oh, let's go over that one. Let's use a culturally neutral example so the logic is universally clear.
Good idea. Imagine you work in a large corporate office. You sit next to a guy named Nogat.
Okay, no.
Every single day, Nogat drives a very standard, highly recognizable, reliable sedan into the parking lot. He talks constantly about his car payments. He tosses his keys on the desk. He has photos of it on his desk.
Okay, so based on all this overwhelming evidence, you were entirely justified in believing that no God owns a standard sedan.
Exactly. And applying our rule of deductive closure, you formulate a general belief. Someone in my office owns a standard sedan.
But no God is a pathological liar, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He's leasing it, or his parents own it, or he stole it. He doesn't hold the title.
Wow, okay. So no God's ownership is a falsehood.
But sitting 3 cubicles down is a quiet guy named Havit. Havit takes the subway to work every single day. He has never mentioned a car to anyone.
But totally in secret, Habit recently won a standard sedan in a sweepstakes and keeps it parked under a tarp in his garage at home.
Right. So let us evaluate your deduced belief. Someone in my office owns a standard sedan.
It is undeniably true.
You actively believe it.
You are completely justified in believing it based on no God's daily behavior.
But once again, it is a justified true belief derived completely by accident.
You know, I want to throw in an analogy here to see if it helps clarify just how broken this situation is.
Please do.
Think about a completely broken analog clock hanging on a wall. It hasn't ticked in years. Let's say it stopped exactly 24 hours ago at 2:13 p.m.
Okay, broken clock.
You walk into the room, having no idea the clock is broken. You look up, and the hands say 2:15. You form a justified true belief that it's 2:15 p.m.
Right.
But surely no rational person would say you know the time. Your instrument for extracting the truth from reality is fundamentally broken. You are just experiencing a momentary, lucky collision with the truth.
I love that analogy. The broken clock, exactly like Nogat's pathological lies or that strange sheep-shaped rock, is a shattered epistemic instrument that just happens to accidentally spit out a factual truth.
Exactly.
But there is one more classic scenario from the textbook that we absolutely must dissect because it changes the rules of the game in a really terrifying way.
Oh, this is the big one. It's the barn facade case, attributed to Carl Jeanette and Alvin Goldman.
That's the one.
Okay, buckle up, because we're driving into barn facade country.
Literally driving.
Right. Imagine a guy named Henry. Henry's taking a road trip, driving his car through a long stretch of boring rural farmland.
A standard road trip.
He glances out his passenger window and sees a large, red wooden structure out in a field. He immediately forms the belief, there is a real barn over there.
And in this specific instance, he is looking at a genuine, 100% functional, real wooden barn.
But here is the massive catch. Henry has unknowingly driven into a deeply weird region where the local townspeople have spent years erecting hundreds of incredibly realistic, two-dimensional fake barn facades.
Basically movie props.
Exactly. They look exactly like real barns from the highway. Henry, by pure dumb cosmic luck, happened to glance out his window at the single solitary real barn in a 50-mile radius.
This specific case sends shivers down the spine of epistemologists.
Why is that? What makes it worse than the others?
Because it fundamentally breaks the pattern of the other cases. Look at Smith and the coins, or the sheeprock, or the lying coworker.
Right?
In all those prior cases, the subject performed an explicit, conscious, deductive inference from a premise that was false. They literally reasoned their way into a mistake.
Yes, Smith deduced it from the false premise that Jones was getting the job.
But in the barn facade case, Henry isn't deducing anything.
He isn't running a logic puzzle at all.
No, he is utilizing direct, immediate, raw visual perception. He just looks, and he instantly forms a belief.
The physical light bouncing off the real barn is traveling straight into his eyes. The causal chain is perfect.
And yet, if he had turned his head 3 degrees to the left 5 seconds earlier, he would have looked at a fake prop and formed a totally false belief.
He is driving through an invisible minefield of deception.
Exactly, which makes his true belief incredibly, unnervingly lucky. This proves definitively that Gettier problems can infect our direct physical perception without any explicit logical deduction taking place.
And that completely ruins the easiest possible fix. You can't just slap a Band-Aid on the JTB model and say, okay, new rule, just don't use false premises in your logic, because Henry didn't use logic, he just used his eyeballs.
Right.
So does the barn facade case basically flip the game board over?
It completely flips the board. It proves that the external environment, the hidden context surrounding the human being, plays a massive, undeniable role in whether a justified true belief gets to ascend to the throne of actual knowledge.
Wow. So where did philosophy go from there?
Well, because Gettier so thoroughly humiliated the JTB model, epistemologists spent the next 3 decades frantically trying to patch the leaks in the boat.
The justificationist patches, right?
Yes. This brings us to the first major wave of attempted solutions, which the text refers to as the justificationist accounts.
These philosophers stubbornly believed the core GTB formula was still salvageable if we just added a very strict fourth condition, what they called JTB plus X, designed to dramatically strengthen the quality of the justification.
Right. They weren't ready to give up on JTB just yet.
So, how do we patch a sinking ship? Let's look at the first major strategy, the defeasibility account.
The defeasibility account.
This theory essentially proposes that knowledge is JTB plus a guarantee. The guarantee is that there are no undiscovered facts floating around out there in the world that, if you suddenly learned them, would defeat or destroy your justification.
Basically, your justification has to be absolutely bulletproof against any hidden truths.
Right. Let's apply it.
In the sheep on the hill case, what's the hidden fact? The hidden fact is that you're staring at a rock.
If someone tapped you on the shoulder and told you that, your justification would instantly vanish.
Exactly. In the Smith case, the hidden fact is that Smith is actually getting the job, not Jones.
Defeasibility boldly claims that knowledge is simply a justified true belief where zero hidden defeaters exist in the universe.
On paper, it sounds incredibly elegant.
But the moment you stress test it, it spirals into a nightmare of complications, doesn't it?
It really does. And the textbook uses the Tom Gravitt case to show exactly why it fails.
Oh man, let's unpack the chaos of Tom Gravitt. Imagine you are sitting in a quiet public library. You look across the room, and you clearly see a man named Tom Gravitt shove a rare library book into his coat and walk out.
Okay, a theft in progress.
Now, you know Tom personally. The lighting in the library is excellent. You have 20/20 vision. You form the highly justified, factually true belief. Tom Gravitt just stole a library book.
Seems rock solid.
Now, completely unknown to you 10 miles away, Tom's mother is sitting in a police station.
For some bizarre reason.
Right, maybe she's a compulsive liar, maybe she's trying to protect him, maybe she's delusional.
Yeah.
She tells the police, completely falsely, that Tom is actually currently thousands of miles away on a tropical vacation, and that Tom has an identical twin brother who's visiting town today.
This scenario creates a deeply frustrating epistemic paradox.
How so?
Because Mrs. Gravitt's verbal testimony to those police officers is a physical fact. It is an event that actually occurred in the world.
And from my perspective in the library, it is an undiscovered fact.
Exactly. So let's rigidly apply the defeasibility account. We must ask ourselves the required hypothetical. If you did somehow know about her testimony.
Like if a police officer walked into the library and played me the tape of her saying Tom was out of the country and had a twin.
Would it defeat your justification? Yes, it absolutely would.
You would instantly doubt your own eyes. You'd think, oh my God, I must have just seen the identical twin.
Therefore, according to the strict, unforgiving rules of the defeasibility account, her hidden testimony acts as a valid defeater and it strips you of your knowledge. You do not know Tom stole the book.
Wait, hold on. That makes absolutely no sense. She is lying. Tom doesn't even have a twin brother.
That's the problem.
If I'm standing right there in the library and my visual evidence is pure and I saw the actual guy do it, why on earth should some random fabricated lie floating out there in the ether retroactively reach into my brain and delete my perfectly good knowledge?
It feels completely detached from how humans operate, doesn't it?
It really does.
Your frustration is the exact frustration the entire philosophical community felt. It exposes just how fragile justification becomes when you tie it to an incomplete picture of reality.
Right.
The Tom Gravitt case brutally demonstrates that not all defeaters are created equal. There are genuine defeaters, like the actual fact that Nogot doesn't own his car. Those should destroy knowledge.
But Mrs. Gravitt's lie is what we call a misleading defeater. It's a fact that points your brain away from the actual truth.
Exactly. If we allow misleading defeaters to destroy our knowledge, then we literally cannot know anything, ever.
Because there could always be a lunatic in a basement somewhere in the world writing a blog post filled with lies that contradict our true beliefs.
Right. So the philosophers backing the defeasibility account tried to patch their patch.
They furiously rewrote the rules to say, okay, new rule, there can be no undiscovered defeaters, unless those defeaters happen to be misleading.
But immediately you sink into a philosophical quicksand.
How do you objectively define what makes a defeater misleading without using circular logic? It's a total mess.
It devolved into an endless, agonizing labyrinth of subclauses and exceptions. It just wasn't working.
Was there another justificationist attempt?
Yeah, another one was the no false assumptions account. This one tried to be simpler. It just demanded that a subject's justification must not rely on any false assumptions,
Okay.
whether those assumptions were conscious or entirely unconscious.
Let's look at Henry in the barn facade case with this rule. Even though he didn't run a logic puzzle, his brain unconsciously assumes he's driving through normal farmland, where objects that look exactly like barns are, in fact, barns.
And that unconscious assumption is completely false in this specific county.
Therefore, his justification is voided, and he lacks knowledge.
Exactly.
But again, this gets so messy so fast. Think about how many unconscious assumptions you and I are making right this exact second, just sitting in this room.
Thousands of them.
I'm assuming the concrete foundation of this building isn't currently turning to liquid. I'm assuming the oxygen in this room hasn't been secretly siphoned out and replaced with a tasteless, hallucinogenic gas.
Right. If literally any of your millions of background assumptions are slightly off, does all your knowledge instantly evaporate? It's too strict.
So, because trying to tweak the internal rules of justification became overly subjective and mathematically exhausting, the entire field of epistemology executed a massive, historic pivot.
Philosophers basically threw up their hands and asked, what if the problem isn't the internal justification happening inside our heads?
What if the real problem is the physical, objective, real-world connection between the human mind and external reality?
Pay very close attention to this shift. This is the moment epistemology moves away from internal logic puzzles and moves directly toward external physics and modal logic.
The reliability solutions era.
Yes. These new accounts don't care about what's happening inside your conscious mind. They focus entirely on the objective, reliable relationship between your belief and the actual state of the universe.
We need to dissect three major heavyweight accounts in this category: causation, sensitivity, and safety.
Let's kick it off with the causal account. Causal account, which was heavily championed by Alvin Goldman himself.
Right. This theory is brilliantly simple. It demands that for a true belief to qualify as knowledge, there must be a literal, appropriate causal connection between the physical fact in the world and your mental belief in that fact.
Think back to the sheep on the hill. Why don't you actually know there's a sheep?
Because the actual hidden sheep in the ditch didn't cause your belief. The weirdly shaped rock caused your belief. The physical chain of causation is broken.
Exactly. Look at the Have-It and No-Got car case. Have-It's secret car sitting under a tarp in his garage did not cause your belief that someone owns a car. No-Got's pathological lies caused it. The causal wire is snipped.
The causal account is fantastic. It operates like an epistemic X-ray machine, instantly revealing the broken bones in the Gettier cases.
However, as we discussed earlier, what happens when we run Henry in the barn facade through this X-ray machine?
Oh boy. This is where the causal account hits a massive, likely, fatal wall.
Henry looks out his window at a real barn. The physical photons of light bounce off the actual red wood of the real barn, travel through the physical air, strike Henry's retinas, and travel up his optic nerve to chemically cause his belief.
The physical causal connection is absolutely flawlessly intact and highly appropriate.
And yet, we all agreed a few minutes ago that Henry does not possess knowledge because he's driving through a deceptive movie set.
The causal account is completely paralyzed. It cannot explain why Henry lacks knowledge.
Exactly, because the physical causality is working perfectly, but the environment itself is hostile. The world is trying to trick him.
So the causal account totally fails the barn test.
This failure forces the philosophical community to abandon simple physical causation and venture into modal logic.
Modal logic, which is basically the complex logic of what-if scenarios and alternate realities.
Right. This brings us to the sensitivity account. Sensitivity account, proposed by Robert Nozick.
Okay, Nozick. Sensitivity ditches physical chains and uses a counterfactual test. It asks one specific question. If the proposition were actually false, would the subject still believe it?
If the answer is yes, then your belief is not sensitive to the truth, and therefore it is not knowledge.
Let's run Nozick's sensitivity test on our problem cases. Take the sheep on the hill. Let's ask the question. If the proposition were false meaning, if there were actually no hidden sheep in that ditch, would you still be standing there believing there was a sheep on the hill?
Yes, absolutely, because you are still staring at the sheet-shaped rock.
Therefore, your belief is insensitive to the truth. It fails Nozick's test. You do not have knowledge.
Okay, it works beautifully on the sheep. Now let's throw it at our ultimate boss fight, Henry in the barn.
Let's ask the question. If the proposition were false meaning, If Henry was actually staring at one of the fake papier-mâché facades instead of the one real barn, would he still believe he was looking at a real barn?
Yes, because the fakes are designed to look totally identical.
Therefore, his belief is totally insensitive to the truth. He fails the test. The sensitivity account successfully solves the barn facade case.
It is an incredibly powerful analytical tool. However, here's the critical twist. Lean in and focus on this next part, because here is the fatal structural flaw. The sensitivity account completely destroys our second foundational assumption, deductive closure. And it gets absolutely dismantled by a highly specific, deeply unsettling thought experiment known as the healthy grandmother case.
Oh man, I love this case. It is so deliciously dark and weird.
It really is.
Okay, picture this. Imagine a loving, elderly grandmother who goes to visit her grandson. She walks into the living room, uses her perfectly fine vision to look at the boy who is running around happily playing with his toys.
She immediately forms the true belief, my grandson is healthy.
Now, let's put this belief through Nozick's sensitivity test. If the proposition were false, if the boy were actually deathly ill, would she still believe he was healthy?
Now here is the insane twist. The boy's parents are pathologically terrified of upsetting the grandmother's fragile heart.
They have literally sworn a blood oath that if the boy ever gets sick, they will secretly lock him in the basement and hire a perfectly healthy, identical look-alike child actor to run around the living room to trick the grandmother.
It's an absolutely bizarre, almost dystopian family dynamic, but it serves a rigorous surgical philosophical purpose.
Let's apply the sensitivity counterfactual to this nightmare.
If the grandson were actually sick, meaning the proposition is false, the parents would execute their plan and deploy the child actor. The grandmother would walk in, look at the hired actor, and still believe her grandson is healthy.
Because she would still believe the proposition, even if it were a total lie, her belief is officially categorized as insensitive.
According to Nozick's sensitivity account, the grandmother does not know her grandson is healthy right now, even though she is staring directly at her actual healthy grandson.
But that is completely absurd. She is looking directly at her actual flesh and blood healthy grandson. Any normal person would say she knows he's healthy.
It's very counterintuitive.
But it gets so much worse when you try to apply deductive closure. Because she's looking right at him, she surely deduces, I am looking at my actual grandson, not a hired look-alike.
Is that deduced belief sensitive? Let's test it. If she were actually looking at a look-alike, would she believe she wasn't?
Yes, because she'd be completely fooled by the actor.
So the sensitivity test tells us she doesn't know she isn't looking at a look-alike. But it previously told us she does know he is healthy. It completely shatters the logical chain of deduction.
The fundamental problem with sensitivity is that it forces us to track the truth into completely bizarre sci-fi alternate dimensions like families hiring child actors or brains in vats.
And because of that, it frequently yields mathematical results that deeply fundamentally offend our basic human epistemic intuition.
This catastrophic failure led philosophers, most notably Ernest Socha, to abandon Nozick and propose a totally different modal test, the safety account.
So Sosa basically takes the counterfactual and flips it upside down. Instead of asking, what if reality were different, safety asks, if the subject were to believe the proposition, would the proposition be true?
Let me translate that into plainer English.
Right.
In all the nearby, highly similar alternate realities where you form this exact same belief, is the belief almost always true? In other words, could you have easily been wrong?
I want to use a sturdy bridge analogy here to make this crystal clear.
Please do.
The old sensitivity test asks, what if the bridge collapsed? While the new safety test asks, given how this bridge is constructed, could it easily collapse? Safety is entirely about the robustness and stability of your belief in your current immediate environment.
Let's run the safety test on our toughest case. The barn facade. Henry forms the belief that is a barn. Is that belief safe? Could Henry have easily been wrong?
Yes, incredibly easily. In dozens of nearby, highly similar alternate realities where he turns his head a few degrees earlier or later, he forms the exact same belief while staring at a wooden prop.
His belief is dangerously unsafe. Therefore, he lacks knowledge. The safety account handles the barn facade case perfectly.
But as is the tradition in philosophy, the moment you build a new wall, someone figures out how to knock it down.
And this brings us to a really fun case by Juan Comesaña. It's the costume party example.
We're going to keep the cultural references generic here. Imagine you get invited to a massive neighborhood-wide costume party.
You get to the neighborhood, but you're totally lost.
Yeah.
You happen to see the guy hosting the party standing on a street corner holding a clipboard.
You walk up to him wearing your pirate costume and ask, "Hey man, where's the party?"
The host smiles and says, "It's right down the street at the big red house." You immediately form the true belief. The party is at the red house.
A completely mundane, everyday interaction that logically results in a justified true belief.
But wait. Unbeknownst to you, the host of this party is a deeply petty, strange individual who holds an intense, irrational hatred for people dressed as vampires.
The host had secretly decided that morning, if anyone walks up to me wearing a vampire costume, I'm going to maliciously lie to their face and send them to the wrong house on the other side of town.
Now let's put your pirate costume belief through the safety account test. Is your belief safe? Could you have easily been wrong?
The answer is yes. If you had simply grabbed the vampire costume out of your closet instead of the pirate costume that morning, which is a very easy, highly probable, nearby alternate reality, you would have walked up, asked the exact same question, and formed a completely false belief because the host would have lied to you.
And therefore, according to the strict mechanics of the safety account, your belief is deemed unsafe. You could have easily been deceived by a simple wardrobe change.
And because it is technically unsafe, the safety account mathematically mandates that you do not actually have knowledge of where the party is.
But that is ridiculous. I walked up to the guy throwing the party. I asked a direct question. He gave me the 100% correct answer, and I walked to the house. I obviously knew where the party was.
It seems like it.
The fact that this host has some weird, totally untriggered psychological hang-up about vampires shouldn't retroactively reach back in time and destroy my knowledge.
And thus, we hit another wall. The reliability shift was a valiant effort. It provided us with incredibly powerful new lenses to view the problem: causation, sensitivity, and safety.
But it still leaves us stranded with these absurd edge cases that feel profoundly unsatisfying.
If strict causal physics and complex modal logic still yield these bizarre paradoxes, maybe the fundamental flaw is that we're trying to apply rigid, universal mathematical formulas to messy human cognition.
Maybe we need to stop looking at the math and start looking at the nuanced context of the environment and the intellectual character of the person holding the belief.
This specific frustration transitions us entirely to the theories of relevant alternatives and intellectual virtue.
Let's dive into the relevant alternatives approach first. This was heavily championed by Fred Dretske and Alvin Goldman.
This theory basically states that to have actual knowledge, your evidence must specifically rule out all contextually relevant alternative facts.
The massive glowing neon keyword here is relevant.
The underlying genius of this approach is that it finally acknowledges that our epistemic demands, the bar we have to clear to claim knowledge, actually shift and change based on the physical environment we are in.
Let's go back to Henry. If Henry is driving through a perfectly normal, boring town in Ohio and he sees a barn, the alternative hypothesis that maybe it is a papier-mâché fake built by a movie crew is simply not a relevant alternative. It's a paranoid delusion.
Therefore, he doesn't need to get out of his car and check the back of the barn to rule it out. He has knowledge.
However, if Henry is driving through barn facade country, the alternative hypothesis that it is a fake suddenly becomes highly urgently relevant because the environment is literally saturated with fakes.
Because Henry cannot rule out this newly relevant alternative from the highway, he lacks knowledge.
But this immediately triggers a massive, glaring pushback. Who on earth gets to decide what a relevant alternative is? Where is the rule book?
That's the million-dollar question.
If I'm standing in my kitchen right now looking at a shiny red apple on my counter, is the hypothesis maybe it's a hyper-realistic wax apple a relevant alternative? Probably not. I don't need to bite it to know it's an apple.
But what if you're standing in a Madame Tussauds wax museum? Then it is relevant.
What if my roommate is a YouTube prankster who loves buying fake fruit?
Yeah.
Does it become relevant then? Where is the objective scientific boundary line for relevance?
Without a strict mathematical definition of what makes something relevant, the entire theory risks collapsing into circular logic. An alternative is relevant if it destroys your knowledge, and it destroys your knowledge if it's relevant.
That ambiguity is the lethal Achilles heel of the relevant alternatives approach. It feels intuitively culturally correct, but it is borderline impossible to formalize into a philosophical law.
This mounting frustration with environmental factors forces epistemologists to look inward once again. But this time, they aren't looking at the internal logic of the justification, they are looking at the actual skills of the believer.
This brings us to the competence account, which is much more commonly known as virtue epistemology. heavily developed by Ernest Sosa.
Virtue epistemology is utterly fascinating to me because it stops treating knowledge like a sterile math equation and starts treating it like an athletic performance.
It states that knowledge only occurs when a true belief stems directly from a person's intellectual competence. It's not just about getting the final answer right. It's about getting it right because of your cognitive skill.
Let's expand on a wonderful, vivid analogy to illustrate this because it clarifies the whole concept. Serena Williams playing tennis.
I love this analogy.
Imagine a deeply awkward amateur who has never held a tennis racket in their entire life. They step onto the court, close their eyes, swing the racket wildly, and randomly strike the ball with the very edge of the frame.
The ball arcs perfectly over the net, kisses the line, and lands exactly in the corner for an unstoppable, unreturnable ace.
Now, did the amateur achieve a successful outcome? Yes. But was that success born of their athletic competence? Absolutely not. It was pure, unadulterated, chaotic luck.
Now contrast that chaotic amateur with Serena Williams. She steps up to the baseline. She reads the opponent's stance, she calculates the wind, she tosses the ball perfectly, and she executes a biomechanically flawless serve that lands in the exact same spot for an ace.
Her success is not luck. It is a direct manifestation of her deeply ingrained athletic virtue. Virtue epistemology steps back and argues that every single Gettier case we've talked about today is just the cognitive equivalent of that lucky amateur swing.
Precisely. When Smith deduces that the man who gets the job has 10 coins, his cognitive swing is wildly off balance because his starting stance, his premise is totally false.
He hits an ace, he arrives at the truth, but it is absolutely not due to his epistemic competence.
When you look at the rock that looks like a sheep, your visual competence is failing you. You are being completely tricked by nature. The fact that there is a real sheet hidden in the ditch is just like lucky bounce on the court.
Virtue epistemology elegantly reframes the entire debate by defining knowledge as a cognitive success that is rightfully credited to the agent's intellectual virtues.
But come on, even Serena Williams occasionally hits the frame of the racket and gets a lucky bounce that wins the point. Can we ever truly, perfectly separate our internal intellectual competence from the chaotic luck of the external environment?
After decades of examining these incredibly complex, twisting definitions, JTB, diffeasibility, causal X-rays, sensitivity counterfactuals, safety bridges, relevant alternatives, virtue epistemology.
After piling subclause upon subclause, trying to patch every single leak, a very radical, almost rebellious question begins to emerge in the philosophical community.
What if this entire project is flawed from the ground up? What if we just start trying to define knowledge altogether?
This is the massive radical departure that defines the modern bleeding edge of the field today. We are moving into the knowledge-first approach, and we are officially abandoning the definitional quest.
E.J. Craig was one of the very first voices to articulate this pivot. He proposed what he called a practical approach.
He argued that this obsessive, century-spanning search for strict, necessary, and sufficient conditions, trying to perfectly isolate JTB plus X, is a philosophical dead end. It is a fundamentally misguided project.
Craig steps up to the podium and basically says, instead of asking, what are the microscopic atomic components of knowledge, we should be asking a sociological question.
Why do human beings, as a tribal social species, need to invent the word know in the first place? What is the actual on-the-ground practical point of this concept?
Craig observed that humans are highly vulnerable, physically weak creatures who rely desperately on accurate information to survive the wilderness. We need to know where the clean water is, where the predators are hiding, who has the food reserves.
Therefore, he argued, we developed the concept of knowledge as a linguistic tool to flag reliable informants in our community.
When I point at someone and say, she knows where the water is, I am not making a complex, multi-layered metaphysical claim about the sensitivity or safety of her internal doxastic states.
I am simply placing a practical social marker on her. I am signaling to the rest of the tribe that she is a source of information we can safely bet our lives on.
It's a completely functional definition, not a structural one.
It's like trying to define a chair by meticulously listing its atomic structure, the exact geometric angles of the wood, and the chemical composition of the fabric, versus just looking at it and saying, a chair is just a fundamental concept we use to identify things we can sit on.
That is a perfect analogy. But the philosopher Timothy Williamson took this radical departure and pushed it even further with his knowledge-first epistemology.
Mark this down. Pin this to your mental bulletin board, because this is perhaps the single most significant paradigm shift in recent epistemological history.
Williamson stops treating knowledge as a puzzle to be solved. He treats knowledge as a primitive baseline.
This breaks my brain every time I read it. For literally 2,500 years, from Plato straight through to the 1990s, everyone assumed that knowledge was a composite object. They thought it was a building constructed out of smaller, more fundamental bricks. Belief plus truth plus justification.
Williamson walks onto the construction site and says, no, knowledge isn't the building, knowledge is the brick.
It is not a composite of smaller, simpler concepts. It is the fundamental, primitive, indivisible state of mind that connects a human being to reality.
Williamson makes a breathtakingly bold, mathematically elegant assertion that summarizes his entire sweeping framework. He states that evidence equals knowledge.
This is the famous EK formula. He argues that your body of evidence is nothing more and nothing less than exactly the set of propositions that you actively know.
You do not build knowledge out of a pile of evidence. Your evidence is your knowledge.
But wait, I have to stop and explore this, because it feels so intensely counterintuitive to how we normally speak in English.
Go for it.
If I am a homicide detective standing at a gruesome crime scene, I gather evidence. I find blood spatters, I take photos of footprints, to eventually, weeks later, build up to the knowledge of who committed the murder.
But Williamson is looking at you and saying, your evidence is your knowledge.
So my basic knowledge that there is a blood spatter on this specific wall is the evidence I use to form further, more complex beliefs.
Right.
But here is the ultimate million-dollar question for you listening right now. If evidence strictly requires knowledge, how do we ever gain evidence to learn something completely new?
That is the exact agonizing tension that makes Williamson's work so fiercely debated in universities today.
If EK, aren't we trapped in a vicious psychological loop where we can only ever use what we already know to justify what we already know?
He argues that acquiring knowledge is just a fundamental, raw psychological capacity, much like seeing colors or hearing sounds. When you, the detective, perceive the blood spatter on the wall, your brain enters into a state of knowing that it is there.
And that primitive, instant state of knowing immediately becomes your hard evidence for further deductive reasoning.
He completely bypasses the need to build knowledge out of non-knowledge ingredients. It is a breathtakingly elegant, aggressive solution that essentially looks back at the entire history we just discussed and declares the Gettier problem to be a symptom of a diseased, backwards methodology.
Okay, let's take a massive breath and unpack this entire journey, because we have covered an incredible, exhausting amount of philosophical terrain today.
We started in the ancient, comforting, solid stability of the justified true belief model. We watched it survive for centuries.
Only to be completely and violently annihilated by the devastating Edmund Gettier earthquake of 1963, which mathematically proved that lucky guesses can perfectly masquerade as JPB.
We then waded through the incredibly complex, often frustrating justificationist patches, trying desperately to fend off hidden defeaters and misleading liars like Mrs. Grabbit.
We then tracked the entire field's migration away from internal logic and toward external reliability, examining how causal chains, Nozick's counterfactual sensitivity, and Sosa's robust safety attempted to physically anchor our beliefs to reality.
And we watched those fail, tripped up by wildly complex scenarios involving healthy grandmothers, child actors, and petty costume party hosts.
We looked at how relevant alternatives and virtue epistemology tried to bring environmental context and human athletic skill back into the equation.
And finally, we arrived at the modern radical edge. Craig's practical tribal flagging of informants, and Williamson's mind-bending knowledge-first approach.
Where we just stop trying to dissect knowledge and instead accept it as the fundamental, unbreakable bedrock of our evidence.
It is a profound, almost humbling realization that the harder we try to scientifically define our cognitive connection to the universe, the more elusive and slippery it becomes.
Which perfectly sets up where we go next. If defining what it actually means to know, a simple fact, is this incredibly fragile, this easily broken by a fake wooden barn or a stopped clock.
What happens when a hardcore skeptic comes along and claims that because of all these fragilities, because of all these loopholes, we actually know absolutely nothing about the outside world?
That is the terrifying existential cliff we are jumping off in episode 4.
Skepticism is where all these abstract definitions we dissected today crash violently into our everyday waking reality. It is going to be a rigorous, potentially unsettling discussion.
I cannot wait to tear into it. But before we wrap up today, I want to leave you with a provocative thought to mull over while you go about your day.
Think about a time you relied heavily on your car's GPS to get somewhere important, maybe a job interview or a wedding.
You followed its directions turn by turn, You arrived perfectly on time, and you felt completely confident. But later you found out the GPS system was totally glitching the entire trip. It had lost its satellite connection 20 minutes in and was just randomly guessing the turns based on your previous driving habits, and it just happened to guess perfectly right.
Did you actually know where you were going?
Let us know your thoughts in the comments. We'll see you next time. Welcome to Kitab Podcast, everyone. We are on episode 4 of our series covering the text Epistemology, a contemporary introduction by Alvin the Goldman and Matthew McGrath.
Yep, and today we're doing a really deep dive into chapter 4, so that's specifically pages 81 through 102.
Right, and today's mission is, well, it's tackling one of the most, maddening and inescapable problems in human thought.
Oh, absolutely. Skepticism.
Yeah, skepticism.
Yeah.
But before we map out the architecture of that whole problem, we need to quickly connect it to our previous discussion.
Right, episode 3.
Exactly. So in episode 3, we tackled the challenge of defining knowledge, specifically, looking at how Gettier cases just fundamentally disrupted the traditional idea that knowledge is simply a justified true belief.
Yeah, we saw that basically cosmic luck can accidentally make a belief true.
Right, which totally disqualifies it from being actual knowledge.
Exactly.
And we also brought up a very specific logical rule during that discussion, the deductive closure principle.
Yes, that is crucial.
Right, and I want you to pin this exact thought in your mind, because we are going to put that principle under a microscope today. It's basically the structural load-bearing pillar for the entire skeptical argument.
It really is, but I guess you should define the threat first, right?
Yeah, okay, let's unpack this, because when we use the word skepticism in, daily life, we usually mean having a healthy amount of doubt.
Right, like you might be skeptical of a politician's promises or, a new diet trend.
Exactly. But philosophical skepticism, which we'll call skepticism with a capital S, operates on a completely different scale. So how do Goldman and McGrath define the boundaries of this threat?
Well, they define philosophical skepticism as the rigorous claim that we completely lack knowledge or lack justified belief across a really significant and important domain.
So it's not just a feeling of doubt.
No, not at all. The skeptic isn't just expressing a temporary hesitation. I mean, they are making a definitive assertion about the hard limits of human cognition.
Wow. Okay, so to tackle this, we have to divide the concept into 2 distinct categories, right?
Yeah, local skepticism and global skepticism. So local skepticism isolates a specific domain of inquiry and argues that knowledge within that boundary is just impossible.
While leaving the rest of our knowledge intact.
Exactly. It just cordons off one area.
Okay, so a prime example of local skepticism would be the problem of the future.
That's a great one.
Yeah, I feel incredibly confident that the sun is going to rise tomorrow morning.
Right, we all do.
And my justification is the overwhelming historical data of the sun rising every single day of my life. And, the scientific models of celestial mechanics.
But the local skeptic steps in right there and points out a hard logical barrier.
Right. They say, you haven't experienced tomorrow.
Exactly. All your data points are entirely in the past.
Yeah. My scientific models are based on how physics operated in the past, so I'm using past consistency to guarantee future consistency.
But there is no purely logical rule that dictates the laws of physics cannot spontaneously change in the next 5 minutes.
Right. So therefore, I don't actually know the sun will rise.
Yeah.
I just heavily anticipate it.
Yeah, it's unsettling. Another classic local domain is the minds of others.
Oh, the problem of other minds.
Yeah. I mean, you have immediate direct access to your own internal theater, right?
Right, like I feel my own pain, I hear my own internal monologue.
Exactly. But look at the person sitting across from you on a train. You see their physical movements. You hear sounds coming from their vocal cords.
I see water leaking from their eyes, so I use inference to decide they're sad.
Right, but you never actually experience their sadness. So a local skeptic argues that you cannot truly know that anyone else is actually conscious.
Because they could just be, what, a philosophical zombie?
Exactly, a biological automaton perfectly programmed to mimic human behavior without any internal spark of awareness.
And I can't logically prove otherwise.
No, you really can't.
Man, as unsettling as that is, local skepticism still leaves me with a functioning reality.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, I might not know if the person next to me is conscious, but I still know I'm sitting on a train. I still know basic math.
Right. But global skepticism, however, is a different beast entirely.
Yeah, it really is.
It takes the very concept of an external reality and it dissolves it completely.
So global skepticism is the radical sweeping doubt of all knowledge regarding the external world.
Exactly. It suggests that you possess absolutely no knowledge outside of your own isolated, immediate mental states.
Which is terrifying.
Hmm.
And to trace the genesis of this kind of totalizing doubt, we have to look back to the 17th century.
Right, specifically to René Descartes.
Yeah, and his Meditations on First Philosophy, which was published in 1641.
And we have to remember, Descartes was writing during a time of immense scientific upheaval. Old models of the universe were being completely torn down.
So he wanted to establish a permanent, unshakable foundation for human knowledge.
Right. And to do that, he decided to employ a method of radical doubt.
Which means he resolved to systematically withhold belief from any idea that possessed even a microscopic margin of doubt.
Exactly. So he starts by looking at his primary instrument for gathering data, which is his sensory perception.
And he immediately spots a flaw.
Yeah, a big one. Our senses routinely lie to us.
Oh, for sure. Like a straight stick looks bent when you submerge it in water.
Or a mirage looks like an oasis in the desert. And, if a witness lies to you once, you don't trust them completely ever again.
Right. But Descartes doesn't stop at optical illusions. He introduces the dream argument.
Yeah, this is where it gets heavy. He notes that as a human being, he sleeps.
And when he sleeps, his brain generates realities that feel completely tangible.
Exactly. Descartes observes this profound, terrifying truth about the human condition.
Right. He reflects on how often he has dreamt that he was sitting in his chair, wearing his winter gown, holding a piece of paper.
When the physical reality was that he was undressed and asleep in his bed.
Right, so he examines the texture of these illusions. And his critical realization is that there exist no definitive, foolproof marks to distinguish the state of waking from the state of sleep.
And listen closely to this next part because it pulls the foundational floorboards right out from under you.
Yeah, it really does.
If there is no internal test you can perform that definitively proves you are awake, then you cannot prove you are not dreaming right now.
Wow. So the chair beneath you, the sound of my voice, the memory of what you had for breakfast.
These could all be highly detailed hallucinations generated by a dormant brain.
So if you cannot defeat the possibility that you are currently dreaming, you lose the right to claim you know anything about your immediate physical surroundings.
Exactly. The structural brilliance of the dream argument is its efficiency.
Right. The skeptic doesn't need to prove that life is a dream.
No, the burden of proof is entirely on you. The skeptic only requires you to admit that some dreams are indistinguishable from waking life.
And that you currently lack a guaranteed metric to differentiate the two states.
Right. Once you concede that lack of a metric, your certainty just collapses.
But Descartes pushes the thought experiment even further.
He has to, yeah.
Because even in a chaotic dream, certain foundational rules seem to apply. I mean, I might dream about a flying horse, but the horse still has a shape.
Right. It still has a color.
Yeah. 2 plus 2 still equals 4 in the dream world.
Yeah.
The fundamental building blocks of cognition seem immune to the dream state.
So Descartes escalates to the absolute maximum level of paranoia. He introduces the concept of the evil genius, or the evil demon.
Okay, what is that?
Well, Descartes posits a hypothetical scenario where the universe is not governed by a benevolent God, but by a being of supreme power and infinite cunning.
Who has dedicated all their energies to deceiving him.
Exactly. In this scenario, the entire external universe, the sky, the earth, colors, shapes, sounds, they're nothing but illusions manufactured by this demon.
So even the internal logic of mathematics is corrupted.
Yes. When Descartes adds 2 and 3, the demon manipulates his mind to make him feel the absolute certainty that the answer is 5.
Even if the objective truth is something completely different.
Right.
That is wild. And fast forward to contemporary epistemology, and we have translated that evil genius into a concept that fits our modern technological anxieties.
Yeah, the brain in a vat scenario, the BIV.
Right. So imagine that last night, while you were sleeping, a team of rogue neuroscientists broke into your room, surgically removed your brain, and placed it into a vat of life-sustaining nutrient fluid.
Okay, gross, but yeah.
And they then connected millions of microscopic electrodes into your neural pathways and hooked your brain up to a supercomputer.
So right now, that computer is feeding you the exact electrical impulses required to perfectly simulate the experience of listening to this audio.
Exactly. Feeling the temperature of the room and possessing the body you think you inhabit.
So the brain in a vat is functionally identical to the evil genius. It is an airtight, skeptical scenario designed to mimic reality from the inside out.
Right. Everything you see, taste, touch, and smell is mathematically accounted for by the simulation. The software is flawless.
But let's play devil's advocate here.
Okay.
I am going to challenge this directly because it feels like a thought experiment that ignores how the brain actually processes continuity.
How so?
Well, when I dream, the narrative is fractured. The laws of physics glitch. I walk through a door in a house and suddenly I am on a boat.
True.
Waking life possesses an incredibly rigid structural continuity. Actions have permanent consequences. Doesn't the sheer, unyielding structural consistency of my daily life serve as the definitive test that proves I'm awake and not in a vat?
Ah, okay. Well, the skeptic anticipates that exact defense.
They do.
Yeah, because you are relying on a comparison, right? You're comparing your memory of the structure of waking life against your memory of the chaos of dream life.
Right.
But consider the capabilities of the supercomputer or the evil genius. If they have total access to your neural pathways, they control your memory banks.
Oh, man.
How do you know that your memory of waking life's consistency wasn't implanted into your cortex exactly 5 seconds ago?
Wow. So the deceiver controls the very cognitive tools I'm attempting to use to escape the deception?
Exactly. Your sense of logic, your standard for continuity, your memory of the past, they're all compromised.
So the trap is completely sealed from the inside. Any logical tool I pick up to break the glass was manufactured by the people running the simulation.
Yep. Okay, so let's look at how Goldman and McGrath formally structure these skeptical possibility arguments, which they abbreviate as SK arguments, in the text.
They break the trap down into a really simple, devastating syllogism. The formal SK argument relies on two premises leading to an unavoidable conclusion.
Okay, lay it out for us.
Premise 1. You do not know that the skeptical scenario is false. For instance, you do not know that you are not a brain in a vat.
Right, because of what we just discussed, I can't prove I'm not.
Exactly. Then premise 2. Unless you can rule out the skeptical scenario, you know nothing ordinary.
Give me an example of something ordinary.
For instance, unless you know you aren't a brain in a vat, you don't know you have hands.
Okay, and the conclusion.
The conclusion naturally and logically follows. Therefore, you know nothing ordinary. You do not know that you have hands.
Man. The terrifying thing about this argument is its elegance.
It really is. I mean, premise 1 is just an admission of our biological limits. We simply don't have the perspective to see outside our own sensory inputs.
And premise 2 seems like basic common sense. If my having hands depends on me having a real body, and I don't know I have a real body, I obviously can't know I have hands.
Right. So if we are going to rescue the concept of human knowledge, we have to find a way to snap this logical chain. We either have to prove premise 1 is false or prove premise 2 is false.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, this is where we bring back the concept we flagged at the beginning, the deductive closure principle, or closure principle.
Yeah. To understand why premise 2 possesses such an iron grip on our intuition, we have to recognize the hidden engine powering it.
Which is closure.
Exactly.
Right.
Premise 2 operates entirely on the assumption that deductive closure is an unbreakable law of epistemology.
So let's explicitly define that updated closure principle for everyone. It states, if you know proposition P, and you know that P logically entails proposition Q, then you are in a position to know Q.
Let's ground this in a culturally neutral physical reality.
Good idea.
Imagine proposition P is, I am currently locked inside a windowless, soundproof room. And you know this is true.
Okay.
You also know that being locked inside this room logically entails proposition Q, I am not standing outside in the pouring rain.
Right, obviously.
Because you know P, and you recognize that P completely guarantees Q, the deductive closure principle dictates that you are in a position to know Q.
So I know I aren't getting rained on, even without being able to look outside, simply by deducing it from my current physical state.
Exactly. It is how human beings expand their knowledge without having to directly observe every single fact in the universe.
It is the absolute bedrock of logical deduction.
But the global skeptic turns this incredibly useful tool into a weapon. They basically swap out the variables.
How so?
The skeptic says, let proposition P be your ordinary belief. I have hands. And let proposition Q be the anti-skeptical belief. I am not a handless brain in a vat.
Go.
If you claim to know you have hands, and you fully understand that having hands logically entails that you are not a handless brain floating in a jar, then according to closure, you must be in a position to know you are not a brain in a vat.
Ah, I see. And the trap springs shut because the skeptic has already forced you to concede premise 1.
Exactly. You have already admitted that you don't know you aren't a brain in a vat. You don't know Q.
And because the closure principle tightly bonds P and Q together, the logical current flows backward.
Yes. If knowing P requires knowing Q and you demonstrably lack the knowledge of Q, then your knowledge of P evaporates.
You cannot know you have hands. Deductive closure is literally the mortar holding premise 2 together.
It is.
So if premise 2 derives all its power from the closure principle, then perhaps our first line of defense is a surgical strike on the closure principle itself.
Right. What if knowing an ordinary fact about your body doesn't actually require you to know you aren't in a simulation?
This leads us directly to the philosopher Robert Nozick and his highly controversial strategy for dismantling the skeptic's trap.
Yeah, Nozick approaches the problem by fundamentally re-examining the conditions required for something to count as knowledge.
He introduces what he calls the sensitivity account.
Right. Nozick argues that for a true belief to graduate into actual knowledge, that belief must be acutely sensitive to the truth. It must track reality dynamically.
Okay, let's explore the mechanics of sensitivity. What exactly does it mean for a belief to track the truth?
To say your true belief in proposition P is sensitive means we must subject it to a counterfactual test.
A counterfactual test.
Yeah. We ask, if P were hypothetically false, would you still believe P?
Okay.
If your belief is sensitive, the answer is no. If the reality of the situation changes, your belief automatically changes to reflect the new reality.
So your internal mental state is tethered to the external fact.
Exactly.
I want to run this test on an ordinary belief to make sure I get it. Let's take the proposition, I have hands.
Right?
According to Nozick, is my belief that I have hands sensitive. Let's apply the counterfactual. If the proposition were false, meaning if I had lost my hands in a severe accident, would I still walk around believing I had hands?
No, of course not.
Right? My visual cortex would register the absence of hands, my nervous system would register the pain, and my brain would immediately form a new, updated belief. I do not have hands.
Because your belief alters when the physical facts alter, your belief that you have hands is highly sensitive.
Therefore, Nozick grants that I actually know I have hands.
Yes. Your biological apparatus tracks the truth of your immediate environment effectively.
Okay.
Now, Nozick forces us to apply that exact same sensitivity standard to the anti-skeptical belief.
Oh, this is going to be tricky. Let's take the proposition, I am not a brain in a vat. We run the counterfactual test.
Right. If that proposition were false meaning, if you were actually a disembodied brain floating in nutrient fluid, would you still believe you were not a brain in a vat?
Yes, I would.
Exactly.
Because the entire premise of the brain in a vat is that the supercomputer is perfectly simulating a normal life.
Yep. The evil neuroscientist is feeding your isolated brain the visual data of a podcast studio, the auditory data of this conversation.
So if I were a brain in a vat, I would still fiercely, confidently believe that I was a normal human being with a body.
Right. Your belief does not change when the underlying reality changes. Therefore, your belief that you are not a brain in a vat is entirely insensitive. It fails the test.
So what does this all mean? What's the conclusion?
Well, the conclusion Nozick draws from this is revolutionary, but highly distressing for traditional logicians.
Why?
Because your belief about having hands is sensitive, you retain your ordinary knowledge. You know you have hands.
Okay.
But because your belief about the simulation is insensitive, you fail to acquire that knowledge. You do not know that you are not a brain in a vat.
Wait, really? So Nozick happily accepts premise 1 of the skeptical argument.
Yes. He agrees you are ignorant of your true metaphysical state. But he shatters premise 2.
He completely severs the logical requirement that ties ordinary knowledge to anti-skeptical knowledge.
Exactly. He denies the deductive closure principle.
I need to pause here because the philosophical whiplash is intense. I am a huge devil's advocate for logic here. This outcome is known in epistemology as the abominable conjunction.
It is, yeah.
And Nozick has provided a blueprint to save all our daily functional knowledge. But the price of that salvation is forcing us to accept a sentence that feels completely inherently contradictory.
Right. He asks us to look at our lives and say, I know that I'm holding a cup of coffee, but I do not know that I am not a disembodied brain floating in a laboratory jar.
The profound discomfort I'm experiencing is shared by the vast majority of philosophers, right?
Oh, absolutely. The abominable conjunction violates a fundamental intuitive sense of how logic is supposed to operate.
I mean, if you know fact A, and fact A makes fact B an absolute certainty, you should be able to deduce fact B.
Yeah. To deny deductive closure feels like amputating the very mechanism of human reasoning just to win a technical debate with a skeptic.
It feels like a Pyrrhic victory. We saved the hands, but we destroyed logic in the process.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
So if abandoning deductive closure is too heavy a toll to pay, We have to abandon Nozick's defense.
We do. We have to concede that premise 2 is solid and the closure principle holds.
And if knowing I have hands requires knowing I am not a brain in a vat, our strategy must pivot completely.
Right. We must attack premise 1.
We must look at the global skeptic and declare, you are wrong. I possess the knowledge that your simulation scenario is unequivocally false.
And this pivot introduces a completely different class of philosophical defenses, because if we are going to reject premise 1, we must provide a mechanism that justifies how we know the skeptical scenario is false.
Which brings us to the first major pathway Goldman and McGrath explore, the a priori proposal.
Yeah, the a priori proposal. To understand this, we must define the term.
Okay, what is a priori?
A priori knowledge is knowledge acquired independently of sensory experience. It is knowledge generated through pure reason, conceptual understanding, or inherent logical structures.
So I don't need to conduct a physical experiment with a tape measure to know that a triangle has 3 sides. I know it a priori.
Exactly.
Okay, so to deploy a priori reasoning against the skeptic, we look to the 18th century Scottish philosopher Thomas Reid.
Right. Reid was a towering figure in the Scottish Enlightenment, and he was deeply aggravated by the skeptical arguments that were paralyzing philosophy at the time.
So what was his solution?
Reid argued that human cognition is built upon a foundation of first principles.
First principles.
Yeah. These are self-evident propositions that we are naturally endowed with, and we are inherently justified in believing them without needing to build a complex logical proof from scratch.
Okay, so what are some of these faculties?
Well, Reid identifies several natural faculties that humans possess. Our capacity for memory, our capacity for reason, and crucially, our capacity for sensory perception.
So according to Reid, it is a first principle of human nature that these natural faculties are generally reliable?
Exactly. We don't have to prove they work before we use them. Their reliability is the baseline assumption required for thought itself.
Here's where it gets really interesting,
Mm-hmm.
because this is the tactical genius of Reid's approach. He takes these first principles and builds what we can call the consistency argument.
Right.
He turns the microscope away from the external world and points it directly at the skeptic's own behavior. He says to the skeptic, let us examine the tools you are using to build your argument that the external world is a lie.
And Reid points out a glaring structural hypocrisy here.
What is it?
Well, the skeptic relies entirely on their natural faculty of reason to construct the complex logical syllogism of the brain in a vat.
Right.
They rely entirely on their natural faculty of memory to remember the beginning of their sentence by the time they finish speaking it.
So they are implicitly trusting the testimony of their internal cognitive faculties.
Yes. To then arbitrarily declare that their natural faculty of perception is systematically deceiving them is completely inconsistent.
It's essentially a philosophical ad hominem attack against the skeptic.
It really is.
Reid is saying you cannot selectively quarantine one part of your brain as a total liar while treating the logic center of your brain as a flawless oracle.
Exactly. If human faculties are untrustworthy, then the logic you use to build the brain in a vat argument is also untrustworthy, and your argument collapses. You have to accept all the faculties, or none of them.
Okay, but, and I'm going to push back here, does calling something a natural faculty actually prove it's reliable?
That is the vulnerability in the a priori proposal.
Right, because the skeptic can absorb the accusation of hypocrisy and still demand an answer.
Yeah. The skeptic can reply, perhaps I am inconsistent in trusting my reason over my perception, but my hypocrisy does not automatically prove that the external world exists.
Yeah, you are simply declaring that it is a first principle that our senses are reliable. Simply calling something a natural faculty doesn't guarantee it maps onto metaphysical truth.
And I think that is a devastating counterargument. Just because human perception and human reason evolve together in the same biological package doesn't mean they are equally truth-conducive.
Right, because evolutionary biology suggests that our faculties evolved for survival and reproduction, not for discovering absolute metaphysical reality.
Exactly. It is entirely possible that a creature could evolve a highly reliable logic processor to solve basic puzzles, while possessing a visual system that hallucinates useful fictions to keep it alive.
So labeling perception a first principle feels like a convenient exit ramp to avoid dealing with the matrix.
Your critique highlights exactly why many epistemologists find the a priori proposal insufficient on its own.
It just feels a bit weak.
Yeah, relying on internal rules of thought to prove the existence of an external physical world feels logically precarious. It dictates that we must behave as if the world is real to remain logically consistent, but it falls short of proving the simulation is impossible.
This dissatisfaction forces us to look for a different kind of weapon. We must move away from armchair reasoning and look outward at the massive volume of physical evidence we encounter every second.
Which brings us to the straightforward, a posteriori proposal.
Right. Let's clearly define a posteriori knowledge.
Yeah.
This is the exact opposite of a priori.
Yes, a posteriori knowledge is deeply empirical. It relies entirely on sensory observation, physical evidence, and lived experience.
Like you know the stove is hot because you touched it and burned your hand.
Exactly. The straightforward, a posteriori proposal attempts to marshal the sheer, overwhelming weight of our daily sensory data to crush the skeptical argument.
And the primary engine for processing this data is a logical framework called inference to the best explanation.
Which is commonly referred to as abduction.
Abduction, okay.
Yeah, and we rely on abductive reasoning constantly to navigate the world. Imagine you walk into your kitchen and you see a shattered glass on the floor, and your cat is sitting on the counter looking guilty.
Okay, classic cat behavior.
Right. You did not witness the event, you do not possess deductive certainty about what happened, but you use abduction to infer that the cat knocked the glass off the counter.
Because it is the best, most rational explanation that accounts for all the available evidence.
Superior to the explanation that a ghost threw the glass, or that the glass spontaneously exploded.
So when we apply abduction to the problem of global skepticism, we have to look at the totality of our sensory data and ask, what is the single best explanation for this deeply complex, continuous stream of information?
And the straightforward a posteriori proposal argues that the best explanation is the real-world hypothesis, or RWH.
Meaning the universe actually exists independently of our minds, and our sensory experiences are the direct result of physical interactions with physical objects.
Yes, and the strongest piece of evidence supporting the real-world hypothesis is the phenomenon of coherence, specifically cross-modal coherence.
Cross-modal coherence. Take a mental step back and look the sheer order of your life right now. Our senses do not operate in isolation. They synchronize with astonishing precision.
Exactly. Let's paint a picture of this cross-modal coherence using a universally understood physical interaction.
Okay, imagine you were standing on a street and you watch a heavy rock being thrown forcefully at a large pane of glass.
Right.
Your visual system tracks the trajectory of the rock. Based on your physical understanding of the world, your brain anticipates the collision.
And in the exact fraction of a second the rock makes visual contact with the glass, your auditory system registers the loud, sharp sound of shattering.
If you were to walk forward and run your hand over the remaining shards, your tactile system would register sharp, jagged edges, and your nervous system might register a cut.
So your vision, your hearing, your sense of touch, and your understanding of cause and effect all align perfectly.
Yes, perfectly.
The straightforward, a posteriori proposal argues that this seamless synchronization across completely different sensory modalities is beautifully, simply, and elegantly explained by the real-world hypothesis.
Because the rock has physical mass, the glass has physical fragility, and they obey independent laws of physics. Your eyes, ears, and skin are receiving consistent data from an objective source.
Right. If, conversely, your reality was just a chaotic, unguided dream, there is no inherent reason why the visual hallucination of a rock should perfectly trigger the auditory hallucination of a shatter.
Therefore, by inference to the best explanation, the skeptical scenario is wildly improbable, and the real world exists.
It is the ultimate triumph of the scientific method. We look at the data, we choose the most elegant, coherent model, and we dismiss the evil demon as an unnecessarily complicated ghost story.
It feels like we finally have the skeptic pinned down.
Well, what's fascinating here is the scientific approach is incredibly persuasive. But the sophisticated skeptic does not surrender so easily.
Of course not.
They adapt their argument to counter the empirical defense. They introduce a devastating modification to the simulation, the isomorphic deceiver.
The isomorphic deceiver. Let's break down that terminology. Isomorphism is a concept borrowed from mathematics. It describes a one-to-one mapping between two complex structures that perfectly preserves all the relationships and operations between their elements.
Exactly. The skeptic proposes that the supercomputer running the brain in the vet scenario is not generating a random chaotic dream.
Yeah.
Instead, the computer is running an isomorphic simulation. It is a mathematically perfect digital replica of a physical universe.
So the computer possesses a digital file for the rock, a digital file for the glass, and a rigid, unyielding algorithm for simulated physics that calculates velocity, mass, and impact.
Yes, which means the computer algorithms guarantee that the digital rock will always shatter the digital glass.
And will always send the synchronized digital, auditory, and visual signals to the isolated brain.
Precisely the problem. Because the simulation is isomorphic, because it is structurally identical to the real world in terms of its rules, consistency, and outputs, it explains your cross-modal, coherent experiences exactly as well as the real-world hypothesis.
Wow. So the simulation hypothesis predicts the exact same sensory data as the physical reality hypothesis.
He does.
We tried to use inference to the best explanation, but the skeptic rigged the game so that we end up with two explanations that are perfectly, hopelessly tied for first place.
Yeah, adductive reasoning cannot help us choose between a physical universe and a flawless digital simulation because the data we receive on the inside of both scenarios is completely indistinguishable.
So we are right back where we started. Premise one survives. We do not know we aren't in the simulation.
And this specific point of frustration, the realization that debating the skeptic on their own terms, using complex rules of probability and explanatory models, always results in a stalemate, leads to our final and most aggressive strategy in Chapter 4.
Okay, what is it?
Well, some philosophers decide that engaging the skeptic's logic is a trap. They opt to reject premise 1 through brute force. This brings us to the bold a posteriori proposal.
The bold a posteriori proposal. And you cannot discuss this without immediately invoking the philosopher G.E. Moore and the legendary framework known as Moorean reasoning.
You really can't. The historical context here is vital. In 1939, G.E. Moore was invited to deliver a prestigious lecture to the British Academy titled Proof of an External World.
And the philosophical community, which was heavily burdened by the dense skeptical legacies of Descartes and Immanuel Kant, was highly anticipating a complex, multi-layered logical proof that would finally dismantle global skepticism.
Right. So Moore steps up to the podium, and instead of delivering a dense labyrinth of logical deductions, he does something profoundly audacious.
He raises his right hand into the air and announces, "Here is one hand."
And then he raises his left hand into the air and announces, "And here is another."
He concludes that because he has clearly demonstrated the existence of two external objects, the external world must inherently exist. And he considers the proof entirely complete.
The sheer simplicity of it is just startling. If we formalize Moore's argument, it looks like this. Premise 1. Here is one hand. Premise 2. Here is another hand. Conclusion. Therefore, external objects exist.
Moore completely sidesteps the intricate game the skeptic is playing.
He does. He refuses to engage with the demand that he must first prove he isn't dreaming or in a vat before he can claim to know anything.
He anchors his epistemology entirely to the most ordinary, undeniable facts of his immediate physical anatomy.
Yeah.
I mean, from a distance, it almost looks like a prank. Descartes spends pages weaving a terrifying nightmare of an evil demon manipulating the fabric of reality, and Moore just waves his hands in the air and says, "Nope, I have hands."
It does seem funny. But to understand why epistemologists take Moorean reasoning incredibly seriously, we have to split the concept of utility into two distinct categories.
Okay, let's do that.
We have dialectical utility and epistemological utility. The distinction between the two is the absolute key to understanding Moore.
So what's dialectical utility?
Dialectical utility refers to how effective an argument is in a live debate and the active attempt to persuade an opponent who holds an opposing view.
Okay, and epistemological utility.
That refers to whether an argument or a process actually generates genuine, justified knowledge for the individual using it, entirely independent of whether it successfully convinces anyone else in a debate.
Okay, let's use a modern analogy to illustrate the difference. Imagine you are trapped in a debate with a committed, hardcore flat earther.
Oh, perfect.
They have constructed elaborate, mathematically complex conspiracy theories about light refraction, government cover-ups, and ice walls to explain why the horizon looks flat to the naked eye.
Right.
You try to unravel their math, but they counter every point. Finally, out of sheer frustration, you pull out your phone, pull up a high-resolution satellite photo of the Earth, shove it in their face, and say, "Look, a photo of the round Earth. Therefore, the Earth is round."
Well, if we evaluate your action based on dialectical utility, you have failed catastrophically.
Really? Why?
The flat earther is not convinced. They will simply claim the photo is a digital fabrication generated by the conspiracy.
I see.
Because you have not addressed their underlying premise regarding the conspiracy, you have committed the logical fallacy of begging the question.
I have used the very evidence they are doubting images from space agencies as the proof to defeat their doubt.
Yeah,
Dialectically, my argument is totally useless.
exactly. And that perfectly mirrors Moore's interaction with the skeptic. If you wave your hand in front of a global skeptic, they will just calmly reply, "That is a highly coherent, simulated hand generated by the supercomputer you are currently hooked into."
Moore blatantly begs the question against the skeptic. He uses the external world to prove the external world. He cannot win the debate.
But we must shift our focus to epistemological utility. Return to your debate with the flat earther. The satellite photo failed to win the argument. But does that failure mean you suddenly lose your knowledge that the earth is round?
No, of course not.
Right. You are perfectly justified in looking at that photo, relying on the vast, interconnected network of scientific institutions that produced it, and genuinely using it to secure your own knowledge.
The failure of the debate does not destroy my personal epistemology.
Exactly. That reframes more completely.
Epistemologically, Moorean reasoning asks a radical question about the hierarchy of certainty. Does the raw, immediate, vivid sensory experience of looking at your own hands generate an inherent level of justification that is vastly superior to any abstract logical puzzle?
Yes. Moore is effectively saying, my psychological and epistemological certainty that I am holding up my hands right now is thousands of times stronger than my certainty in any of the tricky logical premises Descartes used to build his evil demon argument.
Why should Moore allow a speculative thought experiment to override the most foundational reality of his existence?
It is a battle of foundational weight. Moore challenges the assumption that the skeptic's abstract logic automatically has veto power over lived physical experience.
However, as Goldman and McGrath detail in the concluding sections of the chapter, leaning on Moorean reasoning leaves us in a rather precarious philosophical state.
It does. When we look back at the wreckage of Chapter 4, the takeaway is pretty sobering.
The skeptic possesses an incredibly durable architecture.
Yeah, Nozick tried to bypass it with the sensitivity account, but forcing us to accept the abominable conjunction and abandon deductive closure is a price too high for most.
And Thomas Reid tried to dismantle it a priori with first principles, but labeling our natural faculties as inherently reliable risks, assuming the very thing we are trying to prove.
We tried the empirical route with abduction, but the isomorphic deceiver forced us into a permanent explanatory tie.
And finally, Moore's bold assertion of his hands secures our personal confidence, but entirely fails to logically dismantle the skeptic's trap.
So this raises an important question: what are we left with? If no traditional epistemological response cleanly neutralizes the skeptical threat without creating significant collateral damage to our logical systems, are we doomed to intellectual despair?
The authors argue no, right?
Right. We have to fundamentally reorient our relationship to skepticism. Skeptical possibility arguments are not cognitive viruses designed to destroy human knowledge.
We shouldn't view the skeptic as an enemy trying to annihilate reality. We should view the skeptic as a rigorous diagnostic tool.
Exactly. The purpose of the brain in a vat is not to convince you that you are actually a brain in a vat. The purpose is to apply massive stress to our definitions of knowledge, evidence, and logic.
Skepticism illuminates the deep, unresolved tensions between how our internal cognitive mechanics interface with the external universe. It exposes the hidden assumptions we make every time we claim to know something.
The enduring value of studying skepticism lies in the intense intellectual friction it generates. By struggling against the skeptic's trap, we are forced to continually refine, upgrade, and clarify our epistemological frameworks.
The skeptic makes us better philosophers.
They really do.
That is a brilliant way to conceptualize it. We don't study the trap to fall into it. We study the trap to understand the mechanics of the cage. Well, take a mental step back and look at the sheer distance we have covered today. We started with Descartes, huddled by his fire, terrified by the realism of his own dreams.
We escalated to the sci-fi horror of the neuroscientist and the brain in a vat.
We mapped out how the deductive closure principle acts as the steel cable pulling the trap shut.
We watched Nozick try to cut that cable by redefining knowledge as truth-tracking sensitivity.
Leaving us in the bizarre landscape of the abominable conjunction.
We watched Reid try to catch the skeptic in a hypocritical contradiction regarding our natural faculties.
We built a beautiful scientific defense using inference to the best explanation, only to watch the isomorphic deceiver perfectly mirror our data.
And finally, we witnessed G.E. Moore aggressively assert the primacy of common sense by simply raising his hands in defiance.
It is a phenomenal winding journey through the absolute limits of human confidence and the architecture of justification.
He really is.
And before we end today's session, I want to leave you with a final provocative thought that builds directly on the ashes of this debate.
Go for it.
We have essentially conceded that you cannot purely logically or purely empirically prove beyond an absolute shadow of a doubt that you are not existing inside a flawlessly programmed simulation. The debate ends in an epistemological stalemate.
Right.
However, to function as a biological organism, to eat, to navigate a city, to build relationships, to avoid danger, you must act every single second of your life as if the real-world hypothesis is an absolute objective fact.
You have no choice.
Exactly. So here's the question to mull over. If absolute, unwavering belief in the external physical world is a hardwired prerequisite for your very survival, does that inescapable practical necessity generate a completely different category of knowledge?
Ooh, that's interesting.
Can pragmatic necessity override the requirement for pure, abstract logical deduction?
Yeah.
If the skeptic's logic prevents action, and action is required for life, does the sheer necessity of living render the skeptic's abstract logic completely irrelevant to actual human knowledge?
Man, that thought leads perfectly into the territory we will be charting in episode 5.
Tell us about it.
Next time, we will be diving into chapter 5 of the text, which directly confronts the friction between abstract philosophy and real-world stakes.
Oh, awesome.
We will explore the concepts of contextualism, pragmatic encroachment, and the knowledge norm of assertion. We are going to examine the controversial idea that the practical stakes of a situation, how much it matters whether you are right or wrong, might actually alter the fundamental definition of whether you possess knowledge at all.
It is going to fundamentally shift the parameters of everything we've built so far. But right now, we want to hear from you regarding today's core battle.
Yes.
Think back to G.E. Moore standing at that podium in 1939. Do you think Moore's hand gesture is a stroke of genius or just a philosophical cop-out? Let us know what you think in the comments. Thank you for joining us for this deep dive on Katav Podcast, and we look forward to exploring the next chapter with you soon.
Welcome to Katav Podcast, everyone. We are jumping straight into episode 5 of our series covering the book Epistemology, a contemporary introduction by Alvin the Goldman and Matthew McGrath.
Glad to be here. And yeah, we have a really fascinating topic today.
We really do. So if you recall from episode 4, we spent a lot of time wrestling with that terrifying challenge of skepticism.
Right.
Yeah.
The brain in a vat.
Exactly. This classic kind of mind-bending scenarios, like, the possibility that you are just a brain sitting in a vat of liquid plugged into some supercomputer, perfectly simulating the room you're sitting in right now.
Which is always a fun thought to wake up to.
Right. And we explored how philosophers, going all the way back to Descartes, tried to build these indestructible fortresses of logic to basically prove that our external reality exists.
Yeah, and we saw how incredibly difficult that actually is.
It is. Building that logical bridge from, the internal certainty of your own mind over to the external reality of, like, the physical chair you are sitting on right now. It's tough.
Extremely tough.
But today, we are going to approach that exact same terrifying problem from a completely different, almost subversive angle, I'd say.
I like that word subversive.
No.
Because it really is.
Yeah, we are going to look at the very language you use every single day, specifically just the word knows, and see if that tiny word holds the secret to dismantling skepticism entirely.
It's a profound shift, really, in how we do philosophy.
How so?
Well, instead of trying to define what absolute knowledge is in some, perfect abstract universe,
Right.
we are going to meticulously examine how ordinary people actually use the word know in their daily lives.
Right.
We're going to see how your stress levels, your practical risks, and even just your conversational environment intersect with your actual intellect.
Okay, so lock your focus on this next idea because it really fundamentally changes how you view your own vocabulary.
It does.
We are introducing this linguistic framework, and it's called the theory of context dependence.
Contextualism.
Right, the theory of context dependence, contextualism. And what this theory claims, essentially, is that the word knows does not have one, fixed, rigid definition.
Nope, it slides around.
Yeah. The specific sense or the strictness of the word knows actually morphs and changes depending entirely on the conversational context in which you are speaking.
To understand how a word can just change its strictness without changing its spelling, we have to look at a specific category of words in human language.
Okay, what category is that?
They are known as indexical words. indexicals.
Indexical words,
Yeah.
indexicals, got it.
Yeah. And if you think about words like I or here or now, you actually already intuitively understand how context dependence works.
Because the meaning shifts based on who says it.
Exactly. If I look at you and say the word I, that word refers to me, right? My identity is the object of that word.
Right, but if I say the word I, it suddenly refers to me instead of you.
Precisely. The linguistic function of the word is identical. It always points to the speaker, but the actual truth of what it means changes entirely based on, well, who happens to be moving their lips.
Oh, yeah. Or like if I call you on the phone from London and say, hey, it is raining here, the word here clearly means London.
Right.
But if you are sitting in Tokyo and you reply, well, it is raining here, the word here suddenly means Tokyo.
Exactly. You're both using the exact same English word.
Yeah.
But the truth conditions of those sentences are completely different, based entirely on your geographic context.
That makes total sense. And what the authors of the book are arguing is that the word knows operates on a very similar sliding scale. Right?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Though I should say, knows functions a bit more like words that dictate standards or demandingness.
What do you mean by demandingness?
Well, a perfect analogy here is the word empty.
Okay, empty.
So imagine you are standing in your kitchen, you're hungry, you open your refrigerator, and you just see like a single shriveled carrot, a crusty bottle of hot sauce, and an open box of baking soda in the back.
That sounds like my fridge in college.
Right. So you turn to your roommate, throw your hands up, and you say, the refrigerator's empty. Now, in that casual context, you are telling the truth. Every human being on Earth understands that you mean it is empty of relevant edible food.
Right, no one's going to argue with me and say, well, actually, you have hot sauce.
Exactly. But
Yeah.
then imagine a physicist walks into your kitchen.
Okay.
They bring a powerful microscope and they look inside your fridge. They see the hot sauce, the carrot, the baking soda,
Yeah.
but they also see millions of microscopic airborne bacteria, dust particles, and just countless molecules of oxygen and nitrogen.
Oh, I see where this is going.
The physicist looks at you and says, strictly speaking, this refrigerator is not empty at all. It is teeming with microscopic matter.
And the really fascinating thing is the physicist is also telling the truth.
They absolutely are. You are not wrong, and the physicist is not wrong.
You are just operating in two completely different conversational contexts.
Exactly. You are using the word empty in a low-stakes everyday context. The physicist, on the other hand, has raised the standards.
They're using it in a highly demanding, strict scientific context.
Right. And we see this with the word flat as well.
Flat, like a flat surface.
Yeah. You can say your dining room table is flat. For the purpose of eating dinner, it is flat.
It holds a plate, so it's flat.
Right. But if you put that same table under an electron microscope, it looks like the Himalayas.
Oh, yeah. All the ridges and bumps in the wood.
So under that strict microscopic context, saying the table is flat is mathematically demonstrably false.
So if I'm tracking this correctly, the theory of context dependence, contextualism, applies this exact same logic, this sliding scale, to the word knows.
That's the core idea, yes.
In everyday life, the standards for claiming I know something are relatively low. I mean, I know my name, I know where I parked my car.
Sure.
But if I walk into a philosophy classroom, the professor can suddenly just raise those standards to a microscopic level of strictness.
Which brings us directly to how this whole theory diagnoses skepticism.
Oh, right. Going back to the brain in a vat.
Remember the skeptic's argument. They say, you cannot absolutely prove that you are not a disembodied brain plugged into a computer. Therefore, you do not know that you have physical hands.
Yeah, the classic trap.
The contextualist looks at that argument and says, actually, the skeptic's logic is perfectly sound.
Wait, really? They just agree with the skeptic.
Yes. But, and this is the crucial part, only in that incredibly strict philosophical context.
Oh, I see.
The skeptic has artificially raised the conversational standard for the word knows to a level of absolute, basically godlike certainty.
Right.
In that specific demanding context, the skeptic is right. You do not know you have hands.
But wait. If we concede that the skeptic is right in that classroom, doesn't that mean we just lose all our everyday knowledge?
Why would we?
Well, do I have to walk around my office constantly hedging everything I say? Like admitting I don't know where my coffee mug is because, I might be in the Matrix?
Not at all. And that is the absolute brilliance of this resolution.
Okay, explain that, because I feel like giving the skeptic an inch means they take a mile.
Think back to the fridge. Just because the physicist is correct that your fridge is full of microscopic matter, that doesn't mean you are suddenly lying when you complain to your roommate that the fridge is empty for dinner.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Both statements are completely true in their respective contexts. The crucial mistake we have made for centuries in philosophy regarding skepticism is an error of overgeneralization.
We let the philosopher bully us, basically.
We absolutely do. We let the skeptic drag us into their incredibly strict, high-stakes context,
Right.
and then we mistakenly let that strict context destroy our ordinary, everyday context.
So we assume that because we don't know, we have hands in the microscopic philosophical sense?
You must not know we have hands when we are just typing on a keyboard at work.
But that is a linguistic illusion.
Exactly. It's a trick of language.
I love that. So we aren't even building a fortress to defeat the skeptic. We are just like putting them in a very specific soundproof linguistic box.
I like that image, a soundproof box.
We can just nod and say, sure, buddy, by your impossible standards, I know nothing. But out here in the kitchen, my standards apply. And by these standards, I know a lot.
Exactly. It defangs the skeptical threat entirely.
But, if this sliding scale exists, how do we actually measure it?
What do you mean?
Well, what are the mechanical rules that dictate when a context shifts from casual to strict? Because I imagine it isn't just about whether a philosopher happens to be physically standing in the room with you.
You're right. No, it happens in ordinary conversation all the time, completely organically.
Okay.
And philosophers have mapped out a few different ways this shift occurs. Let's look at the first major theory, which is called the relevant alternatives implementation. Relevant alternatives implementation.
The relevant alternatives implementation. Relevant alternatives implementation.
Yes. This theory essentially argues that a knowledge claim, like me saying, I know my car's in the garage, that claim is true if, and only if, my current evidence is strong enough to rule out the alternatives that are relevant to our specific conversation.
The key word there being relevant, I'm guessing.
Absolutely. You do not have to rule out every single logical possibility in the universe to claim you know something.
So no aliens stealing my car.
All right. You only have to possess evidence that eliminates the alternatives that matter right now in this particular social interaction.
Okay, let's ground this with a completely relatable international scenario.
Sounds good.
Imagine you commute to work on a bicycle. You ride your bike to a massive, bustling central train station in your city.
Okay.
You lock it securely to a heavy metal bike rack, and you catch your train.
Standard morning.
Exactly. Now, hours later, you are sitting at your desk in the office having a coffee with a colleague, and your colleague asks, hey, did you ride your bike today?
Sure.
You answer, yes, I know my bicycle is parked at the central train station.
Okay, let's freeze the conversation right there.
Right.
In that normal, everyday context, your statement is entirely true. You possess knowledge.
Because I remember locking it.
Yes, because your evidence, which is your clear memory of locking it to the rack a few hours ago, is perfectly sufficient to rule out the normal, relevant alternatives.
And what are those casual alternatives?
Maybe that you left the bike at your apartment, or that you rode it to the bakery and parked it there.
Right, and my memory easily eliminates those casual alternatives. I clearly remember the train station.
So, you meet the standard, you know it is at the station.
But now let's inject a shift in the context.
Okay, let's raise the stakes.
Suppose your colleague frowns, looks at their phone, and says, are you sure it's still there? I just read an urgent news alert. A highly organized ring of professional bicycle thieves is sweeping through the central train station right now.
Oh boy.
They have heavy machinery, they are cutting locks in seconds, and throwing dozens of bikes into unmarked vans. Are you sure it wasn't stolen by these organized bike thieves?
See, the moment your colleague speaks those words, everything in your epistemological world changes.
Because they brought up the thieves.
Yes. By explicitly mentioning the organized bike thieves, your colleague has taken a distant, unlikely alternative and dragged it directly into your conversation.
It's in the room now.
Exactly. Because it has been spoken aloud and introduced into the social space, it is suddenly a relevant alternative.
And my memory of locking the bike 3 hours ago is completely useless against this new alternative.
Completely useless.
My memory cannot prove that a guy with bolt cutters didn't steal it 20 minutes ago.
Precisely. Your evidence is suddenly insufficient. So in this new, demanding conversational context, if you were to repeat the phrase, I know my bike is there,
It would be a lie.
you would now be making a false statement. You no longer possess knowledge simply because the context shifted the goalposts.
That is wild. I see a major bug in this implementation, though.
Oh, let's hear it.
Let me just poke a hole in this. So I'm sitting in my office. My colleague brings up the terrifying bike thieves at the train station. According to this theory, I lose my knowledge about my bike.
Correct.
But what about my favorite shoes?
Your shoes.
Yeah, I left my shoes sitting by the front door inside my apartment. My colleague didn't say anything about a gang of organized shoe thieves breaking into apartments.
Right.
So the alternative of shoe thieves hasn't been spoken aloud. It isn't relevant.
Okay, I see where you're going.
Does that mean I still know my shoes are safe, even though I just lost the right to say I know my bike is safe?
That is an excellent observation, and it is exactly the bug that critics of this implementation highlight.
Because it feels incredibly disjointed.
It does. Your evidence for both the bike and the shoes is fundamentally identical, right?
Yeah, it's just my memory of leaving those items where they were hours ago.
Yet because of a random conversational quirk, the theory says you are stripped of your knowledge about the bike, but you retain perfect knowledge about your shoes.
It makes skepticism act like a sniper rifle that only targets the specific nouns your conversation partner happens to mention,
while leaving the rest of your unobserved reality perfectly intact.
It feels completely arbitrary. It turns knowledge into a weird game of conversational whack-a-mole.
Which is exactly why many philosophers actually prefer a different mechanical explanation.
Okay, what's the alternative?
It's known as the epistemic hurdle, standards implementation. This view tries to fix that exact bug you just found.
How does the epistemic hurdle standards implementation change the mechanics of it?
Well, instead of looking at individual specific alternatives like bike thieves, this view argues that the truth of a knowledge claim depends on meeting an overall generalized bar of strictness for the entire conversation.
An overall bar.
Yes. Think of it like the high jump in track and field.
Okay.
In a casual office chat, the high jump bar is set at, let's say, 2 feet. It is incredibly low.
Right, anyone can step over it.
Your basic memory of locking the bike easily clears the 2-foot bar. Your memory of leaving your shoes at the apartment easily clears it. You know both things.
But when my colleague reads that news alert and brings up the professional thieves...
When they raise that serious threat, they aren't just introducing one isolated alternative. They are changing the atmosphere of the entire room.
They're changing the mood.
Yes. They are taking the high jump bar and moving it all the way up to 6 feet.
Oh, wow.
The hurdle goes up for all your beliefs about the unobserved world.
Ah, so it's universal.
Exactly. Now, to claim you know anything you cannot currently see, whether it is your bike at the station or your shoes in your apartment, your evidence has to be strong enough to clear this new, rigorous 6-foot bar.
And because my memory isn't absolute proof against determined thieves or, home invaders...
You lose knowledge of both the bike and the shoes simultaneously.
The standard shifts globally.
Yes, which feels much more intellectually consistent, doesn't it?
That makes vastly more sense to me. As you said, it is a mood shift. We have moved from a trusting mood to a paranoid, strict mood, and all our knowledge claims have to survive that new environment.
It maps onto our psychology much better. And, this actually brings us to one of the most famous, heavily debated thought experiments in all of contemporary epistemology.
Oh, I've been waiting for this. Picture this scenario in your mind's eye, everyone.
It's a great one.
We are going to walk through what philosophers call the bank cases. These were originally formulated by the philosopher Keith DeRose.
And they're perfectly designed to show us how shifting practical stakes, meaning the real-world consequences of our actions, can alter our willingness to attribute knowledge.
So we need to set the parameters for this thought experiment very carefully.
Yes, the setup is crucial. We're going to look at 2 distinct scenarios. In both scenarios, the subject's evidence is absolutely mathematically identical.
Identical evidence.
Right. So it is a Friday afternoon. The subject has a physical paycheck in their hand that they need to deposit. They're driving home from work, they drive past their local bank, and they see that the lines stretching out the door are incredibly long.
Like out the door and down the street?
Exactly. It would easily take an hour of waiting.
Okay.
Now, the subject has a very clear, distinct memory that they were at this exact bank on a Saturday morning 2 weeks ago, and the bank was open until noon.
So they remember the Saturday hours from 2 weeks ago.
That memory is their sole piece of evidence.
Got it. Friday afternoon, long lines, clear memory of the bank being open on Saturday 2 weeks ago. Now let's run bank case A.
The low-stakes scenario.
We will call this the low-stakes scenario, yes.
Right.
In this version of reality, the subject has the paycheck, but there is absolutely no rush.
Right. Their bank account has plenty of money.
They have no urgent bills due, and if this check doesn't clear until next Wednesday, it literally does not matter.
0 consequences.
So the subject looks at the long, annoying lines, turns to their partner in the passenger seat and says, I know the bank is open tomorrow. Let's just go home and come back on Saturday morning.
Now, let's pause and analyze that statement. In this low-stakes scenario, almost everyone reading this case intuitively agrees that the subject is speaking truthfully.
They are justified.
Yes. Given that nothing bad will happen if they are wrong, their 2-week-old memory is perfectly sufficient evidence to clear the epistemic hurdle.
The 2-foot bar.
Exactly. They are justified in saying, I know.
But now, let's reboot the universe and run bank case B.
The high-stakes scenario.
This is the high-stakes scenario. Everything is the same physical check, the same annoying lines, the exact same memory of the bank being open 2 weeks ago.
Right.
But this time, the subject has a massive critical mortgage payment automatically deducting from their account on Monday morning.
Ouch.
Yeah, if this paycheck is not deposited and cleared before Monday, the mortgage check will bounce. They will face exorbitant overdraft fees, their credit score will plummet, and they could literally face foreclosure and financial ruin.
The stakes are apocalyptic.
Absolutely apocalyptic. So the subject looks at the long lines, feeling the weight of that mortgage payment.
Sweating a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Their partner turns to them and says, do you think they're open tomorrow? We could skip this line.
And the subject thinks about the devastating consequences of being wrong. They realize that, well, banks do occasionally change their weekend hours.
Right. The subject swallows hard and says, I don't know the bank is open tomorrow. We better go inside and wait in line to deposit it today, just to be absolutely safe.
So we have a fascinating contradiction here.
2 scenarios. The evidence in both is identical.
But in case A, the subject confidently claims, I know. In case B, the subject claims, I don't know.
And the contextualist takeaway here is really the core of our episode today.
It really is. The contextualist looks at this and argues that the subject is speaking the absolute truth in both cases.
How can both be true?
The reason this is possible is because the practical stakes of the situation, the impending doom of financial ruin in case B, actually change the conversational context.
The high stakes grabbed the epistemic hurdle and just raised it to the ceiling?
Beautifully put, yes. In case A, the low bar allowed the simple memory to count as knowledge.
Right.
In case B, the high bar meant the exact same memory was no longer strong enough to count as knowledge.
Wow.
Therefore, shifting practical stakes alter our willingness to attribute knowledge because the word knows literally means something much stricter in a high-stress environment.
It is an incredibly elegant solution to the problem. But, I want to step into the ring as the devil's advocate here.
I was hoping you would.
I want to represent the opposing view, which is known as the fixed meaning invariantism camp.
The fixed meaning invariantism defenders, yeah.
Because I think a lot of listeners might feel a little uneasy about the idea that the dictionary definition of words changes just because someone is stressed out about a mortgage.
It is a valid concern, and their counter-arguments are very compelling.
An invariantist completely rejects this shifting linguistic gymnastics.
They do.
They argue that the word knows has a stable, unshifting, universal meaning. It is bolted to the floor. The epistemic hurdle never moves. So, if the hurdle is fixed and the subject's memory is identical in both bank cases, the invariantist says you cannot have it both ways.
You have to choose.
Exactly. The subject either possesses knowledge in both cases, or they lack knowledge in both cases.
Which forces the invariantist into a very difficult position, honestly.
Why is that?
Because they have to explain away human behavior. They have to explain why it feels so incredibly natural and correct for the subject to say, I know, in the low-stakes case, and I don't know in the high-stakes case.
Ah, right. If their actual underlying knowledge hasn't changed a bit, why do they speak differently?
Exactly. And the invariantists have developed 2 primary defenses to explain this discrepancy.
Let's look at invariantist defense 1.
This first defense hinges on a concept called loose use.
Loose use.
Yes. In this view, the invariantist argues that the epistemic hurdle for knowledge is actually permanently set quite high.
Always high.
Always high. Therefore, strictly, mathematically speaking, the subject in bank case A does not actually know the bank is open on Saturday.
Oh, really? So they are lying.
Well, a 2-week-old memory is a good guess, but
Right.
it is not absolute proof.
Yeah.
However, human beings are pragmatic, social creatures.
True.
We do not walk around speaking with robotic, absolute precision all day long.
Let me use a cultural analogy to explain loose use.
Go for it.
Imagine you are watching a football match or soccer. It is the final match of the season. Your favorite team is completely dominating the opponent. The score is 5-0.
A total blowout.
A total blowout. The clock ticks into the 89th minute. There is literally only 1 minute of regular time left.
Okay.
You turn to your friend in the stands, throw your hands up in celebration, and yell, "The game is over! We won!"
You know, if we pause time right at that moment,
Yeah.
is the game strictly over?
Well, no. The referee has not blown the final whistle. The players are still running on the pitch. The ball is actively in play.
Right. So strictly, literally speaking, your statement is entirely false.
But my friend doesn't push their glasses up their nose and correct me.
Exactly. Your friend doesn't say, actually, there are 60 seconds remaining. Your statement is invalid.
Why not?
Because you are speaking practically. In the context of a 5-0 blowout, the game is practically over. The remaining minute does not matter. You are engaging in the loose use of language.
So the invariantist takes this football analogy and applies it directly to bank case A.
Yes.
In the low-stakes scenario, the subject says, "I know the bank is open." Strictly speaking, they do not possess absolute knowledge.
Correct.
But because the stakes are 0, and it doesn't matter if they are wrong, they are speaking loosely. It is practically true enough for their current lazy afternoon needs.
Exactly. They are speaking practically, but they are not speaking strictly truly.
That is a very robust defense. It allows the invariantist to preserve the fixed, unmoving meaning of the word knows, while perfectly explaining why we casually throw the word around in everyday life.
It's very clean.
But what about invariantist defense, too? What if an invariantist wants to argue the opposite?
You mean, what if they want to say the epistemic hurdle is actually permanently set quite low?
Yes. Meaning a two-week-old memory is totally sufficient, and the subject does possess true knowledge in both cases.
Then they have a big problem.
Right. How on earth do they explain the subject staring at the bank in case B and saying, "I don't know"?
This brings us to the misleading to assert defense.
The misleading to assert defense.
In this view, the stressed-out subject in the high-stakes case B does actually possess the knowledge that the bank is open tomorrow.
Wait, they do?
Yes. Their memory cleared the permanently low bar. But, and this is crucial, if they were to open their mouth and say the words, "I know it is open" to their partner, it would be a practically disastrous and misleading thing to assert.
I think I need you to break that down.
To grasp this, we have to understand the unwritten rules of human communication.
Okay.
When you claim to know something out loud, you are doing more than just reporting the data inside your brain. You are sending a powerful social signal.
You are telling the person you are speaking to, you can completely rely on this information to make major life decisions. I vouch for this.
Exactly. Let me ask you to set up a scenario to explain this one.
Oh, I've got a great one that perfectly explains telling a misleading truth.
Let's hear it.
Imagine a married woman who is an executive at a company.
Okay.
She goes out to a completely platonic professional business dinner to negotiate a contract with a male colleague from another firm.
Professional dinner. Got it.
And this colleague just happens to be a very handsome man.
Good.
The woman goes home to her husband. The husband, who doesn't know who she was meeting, asks, "How was your evening? Who did you have dinner with?"
A normal question.
Right. Now, if the woman chooses to reply, "Oh, I just had dinner with a handsome man," what exactly happens in that living room?
Complete chaos, most likely.
Right. And the fascinating part is that her statement is technically 100% true.
She did have dinner. The man was handsome.
There is zero factual falsehood in her sentence.
But by actively choosing to frame the information that way, she is severely misleading her husband.
She is implying a romantic or scandalous context that absolutely does not exist.
Exactly. It would be incredibly damaging and practically misleading to assert that specific truth in that moment.
So we take that logic back to bank case B.
Yes, apply it to the bank.
The subject technically knows the bank is open.
According to this defense, yes.
But if they look at their partner and assert, "I know the bank is open," they are heavily implying a dangerous secondary message.
What's the message?
And therefore, it is perfectly safe to skip this line, go home, and ignore the massive financial risk hanging over our heads.
But it's not perfectly safe.
Exactly. Claiming knowledge out loud would falsely imply to their partner that they can safely delay the deposit without worry.
So to avoid sending that dangerous misleading signal, the subject suppresses their true knowledge claim.
They bite their tongue and say, "I don't know," purely to force the safer action of waiting in line.
Both of these invariantist defenses are incredibly powerful tools.
They really are. They allow philosophers to keep the definition of knowledge stable and pure.
They push all the weirdness, all the shifting and changing out of the realm of epistemology, which is the study of knowledge itself, and push it into the realm of pragmatics, which is the study of how we strategically use language in social situations.
Wow. Okay, take a deep breath and stay with us, everyone.
Here we go.
Because this next thesis is going to upend centuries of traditional philosophy. We're leaving mere language games and social signaling behind.
We are entering deep waters.
We are talking about the highly surprising, deeply controversial thesis of practical interference, pragmatic encroachment.
Practical interference, pragmatic
That's already,
encroachment.
yes. Up until this exact moment in our discussion, whether we were siding with the shifting contextualists or the fixed invariantists, we were mostly debating what people are willing to say about knowledge.
Right, we're debating vocabulary, speech.
But practical interference, pragmatic encroachment, makes a vastly more radical, almost aggressive claim.
How radical? It argues that practical stakes, the real-world risks, the stress, the financial ruin, literally change whether a subject possesses knowledge or not.
Literally changes the knowledge itself.
Yes. It is not about the words coming out of your mouth. The actual underlying neurological epistemic state of knowing evaporates when the stakes get too high.
That sounds absolutely wild.
It is.
For hundreds of years, traditional epistemology has insisted that knowledge is a pure, insulated phenomenon. Knowledge is supposed to be determined solely by truth-conducive factors.
Look at that.
Like, do you have good evidence? Is your memory biologically reliable? Is your logical deduction mathematically sound?
And if the answer is yes, you have knowledge.
The amount of money in your checking account or your heart rate shouldn't magically reach into your brain and delete your knowledge.
That is the traditional orthodox view, yes.
Okay.
But to understand why advocates of practical interference, pragmatic encroachment, completely reject that orthodoxy, we have to meticulously walk through their logical steps.
Walk me through it.
It is a tight argument. It hinges on the deep, unbreakable connection between what we know and how we act.
Okay.
It starts with a foundational premise called the knowledge reasons principle, or KR for short.
Let's unpack the knowledge reasons principle, KR. It states a simple rule. If you know a fact, that fact is sufficiently warranted to serve as a reason for your actions.
In simple everyday terms, if you genuinely know something is true, you have the ultimate green light to use that information to make decisions.
Right. If I know it is raining outside, I have the authority to use that fact as a reason to grab an umbrella.
Yes. If you know your train leaves at 8 a.m., you can use that fact as a reason to leave your house at 7:30.
Knowledge is the currency that buys you the right to act.
Exactly.
That seems undeniable. If I know it, I can act on it.
But then the pragmatic theorists add the second step, the safe reasons principle.
The safe reasons principle.
This principle dictates that if a fact is going to be used as a reason for action, it must be sufficiently warranted to justify that specific action, given the risks.
Given the risks. So this is where we start talking about the weight, the gravity, and the risk of our actions.
Precisely. Whenever human beings make a decision, we are constantly, subconsciously weighing competing reasons on an internal scale.
Think about some relatable examples of weighing reasons, folks.
Yeah, let's hear one.
Imagine you are pouring your morning coffee. You are holding a carton of heavy cream.
Okay.
You weigh the reasons in your head. Reason 1, heavy cream is delicious and makes the coffee taste like a dessert.
Very true.
Reason 2, cream is full of fat and calories and you are trying to be healthy.
Also true.
You are weighing the deliciousness against the health impact. It is a low-stakes weigh-in.
Right, nobody's going to go bankrupt over cream.
Exactly. Or imagine planning a summer trip. You are weighing the cost, the flight time, and the breathtaking views of a mountain vacation against the cheap, easy convenience of just driving to a local lake.
You put the reasons on a mental scale and see which way the balance dips. Now, I want you to take this internal weighing process and apply it directly to bank case B.
Oh, back to the mortgage nightmare.
Yes. Remember, in case B, the subject faces absolute financial ruin if that paycheck bounces. They are standing on the sidewalk outside the bank, staring at the long line.
What are they weighing on their mental scale?
On one side, they place the reason. My memory tells me the bank is open on Saturdays, so I can save an hour of boring waiting today.
And on the other side of the scale, they place the risk. If my 2-week-old memory is slightly wrong, I literally lose my house.
And the practical interference, pragmatic encroachment theorist, steps in and points out that in this high-stakes scenario, you simply cannot rationally use the bank's past schedule as a reason to delay your deposit without factoring in the massive catastrophic risk.
The risk is like an anvil on the scale.
It completely crushes the weight of the two-week-old memory.
Wow.
According to the safe reasons principle, your memory of the bank being open is not sufficiently warranted to justify the action of going home, because the cost of being wrong is too immense.
Therefore, your memory is disqualified. It cannot serve as a reason for action.
And this is where the trap snaps shut.
Wait, what trap?
If we loop back to the first rule, the knowledge reasons principle, KR.
Which said if you knew the bank was open, you would be able to use it as a reason for action.
Yes, but because the massive risk actively prevents you from using it as a reason for action, you logically must not know it.
Oh my God.
That is the inexorable logical trap.
That is intense.
To finalize this controversial argument, we just combine these principles with the concept of fallibilism.
Fallibilism, that's the universally accepted philosophical view that knowledge does not require absolute 100% certainty, right?
Exactly. You don't need to be an omniscient deity to know things. You can know the sun will rise tomorrow, or that your car is in the garage, without having absolute mathematical proof.
Our knowledge is fallible, but it is still knowledge.
So let's look at the final mind-bending result of this theory. In bank case A, where the stakes are low, the cost of being wrong about the bank's hours is 0. So your fallible, slightly imperfect memory is plenty strong enough to justify the action of going home. Therefore, it serves as a reason for action.
Therefore, you possess actual knowledge.
But in bank case B, where the stakes are astronomically high, the exact same fallible memory is suddenly no longer strong enough to justify going home, because the risk of financial ruin demands a higher level of proof.
It can no longer serve as a reason for action.
Therefore, you literally, neurologically, lose your knowledge. The varying stakes alter actual knowledge possession.
It is a stunning conclusion. I mean, it makes a lot of traditional philosophers very uncomfortable.
Extremely uncomfortable. The messy, practical world of stress and money has broken down the door and invaded the pure, pristine realm of epistemology.
I am one of those uncomfortable people. Honestly, I have to push back here.
I welcome it.
I want to introduce what philosophers call the oddity objection, because honestly, it is incredibly bizarre to suggest that my actual knowledge of the physical world evaporates just because my external stress or stakes suddenly increased.
Even though your evidence didn't change at all.
Right. If I have a piece of paper in my pocket with a solved math equation written on it, the truth of that math equation doesn't change just because someone suddenly points a gun at my head. Why should my knowledge of the equation disappear?
The oddity objection is the primary devastating weapon used against practical interference, pragmatic encroachment.
I can see why.
To highlight just how strange and counterintuitive this theory is in the real world, the philosopher Jessica Brown introduced a brilliant thought experiment involving a medical professional.
Oh, this one is intense.
Very.
Mm.
Imagine a highly trained, brilliant surgeon.
Okay.
She is preparing to operate on a patient to remove a diseased left kidney.
High stakes already.
The surgeon reviewed the patient's chart meticulously that morning in her office. She saw the MRI scans, she checked the blood work, and she noted clearly, remove left kidney.
She did her homework.
The surgeon scrubs in, sterilizes her hands, walks into the operating room, and approaches the unconscious patient. Suddenly, a student nurse, who's very nervous, speaks up and asks, "Doctor, are you absolutely sure it is a left kidney? Have you double-checked the chart just now before we cut?"
Oof. A terrifying question to hear right before surgery.
Let's analyze this frozen moment in the operating room. Does the surgeon know which kidney to remove?
Under normal, everyday circumstances, reviewing the chart thoroughly that morning provides ample, rock-solid evidence.
Yes. If a colleague had asked her in the cafeteria an hour ago, which kidney are you taking out, she would definitely know.
But right now, standing over the patient with a scalpel, the stakes are literally life and death.
If she relies on her memory and mistakenly removes the healthy right kidney, the patient will likely die, the hospital will be sued, and her career will be instantly over.
The stakes cannot possibly be higher.
So, if we apply the strict logic of practical interference, pragmatic encroachment.
Because the stakes are infinitely high, the surgeon's memory of the chart from 3 hours ago is no longer sufficient to justify the physical action of cutting into the patient without double-checking.
The risk crushes the memory.
Therefore, the theory forces us into the horrifying conclusion that as the surgeon stands there holding the scalpel, she literally does not know which kidney is diseased.
And that is exactly where the oddity objection hits the hardest. It exposes the absolute absurdity of the position.
It really does. If you walk into that hospital and ask any doctor, any nurse, any administrator, does the chief surgeon know which kidney to remove? Every single one of them will look at you like you were crazy.
They'd say, of course she knows.
Yeah.
She is just double-checking the chart right now because it is standard medical protocol to be extremely safe.
It seems totally absurd to claim that a brilliant surgeon is stripped of her medical knowledge simply because the operation she is performing is important.
It creates a ridiculous paradox.
It really implies that the most important critical decisions in our lives are exactly the ones where we have the least knowledge, purely because they are important.
It feels like a glitch in the matrix of philosophy.
Yeah, like if I'm buying a pack of gum, I am an omniscient genius. But I'm buying a house, I suddenly know nothing.
It is a profound tension in the field right now. And it shows that the debate between the purity of our evidence and the messy reality of human action is far from settled.
Which brings us to our final, deeply revealing concept for today. Listen closely, everyone, because this rule governs almost every single conversation you have, whether you realize it or not.
This is one of my favorite topics.
We are going to look at the invisible bridge between what we know and what we say out loud.
Yes. We have spent the last hour talking about what goes on inside our heads. Our beliefs, our evidence, our justifications, our stress levels.
Right, the internal stuff.
But knowledge doesn't just live in the dark confines of our skulls. It lives in the air between us. It lives in our speech.
When we assert facts, when we make declarative statements out loud to other human beings, we are engaging in a highly regulated, tightly policed social activity.
We are talking about the strong, intimate relationship between knowledge and assertion.
Knowledge and assertion.
When we state facts to our friends or coworkers, we don't just vomit information into the world. We actively present ourselves as knowing that information.
Exactly. There is a deep, invisible bond between saying the words P is true and implying the guarantee, I know P is true.
Philosophers point to three primary pieces of evidence to prove just how strong and unbreakable this relationship is in our daily lives.
Let's go through them. Evidence number one, conversational patterns.
Right.
I want you to think about how you react instinctively when someone makes a bold claim. If your friend walks up to you at a party and asserts, completely out of the blue, the mayor of the city is going to resign tomorrow morning.
What is your immediate knee-jerk response?
Almost invariably, without even thinking about it, you will ask, how do you know? Or do you know that for sure?
Notice what you didn't ask. You didn't ask, are you highly confident in that?
You didn't say, do you have a strong internal belief about that?
You specifically immediately asked about their knowledge.
Why? Because by asserting the fact out loud, your friend implicitly signed a social contract that they possess the knowledge to back it up.
Our natural, unthinking conversational reflexes prove that we mentally link the act of assertion directly to the possession of knowledge.
Okay, what is the second piece of evidence?
The second piece of evidence comes from what philosophers call lottery cases.
Lottery cases, okay.
Imagine you decide to buy a ticket for a massive national lottery. There are 50 million tickets sold. Mathematically, the odds of your specific single ticket winning are infinitesimally small. It is practically zero.
Right, so I walk up to you, I look at the piece of paper in your hand, I look you in the eye, and I say flatly, your ticket will lose.
Most people would find that assertion strangely inappropriate or overly aggressive.
Yeah, it feels rude somehow.
Even though it is 99.99999% mathematically certain that your ticket will lose, we instinctively refrain from flatly asserting it as a fact.
Instead, we hedge our bets. We soften our language. We say, it's highly likely to lose, or you almost certainly won't win.
Why do we naturally hedge like that? Because despite the overwhelming, undeniable mathematical probability, we recognize deep down that we do not truly know the outcome until the numbered balls are actually drawn from the machine on live television.
Because we lack absolute total knowledge, we instinctively feel that a flat assertion is a violation of the rules.
We hold our tongues because we respect the gap between high probability and actual knowledge. That is a brilliant observation of human behavior. We don't assert what we merely suspect.
Now let's look at evidence number 3. This is one of my absolute favorites in all of philosophy. Moore's paradox.
Moore's paradox. George Edward Moore, an influential English philosopher, noticed that certain sentences are grammatically perfect. and could even be completely factually true in reality, but they sound utterly, hilariously absurd when spoken out loud by a human being.
The classic example he gave is, "It is raining outside, but I do not believe it is raining."
It sounds like a robot experiencing a critical malfunction.
Why is it so absurd?
Because you could be standing inside a windowless basement room, and it could physically be raining outside in reality, and you, trapped in the basement, might genuinely lack the belief that it is raining.
Both halves of the sentence can be simultaneously true in the physical world.
But to say them together in one breath is madness.
It is madness because the first half of the sentence, the flat assertion, "it is raining," automatically implies to anyone listening that you believe it.
You are simultaneously asserting a belief and explicitly, loudly denying that you have that belief.
Now, we can take Moore's paradox and extend it directly to our topic of knowledge. Imagine someone looking at you and saying, "It is raining outside, but I do not know it is raining."
Again, completely absurd.
Assertions inherently imply known truths. When you assert something, you are putting your personal epistemological stamp of approval on it. You are putting your reputation on the line.
Which culminates in the formulation of a fundamental conversational rule that binds all of us.
What's the rule?
We call this the conversational rule, the knowledge norm of assertion. It proposes a simple, beautiful, but very strict social law. You should not assert a proposition unless you know it to be true.
The conversational rule, the knowledge norm of assertion, is the invisible guardrail of human communication.
It is exactly why we get so deeply angry at people who spread unverified rumors, or who state their wild guesses as absolute facts.
We aren't just annoyed, we feel betrayed.
Why? Because they are violating the core contract of conversation. They are writing conversational checks that their epistemological bank accounts cannot cash.
And it beautifully ties together everything we have discussed today.
It really does. If the conversational rule, the knowledge norm of assertion, holds true, then when the stakes shift drastically in the bank cases.
Or when your colleague introduces the crazy new alternative of the organized bike thieves.
It doesn't just mess with our abstract dictionary definitions of words. It actively, physically alters what we are socially permitted to say to one another in polite society.
The rules of engagement change. Let's sum up this incredible, exhaustive journey we have taken today.
We covered a lot of ground.
We really did. We started by exploring the sheer linguistic flexibility of our world, looking at how the theory of context dependence, contextualism, suggests that the word knows shifts its strictness depending on our conversation.
It functions just like the words I or empty, offering us a clever, elegant escape hatch from the terrifying traps of philosophical skepticism.
We then dove deep into the mechanics of that shift, debating whether our loss of knowledge is driven by the introduction of specific relevant alternatives, like the sudden mention of bicycle thieves.
Or by a global raising of the epistemic hurdle that affects all our beliefs equally, even our shoes sitting at home.
From there, we walked through the agonizing high and low stakes of the bank cases.
Wrestling with the fierce debate between the shifting contextualists and the fixed meaning variantism defenders.
Who rely on the brilliant ideas of loose use and misleading assertions to explain our complicated human behavior.
We then pushed the boundaries of traditional thought by examining practical interference, pragmatic encroachment.
Forcing ourselves to face the shocking possibility that high stress and catastrophic risks might literally evaporate our actual possession of knowledge.
Leading to the bizarre paradox of the highly trained surgeon who supposedly knows nothing in her most critical life or death moments.
And finally, we uncovered the invisible social contracts that govern our every word.
Looking at conversational patterns, our hesitation in lottery cases, and the madness of Moore's paradox.
To reveal the conversational rule, the knowledge norm of assertion, the absolute mandate that we must truly know before we dare to speak. It has been a monumental exploration of the intersection between language, action, and truth.
And our journey through the architecture of the mind is far from over. I want to give everyone a quick teaser for what is coming next.
Oh, please do.
In our next episode, episode 6, we're going to pivot away from language and social stakes, and we're going to dive deep into perceptual justification.
Perceptual justification.
We will be exploring how our physical senses, our eyes, our ears, actually justify our internal beliefs.
Okay.
And we will confront the wild, unsettling possibility that our psychological expectations can literally alter the physical reality of what we see.
That is going to be a mind-bending discussion, and I cannot wait. But before we go, we want to leave you with a final provocative thought. The expert is going to plant a seed in your mind to mull over this week.
If the controversial theorists of practical interference, pragmatic encroachment, are actually right on, if practical real-world stakes can literally destroy your underlying knowledge simply because the risk is too high, I want you to think about the most high-stakes decision in your own life right now.
Okay.
Maybe it is a massive career change, a serious medical choice, or a major financial investment. Do you actually know the facts you're basing that massive decision on? Or, because the stakes are so terrifyingly high, has your knowledge vanished, leaving you relying entirely on highly probable but ultimately uncertain guesses?
Think about that. Does the heavy weight of your life's biggest choices strip you of your certainty right when you need it most? We want to hear what you think.
We really do.
Please drop your thoughts, your existential dread, and your opinions in the comments below. We read them all, and we love hearing your perspectives on these deep questions.
It is always a privilege to explore these concepts with such an engaged audience.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for listening to Kitab Podcast. We appreciate you spending your time with us. Until next time, keep questioning your context, watch your conversational rules, and we will see you in episode 6.
Welcome to Kitab Podcast. It is so great to have you sitting right here in the room with us for this session.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining us again.
So to just kind of jump right in, today we are officially announcing episode 6 of our ongoing educational lecture series.
Right, covering the book Epistemology, a contemporary introduction by Alvin Goldman and Matthew McGrath.
Exactly. And, before we really tear into today's pages, which are pages 131 through 153, I think we need to just briefly set the stage by looking back at what we talked about last time.
Yeah, episode 5 was, it was pretty heavy. We spent a lot of time untangling this really unsettling idea that the rules for what counts as knowledge aren't actually fixed.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Like we explored how your surrounding environment or just the conversational standards you're in can radically alter the requirements for knowing a fact.
Exactly, which is that framework called contextualism.
Contextualism.
And then we paired that with pragmatic encroachment.
Pragmatic encroachment.
Right, which is basically the idea that the practical real-world stakes of your situation actually dictate whether your belief is valid.
Yeah, like the train example. If your life literally depends on knowing what time the train arrives, the sheer pressure of those stakes makes it vastly harder to claim you truly, know the schedule.
Compared to just a casual passenger who doesn't really care if they're late.
Right. And that tension between our everyday assumptions and these super strict philosophical standards, that is exactly what we're carrying over into today's discussion.
It really is. Our mission today is to completely deconstruct the concept of perceptual justification.
Which sounds fancy, but it's basically asking a question that would seem, I don't know, completely absurd to a normal person on the street.
Yeah, we are asking, how exactly do our physical senses, like the raw physical data hitting our retinas and eardrums, give us the intellectual right to believe anything about the physical world?
Right, because imagine you're just walking down the street, right, and suddenly a large dog runs out in front of you. You stop.
You immediately form the belief that a dog is there.
Exactly. But why are you justified in that belief? Is it because your brain logically deduced the presence of a dog from some formal set of premises?
Probably not consciously, no.
Right. Or is your visual experience just a biological reflex? No different than your hand just jerking back from a hot stove.
And that's what we're tearing down today, that basic, everyday assumption that seeing is believing.
We're looking at the actual mechanics of how perceptual experience acts as a primary source of justified belief.
Specifically, how physical properties are presented to us as actively manifesting or instantiating in objects.
Let's ground that. Like when you look at an apple, the property of greenness isn't just this free-floating concept in the air.
Right. It's presented to your mind as actively instantiating within the physical boundaries of that specific piece of fruit.
So, tying this back to the very foundation of this whole series, we have to remind you about foundational basic beliefs, and immediate justification. Immediate justification.
Yeah, from episodes 1 and 2, the core idea there was that our knowledge architecture needs a basement.
Right, a solid foundation.
Some beliefs just have to be justified immediately by experience itself, without needing a whole chain of other prior beliefs to prop them up.
Because if every belief required another belief to justify it,
you'd fall into an endless abyss of why questions, an infinite regress.
Right, so sensory perception is supposed to be that bedrock.
Exactly.
But here is where I kind of want to play devil's advocate and push back immediately. Because that hot stove analogy I used earlier is bothering me.
Okay, let's unpack it.
Let's really look at the difference between a cause and a reason. If a doctor hits my knee with a hammer, my leg kicks.
Right, the hammer caused the kick.
Yeah. And if I open my eyes and photons hit my retina, my brain causes the thought, hey, there was a dog.
Causality.
But causality isn't the same thing as logical justification. Have philosophers simply mistaken a biological mechanism for, like an actual epistemic right?
Oh, that is the exact vulnerability that the philosopher Wilfrid Sellars attacked. And this brings us to this massive, seemingly impassable roadblock.
The Sellarsian dilemma.
Yes. Sellars looked at non-doxastic sensory experiences, which just means raw, unthinking sensory intake that doesn't involve a formal belief yet.
Just the raw data.
Right. And he asked if they possessed the necessary logical machinery to justify anything at all.
And he designed a trap, didn't he?
He did. A trap with two paths, or two horns, and both paths seem to lead to the absolute destruction of empirical knowledge.
Okay, lean in for this one, you guys, because this dilemma forces us to completely question the very language our brains use to communicate with reality.
Let's take the first path, horn one.
What happens if we assume that our raw sensory experiences are just blank, unformatted data?
Well, horn one states that if our non-belief sensory experiences lack assertive sentence-like content.
Which philosophers call assertive propositional content.
Yeah.
Assertive propositional content.
Right. If they lack that, then they absolutely cannot serve as logical reasons, period.
Let's break down the mechanics of why. It goes back to the justification from reason's view. Justification from reason's view, right.
Yes, that's the traditional rule book for logic. It dictates that to be justified in believing a conclusion, you have to possess a reason.
And a reason fundamentally has to be a proposition.
Exactly. It has to be a declarative statement capable of being true or false, like the sky is blue.
So a proposition is a complete thought. But a raw sensation, like a sudden feeling of warmth on my skin, or just a flash of red in my vision, that isn't a sentence.
No, it's not. A flash of red cannot be true or false. It just exists.
Right, it's an event.
Yeah.
And because an event isn't a proposition, you literally can't plug it into a logical formula.
Think of it like trying to solve an algebra equation, but instead of providing a number for the variable, you hand the math teacher a slice of cake.
The equation cannot process the cake.
Exactly. Formal logic cannot process a raw sensation.
So if you ask me for my reason for believing that someone is in the room with us, and my only defense is to point to this undefined flutter of anxiety in my chest.
That flutter has no assertive propositional content. It makes no claim about the world.
Therefore, under Horn 1, if our visual and auditory experiences are just non-propositional events, they are epistemically mute.
Mute. They can trigger a biological reflex, sure, but they cannot grant you the intellectual right to hold a belief.
But wait, hold on. If I'm standing outside, right, and freezing rain is literally hitting my face, the physical interaction forces me to believe it is raining.
Sure, practically speaking.
The water doesn't need to be a grammatically correct sentence. Why are epistemologists demanding that reality speak to us in propositional English before we are allowed to believe we're getting wet?
I get the frustration. It feels like we are applying the rules of a debate club to basic biology.
Exactly.
But epistemology isn't asking why you formed the belief. It's asking whether you are right to hold it against a skeptic.
Ah, okay.
If we abandon the requirement for reasons, we have no way to distinguish between a belief caused by freezing rain and a belief caused by a hallucination.
Because both are just biological events.
Right. Logic requires a verifiable proposition. But Sellars anticipated your exact frustration.
So he gives us a way out.
Sort of. He says, fine, let's assume you're right. Let's assume that sensory experiences are not blank events, but actually come prepackaged with assertive propositional content.
Okay, so this brings us to Horn 2, the escape route.
Let's see if it actually is an escape.
So we argue that when I look at the apple, my raw visual experience inherently shouts the sentence, "That is a red apple," directly into my consciousness.
But that escape route leads directly off a cliff.
Wait, why?
Because if your sensory experience inherently possesses assertive propositional content, if it acts like a declarative statement, then it is functionally operating as a belief itself.
Oh.
And here the trap snaps shut. The fundamental rule of epistemology is that any belief, or anything acting like a belief, must be justified by something else.
Oh, wow, I see the architecture collapsing.
Yeah, it falls apart.
Because if my raw visual experience is actually a hidden proposition, then a skeptic can just ask, well, what is your justification for that proposition?
Exactly. If the foundation of the house is made of beliefs, what is holding up the foundation?
It creates an infinite regress.
And that regress is mathematically fatal to foundationalism. If experiences are blank, they cannot serve as reasons.
Right.
But if they have propositional content, they require their own reasons, which means they aren't the foundational starting point at all.
The Salargian dilemma basically leaves you entirely stranded.
Completely stranded.
So where does that leave the person who is just trying to cross the street without getting hit by a car? We obviously do form justified beliefs about the physical world every second of the day.
We do.
How does modern philosophy cut the Gordian knot of this dilemma?
Well, the resolution requires us to shatter a deeply entrenched assumption. We basically have to execute a total paradigm shift.
Okay, what is it?
We must either accept that basic sensory experiences simply do not justify anything, yielding to complete skepticism.
Which we don't want to do.
Right. Or we must fundamentally reject the justification from reason's view.
Wow.
We must rewrite the rulebook to allow that a belief can be justified by something that is not a traditional propositional reason.
So we basically have to grant sensory experiences this special, almost magical status.
That's one way to look at it, yeah.
We are saying that an experience can hand you a justified belief without handing you a logical premise first.
It is a radical concession. It accepts that immediate justification can occur purely through the phenomenological force of the experience itself.
Just the sheer force of experiencing it.
Right. But once we allow that paradigm shift, once we agree that raw experience has the unique power to confer justification without prior reasons, we then face the next question.
Which is probably harder.
It is. What exactly is the scope of that power? What precisely does a visual experience justify?
And this ignites the great debate between indirect theories and direct theories of perception. Let's lay out the battlefield. Start with the indirect theories. If I am looking at a wooden table, how does an indirect theorist explain my justification for believing the table is there?
Indirect theories operate on a principle of extreme epistemic caution.
Okay.
They argue that our physical senses never directly justify beliefs about the external physical world.
Never.
Never. They only possess the power to directly justify beliefs about our own internal psychological states.
So when I look at the table, my raw visual data doesn't give me the immediate right to believe that is a wooden table.
Correct. It only gives you the right to believe, I am currently having the visual experience of a brown rectangular shape, or, more simply, it looks like a table to me.
But, I mean, from a defensive standpoint, isn't that infinitely safer?
How so?
Well, if I restrict my immediate beliefs entirely to my own internal states, I am immune to being wrong.
You're definitely playing it safe.
Right. I might be dreaming, I might be hallucinating the table, but I absolutely cannot be wrong about the fact that I'm experiencing the hallucination. The internal state is a fortress of certainty. Why wouldn't we want to build our knowledge from a place of absolute certainty?
You are echoing the exact reasoning of René Descartes right now.
Well, Descartes was a smart guy.
He was. The internal state is indeed a fortress, but the problem is that you are trapped inside it.
Trapped?
Yes. This leads to the fatal flaw of indirect theories, known as the psychological objection.
Okay, lay it on me.
The objection states that while this theory might look neat on a chalkboard, real human beings do not operate this way in biological or psychological reality.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
When a normal person navigates a room, they do not consciously form beliefs about their internal phenomenological states and then use those states as premises to deduce the existence of chairs and doorways.
Right, like when I am driving a car and someone slams on their brakes in front of me, I do not sit back and think, I am currently experiencing the visual phenomenology of rapidly expanding red lights in my visual field.
Right. You don't think, therefore, I infer through induction that a physical vehicle is decelerating.
No, I just slam on my own brakes because I believe the car is stopping.
The cognitive load required to constantly monitor your internal sensory dashboard and translate it into external reality would just fry your brain.
The cognitive load is impossible. But is there a logical problem too?
Oh, the logical leap is even worse. Let us say you do form the internal belief. It looks like a table to me.
Okay.
How do you build a bridge from that internal certainty to the external physical world? The bridge is incredibly fragile. There are countless reasons why something might look like a table without being one.
Like mirrors, holograms, dreams, optical illusions.
Exactly. If your only foundational evidence is your internal state, your argument for the physical world relies on highly fallible inductive reasoning.
So indirect theories demand a psychological middleman that doesn't actually exist in reality.
And a logical bridge that cannot bear the weight of skepticism.
Okay, focus your attention right here, everyone, because if the indirect cautious route fails, we have to throw caution to the wind.
We have to look at direct theories.
Right. If we can't use a middleman, we have to assume our senses are plugging us directly into the universe.
That is the core claim of direct theories. They argue that your sensory experiences directly justify beliefs about the external world, entirely skipping the internal psychological evaluation.
So the experience of seeing the table directly justifies the belief the table is there.
Yes. And the most prominent, robust version of this is a framework known as dogmatism.
We need to define this very carefully, because outside of philosophy, calling someone dogmatic is basically an insult.
Right. It usually means they are stubborn and refuse to listen to facts.
Exactly. But epistemological dogmatism is something entirely different. How does the text define it?
In epistemology, dogmatism is an incredibly specific formula. It states that an experience as of P gives you immediate provisional justification, prima facie justification, to believe P.
Let's break down that Latin phrase, prima facie, provisional justification. What are the actual mechanics of that?
Prima facie translates to on its face, or at first glance. It means that the mere event of having the visual experience grants you the epistemic right to form the belief immediately without needing any corroborating evidence.
Just boom, you're justified.
Yes. However, that justification is defeasible.
Meaning it can be defeated.
Exactly. It can be stripped away if new contradictory evidence is introduced.
Give us a concrete scenario of how this justification gets defeated in real time.
Let us say you walk into a museum and look at a large sculpture against the wall. The sculpture looks vividly red.
Okay, I see a red sculpture.
According to dogmatism, the raw visual experience of red immediately grants you the prima facie justification to believe that sculpture is red.
I don't need to touch it. I don't need to ask the curator. I am justified.
You are, but a minute later, you look up and notice a massive array of red theatrical spotlights bolted to the ceiling, pointed directly at a white sculpture. The introduction of this new evidence, the spotlights, acts as a defeater. It reaches back and completely destroys your initial justification.
Even though I'm still seeing red.
Right. You are no longer justified in believing the sculpture is red, even though your visual experience hasn't changed.
This framework is incredibly powerful because it fundamentally shifts the burden of proof.
It is aggressively anti-skeptical.
Let's pit dogmatism against the ultimate skeptical weapon, the brain in a vat.
Let's do it.
So the brain in a vat thought experiment is basically the modern equivalent of Descartes' evil demon.
Right. Imagine that last night while you slept, scientists removed your brain, placed it in a nutrient vat, and connected your optic and auditory nerves to a supercomputer.
Terrifying.
The computer is perfectly simulating the room you are sitting in right now. The chair, the light, the sound of my voice, it's all digital code feeding into your suspended brain.
Now, historically, the skeptic says, before you are allowed to claim you know you are sitting in a chair, you must first prove you are not a brain in a vat.
And because you can never definitively prove you aren't in a simulation,
the skeptic wins. You know nothing.
But dogmatism just ignores the skeptic entirely, doesn't it?
Wait, it just ignores the vat.
It bypasses the skeptic's demand completely. Dogmatism asserts that you absolutely do not need independent, pre-existing proof that your senses are reliable before you use them.
You don't need to disprove the vat hypothesis first.
Exactly. The sheer phenomenological force of experiencing the chair gives you the immediate right to believe in the chair.
So, unless the skeptic can provide active, positive evidence that you are in a vat.
Unless they can point to the digital seams in the simulation, your provisional justification stands.
It essentially says you are innocent until proven guilty. Your senses are trusted until proven unreliable.
Yes.
That feels wonderfully practical. I mean, it aligns with how we actually live our lives.
It is highly practical, but we must rigorously test it. Does this theory survive contact with actual human psychology?
What do you mean?
Well, dogmatism insists that we should blindly trust our raw sensory data, right? But what happens when that raw data is corrupted before it even reaches our conscious mind? This introduces the first major threat to dogmatism, the problem of cognitive penetrability.
Listen closely to this next concept, you guys, because if cognitive penetrability is real, it means you cannot even trust your own eyes.
It suggests that our internal biases can actively hijack our sensory organs.
Let's unpack that.
Cognitive penetrability is the terrifying hypothesis that our high-level cognitive states, like our deep-seated desires, our fears, our theoretical expectations, can actually push downward into the brain's architecture and alter our low-level physical perception.
So the theory proposes that what you physically see is fundamentally changed by what you want to see.
Exactly. And if your experience is secretly manufactured by your own desires, does it still possess the power to grant you immediate justification?
Okay, let's ground this with an example. I want to use one from the history of science, but we'll culturally neutralize it so it applies universally.
Go for it.
Imagine a highly dedicated 17th century scientist, a preformationist. This scientist firmly believes the prevailing theory of his time, which dictates that all living creatures exist fully formed, just incredibly tiny, within reproductive cells.
Right, that was the going theory.
So he looks through his crude brass microscope at a basic, undefined clump of cellular matter.
Just a blob.
Just a blob. But because his entire academic worldview requires him to see a tiny, fully formed entity, the theory actually penetrates his visual cortex.
It pushes downward.
Yes. He doesn't just look at a blob and think, oh, that must be an embryo. His visual field is actively rewritten by his brain. He literally, phenomenologically sees a tiny, distinct embryo curled up under the lens.
That historical example perfectly isolates the mechanics of the objection. His high-level theory penetrated his low-level vision.
It's wild. Let's do another one.
Let us examine another, more primal example. Imagine a desperate gem prospector.
Okay, a prospector.
He's been panning in a muddy, freezing river for a month. His survival depends on finding a precious stone.
He's desperate.
His desire is immense. He pulls a worthless, wet, slightly shiny rock out of the mud.
Just a normal rock.
Just a wet rock.
Right.
But because his psychological desperation is so overwhelming, it penetrates his visual processing.
Oh, wow.
To his actual raw, phenomenal experience, the wet rock genuinely sparkles and physically looks identical to a raw diamond.
Now, I have to play devil's advocate here and force you to defend the dogmatist.
Bring it on.
We laid out the rule very clearly. Dogmatism says an experience as of P grants provisional justification for P.
That's the rule.
If we hook this desperate prospector up to a brain scanner, we will see that his visual cortex is genuinely presenting the image of a diamond.
Yes.
He is not lying. He is not consciously tricking himself. To his conscious mind, the experience is functionally identical to actually seeing a diamond.
Phenomenologically, yes.
Therefore, under the strict rules of dogmatism, he must be completely justified in believing he holds a diamond. That is the only evidence he has access to. Why should we penalize him for a subconscious brain glitch he can't control?
Because if we do not penalize him, epistemology becomes entirely detached from reality.
How so?
We would be forced to admit that a delusion can justify a belief, which is absurd.
I mean, I guess.
The counter-argument to your defense is that the prospector is engaging in epistemological cheating, even if he doesn't know it. The experience lacks validity because it has an irrational etiology.
Oh.
Irrational etiology.
Etiology. The study of causation or origin. So an irrational origin story.
Precisely. Let us trace the origin of a normal visual experience.
Okay.
Light bounces off a physical diamond, enters the cornea, hits the retina, and travels up the optic nerve. The etiology is physical reality.
Makes sense.
Now trace the etiology of the prospector's experience. The visual input of the wet rock travels up the optic nerve, but halfway there, his overwhelming psychological desperation intercepts the signal.
Oh, I see.
It corrupts it and projects the image of a diamond outward into his visual field. The cause of the experience is an irrational desire, not a physical object.
Because the origin is corrupt, the experience is stripped of its justifying power.
Exactly. You cannot use a hallucination manufactured by your own greed to justify a belief that you are rich.
So the etiology acts as a hidden defeater. Even if the prospector doesn't know his experience is corrupted, the philosophical reality is that his justification is void.
Yes.
But how does the dogmatist survive this? I mean, if our subconscious desires are secretly directing the movie of our visual field, how can we ever trust the dogmatist principle that seeing is believing?
Well, the dogmatist's primary counterattack is to deny the premise of the threat entirely.
How can they deny it?
They attempt to draw an impenetrable anatomical line in the sand between low-level raw vision and high-level cognitive classification.
Okay, what does that mean in the prospector's case?
The dogmatist argues that cognitive penetration cannot actually reach the raw visual data. They claim that his low-level experience, the raw geometric shape of the rock, and the exact physical refraction of light remains pure and objective.
So the eyes are still seeing the rock.
Yes. The penetration, the corruption, only occurs a fraction of a millisecond later at the high-level classification stage when his desperate brain abruptly labels that raw shape as diamond.
Ah, I see. So dogmatism only applies to the uncorrupted low-level properties, saving the theory.
That's the defense.
But is that true? I mean, are human brains actually capable of separating the raw, low-level geometry of an object from what we classify the object to be?
That is the exact vulnerability that cognitive science attacks, and it leads to the agnosia rebuttal.
Let's unpack that.
Opponents of dogmatism pull evidence directly from neuropsychology, specifically focusing on patients suffering from associative agnosia. Associative agnosia.
What is that condition?
It's a devastating condition where the patient has perfectly intact low-level vision. They can see lines, curves, and colors perfectly.
So their eyes work fine.
Perfectly fine. They can meticulously copy a drawing of an anchor or a flute, but they absolutely cannot classify or name the object. They have no idea what an anchor is used for.
Wow. But if they have perfect low-level vision, how does their tragic condition disprove the dogmatist's defense?
Because it proves how alien low-level vision actually is to normal human consciousness.
Okay.
If you ask a neurologically healthy person what they see when you hold up a piece of fruit, they do not say, I am experiencing a yellow crescent shape.
Right. They instantly say, I see a banana.
Exactly. The classification, the banana-ness, is seamlessly baked into the deepest, rawest level of their conscious visual experience.
So the fact that associative agnosia is viewed as a severe brain deficit basically proves that healthy perception intrinsically binds low-level shapes and high-level classification together.
You cannot cleanly separate them.
It's all one package.
Yes.
Oh.
And furthermore, modern psychological studies demonstrate that expectation alters even the lowest levels of color processing.
Really? How so?
If you show participants a photograph of a banana that has been digitally drained of all colors, so it's perfectly gray, their brains will often perceive it as having a slight yellow tint, simply because the high-level expectation of a banana forces the visual cortex to inject color.
That is wild. So the boundary between raw data and expectation is just a myth.
It seems to be.
Which means cognitive penetrability is a very real threat to the raw data of our senses.
It is.
But this raises a fascinating dilemma about survival. If our internal states alter our vision, is that penetration always a negative corruption? Does it always lead to false beliefs?
That is a critical distinction we must make. We have to separate good penetration from bad penetration.
Okay, let's look at it through the lens of evolutionary biology.
Great idea. Imagine an individual who harbors a deep, intense phobia of snakes.
Okay, terrified of snakes.
They are walking through dense, tall grass. Because of their intense fear, their visual cortex goes into hyperdrive. It actively scans for, highlights, and enhances any long, curved, ambiguous shape in the shadows.
That is undeniable cognitive penetration. Their fear is altering their visual processing.
Yes. But, as a result, their enhanced vision detects a perfectly camouflaged, venomous snake. They jump back, and their life is saved.
Wow. In that scenario, their fear didn't create a hallucination. It acted like a thermal camera, highlighting an actual threat in reality.
Exactly. The penetration was an asset. It was good penetration.
Because the fear-driven perception was highly reliable.
Right. Contrast that with the prospector, whose desire-driven perception fabricated the diamond out of mud. That is bad penetration.
Now, philosophers who subscribe to reliabilism attempt to solve this entire problem by stating a simple rule, right?
Yes. They say an experience only justifies a belief if the psychological process that caused the experience is generally reliable at producing truths.
So the snake fear is a highly reliable survival process. The prospector's wishful thinking is an incredibly unreliable process.
It sounds like reliabilism neatly solves the problem.
It really does. But I know epistemology never lets a solution stand unchallenged. Does reliabilism survive the brain in a vat?
It shatters completely against the vat.
And I knew it. Break it down.
Imagine two distinct parallel scenarios. In scenario A, you are a normal physical human, and your reliable snake fear mechanism helps you successfully spot a real physical snake in the grass.
Okay, that's scenario A.
In scenario B, you are a brain in a vat. Brain in a vat. Your disembodied brain still possesses the snake fear mechanism, and when it triggers, the supercomputer simply renders a digital snake into your simulated visual field.
Okay, so the internal psychology is identical in both scenarios. The brain feels the fear and sees the snake.
Yes, the internal mechanism is a perfect match.
Right.
But for the brain in a vet, the mechanism is utterly unreliable regarding the external physical reality, because there is no physical snake, no grass, and no physical body to bite.
The process has a 0% success rate at detecting external truth.
Exactly. And yet, intuitively, we firmly believe that the brain in the vat is just as internally justified in feeling fear and believing it sees a snake as the physical human.
Because the phenomenal experience is indistinguishable.
Yes. Reliabilism cannot explain why the internal justification feels identical, even when the external reliability is entirely broken.
Let's take a breath and synthesize where we are. We've established that dogmatism, the idea that seeing gives immediate justification, is heavily damaged by the reality that our biases, fears, and desires can secretly rewrite our visual data.
Our internal software is corruptible.
Exactly. But even if we could somehow magically cure all human bias, we still face the problem of our biological hardware. What about the sheer mechanical limits of the human brain's processing power?
This brings us to challenge #2. A famous and deeply frustrating philosophical paradox known as the speckled hen objection.
The speckled hen.
It explores what happens when the physical world hurls more data at our retinas than our conscious minds can actively compute.
Okay, let's set the scene.
Imagine you are standing in a farmyard looking directly at a hen. Let us state, as a matter of absolute objective physical fact, that the side of the hen facing you possesses exactly 48 distinct, high-contrast speckles on its feathers.
Exactly 48.
The lighting is perfect, and your vision is 20/20.
Okay, I am staring at the hen. The physical light bouncing off those 48 speckles is entering my cornea.
Right. Because you are looking directly at a 48 speckled hen, the raw visual experience projected onto your retina and subsequently processed by your visual cortex fundamentally contains the property of 48ness.
So the data is there.
The physical data of 48 distinct marks is entirely objectively present in your visual field.
Right.
However, and this is the mathematical trap of the objection, you are absolutely not immediately justified in believing the proposition. There are 48 speckles on that hen.
Well, of course I'm not. If you asked me right then how many speckles there were, I would just shrug and say, a lot. Maybe 50. Maybe 40.
Exactly.
I could possibly know it was exactly 48 unless I walked over, pointed my finger, and painfully counted them one by one.
Right.
But let's clarify this with a universally understood auditory analogy.
Good idea.
Think about a musician striking a single, isolated key on a piano, a middle C. If you were sitting in a quiet room, the objective physical sound wave of that middle C note enters your ear canal. The absolute property of middle C is physically vibrating your eardrum. It is entirely present in your sensory experience.
The physical presence of the data is indisputable.
But unless you are one of the exceedingly rare individuals blessed with perfect pitch,
Which most of us aren't.
right, the mere physical presence of that sound wave vibrating in your head grants you zero immediate justification to confidently declare that is a middle C.
Exactly.
You hear the note objectively is a middle C, but the experience does not justify the specific belief.
And this seems to entirely break the fundamental rule of dogmatism.
Right. Because dogmatism explicitly states that if an experience presents property P, you are provisionally justified in believing P.
Yes.
The visual experience physically presents 48 speckles, yet I am completely unjustified in believing 48. The theory contradicts reality. How can the dogmatist possibly survive this mathematical paradox?
It is a brutal challenge, and to keep dogmatism alive, philosophers have engineered 3 distinct lifelines, or defense mechanisms.
Okay.
The dogmatist must deploy one of these to avoid drowning in the paradox of the hen. Let us meticulously dissect the mechanics of each.
What's the first one?
Lifeline number 1 is the application of phenomenal conservatism. Phenomenal conservatism.
What does that mean in practical terms? How does conservatism save the hen?
Phenomenal conservatism creates a strict firewall between unconscious sensory data and conscious awareness.
Yeah.
It insists that the mere physical presence of data on the retina is epistemically useless. For an experience to confer immediate justification, there must be a vivid, explicit, conscious seeming in the mind of the subject.
Oh, seeming.
Yes. When you glance at the hen, it consciously seems to you like the hen has a large cluster of speckles.
Right, a bunch of spots.
It absolutely does not consciously, actively seem to you like it has exactly 48.
So because the explicit seeming of 48 never materialized in my conscious awareness, I am only justified in believing what actually seemed true. that there are many speckles.
Precisely. The 48 dots are in your eye, but the seeming of 48 is not in your mind.
Okay, so the first lifeline redefines experience to mean only what we are consciously aware of, filtering out the raw data. That feels like a solid defense. What is the second lifeline?
The second lifeline relies on a concept called the mode of presentation. Mode of presentation.
Mode of presentation.
This defense concedes that the precise 48ness is physically present in your raw visual field, but argues that it's not presented as a numerical integer to your cognitive faculties.
Okay, let me try to build an analogy for this. Think of a high-resolution digital photograph of a crowded beach.
Good example.
The image file contains exactly 3,421 people. If you open that image on a computer, the physical pixels representing 3,421 people are radiating from the monitor right into your eyes.
The data is present.
But the data is presented to your brain in the mode of a crowd texture, not in the mode of a spreadsheet tally.
Yes.
Because the mode of presentation is an uncounted texture. Your brain cannot extract an integer-based belief from it without engaging in a new process, like zooming in and counting.
That is an exceptional analogy. The visual system presents the hen's speckles in a textural mode, not a mathematical mode.
So because epistemology requires the belief to match the mode of the evidence.
You are not justified in forming a specific numerical belief from textual evidence.
Okay, I like that one. It leads us directly to the third and perhaps most subtle defense, the demonstrative response.
A demonstrative response.
How does this manipulate the language of the belief?
It is a strictly linguistic maneuver. The dogmatist argues that the entire paradox is based on a false premise.
What's the false premise?
The mistake is assuming that the visual experience is trying to justify a complex, high-level numeric proposition like, there are exactly 48 speckles.
But isn't it?
The dogmatist claims the experience is doing no such thing. The experience only justifies a crude, demonstrative belief.
Demonstrative, like pointing.
Exactly. You mentally point your finger at the visual blur of speckles in your mind's eye, and you form the belief. The hen is that way.
You literally just point at the raw data and say, it looks like whatever that is.
Precisely. And you are, in fact, completely, infallibly justified in believing that the hen looks exactly like the mental image you are pointing at.
Wow.
The paradox only arises when the philosopher artificially attempts to force a strict numeric integer label onto a demonstrative visual reality. The experience justifies the demonstrative that. It never attempts to justify the integer 48.
That is incredibly slick. So by restricting the scope of what the visual experience is actually claiming, dogmatism barely survives the farmyard hen.
Barely.
But we have to keep pushing. We have seen how internal biases warp our vision and how biological processing limits restrict it. Now, focus your attention on this final monumental argument, you guys, because we are going to use the cold, unforgiving laws of mathematical probability to try and settle the brain in a vat debate once and for all.
Can dogmatism survive pure math?
This is challenge #3, and it is arguably the most lethal threat to the entire framework of dogmatism.
It is known in the literature as the easy justification problem.
Easy justification.
It exposes the catastrophic logical failure that occurs when you combine dogmatism with a specific, highly confident type of logic known as Morean reasoning. Morean reasoning.
We need to define Morean reasoning clearly for the listener. This is named after the early 20th century philosopher G.E. Moore.
Right.
Moore was famously frustrated by complex skeptical arguments, claiming we couldn't know the physical world existed.
He was tired of the debates.
So during a lecture, he physically held up his hands and essentially said, here's one hand and here's another. Therefore, the external world exists. End of debate.
It seems comically simple, almost anti-intellectual at first glance.
Just waving his hands.
But mathematically, when you plug Moore's simple hand gesture into the engine of dogmatism, it creates a runaway, exponential feedback loop of justification.
The accusation is that this combination allows a thinker to logically bootstrap infinite knowledge out of thin air, like a magician pulling a universe out of a hat.
Yes. Let us walk meticulously through the 4 steps of this dangerous bootstrapping logic.
Okay, step 1. I'm sitting in my chair, and I look down at the end of my arms. I have a vivid, distinct visual experience of my own biological hands.
Step 2. We apply the core rule of dogmatism. Because you are having a visual experience as of hands, you are immediately granted prima facie provisional justification to hold the belief, I have physical hands.
Okay, step 3. Now we introduce a basic, undeniable logical deduction. If it's a true, objective physical fact that I possess biological flesh and blood hands, then it is logically and physically impossible for me to be a disembodied floating brain in a vat hooked to a computer.
Because a brain in a jar does not have hands.
Right. And step 4. Therefore, the simple, effortless act of glancing down at your wrists provides you with absolute logical proof that you are not living in a digital simulation.
You have deduced the fundamental metaphysical nature of the universe simply by looking at your fingers.
But that feels entirely fraudulent.
It does.
It feels like a philosophical Ponzi scheme. You cannot use a glance at your hands to disprove the matrix simulation, because if you were trapped in the matrix, the supercomputer would seamlessly project the digital image of fake hands right into your brain.
Exactly.
The evidence of your hands is part of the very simulation you are trying to disprove. You are using the illusion to prove the illusion is real.
Your intuition is violently rejecting the logic because it recognizes the circularity. It is quite literally easy justification.
You have bootstrapped a massive universal conclusion from a trivial, localized observation.
To explain precisely why this magic trick is mathematically illegal, we have to introduce the mathematical takedown.
A mathematical takedown.
We have to examine the threshold view of probability.
All right, let's step out of pure philosophy and bring in the laws of probability. How does math dismantle G.E. Moore's hands?
In probability theory, we use conditional probabilities to weigh competing hypotheses against new evidence.
Okay.
The unbreakable mathematical rule here is that the probability of a specific required subcondition can never, under any circumstances, mathematically exceed the probability of the general overarching state that allows it to exist.
Wait, let's use a relatable analogy before we apply it to brains and vats.
Okay.
Imagine I buy a lottery ticket. The overarching state is winning the lottery.
Right.
The subcondition is buying a yacht with the winnings.
Makes sense.
Because buying the yacht requires winning the lottery first, the mathematical probability that I will buy a yacht can never be higher than the probability that I will win the lottery.
Exactly. If your chance of winning is 1 in a million, your chance of buying the yacht is, at best, 1 in a million.
A flawless analogy. Now let's apply that strict mathematical hierarchy to Moore's hands and the skeptic's vat.
Okay. The overarching state is being a real physical human being.
Right.
The subcondition is possessing biological hands.
Okay.
Because having physical hands requires you to be a real physical human who is not a brain in a vat. The probability that you have hands can never exceed the probability that you are not a brain in a vat.
So if I am the heavy skeptic and I walk into this thought experiment believing there's a 90% chance we are all living in a computer simulation, my prior baseline probability of being a real human is only 10%. That is my overarching state.
Yes.
Therefore, my mathematical probability of actually having biological hands is kept at a maximum of 10%.
Exactly. You start with a very low baseline probability. Now, you look down at your wrists, you receive new visual evidence.
Okay.
The dogmatist claims this visual evidence justifies the belief in hands, which then proves you aren't in a vat. Does this new visual evidence actually push your mathematical probability over the threshold required for justification? The math explicitly says no.
Why not?
Because the visual evidence of hands is perfectly symmetrical.
Symmetrical evidence, meaning the evidence looks identical regardless of which theory is true.
Exactly.
If I'm a real human, I look down and see hands. If I am a brain in a vat, the computer feeds me code that makes me look down and see hands. The visual data is completely neutral.
Precisely. If evidence is equally predicted by both competing hypotheses, it has zero mathematical power to raise the probability of one hypothesis over the other.
It cancels out.
Imagine 2 suspects in a murder trial, and both suspects have a strong motive to lie about where they were that night.
Okay.
The fact that they both tell a lie does not mathematically raise the probability of one being the killer over the other. The lie is symmetrical.
Right.
Similarly, the visual experience of hands is symmetrical. Because the new evidence is equally likely under both the real-world hypothesis and the vat hypothesis, your prior probability remains locked at 10%.
So the math basically acts as a brick wall. If my prior pre-existing probability of being real was too low to be justified, the new visual experience of seeing my hands cannot magically boost the probability any higher. Dogmatism fails because it ignores the prior baseline.
It violates the threshold view of probability. Dogmatists attempt to use evidence that inherently relies on a massive assumption.
The assumption that the physical world is real.
Right. To logically prove that very assumption, it is an illicit mathematical circle.
This proof demonstrates that bootstrapping fails fundamentally.
Yeah.
You cannot extract infinite certainty from a mathematically neutral observation.
And this deals a potentially fatal structural blow to dogmatism.
It really does.
It forces us to conclude that a raw sensory experience of P does not grant immediate justification to believe P unless you already possess a high mathematical probability that your perceptual faculties are reliably connected to reality.
Which means, in a devastating twist of irony, we're thrown right back to the beginning of the lecture.
We really are.
We are right back to needing prior reasons, and the justification from reason's view rears its head again. Dogmatism promised us a shortcut, but the math proved the shortcut was an illusion.
This has been an absolutely staggering, exhausting journey through the hidden mechanics of perception.
It truly is a labyrinth. The deeper you dig into the microscopic mechanics of how we justify what we see, the more complex, fragile, and defensive the cognitive architecture becomes.
We take the simple act of opening our eyes for granted, but epistemologically, it is a miracle we feel justified in believing anything at all.
Let's pull back and synthesize the immense amount of theoretical ground we have covered in this session.
Good idea.
We started with the foundational assumption that our raw sensory experiences are the bedrock that justifies our beliefs about the physical world.
And we immediately collided with the Szilárd dilemma.
Right, which paralyzed us by asking how raw, non-linguistic experiences can possibly act as logical reasons without creating an infinite, collapsing regress of justification.
To escape that dilemma, we abandoned the necessity of reasons and explored theories of immediate justification.
We rejected indirect theories because demanding that humans constantly monitor their internal psychological states as a middleman is both biologically unrealistic and logically weak.
This led us to embrace direct theories, specifically dogmatism.
The incredibly anti-skeptical stance that simply seeing an object grants you the immediate provisional right to believe it exists.
But we spent the rest of the lecture violently stress-testing dogmatism.
We wrestled with the unsettling reality of cognitive penetrability, discovering that our desperate desires and deep-seated fears might actually push downward and rewrite our literal, low-level physical vision.
Infecting our experiences with an irrational etiology.
Exactly. We hit the biological processing limits of the human mind with the speckled hen and the piano's middle C, forcing philosophers to invent lifelines like phenomenal conservatism and mode of presentation just to keep the theory afloat.
And finally, we subjected dogmatism to the cold, unforgiving mathematics of conditional probability.
Proving definitively that you cannot use G.E. Moore's naive reasoning to bootstrap your way out of a simulated reality. The math simply does not allow symmetrical evidence to elevate your prior probabilities.
It is a phenomenal, densely packed amount of material to digest.
It really is.
Yeah.
But this brings us to the end of today's specified text. What is waiting for us on the horizon?
Well, I can offer a highly tantalizing preview of Episode 7.
Oh, please do.
We will be crossing the border into the realm of epistemology, cognitive science, and experimental philosophy.
That sounds intense.
Today, we push the boundaries of pure logic, mathematical probability, and armchair thought experiments. But what happens when we step out of the philosopher's armchair and into the laboratory?
Oh, wow.
Now that we understand the theoretical limits of logic, what happens when we hook the human brain up to actual, physical, scientific instruments? We are going to explore how empirical neuroscience and psychological data either validate or utterly destroy these age-old philosophical theories.
I cannot wait to see how the lab equipment measures up against the thought experiments.
It's going to be wild.
Now, to you, sitting there listening to this intense breakdown, I want to leave you with a specific practical provocation based on today's lecture.
Think about this one carefully.
Think about the last time you wanted something so badly, you practically manifested it into existence. Maybe you were waiting in an empty house for a critically important text message, and you swore with absolute physical certainty that you heard your phone vibrate, only to look and see a completely blank screen.
We've all been there.
Do you think your intense anxiety actually physically changed your literal auditory perception of reality in that moment? And if so, if your own mind can so easily hack your senses, does that permanently rob you of the right to say you ever truly know what you saw or heard? Let us know your opinion in the comments.
We want to hear how you navigate your own cognitive penetrability in your daily life.
It is a profound question that forces you to examine the structural integrity of your everyday reality.
It really does.
Thanks for listening to Kitab Podcast. We will see you for the next lecture.
Welcome to Kitab Podcast, everyone. We are really thrilled to have you joining us again today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to be here.
So we are officially hitting episode 7 of our 11-part series, and we're covering Epistemology, a contemporary introduction by Alvin Goldman and Matthew McGrath.
Right. And I just want to say we have a very dense but incredibly rewarding stretch of material to cover today. We're looking at pages 161 through 182.
Yeah, it's a fantastic section. But, before we move forward, let's quickly recap where we were in episode 6.
Good idea. So last time we spent our session really analyzing perceptual justification.
Right, which is basically examining how exactly our sensory experiences are supposed to, justify our beliefs about the world.
Exactly. And we looked really critically at the challenges to dogmatism.
Which is that super tempting idea that simply having a sensory experience automatically gives you the immediate justification to believe it.
Yeah, and we explored why it's just not that simple. I mean, we unpacked issues like cognitive penetrability.
Oh, right. The phenomenon where our background desires and beliefs literally alter our visual processing.
Yeah.
Like your mood literally changes what you see.
Exactly. And we also talked about the speckled hen problem.
Right, which was the idea that forced us to question if a single glance can justify a highly specific numerical belief without any active counting.
Yeah, so that foundation is really crucial for today. Because up until this point in the text, Goldman and McGrath have kept us focused primarily on, what knowledge is.
Right, the theoretical criteria for justification.
Yeah, but in Chapter 7, we hit a hard pivot. The authors transition us away from the abstract criteria of knowledge, and they ask a totally different methodological question.
Which is, how exactly should we be studying the human mind that acquires this knowledge in the first place?
Precisely. We are moving right into the intersection of traditional epistemology and cognitive psychology.
So let's start with how philosophers have historically answered that question. I mean, for centuries, the dominant, almost unquestioned method in epistemology was entirely theoretical, right?
Oh, completely. Philosophers utilize what's known as the armchair method.
Right. The classic armchair philosopher, they just relied completely on knowledge prior to sensory experience, a priori intuitions.
Exactly. And to really understand the magnitude of the shift we're going to discuss today, you have to picture that traditional method.
Sitting by the fire, just thinking.
Yeah. The philosopher sits in their metaphorical armchair. They don't run laboratory experiments. They don't hand out surveys to the general public.
They just construct these elaborate thought experiments in their minds.
Right. They imagine a hypothetical scenario, and then they consult their own internal rational intuition.
Basically just to decide whether the subject in that scenario possesses knowledge or not.
Yeah. They are generating philosophical data through pure reason. It's entirely divorced from physical empirical observation a posteriori data.
But, I mean, let me play devil's advocate for the listener here. If the armchair method has worked for literally centuries to map out massive concepts like truth and logic, why fix what isn't broken?
It's a fair question.
Right, like why do we need test tubes and lab coats to understand human thought?
Well, as the text outlines, we get to the mid-20th century, and a philosopher named W.V.O. Quine throws a massive wrench into this centuries-old machine.
Oh, Quine, he really shook things up.
He absolutely did. He proposed something radically different, a framework he called science-based epistemology, naturalized epistemology.
And Quine essentially looked at the armchair method and declared it an intellectual dead end, didn't he?
He did. And to understand his argument, you really need to look at what he dismantled. Traditional philosophy rested incredibly heavily on a boundary between truths by definition and truths by observation, the analytic synthetic distinction.
Okay, wait, let me make sure we have this entirely clear for everyone. A truth by definition, an analytic truth, would be something like, all bachelors are unmarried men.
Perfect example.
Because you don't need to go out into the world and actually interview every bachelor to verify that, right? It's just true simply by the definitions of the words involved.
Exactly. It's a classic armchair truth.
Whereas a truth by observation, a synthetic truth, would be something like, it is raining outside right now.
Right. You have to actually look out the window to verify that one.
So for centuries, philosophers believed epistemology operated purely in that first category.
They did. But Quine published this monumental critique arguing that the boundary is, well, it's a complete illusion.
An illusion? How so?
He argued that our beliefs just don't exist in isolated categories. Rather, they form this massive, interconnected web.
Ah, Quine's web of belief.
Exactly. Even our most fundamental logical definitions are tethered, eventually, to our physical experiences of the world.
So because Quine rejected this boundary, he argued that sitting in an armchair trying to deduce purely analytical truths about knowledge was essentially a futile exercise.
Yeah, completely futile.
So what was his alternative then? If the armchair is broken, where does the philosopher sit?
Well, according to Quine, they should move into the science laboratory.
Wow, just pack up the books and head to the lab.
Basically. He urged that epistemology should be stripped of its traditional status as an independent philosophical field,
And become what?
a strict subdiscipline of empirical psychology.
That is wild. He literally wanted to absorb epistemology into cognitive science.
Completely. He argued we should just stop debating abstract, untestable definitions of justification. Instead, we should literally just study the human animal
Study it how exactly?
by measuring the exact physical input, like light waves hitting the retina or sound waves hitting the eardrum,
Okay, and
and then scientifically record the output, which is the human being's linguistic description of the world.
So for Quine, epistemology was just the scientific study of how a biological organism translates physical stimuli into theories about its environment.
That's it. That's the whole project for him.
I can imagine traditional philosophers did not take kindly to the idea that their entire discipline should just be handed over to the psychology department.
Oh, there's massive pushback.
I mean, I have to wonder too, if we just study how the brain translates light into words, aren't we losing something fundamental?
What do you mean?
Well, if psychology just describes how human beings actually process information, it doesn't really tell us anything about how we ought to process information.
You've just articulated the exact reason why Quine's radical proposal was ultimately rejected by the majority of contemporary epistemologists.
Oh, really? So he went too far.
Way too far. Quine's radical reduction completely abandons the evaluative concept of should normativity.
Right, because science is purely descriptive.
Exactly. If a psychologist observes that a human subject frequently jumps to terrible, irrational conclusions based on pure prejudice, the psychologist simply records that as a factual observation.
They just note down the behavior.
Yeah.
But epistemology is inherently normative, right? It's designed to evaluate.
Precisely. It exists to tell us the difference between a good belief and a bad belief.
Yeah.
Between rational justification and irrational guessing.
So if you eliminate normativity, you're just not doing epistemology anymore.
Right. However, while philosophers rejected Quine's absolute takeover, they acknowledged he actually had a really valid point.
Which is that the armchair alone isn't enough anymore.
Exactly. We can't theorize about human knowledge while completely ignoring the actual biological machinery of the human mind.
So modern epistemology embraces a sort of softer, highly productive collaboration with cognitive science.
That's right. We maintain our normative evaluations, we still judge what is rational, but we inform those judgments with hard psychological data.
All right, lock in for this pivot, because this is going to completely change how you think about your own senses. We are now going to apply cognitive science directly to the person holding the belief, the epistemic subject.
Yeah, and to do this, the author introduced the fascinating work of philosopher Jack Lyons.
What does Lyons bring to the table?
Well, he utilizes cognitive science to challenge a deeply entrenched assumption about how we perceive the world. He basically argues that conscious sensation is actually inessential for perceptual justification.
Wait, what? That sounds almost absurd on its face.
I know, it really does.
I mean, when I look at, like, a coffee mug on my desk, the conscious sensation of seeing the shape and the color is the very thing that justifies my belief that the mug is actually there.
That's what we all assume, yeah.
Right. So if you strip away the conscious sensation, how can my belief possibly be justified?
Okay, to explain this mechanism, Lyons points to the heavily documented phenomenon of echolocation in blind individuals. It's often referred to as the obstacle sense. Obstacle sense.
Oh, I've read about this. It's incredible.
It really is. These individuals are capable of navigating complex environments, detecting walls, avoiding chairs, finding doorways, without any visual sensation occurring in their consciousness whatsoever.
And the text highlights that this ability isn't exclusively limited to individuals who are blind, right? Sighted people wearing blindfolds can also be trained to utilize this.
Yes, exactly. Although sighted people are generally far less proficient at it at first.
But the detail here that just completely unravels our assumptions is how this actually feels to the subject.
Oh, the physical sensation. Yeah, explain that.
When sighted people are blindfolded and effectively utilize this obstacle sense to, stop before they hit a wall, they frequently report a distinct physical feeling of pressure on the skin of their face.
Yes. That is the phenomenological illusion. They genuinely believe they are feeling the proximity of the wall through their facial nerves.
But cognitive science proves that is absolutely false, right?
Completely false. They are actually utilizing subtle echolocation via their ears.
They're hearing the micro reverberations of ambient sound bouncing off the solid object?
Exactly. But because their brain lacks a dedicated echolocation conscious sensation, it misinterprets the auditory data and manufactures a completely false tactile sensation on the face.
That is wild. So let's look at the philosophical output of this.
Yeah.
The subject forms a belief. There is a wall 2 feet in front of me.
Right. And that belief is highly accurate.
Yeah, it's reliably formed through auditory data. We would all agree they are perfectly justified in believing the wall is there.
We would.
But the conscious sensation they are experiencing, a pressure on their face, is completely wrong.
Which means the sensation cannot be the thing doing the justifying.
Exactly. We have sensationless perception, or at least perception disconnected from the correct sensation-yielding, highly justified beliefs.
Lyons breaks down the cognitive mechanism of vision to explain exactly why this happens. He divides the visual process into 2 distinct stages.
Okay, what's the first stage?
First, there are early vision processes. These are completely subconscious. They process raw lines, edges, and light gradients without applying any conceptual labels to them.
So they're just raw data packets.
Correct. And Lyons argues these early processes lack the propositional content needed to justify beliefs because they don't really say anything about what the object actually is.
And the second stage?
Then you have late vision processes. This is where the brain categorizes the data and identifies the object as a wall or a chair.
Okay.
That makes sense. But Lyons notes that if you have these late vision processes functioning properly, but you completely remove the accompanying conscious visual sensation, as we see in the obstacle sense, it just feels to the subject like a baseless hunch.
Right, they just suddenly know a wall is there. But if you ask them why, they can't point to a valid conscious sensation.
Exactly.
Let me offer an analogy to really clarify this mechanism for the listener. Think about the GPS system in your smartphone.
Oh, that's a great comparison.
Right. There's this complex architecture of hardware and software running constantly in the background. It's pinging satellites, calculating coordinates, and tracking your exact geographical location with pinpoint accuracy.
And it does all of that silently.
Yes. It's doing this entirely reliably, even when the phone's screen is completely black. The screen lighting up and showing you the blue dot on a map is the conscious sensation.
Right.
But the phone's internal belief about its location is perfectly justified by its reliable background processing, regardless of whether the screen is on or off.
That analogy perfectly mirrors Lyons' proposed solution. Lyons argues for a modular cognitive architecture. Modular system.
Meaning what, exactly?
He posits that the human mind contains various specialized, deeply reliable background apps, just like your phone.
So perceptual beliefs are justified if they are the output of reliable, domain-specific cognitive mechanisms.
Precisely. The justification comes entirely from the hidden, reliable functioning of the system, which he calls a non-experiential sense of looks, perceptual output.
So if I recognize my friend walking down the street, my justification for believing that is John doesn't actually come from the conscious feeling of seeing John's face.
No, it doesn't. It comes from the fact that your brain's highly specialized facial recognition module processed the geometry of his face reliably in the background.
So the conscious feeling is just the screen lighting up after the work is already done.
Exactly. If the internal mechanism is reliable, the belief it produces is justified. It doesn't matter if a conscious sensation accompanies it, or even if the accompanying sensation is totally misleading, like in the blindfold experiment.
Okay, but this naturally raises a massive red flag for me.
Oh, what's that?
If all of our epistemic justification rests on the reliability of these hidden mental mechanisms, we have to ask a terrifying question. What happens when those cognitive mechanisms are fundamentally flawed?
Right. What if the software is bugged?
Exactly.
Well, that question transitions us directly into the massive field of the psychology of reasoning, where cognitive science really puts human rationality to the test.
Pay close attention to this next experiment because it's going to trick you just like it tricked the experts.
So the armchair tradition always assumed that human beings, while prone to occasional mistakes, were fundamentally rational creatures operating on sound logical principles.
But I'm guessing cognitive psychology systematically dismantled this assumption.
I totally dismantled it. Most famously through the Biases and Heuristics program, spearheaded by researchers Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman.
Right, they wanted to investigate how humans make decisions under uncertainty. And they discovered we rely heavily on mental shortcuts.
Yeah, a heuristic is essentially just a rule of thumb. It's a quick, cognitively cheap way for the brain to solve a problem without doing the exhausting mathematical heavy lifting.
And Tversky and Kahneman wanted to test a specific shortcut called the representativeness heuristic.
Exactly. This is the brain's tendency to judge the probability of an event by asking, how similar is this event to my internal stereotype of that category?
So to test this, they designed one of the most famous experiments in cognitive psychology, known as the Linda case.
And the experimental purpose here was to pit statistical logic directly against psychological similarity.
Okay, let's walk through this exactly as the participants experienced it. The participants were handed a piece of paper with a very specific, meticulously crafted profile of a fictional woman named Linda.
The profile read as follows. Linda is 31 years old, single, outspoken, and very bright. She majored in philosophy.
And as a student, she was deeply concerned with issues of discrimination and social justice, and also participated in anti-nuclear demonstrations.
Now, after reading that profile, the participants were given a list of 8 different vocations or hobbies, and were asked to rank them in order of probability.
Basically, how likely is it that Linda is currently doing these things?
Right. And the list included distractor options like Linda is a psychiatric social worker or Linda is a member of a generic local civic voting organization.
Which, just a quick note for our international listeners, the text culturally neutralizes that option, replacing the original highly American reference to the League of Women Voters.
Yeah, good point. But honestly, the distraction options don't matter at all. The entire experiment hinges on how participants ranked 2 specific critical options and then a third option that combined them.
Right, so let's hear them. Option A, Linda is active in the feminist movement. Option B, Linda is a bank teller.
And finally, the combined option C, Linda is a bank teller and is active in the feminist movement.
So when you look at the raw data of how people rank those options, the results are deeply troubling for human rationality, aren't they?
Extremely troubling. A staggering 89% of undergraduate participants judged that the combined option that Linda was a feminist bank teller was more probable than the single option that she was just a bank teller.
Now you might be thinking, well, undergraduates make silly mistakes. But Tversky and Kahneman anticipated that, didn't they?
They did. So they took this exact same test to a group of advanced doctoral students specializing in decision science.
We're talking about individuals with extensive, rigorous training in advanced probability and statistics.
Exactly. And 85% of those elite experts made the exact same error.
Wow. We really need to carefully unpack exactly why this is a catastrophic logical error. It violates the most fundamental law of probability.
Right, which states that the probability of 2 independent events occurring together can never be greater than the probability of either event occurring alone.
This flaw is formally categorized as the conjunction fallacy. Let's break down the math for the listener.
Go for it.
Imagine a room with 1,000 people in it. Let's say 100 of those people are bank tellers. Now, out of those 100 bank tellers, maybe 20 of them are also active in the feminist movement.
Okay, I'm with you.
The group of feminist bank tellers is a smaller subcategory completely contained inside the larger category of bank tellers.
Right.
It is mathematically impossible for the smaller subcategory to be larger than the main category it lives inside. Every single feminist bank teller on Earth is necessarily a banked teller.
Yes.
Therefore, it is always, 100% of the time, more probable that someone is a bank teller than a feminist bank teller.
Mathematically, yes. You are completely right. But psychologically, our brains just do not run the math.
Because of the shortcut.
Exactly. When participants read Linda's profile, the description of her protesting and majoring in philosophy triggers a strong psychological match with the cultural stereotype of a feminist.
It triggers the representativeness heuristic.
Yes. Feminist bank teller sounds incredibly similar to the profile, whereas just bank teller sounds like a very poor match for her personality.
So our brain uses the shortcut of similarity and completely overwrites the strict laws of probability.
The brain sacrifices accuracy for narrative coherence. And Kahneman and Tversky found this was not an isolated glitch.
No, they discovered an entire catalog of ways our cognitive machinery fails.
Like what else?
Well, for example, humans exhibit a massive flaw called base rate ignorance, base rate neglect.
Oh, right. When we hear a compelling specific story, We completely ignore the underlying statistical frequency of that event happening in the general population. And similarly, they documented the shortcut of relying on immediate memory retrieval, known as the availability heuristic.
Which is the human tendency to judge the frequency or probability of an event based entirely on how easily examples of that event come to mind.
The text actually provides a brilliant, highly illuminating example of this. In another experiment, researchers asked participants a simple question. If you take any random text in the English language, are there more words that begin with the letter K, or are there more words where K is the third letter?
And the overwhelming majority of participants confidently assert that there are far more words that begin with the letter K.
And they are completely wrong.
Completely. In the English language, there are roughly twice as many words with K as the third letter.
But why do we make this mistake so predictably?
It is because of how our brain's filing system works. It is incredibly easy and cognitively cheap to search your memory by the first letter of a word. You can instantly retrieve kangaroo, kite, kitchen, keyboard.
Right, they just pop into your head.
But human memory is not indexed by the third letter. It takes immense cognitive strain to sit there and retrieve ask, bake, cake, awkward.
Because the first letter words are highly available to our memory, our heuristic assumes there must be more of them in reality.
It's so flawed. If you synthesize these findings, the biases and heuristics program paints a rather bleak picture of the epistemic subject.
It really does. It suggests our internal cognitive architecture is riddled with structural flaws, leading us to constantly generate unjustified, irrational beliefs about probability and risk.
Honestly, it makes you wonder how humanity survives at all if our brains are this terrible at calculating reality.
Well, thankfully, the text introduces an opposing, far more optimistic camp within cognitive psychology.
Oh, good, because I was getting worried.
The researchers in this camp look at the exact same mental shortcuts and draw a completely different conclusion.
Which brings us to the work of psychologist Gerd Gigerenzer.
Yes, Gigerenzer mounts a robust, highly empirical defense of human reasoning. He entirely accepts that we use fast and frugal heuristic shortcuts that save time and minimize the computational load on the brain.
But he vehemently rejects the idea that these are errors.
Exactly. He argues that when you evaluate these heuristics not against abstract rules of a logic textbook, but against their real-world effectiveness, ecological rationality, they are actually brilliant adaptations.
Right. Gigerenzer argues that Tversky and Kahneman rigged the game by testing humans in sterile, artificial environments with, unlimited time and all the information perfectly laid out on a sheet of paper.
Which is never how life actually works. In the real world, an organism has to make life or death decisions rapidly, with incomplete information and limited brain power.
Exactly. Let us examine the specific mechanism of one of Gigerenzer's primary concepts. The heuristic of relying on the single most valid cue, known formally as take the best, take the best.
Okay, to understand how this works, we really have to compare it to how a computer or an idealized rational agent would make a complex decision.
Which would be using complex statistical regression.
Right. They would gather every single piece of available information, assign a mathematical weight to each piece, calculate the total probabilities, and output the optimal choice.
Which requires massive amounts of time, energy, and data that humans rarely have.
Precisely. The take the best heuristic completely bypasses this. Instead of doing the math, the human agent simply ranks the available cues in order of what they perceive to be the most valid indicator.
Okay, and then
They then looked at the options and searched down their list of cues. The absolute second they find the single best cue that discriminates between the options, they stop searching entirely.
wow. They just ignore all other information and base their decision completely on that single point of data.
Yes, this is categorized as one-reason decision-making.
I mean, this sounds inherently reckless. You are intentionally ignoring potentially vital data.
But here is the stunning part. Gigerenzer ran massive computer simulations comparing the simple take the best heuristic against highly advanced multivariable statistical regressions.
And what did he find?
He found that in real-world, resource-constrained environments where information is noisy, unpredictable, or hard to gather, the fast and frugal heuristic routinely matched and frequently outperformed the complex statistical models.
Outperformed them. That's incredible.
Yeah. The complex models often suffer from overfitting. They take in too much noisy data and get confused.
But the simple heuristic, by ignoring the noise and focusing only on the highest validity cue, prove to be far more robust and accurate in wild environments.
Exactly. And Gigerenzer decaled another highly effective shortcut, choosing the familiar option over the unfamiliar one, which is termed the recognition heuristic.
Oh, the text highlights a fascinating study demonstrating the power of this. Researchers took a group of absolute laypersons, people with zero knowledge of finance, market caps, or corporate earnings, and asked them to build a stock portfolio.
Sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Right. But these laypersons simply utilized the recognition heuristic. If they recognized the name of the company on the list, they bought the stock. If they had never heard of it, they skipped it.
So simple.
And then the researchers compared this layperson portfolio against portfolios built by expert stock traders utilizing mountains of statistical data.
And astonishingly, the laypersons utilizing the simple recognition heuristic actually outperformed the experts.
Which is just crazy. But the underlying logic is that if a company is successful enough that its name has permeated cultural consciousness enough to be recognized by a layperson, it is highly likely to be a stable, profitable company.
The simple heuristic captured the necessary truth without needing the complex data.
Okay, I have to step in and challenge this optimistic view, though. I completely concede that take the best and the recognition heuristic are brilliant evolutionary survival tools.
Sure.
If I am in the woods and hear a growl, the fast heuristic run away from loud noises is incredibly useful. But we are doing epistemology here, not evolutionary biology.
That's a vital distinction.
Right. Are speed and frugality genuinely epistemic virtues? Do they reliably lead us to the objective truth of the universe? Or are they just pragmatic virtues, useful biological tricks that keep us alive but don't necessarily give us justified knowledge?
That distinction is the exact frontier where epistemology and psychology collide. Gigerenzer would argue that ecological rationality is an epistemic virtue because in the environments where humans actually operate, it produces a higher ratio of true beliefs to false beliefs than attempting impossible statistical calculations.
But traditional epistemologists push back on that.
They do. They argue that a process that intentionally ignores evidence is fundamentally irrational, even if it happens to get lucky and produce a true belief.
So we have explored how the brain handles probabilities and risks using heuristics. But how does the human mind handle strict formal deduction?
I mean like pure logic?
Yeah. If I tell you, if it rains, the grass gets wet, and then I tell you it is raining, your brain instantly deduces the grass is getting wet. How does that physical cognitive process actually work?
Well, the psychology of deductive reasoning investigates this exact mechanism, how humans naturally compute logical implications. And currently, cognitive science is split between two primary competing approaches to explain the architecture of human deduction.
Let us unpack the first theory.
The first major theory is the internal proof system approach, commonly referred to as mental logic. Mental logic. This framework is most prominently championed by cognitive scientist Lance Rips.
And he developed a comprehensive model he called PSYCHOP, which stands for Psychology of Proof.
Yes, and this theory posits something quite remarkable. It argues that human beings possess an innate, built-in, truth-preserving proof system running in our cognitive architecture.
So Rips is arguing we literally have an internal logic engine, similar to a computer program, hardwired into our brains.
Precisely. PSYCHP posits that we possess abstract logical rules, both forward-chaining rules and backward-chaining rules. And when we hear logical premises, our brain automatically runs these syntactic rules to deduce the correct conclusion.
But wait, if we have this pristine logical software running in our heads, how do psychologists explain the fact that humans constantly fail basic logic tests? If the software is perfect, why are we so bad at it?
Rips argues the software is perfect, but the hardware it runs on is severely limited.
What does that mean?
Humans possess limited working memory. A complex logical deduction might require holding 5 or 6 intermediate steps in your mind simultaneously. When our working memory limits are exceeded, the proof system crashes and we make an error.
That makes sense.
Furthermore, Rips' model accounts for psychological interference, most notably a phenomenon where a person's prior belief in a conclusion influences their judgment of an argument's validity. Belief bias.
Oh, I want to break down exactly how belief bias corrupts the logic engine. Imagine I give you a logically flawless syllogism, but the final conclusion of that syllogism goes completely against your political or religious beliefs.
Right, it triggers a reaction.
Even though the internal math of the syllogism is perfect, your brain's prior bias rejects the conclusion. Therefore, you incorrectly label the valid argument as invalid.
The logic software ran correctly, but the output was vetoed by your pre-existing bias.
That is an excellent summation of the mental logic approach. But there is a fierce rival theory in cognitive science, isn't there?
There is. The alternative is the spatial representation approach, widely known as the theory of mental models, proposed by Philip Johnson Laird.
And he fundamentally rejects the idea that we have an internal logic calculator running abstract syntactic rules.
Entirely.
So if we aren't doing internal math, what are we doing?
According to mental models theory, when humans hear logical premises, we immediately construct a spatial representation of the scenario in our working memory. We imagine a little diagram or a physical model.
Oh, it is like setting up pieces on a mental chessboard.
Exactly.
If the premise is the keys are to the left of the wallet and the wallet is to the left of the phone, we don't use an abstract algebraic rule, like if A is less than B and B is less than C, then A is less than C. We literally just visualize the items sitting on a table in our mind's eye.
Exactly. We build the spatial model. And then, when we are presented with a conclusion, for example, the keys are to the left of the phone, we don't run a proof. We simply inspect our mental chessboard.
That feels much more like how I actually think.
And more importantly, Johnson Laird argues we actively search our mental space to see if we can manipulate the pieces to make the conclusion false. We search for refuting models.
So if we try every possible spatial arrangement allowed by the premises, and we cannot find a layout that refutes the conclusion, we accept the conclusion as valid.
Right. But the more complex the premises, the more mental chessboards you have to hold in your head simultaneously to search for refuting models.
And eventually you run out of working memory, you fail to construct the one refuting model that proves the argument invalid, and you make a logical error.
Exactly. Both theories account for human error based on memory limits, but they propose fundamentally different architectures for how the reasoning actually occurs.
And bringing this back to philosophy, why does an epistemologist care whether my brain uses mental math or mental chessboards? How does cognitive architecture affect the philosophical definition of knowledge?
It is entirely essential for process reliabilism. Remember from our earlier episodes, a process reliabilist argues that a belief is only justified if the psychological process that produced it is historically reliable.
Right.
But if philosophers do not know what specific cognitive mechanisms the brain is actually using, they cannot type the process, and they certainly cannot measure its reliability.
So by integrating theories like PSYCHOP or mental models, epistemologists can accurately map the specific sequences of belief formation and rigorously evaluate which mechanisms produce knowledge and which produce error.
Exactly.
Clear your mental workspace for a second. We have spent this entire discussion analyzing the person holding the belief, but now we are flipping the script.
We're shifting to the final major section of our text, where cognitive science turns its microscope onto the person judging the belief.
We are evaluating the epistemic attributor.
When you observe someone else and you make the judgment, yes, that person is justified in their belief, what is your own brain doing in that moment?
To unravel this, philosophers have drawn upon the work of cognitive psychologist Eleanor Rosch. Specifically, her research regarding how humans naturally categorize objects, which is centered on intermediate taxonomic concepts, basic level theory.
Let us walk through the mechanics of Rosch's discovery. Imagine you are walking in a park and you see a golden retriever running toward you. Your brain has to categorize this object.
You could use a very broad, highly abstract category, a superordinate category, and classify it as a mammal.
Or you could use a hyper-specific subordinate category and classify it as a purebred golden retriever.
But Rosch proved empirically that human brains do not naturally default to either of those extremes.
The superordinate level, like mammal, lacks predictive detail. It doesn't tell you if the animal barks or meows.
And the subordinate level purebred golden retriever requires way too much cognitive effort to verify on a quick glance.
So human cognition naturally and universally converges on the intermediate descriptor. When you see the animal, your brain instantly and effortlessly categorizes it at the basic level. You simply think, dog.
We naturally converge on the basic level because it is the perfect biological sweet spot between maximum informational value and minimum cognitive effort.
Exactly.
But how on earth does a psychological quirk about classifying dogs solve problems in epistemology?
It acts as a potential savior for process reliabilism, specifically by solving its most fatal flaw. The issue of how to type a cognitive process, the generality problem.
Oh, if you recall, the generality problem asks, How broadly or narrowly do we define the process that formed a belief?
Right. If I see a bird, is the process using vision, which is highly general,
Mm.
or is the process looking at a cardinal on a cloudy Tuesday from 50 feet away, which is hyper-specific?
If we cannot uniformly agree on how to describe the process type, we cannot calculate its reliability.
If the process is just vision, it's generally reliable. If it's vision on a cloudy Tuesday from 50 feet, who knows?
Exactly. But philosophers Olson and Jensen utilized Roche's basic level theory to propose a brilliant solution.
They hypothesized that human beings naturally agree on how to type cognitive processes using the same intermediate basic level categories we use for objects.
And to prove this, they ran film clip experiments. They showed participants short video clips of characters in various situations forming beliefs about their environment.
And the critical detail here is that the researchers gave the participants zero linguistic cues. They just asked, how did the character figure that out?
And the results were stunning, weren't they?
The human participants naturally and almost universally converged on the exact same basic level verbs to describe the cognitive processes.
They didn't use superordinate descriptions like they utilized sensory apparatuses, and they didn't use subordinate descriptions like they utilized foveal focus in low light.
They all naturally converged on basic level descriptions. They saw it, they heard it, they remembered it.
Olson and Jensen argue that because our psychology naturally supplies salient intermediate process types, the generality problem is practically solved. Reliabilism works because our brains naturally agree on what the process is.
Which is an incredible example of cognitive psychology, riding to their rescue of a philosophical theory.
But the collaboration between science and philosophy isn't always so friendly. Sometimes science completely destabilizes traditional philosophy.
And that brings us to the most modern, controversial, and disruptive movement covered in this chapter.
The movement dedicated to surveying layperson intuitions, widely known as experimental philosophy. Experimental philosophy, or XPhi.
Experimental philosophy is the ultimate realization of Quine's naturalized epistemology. For decades, traditional armchair philosophers have made massive, sweeping assumptions.
They assume that their own personal intuition about a thought experiment is universally shared by every rational human being on Earth.
But XPhi practitioners argue that assumption is scientifically arrogant and totally unverified.
So the XFI philosophers get out of the armchair. They essentially grab clipboards, walk out into the real world, and utilize empirical survey methods to test those traditional assumptions against the actual intuitions of the general public.
They read complex philosophical scenarios to everyday people and ask, does the person in this story have knowledge?
And the results of the early XFI studies sent absolute shockwaves through university philosophy departments.
The most famous and most disruptive of these early studies was conducted by philosophers Weinberg, Nichols, and Stitch. They decided to empirically test the gold standard of modern epistemology, the Gettier case.
As a brief reminder, a Gettier case is a scenario where a person has a justified true belief, but their belief is entirely disconnected from the truth by bad luck, and then miraculously made true by a separate instance of good luck.
For 50 years, traditional philosophers sitting in their armchairs universally agreed. Obviously, the person in the Gettier case does not have knowledge, they just got lucky, and everyone in the world intuitively agrees with us.
But when Weinberg, Nichols, and Stitch surveyed actual laypeople, they discovered something terrifying for traditionalists. They found massive, statistically significant ethnic variation in responses to Gettier cases.
They discovered that participants of Western European descent largely shared the traditional philosopher's intuition. They agree the subject did not have knowledge.
However, participants of East Asian and South Asian descent responded fundamentally differently. A significant majority of them judged that the subject in the Gettier case did actually possess knowledge.
This finding is an absolute earthquake for traditional epistemology. It deeply challenges the idea of universal epistemological consensus.
If a contemplative concept like what counts as knowledge radically shifts depending on your cultural background or geography, then how can an armchair philosopher claim their personal intuition reveals some objective, universal truth about the universe? It implies philosophy is just documenting local cultural prejudices.
That was the existential threat posed by early XPhi. However, the story does not end there. Traditional philosophers mounted a sophisticated defense, which leads us to the meticulous experiments of John Turry.
Turry hypothesized that the ethnic variation wasn't caused by differing cultural concepts of knowledge, but rather by the way the survey stories were written.
Let me deduce what Turry is getting at. If I hand a random person on the street a highly complex, dense medical chart and they misdiagnose the disease, I don't assume human biology is subjective.
Right, you assume the random person isn't an expert at reading complex medical charts.
Exactly. Perhaps professional philosophers are simply experts at parsing the incredibly subtle, complex logical structures of a Gettier case, and the laypeople in the surveys were just getting confused by the convoluted storytelling.
That is exactly what Turry sought to test. He suspected that lay people simply weren't noticing the intricate mechanics of the bad luck and the good luck interacting.
So Turry completely redesigned the experiment. He created a Gettier story that utilized an explicitly clear, easily digestible three-stage layout, conspicuous tripartite structure.
By making the structure conspicuous, he hoped to remove reading comprehension as a variable.
Let us walk through the exact text example Turry designed to test this. It centers on a man named Robert, an avid coin collector.
Robert purchases a highly valuable, extremely rare 1804 U.S. silver dollar. He takes this coin, walks into his library, and deliberately hides it in a secret compartment right over the fireplace.
He then locks the library door, walks into the dining room, and proudly tells his friends, "There is an 1804 silver dollar hidden in my library."
That is stage one. Robert has a highly justified belief. He bought the coin and hid it himself.
Then Turry introduces stage two, the bad luck that severs the connection to truth. While Robert is boasting in the dining room, a sophisticated thief breaks through the library window, discovers the secret compartment over the fireplace, steals the 1804 silver dollar, and flees into the night.
At this exact moment, Robert's belief is factually false. The coin he knows about is gone.
But then we reach stage three, the bizarre good luck that makes the statement true again. Unbeknownst to Robert, earlier that very same day, his wife had visited a different antique dealer, purchased a completely different 1804 silver dollar as a surprise gift, and secretly hid her coin inside a hollowed-out book on a shelf in the library.
Therefore, when Robert says to his friends, "There is an 1804 silver dollar in my library," his statement is technically true.
But it is only true because of a massive, lucky coincidence involving his wife, not because of the coin he actually possesses evidence about.
Now, to test his theory, Turry divided his layperson participants into groups. One group read a standard, subtly written version of the story, Control.
But the other group read a version where the three stages, the justification, the bad luck theft, and the good luck replacement, were aggressively highlighted and explicitly delineated, authentic Gettier condition.
And when the structure was made that conspicuous, what happened to the data?
The results completely validated the armchair philosophers. Turry demonstrated that when the luck factors are carefully emphasized and clearly understood, the cultural and demographic variations completely disappear.
Laypeople from all backgrounds overwhelmingly agree perfectly with the professional philosophers. They unequivocally judge that Robert does not possess knowledge.
Which proves that the early X-Fi studies weren't uncovering a deep cultural divide about the nature of truth. They were just uncovering the fact that traditional Gettier cases are very confusing to read.
When you clarify the text, the universal human intuition emerges again. The armchair is saved.
It is a profound vindication for traditional intuition. But experimental philosophy continues to probe the boundaries of our concepts, which brings us to the final and perhaps most cutting-edge debate covered in this chapter: the role of practical stakes.
Does the actual real-world severity of a situation change our psychological willingness to say someone knows something?
Let me frame this with a relatable hypothetical. Imagine I have a $10 rebate check from a hardware store. I need to deposit it.
Okay.
I vividly remember driving past my local bank last Saturday, and I saw the open on Saturday sign. Because the stakes are incredibly low, it's only $10, I confidently tell my friend, "I know the bank is open tomorrow, I'll deposit it then."
But now let us dramatically alter the practical stakes. Imagine you are closing on a house tomorrow. If you do not deposit a $100,000 cashier's check at the bank by noon on Saturday, the entire mortgage falls through, you lose your life savings, and you are homeless.
You have the exact same memory of the open sign from last week.
Yeah.
But when your friend asks if the bank is open, what do you say?
I would immediately say, "I don't know for sure if they are open. The sign could have changed. I need to go online and double check."
Even though your evidence, the memory of the sign, is exactly the same in both scenarios, the massive increase in the risk completely destroys your willingness to claim you have knowledge.
This phenomenon has perplexed epistemologists. Does the practical risk directly alter the threshold for knowledge?
To solve this, Researchers Buckwalter and Turry applied an advanced statistical method designed to uncover hidden causal relationships between variables, known as a mechanism evaluation, mediation analysis.
They surveyed thousands of people with high-stakes and low-stakes scenarios, tracking multiple variables simultaneously to see exactly what psychological gear was shifting.
And the mechanism they uncovered is fascinating. They discovered that practical stakes do not directly change our concept of knowledge. The stakes only have a modest, indirect effect on knowledge attribution.
What the mediation analysis revealed is that an entirely different judgment is bridging the gap. When the stakes skyrocket, what actually changes is your judgment of how the agent should act. Actionability.
Because the risk of losing the house is so catastrophic, you subconsciously judge that the agent ought to take further action. They ought to go online and verify the hours.
And it is that judgment, the moral or practical judgment that you need to do more work, that directly suppresses your willingness to use the word knowledge.
Precisely. Buckwalter and Turry proved that judgments of actionability influence our knowledge judgments just as powerfully as truth and evidence do. We withhold the attribution of knowledge not because the evidence magically degraded, but as a linguistic signal that the agent needs to act further to secure their position against a massive risk.
This is a breathtaking realization. It shows how deeply intertwined our abstract philosophical concepts are with our practical biological drive to survive and navigate risk.
It perfectly encapsulates the entire theme of this chapter. You cannot separate the pure, logical definition of knowledge from the messy, psychological, risk-averse human animal that is doing the knowing.
Let us sum up the incredible journey we have taken today. We began by witnessing Quine's radical attempt to demolish the philosophical armchair and naturalize epistemology completely into the science of psychology.
We saw how modern philosophy pushed back to preserve normativity, the evaluative should, while embracing a highly productive collaboration with cognitive science.
We examined Jack Lyance's echolocating subjects, proving that underlying, reliable cognitive mechanisms, not conscious sensations, are the tree engines of perceptual justification.
We confronted the humbling flaws of human rationality through Tversky and Kahneman's exposure of our probabilistic biases, and we explored the redeeming power of Gigerenzer's ecologically rational, fast and frugal heuristics.
We looked under the hood of deductive logic, contrasting the innate software of mental logic against the spatial processing of mental models.
And finally, we explored how the basic level categorization of the epistemic attributor saves process reliabilism before witnessing experimental philosophy test, challenge, and ultimately refine our understanding of universal intuition and practical risk.
It has been a monumental shift from asking, what is knowledge, to asking, how does the human mind actually achieve it?
In this rigorous focus on the psychological mechanics of intuition sets the perfect stage for our next session. In Episode 8, titled Philosophy's Intuitional Methodology and the Role of Science, we're going to place intuition itself on trial.
We will dive deeper into the debate over whether the gut feelings generated in the philosopher's armchair can ever truly be trusted as objective evidence for how the universe works.
It's a chapter that questions the very foundation of how philosophical inquiry is conducted.
But before we sign off, I want to leave you with a final provocative thought to mull over. Think back to Turry's experiment with the 1804 silver dollar. If our deepest, supposedly universal philosophical intuitions about who possesses knowledge and who is just a victim of luck can be so easily manipulated simply by rewriting the grammatical structure of a story to be slightly more conspicuous, are we ever truly discovering objective, universal truths about the nature of reality?
Or are we just mapping the specific biological quirks of human language processing? Let us know what you think in the comments.
A profoundly unsettling yet essential question to consider. Thank you so much for listening and exploring with us today on Kitab Podcast. We will see you in Episode 8.
Welcome to Kitab Podcast. Today we are formally entering Episode 8 of our ongoing series, covering the text Epistemology, a contemporary introduction by Alvin Goldman and Matthew McGrath.
Yes, and we have a lot of ground to cover today.
We really do. So if you were with us for our last discussion, you'll probably recall that we spent Episode 7 analyzing the fascinating intersection of cognitive science and epistemology.
Right, the empirical side of things.
Exactly. We looked at how empirical psychology, the actual study of how the physical human brain processes information, how that might merge with our philosophical theories of justification.
It was all about the physical hardware, or wetware, I guess you could say.
Yeah, we were essentially exploring how the wetware of the brain dictates what it means to form a justified belief, But today, we are shifting our focus to Chapter 8, specifically sections 8.1 through 8.7, which spans pages 184 to 199.
And this is a pretty significant pivot in the book.
It is. Because instead of looking at how the brain processes information in general, we are going to put the actual working methods of philosophers under the microscope. We are examining the very tools that epistemology uses to build its grand theories.
It's a profound shift, really. We are moving from the mechanics of human cognition to a fierce debate about methodology. The central question Goldman and McGrath are posing here is whether the traditional methods of philosophy are actually reliable.
Right.
For centuries, epistemology has operated entirely differently from the natural sciences. I mean, if you want to know how a cell divides, you don't just sit in a chair and think about it.
No, you'd put a cell under a microscope and observe the physical reality.
Exactly. That is empirical science. But philosophy, it lacks a physical laboratory. It relies on what we call the armchair method.
Okay, let's unpack this, because that phrase, the armchair method, it always struck me as simultaneously a badge of honor for philosophers and a massive target for their critics.
Oh, absolutely. It's highly contested.
When we talk about this methodology, we are talking about the practice of relying on internal intuitions to test hypothetical scenarios. Like, we have spent hours in previous discussions breaking down Gettier cases, which are, the quintessential examples of this.
They're the classic armchair tests.
Right. A philosopher sits in an armchair, constructs a purely imaginary scenario, like a man who believes he owns a Ford because he has a fake title, or someone looking at a broken clock, and then that philosopher consults their own internal judgment to decide, does this fictional person have knowledge?
Yes.
It just feels completely detached from the physical world.
Yeah.
How does a rigorous academic field justify treating an imagined scenario as if it were, a bubbling chemical in a laboratory test tube?
Well, to understand the defense of the armchair, we first have to look at the traditional rationalist perspective. For a strict rationalist, these intuitions are not just random guesses or subjective gut feelings.
Okay.
They view intuitions as apprehensions of knowledge independent of experience, what philosophers call a priori.
Right, a priori.
That Latin term is absolutely critical here. It refers to a type of knowledge or justification that does not rely on physical sensory experience to be validated.
So it is entirely self-contained within the intellect.
Exactly. The rationalist argues that an intuition is an intellectual grasping of necessary conceptual relations. It's fundamentally distinct from physical perception.
Like math.
Yes, think about mathematics or basic geometry. If I ask you to consider a triangle, you don't need to go out into the physical world and examine every single triangular object to confirm that a triangle must have 3 sides.
No, you just know it.
Right. Your mind apprehends the abstract, necessary conceptual boundaries of what a triangle is a priori. The rationalist simply extends this exact same framework to philosophical concepts.
So when you hear a Gettier case,
they argue your mind is apprehending the necessary conceptual boundaries of the word knowledge. You are mathematically isolating the concept.
I understand the elegance of that argument, but I also see exactly why it infuriates scientifically minded thinkers. I mean, if I'm being totally honest, claiming that you have a special intellectual faculty that can just grasp the truth of abstract concepts sounds perilously close to mysticism.
Many critics would agree with you.
And the text makes it clear that not everyone accepts this rationalist defense. This brings us to the naturalist perspective, which approaches the entire armchair methodology with deep, fundamental suspicion.
Right. The naturalists are deeply skeptical of using isolated, unverified armchair intuitions as authoritative evidence for philosophical theories. Their demand is quite simple, actually.
Which is what? Where is the objective verification?
Precisely. If a scientist claims a chemical reacts at a certain temperature, anyone else can replicate that experiment and see the data.
Yeah, it's public.
But if a philosopher leans back and says, my intuition dictates that this hypothetical subject lacks knowledge, a naturalist sees that as inherently unverifiable. To them, relying on internal mental states as objective data is not a rigorous methodology. It's a precarious leap of faith.
Hold that thought right there, because this is the hinge of the entire argument. We have this massive methodological chasm between the rationalists who trust the armchair and the naturalists who demand empirical rigor.
It's a huge divide.
And into this chasm steps a philosopher named Timothy Williamson, who attempts a rather brilliant translation to demystify the whole process. I would love for you to break down Williamson's approach, because he tries to defend the armchair without resorting to that mystical, a priori superpower we just discussed.
Williamson is a fascinating figure in this debate because his defense is rooted in everyday pragmatism. He wants to save the armchair method, but he agrees with the naturalists that we shouldn't rely on some magical rationalist faculty of intuition.
Yeah.
Instead, Williamson argues that assessing a thought experiment, like a Gettier case, is simply an exercise in standard counterfactual reasoning.
Listen closely to this next part, because this attempt to solve the mystery is crucial. Counterfactual reasoning. Let me see if I have the boundaries of that concept right.
Go ahead.
We are talking about the cognitive process of imagining alternative realities based on specific changes to the present. Like, if I say, if I had not hit the snooze button this morning, I would have caught the earlier train. That's me engaging in counterfactual reasoning. I'm evaluating an outcome in a hypothetical world.
You have it exactly. We use counterfactual reasoning constantly and navigate our daily lives, to assess risk, to learn from our mistakes, and to plan for the future.
Well, we do it without even thinking about it.
Right. Williamson's argument is that when a philosopher evaluates a complex thought experiment, they are essentially just flexing that exact same everyday cognitive muscle. They aren't doing anything mysterious.
Oh, I see.
According to Williamson, the philosopher is just saying, if someone were to actually stand in the exact relation to a proposition, as described in this hypothetical Gettier text, then that person would have a justified true belief, but they would not have knowledge.
That is a very clever linguistic and logical translation.
It is.
By framing it that way, Williamson is trying to strip the spookiness out of philosophical intuition. He is saying that because counterfactual reasoning is a totally normal, evolutionarily refined, and generally reliable part of human cognition, then thought experiments must also be legitimate.
Yes.
Like, if we can trust our brains to accurately figure out what would happen if we touched a hot stove, we can trust our brain to figure out what would happen if a man looked at a broken clock.
Precisely. His defense relies on the idea that the cognitive machinery is identical in both tasks.
But does that translation actually survive logical scrutiny? Because if it were that simple, if philosophical thought experiments were just basic, reliable counterfactuals, we wouldn't have decades of intense, unresolved debate over single hypothetical scenarios.
That's a very fair point.
There must be a flaw in treating a Gettier case exactly like a what if I miss the train scenario.
And the critics absolutely tear into Williamson's translation. The text highlights a highly specific and devastating critique by philosophers Jonathan Ichikawa, Benjamin Jarvis, and Anna Sara Malmgren.
Okay, what's their angle?
They argue that Williamson's counterfactual structure fails on a fundamental logical level. To demonstrate this, they use a famous thought experiment known as the stopped clock example.
Okay, picture this scenario in your mind before we move on, because we need to dissect the logic of it piece by piece. What is the stopped clock case?
The basic text of the stopped clock scenario goes like this. Imagine a clock on a wall. This clock stopped working exactly 24 hours ago. It is completely broken.
Right.
Now, at exactly 8:28 a.m. today, a subject walks into the room, glances at that broken clock, and forms the belief that it is 8:28 a.m.
Okay, so let's evaluate the subject's belief. First, the belief is entirely true. It happens to be exactly 8:28 a.m. in reality.
Yes, purely by chance.
Second, the belief is justified, because walking into a room and reading a clock on the wall is a perfectly normal, socially accepted method for gathering evidence about the time.
Correct.
So the subject possesses a justified true belief.
However, intuitively, we would argue the subject does not possess knowledge.
No, of course not.
It is purely a matter of cosmic luck that they looked at a broken clock at the exact minute it happened to display the correct time. If they had walked in at 8:29 a.m., they would have formed a false belief.
Right, they'd think it was 8:28.
Exactly. Because knowledge cannot be predicated on sheer luck, this is a classic Gettier-style setup that breaks the traditional definition of knowledge as justified true belief.
I follow this scenario perfectly.
Yeah.
But how does this specific story dismantle Williamson's claim that thought experiments are just counterfactual reasoning?
To understand the critique by Ichikawa, Jarvis, and Malmgren, we have to look closely at how counterfactual reasoning actually operates in formal logic. When you evaluate a counterfactual statement like, if X were to happen, then Y would happen, logic dictates that you evaluate this claim in what philosophers call the nearest possible world.
I'm going to need you to define what makes a hypothetical world near or far in this context. What is a possible world?
A possible world is just a complete hypothetical way the universe could be. The nearest possible world to our own is the one that resembles our actual reality as closely as possible, changing only the absolute bare minimum required to make the premise of your hypothetical statement true.
Okay, so if I drop this glass, it would shatter. The nearest possible world is one exactly like ours.
Yeah.
Same gravity, same floor, same glass, except my finger's open.
Yes.
A world where the glass turns into a bird and flies away is a possible world, but it is incredibly far from ours because it requires suspending the laws of physics.
Exactly. And now let's apply this strict logical framework to Williamson's translation of the stopped clock. Williamson says the philosopher is evaluating this statement. If a person were in the situation described by the text of the stopped clock scenario, they would not have knowledge.
Right. That's the counterfactual.
But here's the fatal logical flaw the critics point out. What is the actual literal text of the scenario? The text only specifies three things. The clock is broken, it happens to read 8.28, and the subject believes it is 8.28.
Yeah, that's all you said.
That is the entirety of the premise. Now, when we construct the nearest possible world where those three specific statements are true, is it guaranteed that the subject lacks knowledge?
Wait, I see where this is going. The text is so brief that it leaves massive variables undefined.
Precisely. Because the original text is so sparse, the nearest possible world might easily include a scenario where the subject already knows the clock is broken.
Oh, wow.
Imagine a world where the subject was the one who accidentally broke the clock yesterday. They know it is stuck at 8.28. Today, they want to remember what time they have a meeting, so they deliberately use the broken clock as a visual bookmark, knowing full well it doesn't run.
That's entirely plausible.
Right. In that specific nearest possible world, the text of the thought experiment is entirely true. The clock is broken, it says 8.28, the subject believes it is 8.28. But in this world, the subject is not being tricked. They possess background awareness.
So they would have knowledge.
Yes. Therefore, in this nearest possible world, they would have knowledge.
That is a brilliant logical trap, because the short text of the thought experiment didn't explicitly write a rule saying the subject is completely unaware that the clock is broken.
Right, it never said that.
So the strict logical generation of the nearest possible world might randomly include that background knowledge. And if it does, the subject suddenly has knowledge, which means Williamson's counterfactual statement, if this text were true, the subject would lack knowledge, is logically false.
Exactly. The critics proved that the cognitive outcome of a thought experiment, whether we ultimately judge the person to have knowledge or not, depends on vastly more than just evaluating the nearest possible world generated by a few sparse sentences.
It blows up his whole theory.
Malmgren argues that we aren't doing strict counterfactual reasoning at all. When we do philosophy, we are actually evaluating possibility statements. We are saying it is possible to construct a fully detailed scenario where someone has a justified true belief and yet lacks knowledge.
Which is very different.
Very different. That requires actively filling in the blanks of the story in our minds to create the intended philosophical effect. It is a completely different, much more creative logical structure than what Williamson proposed.
That entirely shifts the paradigm. Because if Williamson is wrong and we aren't just running a basic mental physics simulation, it forces us to look much more critically at what is actually happening in our own heads when we render a verdict on these hypothetical scenarios. And this brings us to a major section of Chapter 8. What's fascinating here is analyzing the nature of these cognitive outcomes. Like when a philosopher reads a Gettier case and confidently declares, Smith does not know. What kind of data is that? What exactly are we producing?
The text clarifies that these cognitive outcomes are essentially classification judgments.
Classification judgments.
Right. When you process a thought experiment, your brain is performing a categorization task. You are taking this complex, multivariable scenario, holding it up against your internal mental category for knowledge, and making a binary judgment. Yes, it fits the category, or no, it does not.
It's sorting.
Yes, sorting. In the realm of epistemology, these classification judgments are the bedrock data points. They are the philosophical equivalent of the empirical data generated by a spectrometer in a physics lab.
But the central methodological question of this entire chapter is whether we have any right to treat them as such. Do these intuitional states, these internal classification judgments, genuinely qualify as reliable, objective evidence?
That is the million-dollar question.
Before we can answer if they are reliable, the text asks us to categorize the nature of the intuition itself. When I have an intuition that Smith does not know, am I forming a full belief, or am I experiencing something lesser?
That distinction is paramount. Philosophers fiercely debate whether an intuition is a full belief state or whether it is merely an intellectual seeming or an inclination.
Let's define those terms, because seeming sounds very, well, passive.
It is passive, and it is best understood through an analogy to visual perception. Consider the famous Miller-Lyer optical illusion.
Oh, the lines with the arrows.
Exactly. The two parallel lines of identical length, but one has arrows pointing outward at the ends, and the other has arrows pointing inward. When you look at that image, the line with the inward pointing arrow seems longer to your visual system. You experience a strong visual inclination to classify it as longer.
Even when you know it's a trick.
Exactly. However, because you have been taught about the illusion, your higher order cognition steps in. You know they are identical in length. Therefore, despite the overwhelming visual seeming, you do not actually form the belief that one line is longer.
That makes perfect sense. My visual system generates an inclination, but my rational system vetoes it before it becomes a belief.
Exactly. Many epistemologists argue that philosophical intuitions operate the exact same way. A complex scenario might evoke an intellectual seeming that a subject lacks knowledge. You feel a strong mental inclination to classify it that way.
But I might not fully believe it yet.
Right. That inclination does not necessarily mean you have formed a full, committed belief about the objective truth of the proposition.
If intuitions are just intellectual seemings, mental inclinations that can be as easily fooled as our eyes looking at parallel lines, then building grand theories of knowledge upon them seems incredibly fragile.
It really does.
And this brings us back to Timothy Williamson, who we discussed earlier, and a massive contradiction in his methodology. Williamson is a staunch defender of the armchair, but he vehemently rejects what he calls psychologizing the evidence.
Yes, Williamson is adamant that philosophy must focus on objective facts about the world, not on the internal mental states of the philosopher.
He wants to keep psychology out of it.
Entirely out. He argues that it is a profound error to say, my evidence is that I feel an intuition about this scenario. To him, the evidence must be the facts of the scenario itself.
But I see a glaring hypocrisy here, and the critics point it out relentlessly. Williamson's entire defense of the armchair method relies on the presumed reliability of counterfactual reasoning. We literally just went through his argument that philosophers are just flexing their everyday what-if muscles.
We did. And what exactly is counterfactual reasoning?
It is a psychological process. It is a cognitive function of the human biological brain.
Precisely. You cannot appeal to the evolutionary reliability of a human cognitive process to defend your methodology, while simultaneously claiming you are not psychologizing the data.
You can't have it both ways.
Right. The critics argue that by relying on how the brain organically processes alternative realities, Williamson inherently psychologizes the very foundation of his own method, directly contradicting his own rule.
It is a logical trap of his own making.
Uh-huh.
But let's look at a critique that goes even deeper than Williamson's internal contradictions. The text introduces Robert Cummins and his calibration argument, which I found to be one of the most formidable attacks on armchair philosophy we have encountered yet.
Oh, Cummins does not hold back. He approaches the problem from a strictly scientific instrumental perspective. He argues that for any instrument to provide valid, trustworthy evidence, it must be subjected to an independent procedure for calibration.
Let's explain calibration carefully, because we use that word colloquially all the time, but it has a very specific meaning here.
Let's use Cummins' own analogy of a thermometer. Imagine you invent a brand new type of temperature sensor. You cannot just build it, turn it on, look at the number it outputs, and declare this is accurate evidence of the temperature.
No, nobody would trust that.
Exactly. You have to calibrate it. How do you do that? You test it against an independent key that is verified entirely outside of your new instrument.
Like boiling water.
Yes. You might test it against the known physical boiling point and freezing point of water, or you might test it against an older, already verified thermometer. You need an external standard. Only after your new instrument's outputs consistently match the independent key can you trust its readings as actual evidence.
That is basic scientific rigor. If the instrument isn't calibrated against reality, its outputs are just random numbers. But how does Cummins map this requirement for physical instruments onto the abstract realm of the human mind and philosophical intuition?
Cummins argues that philosophical intuition is essentially a cognitive instrument. We use it to detect abstract truths, just like a thermometer detects temperature. But here is his devastating question. How do we calibrate our intuition?
Oh.
If we are using our intuitive faculty to determine the true nature of an abstract concept like fairness or knowledge, what independent procedure do we use to verify if our intuition is actually hitting the mark?
There isn't one. I mean, There is no physical boiling point for fairness. I can't take my intuition about a Gettier case and measure it against a cosmic yardstick of absolute truth.
Exactly. Because abstract philosophical concepts lack an independent, verifiable key, Cummins concludes that philosophical intuition can never be calibrated, and because it cannot be calibrated, he outright rejects it as a valid source of evidence.
Wow.
For Cummins, uncalibrated evidence is functionally identical to zero evidence.
I have to stop you there, because while Cummins's argument sounds impenetrable at first, the defenders of the armchair have a spectacular rebuttal.
They do.
If we strictly enforce Cummins' rule that absolutely every source of evidence must be independently calibrated, we destroy the foundation of human knowledge entirely.
You are anticipating the global skepticism defense. Walk us through it.
Think about our most fundamental baseline sources of evidence, like human visual perception or basic logical deduction. If I demand that my eyesight be independently calibrated, how do I do it?
You can't.
Right. I cannot verify that my eyes are working accurately without using my eyes to observe the test results. I can't ask you if my eyes are working without trusting my ears to hear your answer, which is just another uncalibrated sense.
It's infinite regress.
Even if we build a complex laser machine to test my retinas, humans had to use their uncalibrated vision and logic to build a machine. And the same applies to logic itself. You cannot logically prove that logical deduction is reliable without using logical deduction to construct the proof.
It is a massive problem of circularity. The defenders of intuition point out that perception, memory, and deduction all fundamentally lack truly independent, non-circular calibration. Yet, across all sciences and daily life, we universally accept them as valid sources of baseline evidence.
We have to, or we can't function.
The defenders argue that if we followed Cummins' rule to the letter, we would have to throw out perception and logic along with intuition, leading to a state of total, paralyzing skepticism where we can know absolutely nothing. Therefore, demanding independent calibration specifically for philosophical intuition, when we don't demand it for our other foundational faculties, is an impossible and inconsistent standard.
So we have reached an incredible stalemate. The naturalists demand calibration to ensure accuracy, while the rationalists correctly point out that demanding perfect calibration destroys all knowledge. How do we break this deadlock?
Well, the text provides a fascinating pivot here, moving away from abstract thermometers and diving into a high-stakes, real-world legal analogy.
Pin your ears back for this analogy because it bridges the gap between abstract philosophy and life-or-death reality. What is the method they look at?
Yes. The text introduces the analogy of forensic fingerprinting, specifically a global standard known as the ACEV method. That stands for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification. This is an incredibly illuminating comparison because, like you said, it brings real-world consequences into the debate.
Explain how the ACEV method was historically treated, because it perfectly mirrors how philosophers treat their intuitions.
For decades, international criminal justice systems globally, not just in one specific country, but across the world, accepted expert forensic fingerprint testimony as absolute, unquestionable empirical evidence.
It was foolproof, right?
Supposedly. If an expert examiner took the stand, claimed they used the ACEV method, and declared these two prints are a match, juries and judges accepted it as infallible fact. The legal system universally assumed the evidence was perfectly reliable.
They treated the expert's visual classification judgment, their intuition about the patterns, as if it were an unassailable truth. But when the scientific community finally decided to subject this universally assumed forensic method to rigorous testing, the reality was deeply unsettling.
Shocking is a better word. When independent scientific bodies investigated ACE, they found that historically, the method had never been subjected to rigorous statistical calibration. Its reliability was almost entirely assumed based on the historical authority of the experts using it.
But they were experts.
They were, but when scientists actually tested the examiners, giving them prints with known matches and known non-matches, they discovered significant margins for error. They found that examiners were highly susceptible to cognitive biases, and worse, there were no objective, standardized rules for what actually constituted a match.
So a system that decided whether people went to prison or walked free was essentially treating the subjective, uncalibrated visual intuition of an examiner as infallible objective evidence.
Precisely. And this historical failure introduces a critical concept for epistemology: second-order evidence.
We need to define that clearly. What is the difference between first-order and second-order evidence?
First-order evidence is the data itself. In the analogy, the first-order evidence is the fingerprint match. In philosophy, The first-order evidence is the intuition that Smith does not know.
Okay, got it.
Second-order evidence is evidence about the reliability of the method used to gather the first-order evidence. The scientific investigation into the ACEV method provided second-order evidence demonstrating that the first-order evidence was far less reliable than society assumed.
And the text is using this legal history as a mirror for epistemology. Goldman and McGrath are suggesting that philosophers have been operating exactly like those early fingerprint examiners.
Just assuming they're right.
Yeah, they've been generating first-order intuitions from their armchairs and just assuming their methodology is flawless based on historical authority. But the fingerprint debacle proves that even universally assumed evidence requires testing. We desperately need second-order evidence regarding the reliability of philosophical intuitions.
Exactly. We cannot just assume the armchair works. We have to test the armchair. And that mandate leads us directly to the doorstep of one of the most controversial and disruptive movements in modern philosophy.
Which is experimental philosophy.
Yes, commonly abbreviated as XPhi.
I find XPhi incredibly refreshing because it is so proactive. Instead of just debating in academic journals about whether intuitions are good or bad, XPhi practitioners decided to actually go out into the world, run empirical surveys, and gather that missing second-order evidence.
We went out into the field.
They essentially asked, if we give these thought experiments to hundreds of normal people, do they share the same intuitions? Are these judgments actually stable?
The goal of XPhi is to bring empirical, scientific rigor to the generation of philosophical data. And the initial wave of research, what the text refers to as negative XPhi studies, sent absolute shockwaves through traditional philosophy departments.
Really shook things up.
It did. Researchers like Joshua Alexander, Ron Mallon, and Jonathan Weinberg conducted extensive surveys that seemed to provide devastating second-order evidence against the armchair.
Devastating how? What did they find when they tested people's philosophical intuitions?
They found that human intuition, rather than being a stable, reliable detector of objective truth, is wildly unstable. Specifically, they demonstrated that classification judgments are highly susceptible to completely irrelevant variables that have nothing to do with the philosophical text itself.
Let's break down those variables because the implications are staggering. The text first mentions presentation order effects. What is that?
This is a massive issue. Imagine a psychological survey where a subject is given two different ethical dilemmas to evaluate. One scenario is an extreme, clear-cut case of moral wrongness, say, intentionally harming an innocent person for fun.
Okay, easy enough.
The second scenario is a highly nuanced, ambiguous moral dilemma. Negative XPhi studies revealed that a subject's intuition about the ambiguous case changes dramatically depending solely on which scenario they are asked to read first.
That completely undermines the concept of objective intuition. If the cognitive process of intuition was actually detecting a stable, abstract truth about morality, the mere sequence of reading the paragraphs shouldn't alter the judgment. The objective facts of the ambiguous scenario haven't changed, but the internal cognitive outcome has.
Exactly. And the findings get even more visceral. The text discusses how affective contexts, meaning a subject's temporary emotional or physical state, can heavily skew their highest level philosophical judgments.
This is where we get into the disgust trigger, which I found absolutely mind-blowing.
It's a famous study. Researchers set up an experiment where subjects were asked to make complex moral classification judgments. However, one group of subjects was placed in a normal, clean room, while the other group was exposed to a disgusting stimulus.
Like a bad smell.
Exactly. To use a culturally neutral example, imagine placing a group of subjects in a room that reeks of overpowering, rotting garbage or spoiled food. The researchers found that the subjects exposed to the foul odor, the disgust trigger-rendered moral judgments that were noticeably harsher, more rigid, and more punitive compared to the control group.
If you take a step back and look at what that means, it is terrifying for the armchair method. You are asking an intellect to evaluate a profound, abstract concept like justice, fairness, or moral wrongness, and the intellect's answer is being dictated by whether or not the person is currently smelling something rotting.
It completely undercuts the rationality of the judgment.
Yeah. If our deepest philosophical intuitions are being pushed around by the ambient odor of a room, how can any rationalist possibly claim they are reliable tools for apprehending universal truths?
That is precisely the conclusion negative XPhi draws. They argue these empirical studies prove that intuitions are far too fragile, unstable, and biased to serve as the foundational bedrock for an entire academic discipline.
Okay, I want to pivot here because the defenders of the armchair do not just surrender to these survey results.
No.
When I read about these surveys, my immediate thought was, Creating a psychological survey that perfectly captures the nuance of a dense philosophical concept is notoriously difficult.
It is extremely hard to do well.
So are these X5 surveys actually proving that the human faculty of intuition is broken? Or are they just proving that the surveys themselves are poorly designed?
The critics of XFI seize on exactly that vulnerability. They argue that the wildly unstable survey responses are not capturing true philosophical intuitions. They are capturing psychological noise generated by the artificial environment of a survey. The text highlights several contaminating factors, primarily task demands and conversational norms.
Let's explore those. What are task demands in a survey context?
When a layperson agrees to take a survey, they are entering a specific psychological dynamic. Often, a subject will consciously or subconsciously try to figure out what the researcher wants them to say or what the socially acceptable answer is, and they adjust their responses accordingly.
They're going to be helpful.
Exactly. They are trying to pass a test, not consult their deepest conceptual understanding. Furthermore, the phrasing of a vignette might trigger everyday conversational norms.
Right, like the Grecian maxims of conversation.
Yeah.
If a thought experiment includes a specific detail, a normal person assumes that detail must be practically important to the story, otherwise why would the speaker mention it?
Yes.
But in strict logical philosophy, details are often just there to set up a rigid parameter. The subject and the philosopher are playing by two different sets of linguistic rules.
Exactly. And this leads to the most significant defense against XFI, the expertise gap. Critics argue that evaluating a complex, paragraph-long Gettier case requires specific intellectual training. If you hand a convoluted scenario filled with specialized syntax to a random person on the street who has never studied epistemology, they might just get overwhelmed by the structure.
It would be like handing a complex calculus equation to someone who only understands basic algebra. When the person gets the answer wrong, you don't publish a paper declaring mathematics is an unreliable faculty.
No, you don't.
You conclude that the specific person lacked the necessary training to parse the symbols.
And this expertise defense is not merely theoretical speculation. The text details a brilliant set of experiments conducted by John Turry that actively set out to test whether laypeople actually have broken intuitions or if they are simply confused by the presentation of the thought experiments.
I love Turry's approach here. How did he redesign the experiment to level the playing field between the philosopher and the layperson?
Turry theorized that trained philosophers automatically recognize the underlying logical skeleton of a thought experiment, while laypeople get lost in the narrative woods. So, he rewrote standard Gettier cases to explicitly highlight what he called a conspicuous tripartite structure.
A tripartite structure.
Yes, he broke the story down into three glaringly obvious distinct stages.
Walk us through the three stages of this structure.
Stage 1. The story clearly establishes that the protagonist forms a belief that is completely robustly justified based on normal evidence.
Okay, simple enough.
Stage 2. An element of bad luck is introduced, a deceptive twist that would normally make that perfectly justified belief false.
The tricky part.
And Stage 3. A totally separate, distinct element of good luck miraculously intervenes to make the belief true anyway, entirely by accident.
By isolating those stages, he is practically color-coding the underlying logic of the scenario. He removes the cognitive load of having to parse a dense paragraph, allowing the subject's raw intuition to interact directly with the core philosophical variables.
Exactly. And the results of Turry's experiments were a massive vindication for the armchair method. When these clearly structured tripartite vignettes were presented to laypeople, the erratic, unstable results vanished.
Wow.
Suddenly, the laypeople's intuitions align almost perfectly with the consensus of professional philosophers. They overwhelmingly judged that the protagonist in the story possessed a justified true belief, but did not possess knowledge.
That is a phenomenal turning point in the methodology debate. It suggests that the underlying inherent intuitional faculty of the average human is actually quite reliable. The prior negative X-Fi studies were largely measuring the subject's confusion with poorly presented text, not a fundamental flaw in their ability to classify concepts.
It proves that how we represent a problem internally is the most critical variable.
So what does this all mean? It validates the faculty, but it also forces the discipline to be vastly more rigorous about how it defines an intuitional error, because even with clear presentation, errors still occur.
Yeah, absolutely do.
If we assume that the intuitional process can be reliable, we need a precise anatomy of an error. When a classification judgment goes wrong, exactly how does it go wrong? The text meticulously breaks down three specific failure points in the cognitive process.
Yes, the 3 failure points are crucial. The first potential failure point is a flawed concept of the target category. Let's say you are tasked with evaluating a scenario for knowledge. If your internal mental definition, your blueprint of what knowledge means is fundamentally flawed from the start, you are doomed.
Like if I have a bad definition.
Exactly. For example, if you mistakenly believe that knowledge simply means feeling really, really confident about a fact, then you are going to misclassify almost every scenario you encounter. The error isn't a misfire in your intuitive processing mechanism. The error is that the conceptual blueprint you are comparing the scenario against is corrupt.
That makes intuitive sense. Error 1 is a corrupted blueprint. What is the second failure point?
A poor or inaccurate representation of the scenario itself. This is exactly the vulnerability that Turing's experiments exposed. If you misread the text of a thought experiment, or if the text is so convoluted that you fail to hold all the complex variables accurately in your working memory, then the mental model of the scenario you construct in your head does not match the objective reality of the text.
You're picturing the wrong thing.
Right. You might possess a flawless, perfect concept of knowledge, but if you are applying it to a distorted, inaccurate mental picture of the scenario, you will outcome a false judgment.
So error 1 is having the wrong blueprint. Error 2 is looking at the wrong building. And the third failure point?
It's execution failures in the classification process itself. This is the most purely mechanical error. This occurs when your conceptual blueprint is perfect and your mental representation of the scenario is perfectly accurate, but the actual cognitive machinery that compares the two misfires.
Just a glitch in the brain.
Exactly. Your brain is a biological organ, subject to fatigue, distraction, or cognitive overload. Sometimes the system just stutters and outputs the wrong binary answer despite having perfect inputs.
These 3 distinct failure points lead the authors to introduce a vital principle called conditional reliability, or, as it is abbreviated in the text, CJ reliability. I need you to define the exact parameters of that principle.
Conditional reliability establishes a strict boundary for when we can actually judge the intuition faculty. It demands that the intuitional process must outcome a high ratio of true judgments only when the input representations are completely accurate.
Let me parse that. It means we should only expect the intuition machine to work if we feed it perfect data.
Exactly. It states that we should only judge the reliability of the intuitional faculty in cases where the subject holds a flawless concept of the category and constructs a flawless mental representation of the scenario. If either of those inputs is garbage, we fully expect garbage to come out. We shouldn't blame the intuitional faculty itself for producing a bad judgment if it was fed bad data.
I have a massive conceptual pushback here regarding the mechanics of this. I'm struggling to understand how the third error, an execution failure, is even mechanically possible if we strictly enforce the conditions of conditional reliability.
Oh, so?
Think about the logic. If my mental concept of the category perfectly matches the objective truth, and my mental representation of the scenario is perfectly accurate to the text, how can the internal classification system possibly make a mistake? It feels like asking a computer to compare the number 4 to the number 4 and having the processor inexplicably output false. Doesn't the premise of conditional reliability essentially mean the process should be infallible by definition?
It sounds like a logical paradox, and it would be if the human brain operated like digital computer code. But cognitive science shows us that human categorization is an organic, messy process, not a simple binary matching algorithm. To answer your pushback and explain how execution failures happen even with perfect inputs, we have to dive into theories of concept possession, specifically exemplar theory.
Exemplar theory. How does that change the mechanics of categorization?
It changes how we understand the storage of concepts. We do not hold abstract concepts in our minds as strict, rigid dictionary definitions. We hold them as collections of weighted, prototypical examples. These are our exemplars.
So, examples.
Yes, let's use a simple category. Bird. If I ask you to conceptualize a bird, your brain immediately pulls up exemplars like robins, sparrows, or pigeons. Your concept is heavily weighted towards small, flying, singing creatures. Your concept technically includes penguins and ostriches, but those are fringe exemplars. They require more cognitive processing to verify.
Okay, so our mental categories are essentially fuzzy clusters of examples rather than strict checklists. How does that cause a mechanical error if my inputs are supposedly perfect?
Because of a phenomenon called contextual priming. Your brain is constantly adjusting the weights of your exemplars based on your recent environment. If you have recently been reading an extensive book about Antarctica, your fringe exemplars, penguins, are temporarily primed and pulled to the forefront of your working memory. Now, your overall concept of bird is technically still intact and accurate, but its internal weighting is temporarily distorted.
Oh, I see.
When you are presented with a new, perfectly represented scenario and asked to classify it, your brain has to run it against this primed, fuzzy cluster. Because the internal weighting is skewed, your brain might hesitate, misfire, or incorrectly reject a standard scenario because it doesn't match the temporarily dominant fringe exemplar. The classification machine itself is prone to organic environmental fluctuations. This is how an execution failure occurs even when the baseline inputs are technically correct.
That is fascinating. The machine itself changes shape based on what it just processed. But there's another, even more insidious psychological mechanism the text mentions that causes execution failures. And it's something heavily studied in behavioral economics, the substitution heuristic.
Yes, the substitution heuristic, famously explored by psychologists like Daniel Kahneman, is a massive vulnerability in our cognitive processing. It occurs when a subject is faced with a highly complex, difficult, or computationally expensive question. To save energy, the brain subconsciously swaps the hard question out and substitutes it with an easier adjacent question.
Let's ground this in a real-world example before we apply it to philosophy. A classic example in finance is when an amateur investor is trying to decide whether to buy stock in a company. The target question is incredibly complex. Are the long-term financial fundamentals of this corporation sound? That requires intense cognitive labor.
Right, very intense.
So the brain substitutes an easier question.
Do I like the sound of the CEO's voice?
No.
Or is their logo visually appealing? The investor outputs a confident yes to the easy question, but genuinely believes they have answered the complex financial question.
That is exactly how it works. The inputs are fine, but the internal cognitive processor secretly swaps the task without notifying the conscious mind. Now, apply this to epistemology. A philosopher or a survey subject is faced with a convoluted 10-coin Gettier case. The target question is computationally intense. Does this specific alignment of variables constitute justified true belief without reaching the threshold of knowledge?
That's mouthful.
Exactly. The brain might subconsciously substitute an easier question. Is the protagonist of this story a generally reliable person? Or does this situation seem tricky? The subject outputs an answer to the substituted question, causing a complete execution failure in the classification judgment entirely outside of their conscious awareness.
That is deeply unsettling because we rely on our gut intuitions daily, assuming we are tackling the hard questions when we might just be answering the easy ones. But let's shift our perspective. Let's concede that individual human intuition is flawed. It is subject to bad conceptual blueprints, poor representations, exemplar priming, substitution heuristics, and even ambient odors.
It's a fragile system.
What happens when we zoom out? If individual intuition is fragile, can we solve the methodology problem by relying on the consensus of the group? Can we find truth in the wisdom of the crowd?
Focus your mind on this final puzzle piece because this represents the final major analytical shift in the chapter, where the text brings in a concept from the field of social epistemology, the Condorcet jury theorem. It is a mathematical theorem developed in the 18th century that explores the statistical probability of group voting and collective decision-making.
Let's break down the math of this theorem clearly. Imagine we have a jury tasked with answering a true or false question. The theorem requires that every single person on that jury must be completely independent in their judgment.
Crucially independent.
They cannot talk to each other, they cannot read each other's notes, they cannot influence each other in any way. Now imagine each of these independent jurors is just slightly reliable. They are far from perfect. Let's say they only have a 51% chance of getting the right answer, just a hair better than a random coin flip.
Okay.
The Condorcet jury theorem proves mathematically that as you add more and more of these slightly reliable, independent jurors to the group, the probability that the majority vote of the group is correct absolutely skyrockets.
Exactly. The mathematics are undeniable. If you assemble a crowd of thousands of independent voters, even if their individual reliability is incredibly weak, just 51%, the statistical noise of their individual errors cancels out across the massive sample size, and the signal of the truth dominates the majority outcome. As the group grows, the probability of the majority being right rapidly approaches 100%. It is a stunning mathematical proof that a large crowd of mediocre guessers can be vastly more accurate than a single brilliant expert.
However, we have to mention the dark side of this math, the inverse Condorcet jury theorem. If the independent voters are less than 50% reliable, say they have a 39% chance of being right, then as the group grows, the accuracy of the majority vote doesn't just stay at 49%, it plummets rapidly to 0.
A complete nosedive.
A large crowd of slightly misinformed people is mathematically guaranteed to be entirely wrong.
It is a double-edged sword. But let's look at how defenders of the armchair attempt to use the positive side of the Condorcet jury theorem to validate philosophy.
Here's where it gets really interesting. It seems like a perfect application. You look at the professional field of epistemology. You have thousands of highly educated philosophers operating globally. If you ask them about a standard Gettier case, the vast, vast majority will overwhelmingly agree. The protagonist in the story does not have knowledge.
Almost unanimous.
Doesn't the Condorcet jury theorem mathematically prove that this philosophical consensus must be correct? Even if each individual philosopher is only slightly reliable due to all the cognitive vulnerabilities we discussed, substitution heuristics, bad priming, exhaustion, the massive majority agreement across thousands of practitioners must mean the method works and the consensus is true.
It is a profoundly tempting application of the math, and it would completely validate the discipline if it worked. But the text issues a fatal flaw warning that stops this argument dead in its tracks. The Condorcet jury theorem is not magic. It is a mathematical formula, and it rests on one absolute non-negotiable structural pillar: independence.
Independence.
The voters must be entirely independent of one another. And when you look at the actual community of professional philosophers, they represent the exact opposite of an independent jury.
Right. They're an incredibly tight-knit, highly insulated social network.
Think about the sociology of academia. Philosophers do not form their intuitions in isolated vacuums. They read each other's published papers, they attend the same narrow academic conferences, they are trained in the same graduate programs by the same elite mentors, and they constantly debate, critique, and influence one another.
So when philosopher B sits down to evaluate a thought experiment and render a classification judgment, their intuition is already heavily contaminated by the fact that they know philosopher A, a mentor they respect deeply, has already published a paper making a specific judgment.
Precisely. The judgments are correlated. This mutual influence, this deep socialization of the discipline, completely destroys the mathematical foundation of the Condorcet jury theorem. You cannot plug interdependent data into a formula that requires independent variables.
It just doesn't compute.
Therefore, you cannot use the theorem to validate philosophical consensus. The fact that thousands of philosophers agree on a Gettier case might not be evidence of the objective truth. It might simply be evidence of a highly effective sociological echo chamber where everyone has been trained to output the exact same classification judgment.
That is a staggering place for the text to leave us. We have journeyed from the solitary philosopher in the armchair through the psychological vulnerabilities of the human brain all the way to the mathematical failure of academic consensus. And you might be wondering why any of this deeply theoretical methodology matters to anyone outside the halls of a university philosophy department. Why does understanding the substitution heuristic or the Condorcet jury theorem have relevance to your daily life?
That's a real takeaway here.
The reality is that the vulnerabilities we just analyzed are the exact same vulnerabilities you face every single day. You are constantly bombarded with an overwhelming barrage of complex information evaluating news sources, making high-stakes professional decisions, navigating nuanced personal relationships. And how do you process that information overload? You rely heavily on your own internal armchair.
You absolutely do.
You rely on your gut intuitions to make rapid classification judgments. Is this claim true? Is this investment safe? Is this person trustworthy? By recognizing the mechanical flaws in our own cognitive machinery, by understanding how our judgments can be silently hijacked by the substitution heuristic, or skewed by environmental priming, or distorted because we haven't calibrated our mental models, we become significantly sharper, more resilient critical thinkers. It prevents us from being blindly led by a powerful gut feeling that, upon reflection, might just be our brain answering an easier question because it was too tired to do the real work.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, it leaves us with a profound and perhaps unsettling question about the very structures of authority in our society. We just established that the Condorcet jury theorem fails to guarantee the truth of philosophical consensus because the thinkers within the field heavily influence one another. But this structural vulnerability is not unique to philosophy. It applies to almost every specialized, highly trained field of human endeavor.
Think about the disciplines that govern our lives.
Right. Are our greatest intellectual institutions, the panels of economic advisors, the supreme legal courts, the specialized scientific committees functioning as true, independent juries of truth, where mathematical probability guarantees their accuracy? Or, because they share the same Ivy League training, read the same journals, and socialize in the same exclusive circles, are they simply highly educated echo chambers? Is the consensus they present to the public a reflection of objective reality, or just a byproduct of mutual influence? And bringing it back to the individual level, when you face a critical crossroads in your own life and you seek the advice of a group of your peers, how do you ensure the jury you assemble remains truly independent? How do you prevent yourself from simply building an echo chamber that mathematically guarantees nothing but the reinforcement of your own existing biases?
It's a critical challenge to consider the next time you find a room full of experts or a room full of friends, all nodding in perfect agreement. Thank you so much for joining us on Kitaba Podcast today for Episode 8. As always, keep interrogating the sources of your beliefs, keep calibrating your mental instruments against reality, and above all, never stop questioning your own intuitions. Welcome to Kitab Podcast, everyone. It is really a pleasure to have you with us today as we jump right into Episode 9.
Yeah, glad to be here. We are continuing our series on the book Epistemology, a contemporary introduction by Alvin Goldman and Matthew McGrath.
Right, and for today, we're looking specifically at Chapter 9. That covers sections 9.1 through 9.9.
Which is, pages 205 to 222 if you're following along in the text.
Exactly. So let's just do a really quick recap to get you oriented before we start.
Good idea.
In Episode 8, our attention was, it was directed almost entirely inward.
Yeah,
right?
very introspective.
We evaluated philosophical methodology, and we scrutinized the role that our own internal intuitions play in forming justified beliefs.
We also looked at the push toward experimental philosophy, but the primary concern was basically the internal architecture of your own thought.
Right. But today, the curriculum is making a massive shift.
A huge shift, yeah. We are stepping entirely out of that vacuum.
We're moving from the solitary mind into the bustling, noisy, highly interconnected fabric of society.
Which means this episode marks our formal entry into social epistemology. Social epistemology.
I'm really glad we're finally making this transition, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. Why is that?
Well, I feel like we need to confront a pretty big historical bias in philosophy. Because historically, the discipline didn't start from a social perspective at all.
No, not even a little bit.
Right. If you look at the foundational figures of modern philosophy, they actively despise the idea of relying on other people for knowledge.
They absolutely viewed it as a liability. I mean, if you analyze the classical historical view of the epistemic agent...
Which is just the idealized person trying to get knowledge, right?
Exactly, the knowledge seeker. The gold standard for them was always the solitary investigator.
Just a guy alone in a room.
Literally. René Descartes is probably the most famous architect of this mindset.
Oh, for sure.
When Descartes started his whole project to find absolute foundational truth, his very first step was physical and intellectual isolation.
He locked himself away, right?
Yeah, he famously secluded himself in this stove-heated room in the dead of winter.
Wow.
Away from teachers, away from books, away from society. He resolved to systematically doubt literally everything he had ever been told by anyone else.
So his goal was to rebuild all of human knowledge using just his own reason.
Completely independent of external influence.
Yeah. And John Locke was operating on a remarkably similar wavelength.
He was, even though he was from the empiricist tradition, not the rationalist one like Descartes.
Right. Locke had this really deep, almost visceral suspicion of socially acquired knowledge.
He scoffed at it. He called it, what was the quote? Other men's opinions floating in our brains.
That's a great line. Locke's argument was basically that private reasoning and your own personal experience are the only legitimate paths to truth.
Yeah, he thought that just memorizing a true statement someone else made doesn't actually make you knowledgeable.
You're just a vessel holding someone else's cognitive work.
Exactly. So Locke and Descartes, despite disagreeing on a lot of other things, they entrenched this deeply individualistic tradition within epistemology.
And that doctrine stuck around for centuries.
It did. The idea was that relying on society is an intellectual crutch.
Right.
True epistemic virtue demanded that you verify everything yourself from the ground up.
Okay, but before we just completely dismiss Descartes and Locke as, outdated isolationists...
Go ahead.
I want to play devil's advocate for a second here.
I love it. Let's hear it.
Look at the environment you and I operate in today. We are saturated in algorithmic manipulation. viral misinformation.
Deepfakes.
Yes, deepfakes, intense tribal peer pressure. When I look at all that, the Cartesian ideal of retreating to a quiet room to verify facts with my own two eyes, it seems kind of necessary.
It's definitely appealing.
Doesn't relying purely on yourself actively prevent you from falling victim to groupthink or those collective delusions that spread online?
You're identifying a very real vulnerability in social systems there. And you're right, the solitary model does guard effectively against collective hysteria.
Right.
However, that romanticized ideal of total epistemic autonomy, it's fundamentally flawed at a structural level.
Why?
Because in the practical reality of the modern world, operating as a purely solitary epistemic agent isn't just difficult, it is functionally impossible.
Okay, walk me through the mechanics of that impossibility. Why can't I just be a strict Lockean empiricist today?
Let's run a simulation. Try to live a single 24-hour period using only knowledge you have personally, independently verified from first principles.
Okay, challenge accepted.
You wake up and need to travel. You're in a foreign city.
Sure.
You cannot navigate the subway system.
Why not? I have a map.
But you didn't personally excavate or map those tunnels. You're relying on a socially produced map.
Right.
You feel ill, but you cannot take an antibiotic.
Because I haven't personally synthesized the chemical compounds in a lab?
Or overseen the multi-year clinical trials to verify it's safe.
Wow, okay, I see. I'd be completely paralyzed.
You would.
I mean, I couldn't even confidently assert that Antarctica exists or that the Roman Empire was real.
Because you haven't personally observed the ice sheets or dug up ancient Roman coins.
Yeah, I'm just trusting what teachers and books told me.
Precisely. The sheer scale of human knowledge dictates our methodology here. Human cognition is inherently collaborative.
We acquire vast mountains of our knowledge from the social fabric.
We have to. Social epistemology emerges because it recognizes this total dependency.
It rejects the Cartesian ideal because it's just a false representation of how humans actually survive.
Exactly. So if we accept that we are hopelessly dependent on society, how does this field organize its study of that dependency?
Let's map it out for the listener.
The discipline is mapped out into 3 distinct branches. The first branch focuses on evaluating individual belief-related decisions.
That's for doxastic decisions, right?
Yes, individual doxastic decisions that utilize social sources. This is the granular level.
How you, as a single individual, evaluate information handed to you by others.
And this first branch is the exclusive focus of our entire curriculum today.
Perfect. But just to give everyone the full picture, what are the other 2 branches?
Branch 2 scales up. It evaluates the beliefs of collective group agents.
Like a jury or a corporate board?
Yeah. Can a group hold a belief distinct from its members? And branch 3 scales up even further to analyze entire social institutions.
Like the legal system or the media?
Right, asking if their structural design promotes truth or hinders it.
Fascinating stuff, but we'll stick to branch 1 today. The individual navigating the social world.
So we know we rely on society. The next question is, how do we evaluate the primary mechanism society uses to deliver facts to us?
And in philosophy, that mechanism is called testimony, right?
That's correct, but I need to draw your attention to a critical definitional distinction here.
Let's be precise.
We must be very careful how we define testimony in epistemology.
Because in everyday language, we think of a courtroom.
Right. You picture a witness raising their right hand, swearing an oath to tell the truth.
Under penalty of perjury.
Exactly. That is a highly restricted, formalized type of testimony. But in our field, the definition is vastly broader.
How broad are we talking? Give us the boundaries.
Testimony is defined as literally any communication that purports to state a fact or provide information to a receiver.
Any communication.
Any communication. It doesn't need a formal setting. It doesn't need an oath.
Does it even have to be true?
Crucially, no. A deliberate, malicious lie is still classified as testimony because it presents itself with the intention of stating a fact.
So if I'm reading an ancient translation of Thucydides about the Peloponnesian War, that's testimony.
Yes, writing across centuries is a testimonial conduit.
And what if I'm just walking down the street in a new city and I ask a pedestrian for directions to the train station and they just point their finger?
That nonverbal gesture is also classified as testimony.
Wow.
Reading an encyclopedia, listening to the news, a coworker telling you the coffee is gone, all testimonial exchanges.
So the foundational question for branch 1 is, When you receive this massive spectrum of testimony, under what conditions are you actually justified in believing it?
And logically, where does that justification originate?
Which brings us to the first major theoretical framework trying to answer that, the reductionist approach.
Let's dissect it.
Reductionism makes a bold claim. It argues that testimony is not a basic, foundational source of knowledge in its own right.
That's the core of it. To understand reductionism, think about what epistemologists traditionally accept as truly basic sources of justification.
Things like perception.
Right. The immediate visual or auditory data of your senses. And memory, your faculty for recalling past states.
And induction, right. Our ability to recognize patterns.
Exactly. Reductionists argue that testimony has no independent epistemic power. It's just a delivery vessel.
So any weight that testimony carries has to be reduced to or derived from those other foundational faculties.
Perception, memory, and induction.
Yes, and the most prominent historical champion of this is the Scottish philosopher David Hume.
Hume endorsed a very sweeping version called global reductionism. Global reductionism.
How did Hume conceptualize our justification for trusting people?
He framed it as a massive, lifelong exercise in inductive pattern recognition.
Okay, break that down.
He argued we inductively infer that human testimony, taken as a general, global category, is reliable.
Based on what?
Based on history. From childhood, we continuously observe people making statements, and we use our own perception and memory to independently verify those statements.
So my mom tells me the stove is hot, I touch it, ouch, it's hot, I've verified her testimony.
Exactly. Over time, through thousands of these micro-verifications, we notice a general conformity between what people report and the empirical facts of the world.
We basically build an internal statistical model. We realize people generally tell the truth. And because we've established this global reliability through our own observation, we're logically justified in trusting new testimony.
That is Hume's grand theory. The justification is entirely reduced to your own past perceptual verifications.
Okay, I want you to lean in for a second, because here is where Hume's grand theory hits a massive practical wall.
A huge wall.
It sounds flawless in an armchair, but the philosopher C.H.A. Cody completely dismantles it.
Cody's critique is devastating. He attacks the foundational premise that we've independently verified enough testimony to justify a global inference.
Right, because if we look at the mathematical reality, individual humans perform nowhere near enough empirical fieldwork.
Not even close.
Let me ground this with some examples. I confidently believe human blood circulates through veins, pumped by a heart.
Sure.
I believe in the biological mechanisms of how babies are born. I believe Antarctica exists.
We all do.
But if I'm honest, I have never personally performed a surgical dissection to observe blood circulation. I have never delivered an infant. And I certainly haven't chartered a ship to the South Pole to see the ice with my own eyes.
So because you haven't personally observed these things, you haven't actually verified the testimony using your own direct perception.
My belief is just based on testimony layered upon testimony.
Exactly. So how can you claim, as Hume requires, that you've inductively verified that testimony regarding biology or geography is reliable?
I can't. My personal sample size of genuinely verified facts is microscopic compared to the ocean of testimony I accept every day.
The conclusion is that Hume's mechanism is practically false. We just do not possess the necessary data set to make that global inductive leap.
So global reductionism fails the test of practical human limitation.
It does.
But philosophers don't just give up. They try to salvage it by narrowing its application.
Which leads us to Elizabeth Fricker and local reductionism. Local reductionism.
Right. Fricker agrees with Cody that global verification is impossible.
So local reductionism scales the requirement down. It demands that a hearer must evaluate the specific individual speaker for trustworthiness right in the moment of the exchange.
Okay, so reducing the justification not to a global pattern, but to the specific evidence surrounding this localized event.
Yes, using background knowledge and immediate cues.
Wait, let me apply this to a mundane scenario to see if the logic holds up.
Go for it.
If I'm in an unfamiliar international airport and I ask a stranger to point me toward Terminal 3,
Okay.
local reductionism says I can't just trust their answer based on a global assumption that people give good directions.
Correct. You are required to evaluate this specific stranger in this specific moment.
So I have to analyze their demeanor. Do they look confident? confused?
You have to cross-reference your background knowledge.
Good.
Are they wearing an airport uniform? That indicates reliability.
Or are they dragging 3 heavy suitcases and looking around frantically, meaning they're as lost as I am?
That is the exact analytical process local reductionism requires before you are epistemically justified in believing them.
But the problem there is immediately obvious.
It's exhausting.
It feels like I'm being mandated to conduct a rigorous real-time background check on every single person I interact with.
Yeah.
It's like running a full FBI background investigation just to find out where the nearest coffee shop is.
And that analogy perfectly illustrates the fatal flaw of local reductionism. The cognitive demand is simply too high.
We couldn't function.
If we had to deliberately evaluate the track record of every single speaker for every mundane piece of info from the barista to the weather anchor, our cognitive systems would suffer a catastrophic overload.
We'd be paralyzed.
The standard is just too rigorous for practical reality.
Which naturally causes the philosophical discourse to react violently, right?
It always does.
If reductionism is too strict, the pendulum swings to the complete opposite extreme.
Which brings us to the non-reductionist view.
Non-reductionism is championed by people like Tyler Burge.
And it adopts a fundamentally more trusting stance. Burge asserts that testimony is a basic, foundational, and independent source of knowledge.
Just like perception and memory.
Exactly. It does not need to borrow its epistemic power from anywhere else.
So practically speaking, what does that look like when someone talks to me?
It means the mere act of receiving an intelligible communication confers an immediate default justification to believe it.
And the technical term for that is prima facie justification. Prima facie justification.
Right, which translates to justification on its face or at first glance.
Under Burge's framework, you're entitled to trust communication just because it's communication, unless you have a specific reason not to.
You don't do the exhausting localized background check. You just need an absence of obvious red flags.
Okay, I want you to lock your focus on this next thought experiment because it brilliantly exposes the danger of this kind of blind trust.
Yeah, Jennifer Lackey's critique is masterful here.
She presents the alien diary problem.
Let's describe this scenario with meticulous detail. Imagine a human being named Sam.
Okay, Sam.
Sam is taking a quiet, solitary walk in a remote forest. Suddenly, an extraterrestrial spacecraft descends into a clearing.
Setting the parameters. Sam is totally alone and witnesses a UFO.
An alien steps out, drops a physical bound book onto the forest floor, gets back in, and departs the atmosphere.
Sam cautiously approaches and picks up the book.
And in a miraculous twist, the text inside is written in perfect, comprehensible English.
That's convenient.
Very. Sam opens it, and it clearly reads like a personal diary. One entry explicitly states that on the alien's home planet, biological entities resembling earth tigers frequently eat the inhabitants.
Okay, here is the critical variable. Sam is holding this diary, but he possesses absolutely zero background knowledge about alien psychology.
Zero. He has no data on the cultural function of alien diaries.
For all he knows, this species uses diaries exclusively to record fictional dreams.
Or they use language entirely for deception. He has zero positive data indicating their reliability.
That total absence of data is the crux of the experiment.
Because now we apply the rigid rules of extreme non-reductionism.
Tyler Burge's prima facie justification.
Right. It says testimony confers immediate justification unless you have a specific positive reason to doubt it.
And Sam has no positive reason to doubt the diary because he knows nothing about the alien.
He has no data suggesting they are liars. Therefore, strictly applying non-reductionism, Sam is entirely justified in believing that tigers eat aliens on another planet.
Just because the diary says so.
Exactly.
But intuitively, that feels absurd. It's incredibly reckless.
It is.
He's blindly trusting a totally foreign, unverified source just because the syntax makes sense to him.
And your intuition aligns with Lackey's conclusion. This proves that blindly trusting unverified sources without any anchoring context is epistemically reckless.
It proves non-reductionism swings the pendulum way too far toward gullibility.
If local reductionism was impossibly strict, non-reductionism is dangerously weak. It legally permits you to believe bizarre alien anecdotes.
So we're at an impasse. We can't reduce testimony to perception without impossible amounts of field work, but we can't blindly accept everything either.
We're desperately searching for a middle ground.
And some philosophers think they found it not in evidence calculation, but in human connection.
Right. The interpersonal view. This
This framework demands that we treat human beings as moral and social agents, not just mechanical instruments.
Proponents reject the idea that evaluating a speaker is like evaluating a physical piece of evidence.
What's the contrast there? What does it mean to treat them like evidence?
Consider a physical instrument, like a mercury thermometer on a wall. When you read it, you observe a physical state to gather evidence about temperature.
The thermometer isn't choosing to communicate with me.
Exactly. It's not taking moral responsibility for its reading. It's just emitting data based on thermodynamics.
The interpersonal view insists human testimony is categorically different from reading a thermometer.
Philosophers like Richard Moran and Edward Hinchman argue that justification arises because the speaker actively assumes responsibility.
When I look you in the eye and tell you a fact, I'm not just emitting auditory data.
You are personally, consciously inviting my trust. You're extending a relational bond.
I'm saying you can rely on my authority, and I take responsibility if I'm misleading you.
According to this view, it's that specific personal invitation that grants the hearer epistemic entitlement to believe the testimony.
The justification is generated by the interpersonal bond.
Yes.
It's an elegant theory. It brings humanity back into the cold calculations of epistemology.
It does, but
But I need you to pay close attention to this next scenario because it completely shatters the idea that trust requires an invitation.
Jennifer Lackey strikes again.
She is the grandmaster of dismantling theories with thought experiments.
This is her eavesdropper case. Let's construct it carefully. We have two colleagues, Ben and Kate.
Sitting in a private office.
Ben leans across the desk and tells Kate a highly sensitive piece of information. He tells her their mutual boss is having an illicit affair.
Let's pause and analyze that dynamic. Ben is actively assuming responsibility. He's speaking directly to Kate, inviting her to trust him.
Kate is the intended recipient. The relational bond is established.
Now, we introduce a third variable, a man named Earl.
Earl is in the adjacent room. Unbeknownst to Ben and Kate, Earl has his ear pressed firmly against the wall.
Secretly eavesdropping.
Secretly and deliberately eavesdropping on the whole private conversation.
Here is the structural dilemma for the interpersonal view. Ben absolutely did not invite Earl to trust him.
Ben doesn't even know Earl exists in this scenario.
Earl received no eye contact, no invitation. Ben assumed zero responsibility toward Earl.
No relational bond whatsoever.
And yet, if we objectively evaluate their cognitive states, Earl receives the exact same degree of epistemic justification for believing the affair as Kate does.
Let's assume Earl and Kate have the exact same background knowledge about Ben's reliability. Maybe they both know he's a gossip, but his info is always accurate.
Given that equal background knowledge, they're both equally justified in believing the boss is having an affair.
Yes.
But let me push back for a second. Does an eavesdropper really possess the exact same level of justification? Isn't eavesdropping prone to misinterpretation?
How so?
Earl can't see their facial expressions. What if Ben was rolling his eyes and doing a mocking impression of a rumor? Kate would see the sarcasm. Earl would miss it.
That's a valid practical objection. But to make the philosophical point, Lackey requires us to strictly isolate the variables.
So we have to assume flawless auditory transmission.
Flawless. Earl hears every inflection perfectly and accurately discerns that Ben is being completely sincere.
Okay, under those idealized conditions, the epistemic weight of the evidence is identical for both Kate and Earl.
Exactly. Which forces a devastating conclusion for Moran and Hinchman. It proves the personal invitation to trust is completely irrelevant to acquiring justification.
The interpersonal view falls apart because you can get the exact same high-quality knowledge just by snooping on a conversation not intended for you.
The justification comes entirely from the informational content combined with the source's reliability. The interpersonal bond doesn't generate the warrant.
Okay, we've covered what happens when people actually vocalize information, but here is where social epistemology takes a slightly eerie turn.
Eerie, but profound.
We need to examine how we gain concrete knowledge when absolutely nothing is said at all.
This is the epistemology of silence.
We usually think of evidence as a positive presence, a footprint, a document, a spoken word.
But an absence of testimony, a deliberate silence, can hold tremendous evidential value.
The classic example here is from Sherlock Holmes, The Adventure of Silver Blaze.
A famous racehorse is stolen in the night, and the trainer is murdered.
Holmes is investigating, and the police inspector asks him, "Is there any point to which you would wish to draw my attention?"
And Holmes says, "To the curious incident of the dog in the nighttime."
The inspector is baffled. The dog did nothing in the nighttime.
And Holmes delivers the line, That was the curious incident.
It's the perfect illustration of epistemic silence. The watchdog didn't bark when the horse was stolen.
Holmes uses that absolute absence of communication as a concrete piece of evidence. Watchdogs bark at strangers. The dog didn't bark. Therefore, the intruder wasn't a stranger.
The absence of a signal becomes the identifying signal.
It does.
But how does the silence of a dog relate to how I process the news today?
It relates through a concept developed by Sanford Goldberg called coverage reliance. Coverage reliance.
What is that?
It formalizes the subconscious calculus we perform using silence every day. It's the assumption that if a major event occurred, standard reliable sources would have definitely reported it to us by now.
Let me construct an example. I'm sitting here in the studio talking to you. My phone hasn't rung. I haven't received an emergency alert. I don't hear sirens.
Right.
Because I possess an absence of these testimonies, I'm highly justified in believing that my house is currently not burning down.
That is a flawless application. You are operating under the background assumption that your neighborhood watch and emergency services provide adequate coverage of catastrophic events.
Because I trust the network is functional, their silence is powerful evidence that the event hasn't happened.
We do this on a macro scale with journalism, too. If you don't see a massive headline that the stock market collapsed, you're justified in assuming it hasn't.
Relying entirely on the coverage of the financial media network.
Exactly.
But there's a massive caveat here. This system of coverage reliance isn't universally applicable.
No, it is completely dependent on your environmental context.
Goldberg is clear that the validity of silence entirely supervenes upon what he calls a highly connected, propitious social environment.
Propitious, meaning favorable to the free flow of information.
My assumption about my house is only justified because cell towers are working and the fire department is responsive.
Right. If you travel off-grid, hiking in a remote mountain range with zero reception, silence loses all epistemic value.
My house could be a pile of ash, but the silence of the forest provides zero evidence of its safety.
Exactly. The reliability of silence is dictated by the structural integrity of the social environment.
Let's use a more sobering, globally relatable analogy.
Sure.
If someone lives in an authoritarian society with heavy state censorship, where the media is prohibited from reporting on government corruption or protests,
then coverage reliance fails catastrophically. The absence of news regarding a protest isn't evidence of peace.
it's merely evidence that the censorship apparatus is functioning.
Our ability to use silence to generate knowledge is a luxury afforded only by a free, highly communicative society.
That's a sobering reminder. So we've explored the absence of information. Let's pivot to the exact opposite problem.
The modern dilemma of an overwhelming, contradictory abundance of information.
We live in a highly specialized age where we are told to trust the experts. But what is the rational procedure when the recognized experts completely disagree with each other?
This forces the layperson into a severely compromised epistemic corner.
Because a layperson, by definition, lacks the esoteric domain knowledge to understand the field.
They are utterly incapable of directly evaluating the primary scientific data. They are forced to rely strictly on social evidence.
I want to make this painfully concrete. Imagine you are diagnosed with a rare, life-threatening medical condition.
Okay.
You consult Dr. A world-renowned specialist. Dr. A says invasive surgery is the absolute only viable option.
A dire prognosis.
Seeking a second opinion, you consult Dr. B, who has the exact same elite credentials. Dr. B looks at the exact same chart and vehemently argues that surgery is lethally dangerous, and you must strictly adhere to a new experimental medication.
And you, the patient, do not have a medical degree.
I cannot request the raw clinical trial data and independently analyze biochemical pathways. I'm trapped in an epistemic void between two titans of the field. How do I choose?
Well, before we identify the solution, let's analyze the flawed methodologies laypersons usually try to use here.
Okay, what's the first flawed method?
The layperson attempting to assess the complex arguments directly, searching the internet, trying to read peer-reviewed medical journals.
But for a true layperson, that's epistemically useless.
And potentially dangerous. You lack the graduate-level training to spot methodological errors in study design.
It's like handing me a 500-page engineering blueprint for a nuclear reactor. I might recognize the word valve, but I am entirely unqualified to determine if it will prevent a meltdown.
Direct assessment is off the table.
What about the democratic approach? What if I count the experts? If I find 80 doctors who agree with Dr. A and only 20 who agree with Dr. B, shouldn't I follow the majority?
Counting raw numbers of experts is a heavily flawed heuristic.
Why?
The history of science is deeply replete with examples where the unquestioned majority consensus was simply objectively wrong.
Like when the majority thought the Earth was the center of the universe.
Or when the majority of physicians vehemently rejected washing their hands before surgery. Epistemic truth is not a democratic process.
And there's also the problem of independent verification. Those 80 doctors might all be relying on the same single flawed study from a decade ago.
In that case, you don't have 80 independent opinions. You have one flawed opinion repeated 80 times.
Okay, so direct analysis is impossible, and counting heads is a fallacy. What if I try to outsource the evaluation?
You mean find a meta-expert?
Yeah, an investigative journalist or a review board whose job is to evaluate the primary experts.
Utilizing a meta-expert merely creates an infinite regress.
How so?
What is your protocol when two highly credentialed meta-experts disagree on which primary expert is correct? Do you locate a meta-expert to adjudicate between them?
You're just shifting the problem to a higher, more abstract tier.
Exactly. It doesn't solve the foundational problem.
The situation sounds incredibly bleak.
Sure.
Are we just adrift in a sea of conflicting PhDs? What viable solution does social epistemology offer?
The most robust solution is a method known as track record assessment.
Track record assessment.
Track record assessment. How does that bypass the need for domain knowledge?
The core principle is this. An expert's highly complex theoretical predictions often manifest over time as simple, easily verifiable empirical facts.
Explain the mechanics of that.
Let's use an astrophysics example. Suppose an elite astronomer is making incredibly complex claims about orbital mechanics math a layperson cannot comprehend.
However, based on those models, they make a testable prediction. A total solar eclipse will occur directly over Santiago, Chile, exactly 10 years from today at 2:14 p.m.
As a layperson, I don't need to understand orbital mechanics to verify that.
10 years later, you travel to Santiago, look up at the sky at 2:14 p.m., and observe if the sun goes dark.
If it does, I've established a highly positive track record for that expert using entirely basic perceptual observation.
That's the epistemological workaround. You ignore the incomprehensible method and strictly verify the tangible outcome.
But I have to push back hard on the scope of this solution.
What's the issue?
The eclipse example is neat and definitive. What happens when track record assessment is fundamentally impossible?
You mean due to the time horizon?
Yeah. What if the expert is a climatologist making a dire prediction about sea levels exactly 100 years from now? Or predicting the multi-generational effects of a new economic policy?
I see your point.
How does a layperson alive today use track record assessment for claims that are long-term or untestable? I can't wait a century to verify the climate model before deciding to trust their policy recommendation today.
You've astutely identified the exact critical limitation of this methodology. Track record assessment is inherently backward-looking.
It requires time and clear outcomes.
Yes. When dealing with long-term models, unique historical events, or highly theoretical domains like string theory, where empirical testing is impossible, the track record method fails completely.
So what do we do?
Epistemologists have to honestly acknowledge this limitation. This specific, intractable problem remains a highly active, heavily debated frontier in contemporary social epistemology. We do not yet possess a neat algorithmic answer.
It's unsettling to realize our limitations, but thrilling to know we're right at the bleeding edge of the discipline.
It is.
But let's bring the conversation back down to the friction of everyday life. What happens when the conflict isn't between elite doctors, but between two everyday equals?
This introduces the complex problem of peer disagreement. Peer disagreement.
A scenario everyone listening to this will face repeatedly.
To analyze it rigorously, we must clearly define what constitutes an epistemic peer.
Right. What are the rules?
A true peer disagreement occurs when two individuals clash over a conclusion, but we stipulate they possess identical bodies of evidence and absolutely equal intellectual capacity.
So we're not talking about a seasoned professor debating a high school student.
No, we are talking about two absolute intellectual equals. Imagine two highly educated citizens. They share identical backgrounds. They are equally sharp and unbiased.
Okay.
They're sitting across from each other looking at the exact same stack of unredacted primary source documents regarding a political scandal.
And we're keeping this politically neutral. It's about the structure of the disagreement.
Citizen A meticulously reviews all documents and confidently concludes, based on this evidence, the politician definitely lied.
Citizen B looks at the exact same documents and confidently concludes, Based on this evidence, it's a fabricated charge. The politician did not lie.
They reach mutually exclusive, opposite conclusions based on identical data. What is the rationally required response when they realize this impasse?
When two equals clash over the same evidence, it forces a terrifying question. Is one of them objectively irrational? Or is the evidence flexible enough that they can both be right?
To resolve that, we have to introduce a highly contentious concept called the uniqueness thesis.
The uniqueness thesis.
The uniqueness thesis.
It posits a strict rule. For any given body of evidence, there is exactly one singular belief attitude, one doxastic attitude that is maximally rational to hold.
So evaluating evidence is like solving a math equation. It points to one and only one objective conclusion.
That's the implication. If that's true, citizen A and citizen B cannot both be fully rational. Because they hold exclusive positions, at least one of them has made an epistemic error in their reasoning. So what should they practically do? If I'm sitting across from you and I know you're just as smart as me and we read the same documents but got different answers, I can't just arrogantly pound the table and assume I'm the genius.
Exactly. You possess no objective reason to privilege your own internal reasoning over your peers.
This realization leads to a position called conciliationism. Conciliationism.
Under the uniqueness thesis, epistemic peers in disagreement are rationally mandated to conciliate. They must suspend judgment or split the difference.
Provide a mechanical analogy to help us visualize that mandate.
Think of the human brain as a calibrated measuring instrument, like a digital thermometer.
Okay.
We have two identical thermometers manufactured to the exact same standard. We are in a sealed room. Your thermometer outputs 42 degrees. Mine outputs 38 degrees.
And we know both have a flawless track record.
It would be profoundly irrational for you to arbitrarily trust your thermometer over mine and stubbornly insist the room is exactly 42 degrees.
The only logical response is to suspend definitive judgment, or guess it's around 40 degrees.
Conciliationism argues we must treat our cognitive faculties the same way. If our brains process the documents and output conflicting readings, we must suspend judgment.
Sharpen your ears for this major counter-argument, because conciliationism might actually be actively punishing the person who gets it right.
This is the attack vector used by critics. They argue the theory irrationally mandates throwing away perfectly good first-order evidence just to appease social pressure.
With first-order evidence, we mean the primary documents, the raw data.
Yes. The philosopher Thomas Kelly constructs a highly effective argument here. Let's return to our citizens, Esther and Emile.
Okay.
From an omniscient standpoint, let's say Esther reasoned flawlessly. She analyzed the data perfectly and arrived at the objectively true conclusion.
And Emile.
Emile suffered a momentary, undetectable lapse in attention, missed a critical nuance, and arrived at the false conclusion.
But because they're peers at a table, neither knows who had the lapse in attention. They only know they disagree.
Correct. But objectively, Esther nailed it, based on the first-order evidence. If conciliationism is strictly enforced, they are both mandated to split the difference.
So what happens? Esther, who executed flawless reasoning, is robbed of the epistemic credit for her perfection.
She is violently forced to abandon a true, justified belief simply because her peer made a mistake.
Kelly argues that's absurd. It artificially elevates secondary social evidence, the psychological fact that someone disagrees, above the hard facts of the primary case.
Exactly.
It's like me calculating 2 + 2 = 4. My math genius friend has a brain cramp and says it equals 6, and conciliationism forces us to agree the answer is 5. We're throwing away the math.
But defenders of conciliationism have a robust rebuttal.
Let's hear David Christensen's defense.
He argues conciliationism does not throw away the first-order evidence. It demands you integrate a new, highly relevant piece of evidence into the equation.
Which is what?
Psychological evidence. The fact that a historically reliable peer disagrees with your conclusion is, in itself, psychological evidence that must be accounted for.
So the fact that my friend got a different answer is a distinct data point I have to calculate.
Evaluating the math problem is only step one. Integrating the confirmed disagreement of a trusted peer is the mandatory final step.
It's a systemic check against cognitive bias.
If your genius friend says 6, the rational response isn't to yell, it's 4. The rational response is to pause, experience internal doubt, and double-check your math because your friend's brain is suggesting you might be having the brain cramp.
Conciliationism is framed as a formalized mechanism for intellectual humility.
Yes. But what if we completely reject the foundational premise? What if we reject the uniqueness thesis entirely?
This opens the door to steadfastness. Steadfastness.
The view that you can remain completely rational while stubbornly standing your ground in the face of peer disagreement.
Walk me through the logic. If two equals have the same evidence, how can both be rational with different conclusions? Doesn't one have to be wrong?
It depends on how you define rational attitudes. If rationality is a razor-thin pinpoint, if evidence dictates exactly 82.5% certainty, then uniqueness holds.
But if we interpret rational attitudes broadly,
As a spectrum or range of acceptable certainty, suppose the political scandal evidence is highly complex and messy.
as real-world evidence usually is,
A broad interpretation might dictate that any degree of certainty between 60% and 80% is a completely rational response to that messy evidence.
so if my brain settles at 65% certainty the politician lied, and your brain settles at 75% certainty,
You technically disagree on the precise probability, but you are both operating safely within the 60 to 80% rational range.
because we're both in the permissible range, neither has committed an epistemic error.
Neither is irrational.
Yeah.
So there's no logical mandate requiring you to conciliate. You are epistemically permitted to remain steadfast in your 65% belief.
But wait, there is a fascinating paradoxical twist to this entire debate about conciliationism.
The philosopher Adam Elga's structural flaw, the ultimate gotcha moment.
Walk us through the steps of that paradox. It hurts my brain in the best way possible.
It's a beautiful piece of philosophical judo. Imagine two elite philosophers debating the very concepts we just discussed.
Okay.
Philosopher A firmly believes that conciliationism is the true rational path.
And sitting across from them is philosopher B, an undeniable epistemic peer.
Who firmly believes that conciliationism is false and steadfastness is the true path.
The board is set. Two peers disagreeing about how to handle disagreement.
Philosopher A, the conciliationist, is now faced with a peer disagreement about peer disagreement,
If philosopher A genuinely follows their own strict rule,
which mandates suspending judgment when a peer disagrees, then philosopher A must immediately suspend their belief about whether conciliationism is actually true.
because their peer disagrees with them.
By faithfully applying the theory to the disagreement about the theory annihilates its own certainty. It's a logical Ouroboros, a snake eating its own tail.
That is absolutely mind-bending. The rule that dictates you must compromise violently forces you to compromise on the validity of the rule itself.
It is a perfect paradox.
What a dizzying place to pull back and look at the massive journey we've taken today.
It has been a highly rigorous traversal of Chapter 9.
We started our journey alone in a freezing room with Descartes, dismantling the myth of the solitary investigator.
Realizing the sheer scale of knowledge dictates we are hopelessly dependent on the social fabric.
We explore the complex mechanics of justifying testimony, wrestling with the exhausting demands of reductionism and the blind trust of non-reductionism.
We proved through the eavesdropper scenario that acquiring knowledge doesn't require a polite interpersonal invitation.
We decoded the profound epistemology of silence.
Realizing what is not said is just as evidentially important as what is, provided we have a reliable coverage network.
We discussed the frustrating reality of choosing among disagreeing experts, relying on track record assessment because we lack domain knowledge.
And finally, we wrestled with the tension of our equals, standing our ground versus humbly splitting the difference when confronted with a peer.
We've comprehensively mapped the epistemology of the individual agent in a chaotic social world.
But remember our taxonomy from the beginning. We've only covered the first branch, the individual.
Which leaves us with a truly provocative thought to mull over. We've assumed the individual human mind is the only entity capable of believing.
But what if we zoom out?
Can society itself have a mind? Can a multinational corporation, a jury, or a massive government possess its own distinct collective knowledge?
And if a corporation can know something, can it be held epistemically accountable?
It moves the paradigm from Descartes' I think, therefore I am, to a radical we think, therefore we are.
It's a huge shift.
To find out if a collective group can truly possess a mind of its own, you will have to join us for episode 10, where we will rigorously tackle collective and institutional epistemology.
Looking forward to it.
We want to warmly thank you for joining Kitab Podcast today. The next time you casually think about the Earth being a sphere or picture a tiger roaming a distant jungle, remember, your mind is not a solitary island.
It is a vibrant, deeply interconnected continent built almost entirely by the overlapping voices of others. Welcome to Kitab Podcast, everyone. It is fantastic to have you with us today.
Yeah, really great to be here.
So we are officially jumping into episode 10 of our ongoing comprehensive series covering the textbook Epistemology, a contemporary introduction.
Right, by Alvin, Goldman, and Matthew McGrath.
Exactly. And, we're thrilled to have you with us for what is honestly going to be a truly paradigm-shifting conversation.
Oh, absolutely. But before we push forward into this totally new territory, let us very briefly orient ourselves.
Yeah, a quick recap is probably a good idea.
Right. So in episode 9, we spent our time really analyzing how knowledge transfers between people.
We looked at the epistemology of testimony.
Exactly. The study of how we gain knowledge from others.
Oh.
We explored the exact conditions under which you are rationally justified in believing what another person tells you.
And we also tackled that intensely frustrating problem, peer disagreement.
Right. The whole issue of what happens when two people who are intellectual equals look at the exact same evidence and somehow arrive at totally opposite conclusions.
Yeah, which happens all the time. And if you think about it, everything we discussed in episode 9 was operating on this very micro level.
It was. We were looking at individuals.
Right. Evaluating one single mind, relying on another single mind, or one individual debating another individual.
But today, our analysis is scaling up dramatically.
We are covering Chapter 10, Sections 10.1 through 10.9. That spans pages 224 to 246 of Goldman and McGrath's text.
We are moving completely away from the isolated human brain and stepping into the massive, complex architecture of social systems.
It's a massive shift. The philosophical lens is widening from asking, how do I know, to asking, how do we know?
Yeah, and this brings us squarely into a specialized and relatively new field known as collective epistemology.
Collective epistemology, let's unpack that.
Well, the foundational premise here is that it treats groups of people not just as a loose collection of individuals. It treats them as singular, unified entities.
What philosophers call plural subjects.
Exactly, plural subjects. And it proposes that these plural subjects are entirely capable of possessing distinct mental states held toward a statement, which are known as propositional attitudes.
Right.
Now, when we say mental state held toward a statement, we mean something very specific, don't we?
We do. We mean believing that a statement is true, or, doubting that it's true, or hoping that it's true.
And honestly, while assigning a mental state to a massive group sounds a bit like, I don't know, science fiction.
A little bit, yeah.
It actually aligns perfectly with our everyday intuition. I mean, we use this kind of language effortlessly.
We do it constantly. Think about the news headlines you read just today.
Right. We say things like, the university administration believes that tuition must be raised.
Or the jury decided that the defendant is guilty.
Or, the Supreme Court expects the lower courts to comply. We speak as if the administration or the jury or the court possesses a single unified brain.
Exactly. We casually assign beliefs and intentions and desires to these massive bureaucratic entities. But, philosophers and epistemologists cannot just accept casual language, right?
Definitely not. We have to ask the difficult metaphysical questions.
Like when we say that a group believes something, what is actually happening in physical reality?
Right. Does a corporation literally have a mind? Can a committee possess a real belief?
Okay, lock your focus onto this, because the first major theory we are looking at completely upends what you likely think a belief actually is.
Yeah, it's wild. The theory is called the Joint Acceptance Account, often abbreviated as JAA.
JAA. And this was pushed forward by Margaret Gilbert, right?
Yes, prominently advanced by Margaret Gilbert. And her approach is fascinating because she defines a group belief strictly through the members' open, mutual willingness to accept a proposition as the group's official stance.
Okay, let's break that down carefully. She's saying that a group believes a statement is true if and only if the individual members of that group publicly mutually agree to commit to that statement.
Right, it's a joint acceptance. It is a highly contractual view of belief.
It really is. It's about collective commitment.
But here is the catch. Because it relies purely on public commitment rather than internal psychology, Margaret Gilbert's joint acceptance account creates a rather startling philosophical quirk.
Oh, this is the part that bends my mind.
Under the JAA, it is entirely logically possible for a group to genuinely hold a belief, even if absolutely zero individual members privately hold that belief in their own minds.
0 individual members. I really want to spend some time on this because it is known as the 0 individual belief anomaly.
It is, yeah.
And it sounds almost impossible until you map it onto real human behavior. So let's imagine a university philosophy department.
Okay, set in the scene.
They have been given a mandate by the university administration. They must nominate exactly 1 graduate student for a highly prestigious, incredibly lucrative national fellowship.
The stakes are high.
Very high. And the administration has very rigid bureaucratic criteria for what makes a candidate qualified.
So let's say the philosophy department faculty. Let's say there are 3 senior professors gather in a conference room to deliberate.
Right. And they're looking at 3 potential candidates: student X, student Y, and student Z.
Now, privately, inside their own minds, Professor A thinks student X is the most brilliant.
But Professor A admits student X has a terrible work ethic.
Exactly. Then Professor B thinks student Y has the most original ideas, but worries student Y is way too controversial for a mainstream national fellowship.
And Professor C thinks student Z is the hardest worker, but maybe lacks the raw, natural brilliance of the other 2.
Right. So privately, none of the professors actually believe that any single one of these students is the perfect, most qualified candidate.
But then they look at the application of a 4th student, Jane Doe.
Jane Doe enters the picture.
Now, privately, none of the professors think Jane Doe is a particularly great philosopher.
No, not at all. But her resume mathematically checks every single rigid bureaucratic box the administration demanded.
She has the right GPA, the right extracurriculars, even the right formatting on her cover letter.
They all realize she is the only candidate who will actually survive the administration's vetting process and secure the massive funding for their department.
So what do? They take a vote.
Right. And unanimously, they openly and mutually agree to sign a document endorsing the statement.
The statement being, the philosophy department believes Jane Doe is the most qualified candidate.
Exactly. They jointly accept the proposition.
And according to Margaret Gilbert's joint acceptance account, the philosophy department, functioning as a plural subject, now genuinely possesses the belief that Jane Doe is the most qualified.
The group has formed a distinct propositional attitude.
Despite the fact that this belief has 0 representation in the private psychological reality of its members.
0 representation.
Okay, I have to step in here and play devil's advocate against Margaret Gilbert.
Please do.
Because if we are studying epistemology, the rigorous study of knowledge and truth, how can we say a group believes something when that belief literally lacks any physical psychological hardware?
Right, it's not in any brain.
A belief is a cognitive state. It happens in the neurons of a physical brain. If none of the professors have this belief in their brains, isn't the department's statement just a public relations maneuver?
It's just PR.
Exactly. It is a compromise. It is a political strategy to get funding. It feels like the joint acceptance account completely divorces the concept of belief from actual truth tracking. It turns it into mere corporate branding.
That is a piercing critique. And honestly, it is precisely the major objection raised against the joint acceptance account.
Oh, good. I'm not the only one.
Not at all. Critics argue that joint acceptance is an excellent sociological description of what a group is willing to assert.
Or what they'll put in a press release.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it fails as a true epistemological count of belief. Belief, in a philosophical sense, requires a genuine responsiveness to what is true, not just a pragmatic willingness to play along with a committee decision for funding purposes.
Right. So if a group belief cannot just be a hollow public agreement, what is the alternative framework?
We need a theory that anchors the group's mind to the actual biological minds of the people involved.
And that leads us directly to the primary alternative, which is the summative approach.
Yes, summativism. A summative approach argues that a true group belief must be a function of and deeply responsive to the actual private, internal beliefs of its individual members.
You cannot just have a floating group mind that is entirely disconnected from the psychological reality of its constituents.
To make this work mathematically and logically, philosophers introduce a mechanism.
Right, they call it a belief aggregation function.
You will often see this abbreviated in the text as a BAF. It's a mapping mechanism.
Think of a belief aggregation function as a mathematical sorting machine.
That's a great analogy.
You take the individual, private opinions, the doxastic attitudes of every single group member, you feed them into this function, and the function calculates a single definitive group attitude.
And the most common, everyday example of a belief aggregation function is just simple majority rule.
Right. If 51% of the people in a room privately believe that it is raining outside, The machine calculates that the group believes it is raining.
The group belief is directly summoned from the sum of the individual beliefs.
But a belief aggregation function doesn't have to be a simple majority, does it?
No, not at all. An institution could design its function to require a two-thirds supermajority.
Or, in the case of a strict corporate hierarchy, the function might be entirely dictatorial.
Exactly. The function might literally say, the group belief is strictly whatever the CEO believes, regardless of what the 10,000 employees think.
The crucial takeaway is that under the summative approach, the collective mind is structurally tied to the individual minds through this specific mapping mechanism.
It has to be tied down.
But even when we mathematically tie the group mind to the individual minds, the group can still develop a bizarre life of its own, can it?
Oh, absolutely.
Even under summativism, groups can arrive at conclusions that seem entirely disconnected from the individuals.
They can, and this introduces a highly complex concept advanced by philosophers Christian List and Philip Pettit.
List and Pettit, what did they argue?
They argue that groups possess a distinct degree of autonomy. While group attitudes are generated by and depend upon member attitudes a relationship philosophers call supervenience, they do so holistically.
Holistically, not simply on a strict, simple proposition-by-proposition basis.
Exactly.
To really grasp this concept of holistic supervenience, we need a robust, practical example.
Let's do it.
Prepare your mental workspace for this, because it is a brilliant logic puzzle. We are going to look at a scenario often referred to as the museum guards example.
Let us culturally neutralize this so it is universally relatable.
Imagine a highly secure, massive national museum holding priceless artifacts.
And this museum is protected by a unified security force of exactly 100 highly trained guards.
100 guards. Got it.
Now, the official charter of this security force outlines their specific belief aggregation function. Their rule is that the security force as a collective plural subject only officially believes a proposition if a supermajority of 60% of the guards hold that belief.
Okay, so they need 60 out of 100 votes to form a group belief. Let's set the stage.
The guards are on high alert because there has been chatter in the criminal underworld.
Guards 1 through 20 have been meticulously reviewing exterior camera footage. Based on their analysis, they privately, individually form a firm belief.
They believe that a specific master thief named Albert is planning an inside job.
Let's call this Proposition A, and because they believe Albert is planning a job, they logically deduce a broader conclusion. An inside job will happen.
Let's call that conclusion Proposition T.
Meanwhile, guards 21 through 40 have been analyzing a completely different set of data.
Perhaps the museum's financial firewall logs.
Right, and they form a completely different belief. They believe that a rival cyber thief named Bernard is planning an inside job.
This is Proposition B.
And from Proposition B, they also naturally deduce the broader conclusion, Proposition T. An inside job will happen.
Then we have guards 41 through 60. They have been listening to wiretaps of former employees.
They conclude that a third, entirely different thief named Cecil is planning the heist. This is Proposition C.
And just like the others from Proposition C, they deduce Proposition T. An inside job will happen.
Finally, we have the remaining 40 guards 61 through 100.
They have reviewed all the evidence and they're totally unconvinced.
They do not believe Albert is the thief, not A. They do not believe Bernard is the thief, not B.
And they do not believe Cecil is the thief, not C.
And therefore, they firmly reject the conclusion that an inside job is happening at all, not T.
So we have all the doxastic attitudes fed into our machine. Let's run our 60% belief aggregation function and see what the group mind thinks.
Let's ask the group mind, do you believe Proposition A that Albert is the thief?
The machine counts the votes. Only 20 guards believe Proposition A. That is 20%. It falls far short of the 60% threshold. The group mind officially rejects Proposition A.
Does the group mind believe Proposition B that Bernard is the thief?
Again, only 20 guards believe this. 20%. The group mind rejects Proposition B.
What about Proposition C that Cecil is the thief?
Rejected. Only 20%.
So the group mind systematically and entirely rejects every single underlying premise.
It does.
The group officially believes that Albert, Bernard, and Cecil are not planning a heist. But what happens when we ask the group mind about Proposition T, the conclusion that an inside job will happen?
This is where the magic of holistic supervenience reveals itself. Guard 1 through 20 believe T, guards 21 through 40 believe T, guards 41 through 60 believe T.
If you add those up, exactly 60 guards believe Proposition T.
It perfectly hits the 60% supermajority threshold.
Therefore, the official group mind believes that an inside job will happen.
Yes, the plural subject holds a firm, verified conclusion.
Despite the fact that the plural subject completely rejects every single premise that led the individual members to that conclusion.
Exactly. The group mind has abstracted a unified conclusion from a fractured, incompatible set of individual premises.
That is just wow.
That is the essence of group autonomy under List and Pettit's framework. The group's belief supervenes on the individuals. It is mathematically derived from them. But the group mind possesses a distinct, emergent logical structure that is entirely separate from any single member's internal logic.
It is genuinely incredible to think about human organizations operating with this kind of emergent alien logic.
It really is.
But establishing that a group mathematically possesses a belief is only half the battle in epistemology. We now have to evaluate the quality of that belief.
Right. Is the belief actually rational?
Is it supported by good evidence? We have to ask how a group becomes justified in its beliefs.
This is a critical pivot. Write this distinction down in your mental ledger, because it is crucial. Just as we have a belief aggregation function to map what people opine, epistemologists introduce a mapping mechanism for justification.
The justification aggregation function.
Yes, the JAF. It maps the justificational statuses of members' beliefs to the group's status.
So it is not enough to just count the votes. A justification aggregation function forces us to evaluate the epistemic quality, the rigorous truth-tracking history of those votes.
Exactly. If we want to know if the museum security force is actually justified in believing an inside job will happen, we have to trace the architecture of their reasoning.
And the textbook breaks this down into two distinct directional flows: vertical justification and horizontal justification.
Let us clearly define these architectural movements. Vertical justification describes a dynamic where a group inherits its overall group justification status directly from the bottom up.
From the basement to the penthouse, essentially.
Yes. It is the concept that the highly rational, justified beliefs of the individual members literally bubble up from the bottom of the organization to the executive group level.
So, if the individual guards are rigorously analyzing the camera footage and forming justified beliefs, that epistemic goodness travels vertically up the chain.
Automatically infusing the group's collective belief with justification.
Okay, that is the bottom-up flow. What about horizontal justification?
Horizontal justification occurs purely at the executive top level of the plural subject.
Meaning?
This happens when a group, functioning as a single mind, infers entirely new beliefs from its own prior, already justified group beliefs.
To use an analogy, if vertical justification is the process of individually manufacturing strong, reliable bricks and bringing them to the construction site.
Horizontal justification is the architect taking those pre-approved bricks and arranging them into a new structure, like a wall.
Right. For instance, imagine the museum guards already have a vertically justified group belief that the museum vault is highly vulnerable. They then combine that with their newly formed group belief that an inside job is happening. Horizontally, moving from group premise to group conclusion, the collective mind infers a brand new mandate. We must lock down the vault immediately.
The justification moves horizontally across the group's own internal logic. Both movements are essential, but the vertical movement, the bubbling up, is where things get philosophically tricky.
Why is that?
Well, how exactly does justification transfer from the biological brain of a human member into the abstract group mind? To explain this mechanism, the authors contrast two distinct types of epistemic transmission: interpersonal transmission versus interpersonal transmission.
Oh, stop and map these two words in your head, listener, because the difference between an E and an A changes the entire theory. Let's start with interpersonal transmission.
Interpersonal, between two distinct persons.
We covered this extensively in episode 9 when we talked about testimony.
Precisely. If I have a highly justified belief that the stock market will rise and I tell it to you, my justification does not automatically transfer into your brain.
No, the transmission is highly conditional.
You have to physically hear me. You must comprehend the language I am speaking.
And most importantly, you must be free of defeaters, meaning you must not have any prior evidence suggesting that I am a liar or that I am terrible in economics.
Interpersonal transmission across the gap between two humans is fraught with hurdles and requires active, conscious evaluation. It is never, ever automatic.
But intrapersonal transmission, interpersonal, meaning entirely within one single agent, inside one single biological mind operates on completely different rules.
Interpersonal transmission is entirely automatic.
Yes. Inside your own cognitive architecture, justification transfers automatically across inferential gaps and temporal gaps.
Consider an inferential gap. If you justifiably believe proposition X, and your brain logically deduces proposition Y from X, the justification flows seamlessly and automatically from X to Y.
You do not have to formally testify to yourself. You do not have to convince yourself you aren't lying.
And it spans temporal gaps, the gaps of time.
Right. If you spent years studying and justifiably learned that Tokyo is the capital of Japan, and you simply remember it today, that justification automatically spans the gap of time.
You do not have to re-verify a map every single morning when you wake up. Your memory automatically transmits the justification intrapersonally.
Now, here is the core radical argument of collective epistemology regarding vertical justification. How does a member's belief transfer to the group?
Does the member have to formally testify to the group mind?
The theory argues that member-to-group vertical justification is treated structurally identically to interpersonal transmission.
That is profound. It means the plural subject, the group, is treated conceptually as a single organism, and the individual human members are merely the internal neurons of that organism.
Therefore, the justification bubbles up automatically from the members to the collective agent.
It does not require a formal, skeptical testimonial exchange.
If the foundational members possess rigorously justified beliefs, the overarching group mind simply inherits that justification by default, just like you inherit your own memories.
Which perfectly sets the stage for our next major theoretical framework.
Right, because if justification automatically bubbles up from the individual members without any filtering, we are forced, as epistemologists, to obsessively scrutinize the history of how those individual member beliefs were formed in the first place.
Exactly. This requires us to scale up a familiar concept, group process reliabilism.
Process reliabilism is the idea that a belief is justified if the cognitive engine that produced it is reliable. A calculator is a reliable process. Reading tea leaves is an unreliable process.
Group process reliabilism simply scales this up. It traces a group belief's epistemic status back through the reliable cognitive history of its human members.
You cannot simply evaluate a snapshot of the group's final vote. You have to walk backward down the assembly line of cognition that manufactured those votes.
If the members utilized highly reliable cognitive processes like meticulous data gathering, peer-reviewed science, and sound deductive logic, the resulting group belief is strongly justified.
But if the members used fundamentally flawed processes like succumbing to emotional panic, guessing, or relying on biased algorithms, the entire group belief is contaminated and unjustified.
But anyone who has ever worked inside a large corporation or government agency knows a fundamental truth about human organizations.
Which is?
Not all members have equal epistemic weight.
Ah, yes. The intern's opinion does not carry the same structural importance as the chief financial officer's opinion.
And group process reliabilism explicitly accounts for this inequality. The justificational status of an acknowledged expert heavily influences and can even dictate the overall group status far more than the status of a novice member.
Let us construct a culturally neutral scenario to illustrate how epistemic weight functions.
Okay, let's hear it.
Imagine a massive global intelligence agency. This agency is tasked with a terrifying mandate. They must assess whether a hostile foreign nation is preparing to launch a catastrophic weapon.
High stakes again.
Very. The agency employs thousands of low-level analysts, but the entire hierarchy is structurally designed to funnel data up to one individual, the lead weapons inspector, who holds immense epistemic weight.
Now suppose the hundreds of lower-level analysts engage in phenomenally reliable cognitive processes.
They meticulously translate intercepted communications, they accurately cross-reference satellite imagery,
And they form highly justified, mathematically sound beliefs that there is no imminent threat. They send their reports up the chain.
But the lead weapons inspector is currently undergoing a severe personal crisis. He is sleep-deprived, highly paranoid, and feeling immense political pressure from the prime minister to find a threat.
So his cognitive engine is severely compromised.
Completely. The inspector completely ignores the meticulously researched reports from the analysts, instead relying on a rushed, sloppy, and heavily biased gut feeling, a highly unreliable cognitive process. He unilaterally forms the belief that an attack is imminent.
If the intelligence agency, functioning as a plural subject, officially adopts the belief that the threat is imminent, we have to evaluate the group's justification.
And group process reliabilism tells us what?
It tells us that because the lead weapons inspector holds massive structural epistemic weight within the agency's cognitive architecture, his use of an unreliable cognitive process heavily drags down and practically destroys the justification of the entire agency's official belief.
The stellar, highly reliable cognitive work of the hundreds of lower-level analysts is essentially overridden by the heavily weighted failure of the single expert.
Exactly. The collective belief is deeply unjustified because the primary cognitive engine driving it was broken.
This precise dynamic, tracing the group's justification directly back to the individuals, brings us to a major battleground in this field: summativism.
Summativism is a strict foundational assumption in much of collective epistemology. It's the belief that group justification is understood strictly and entirely in terms of the member's individual justified beliefs.
In a purely summativist worldview, if you perfectly aggregate the individual justifications, you arrive at the exact group justification. There is no remainer. There is no emergent alien logic.
But many modern philosophers vehemently argue that summativism is fundamentally broken when you apply it to the real world of human bureaucracy.
Right. Friedrich Schmidt, for instance, launched a famous critique known as the chartered group objection.
Schmidt argues that some groups are bound by a specific charter or a rigid legal rule book that totally structurally separates the group's epistemic status from the psychological reality of its individuals.
Schmidt uses the compelling example of a jury, or, to keep it globally applicable, let's say an international legal tribunal.
The fundamental foundational rule of this legal charter is that hearsay evidence, rumors, or statements made outside the court is strictly forbidden. It cannot be used to determine a verdict.
Now, imagine a juror serving on this tribunal. One evening, outside the courtroom, the juror overhears a completely unsolicited, incredibly reliable piece of hearsay.
Perhaps they overhear the defendant explicitly bragging about committing the crime to an accomplice.
Individually, as a rational human being, that juror is now entirely, perfectly justified in believing the defendant is guilty based on that robust evidence.
However, the tribunal, as a collective entity bound by a legal charter, cannot be justified in believing the defendant is guilty based on that hearsay.
The institution's rulebook forbids the integration of that specific data.
Therefore, Schmidt argues, summativism catastrophically fails in this instance.
Why? Because the individual parts the juror possesses justified belief, but the sum of the parts the group is strictly unjustified in adopting that belief due to the rules of the charter.
The sum does not equal the whole.
The philosopher Jennifer Lackey provides another highly influential objection to summativism, dealing not with restricted evidence, but with institutional duties. It is known as the nurse's example.
Imagine a high-stakes medical environment. A team of 3 nurses is caring for a patient whose survival depends on receiving exactly 3 doses of a specific medication every single day.
During a chaotic, overwhelmed shift, Nurse A forgets to administer her dose. She privately thinks to herself, "Missing a single dose isn't fatal. The patient will be fine."
Given her limited perspective, she is individually justified in believing the patient is safe.
Later, Nurse B also forgets a dose and thinks the exact same thing, individually justified.
Finally, Nurse C forgets a dose and concludes the patient is fine. Nurse C is individually justified.
But missing all 3 doses is absolutely fatal. Furthermore, the nursing team, as a chartered group, has a strict institutional duty to communicate and share all patient information with each other at shift changes.
If they had fulfilled their charter and communicated, they would have instantly realized all 3 doses were missed, and their belief that the patient was safe would have vanished.
Therefore, Lackey argues, we have another fatal blow to summativism. The individual nurses are entirely justified in believing the patient is fine, based on their limited, isolated personal knowledge.
But the group as a whole is deeply epistemically unjustified in believing the patient is fine, because the group catastrophically failed its institutional duty to aggregate the required information.
Again, the individual justification does not match the group justification.
It breaks the summative model.
All right, well, it is time for me to play devil's advocate again, because I think both Schmidt and Lackey are pulling a philosophical fast one here.
Oh, really? How so?
Are we not fundamentally confusing 2 entirely different concepts? Epistemology is the rigorous study of truth and the processes we use to track what is real, but a legal rule forbidding hearsay or a hospital protocol requiring a shift change meeting are not truth-tracking processes.
They are procedural rules.
Exactly. They are bureaucratic protocols. Let's invent a term. Let's call bureaucratic compliance schmustification.
Schmustification. A highly technical term, but I see exactly where you are going.
When the tribunal ignores the highly reliable hearsay, they're not doing it because the hearsay is epistemically flawed. They are doing it to protect civil rights. They are following the rules of schmustification, not epistemology.
Right.
When the nurses fail to communicate, they are failing a procedural duty, a schmustification duty. It seems incredibly unfair to evaluate the individual human mind by the pure rules of truth tracking, and then evaluate the group by the artificial rules of corporate bureaucracy, and then declare that summativism is broken. You are comparing apples to legal oranges.
Your objection is incredibly astute, and it cuts to the absolute heart of the tension in modern philosophy. What you're identifying is the friction between pure epistemology, the abstract pursuit of truth, and applied social philosophy.
Right.
When we embed human minds inside rigid legal codes, medical protocols, and corporate charters, the pure pursuit of truth inevitably clashes with the practical necessity of due process, standardization, and ethical constraints.
And realizing that tension acts as the perfect, expansive bridge into the next massive evolution of this topic. Because if small chartered groups like juries and nursing teams distort how we process truth, what happens when we scale up to the largest groups possible?
What happens when we look at massive, society-wide systems?
Prepare to have your view on human society completely reframed, listener.
This brings us to the domain of institutional epistemology. This field explores how vast social systems, science, the legal system, the media, and modern governments structurally and actively impact the epistemic success or the catastrophic epistemic failure of the millions of citizens living within them.
And the most prominent, highest stakes institution we can possibly analyze through an epistemological lens is the institution of democratic government.
Now, typically in civics classes, we champion majoritarian democracy because we believe it is morally fair. Everyone gets an equal voice. Everyone has a vote. It is a system built on ethical equality.
But institutional epistemology introduces a fiercely pragmatic concept called epistemic democracy.
The core argument of epistemic democracy is that majoritarian rule is not just justified because it is fair or equal. It argues that majoritarian voting is literally, mathematically, the best procedural mechanism ever discovered for tracking objective political truths.
In this view, democracy is not just a moral good, it is a highly calibrated truth-finding machine.
Prepare yourself, because the mathematical backbone of this staggering claim is one of the most fascinating proofs in the history of thought. It is called the Condorcet jury theorem, often referred to as the CJT.
The CJT.
The theorem was formulated by the Marquis de Condorcet, a brilliant mathematician and philosopher during the turbulent era of the 18th century French Enlightenment. Condorcet was obsessed with applying rigorous mathematical probability to human social organization.
The Condorcet jury theorem provides a mathematical proof regarding large voting groups. It states that if you have a group of voters answering a binary yes or no question, a question that possesses an objective, factual truth, and if each individual member's competence is even slightly better than a random coin flip.
Meaning, their statistical chance of picking the correct answer is, let's say, 51%.
Right, just slightly better than chance. If you have that, then as the size of the voting group increases, the majority's overall accuracy rapidly, exponentially approaches absolute 100% accuracy.
The math here is almost miraculous when you visualize it. If you have a small room of 10 people, and each person is 51% competent, the group's collective accuracy is only slightly higher than 51%.
But if you scale that up to a town of 10,000 people who are each 51% competent, the group accuracy jumps to practically 99.9%.
If you have a nation of 1 million voters, it is a mathematical, virtual certainty that the majority vote will successfully identify the objective truth.
It makes democracy look totally invincible. It suggests that you don't need a nation of genius philosophers to govern perfectly. You just need a massive crowd of people who are barely slightly more informed than a chimpanzee flipping a coin.
It is a beautiful theory, but the authors of our text point out the devastating real-world caveats to the Condorcet jury theorem.
The theorem is mathematically flawless in a vacuum, but it relies on strict preconditions that human society almost never, ever meets.
Let us meticulously walk through exactly why the CJT falters in the real world. First, the theorem strictly requires the question being voted on to have an objective, factual truth.
If you are asking a crowd to guess the exact weight of a cow at a fair, there is an objective truth.
But most massive political questions do not have an objective truth. We are not voting on the boiling point of water. We are voting on highly subjective values.
Should a society prioritize individual liberty or collective security? Should we lower taxes to spur growth? or raise taxes to fund healthcare.
There is no scientific, objective, true answer to a moral value judgment, so the mathematical foundation instantly fractures.
Second, even if we assume there is an objective truth to a policy question, the theorem absolutely requires the voters to maintain that baseline competence to stay above that 51% accuracy threshold.
But what forms a voter's competence? It is the evidence they consume. And in the modern political landscape, institutional epistemology argues that the evidence available to the average voter is overwhelmingly what we might call trash evidence.
We are relentlessly bombarded with biased, manipulative media, highly funded propaganda, algorithmic echo chambers, and vicious partisan spin.
If the informational inputs being fed into the human mind are fundamentally corrupted, the cognitive output cannot possibly reach that required 51% threshold.
Third, and this might be the most damning insight drawn from behavioral economics, human psychology ruins the math. Voters rationally act as informational free riders.
Think about this concept of rational ignorance. Truly understanding the nuances of global macroeconomics or the intricacies of foreign policy takes hundreds, perhaps thousands of hours of intense, agonizing study.
But a voter knows that their one single vote out of 100 million cast has a statistically absolute zero chance of actually altering the outcome of the election.
So the rational, self-interested voter does a subconscious cost-benefit analysis. They realize it is a massive waste of their limited time and energy to do the rigorous research.
Consequently, they don't bother. They become informational free riders, happily relying on the labor of others and voting blindly based on a catchy bumper sticker, a vague emotion, or tribal loyalty.
And because they abdicate their cognitive responsibility, their competence easily, predictably drops below 50%.
Which triggers the absolute nightmare scenario of epistemic democracy. We call it the inverse Condorcet jury theorem.
Because the math of Condorcet works relentlessly in both directions.
If the average voter competence drops below 50%, even to just 49%, the exponential mathematics reverse entirely.
As the voting group gets larger, the chance of the majority being correct rapidly, exponentially approaches absolute zero.
Listen closely to this terrifying reality. If you have a crowd that is slightly misinformed, acting at 49% competence, a larger crowd does not fix the problem. A larger crowd guarantees catastrophic failure.
If 1 million voters are at 49%, they are mathematically guaranteed to choose the absolute worst possible option.
It is a chilling realization about the fragility of majoritarian systems, but defenders of democracy frequently offer a counterargument, don't they?
They do. They say, we acknowledge that individual voters are isolated, lazy, and misinformed. But democracy does not happen in a vacuum. We talk to each other.
We hold town halls, we have televised debates, we argue in the public square. Pre-vote deliberation fixes the competence problem.
It is a comforting, hopeful thought. The idea that if we just sit down and talk it out, the truth will prevail. But the empirical data suggests something entirely different.
The legal scholar Cass Sunstein has compiled extensive, rigorous research on what actually happens to the human mind when we deliberate in groups.
And the data shows that deliberation often completely fails to increase accuracy. In many cases, it actively degrades our epistemic competence.
Sunstein's research points out two massive structural psychological flaws in human deliberation. The first is the phenomenon of group polarization.
When you take a group of people who share vaguely similar views and put them in a room to discuss a contentious issue, they do not moderate their views.
They do not drift toward a nuanced middle ground. They radicalize. They leave the discussion holding much more extreme, aggressive versions of their initial views.
Deliberation essentially acts as an ideological echo chamber. It amplifies existing biases, validates extreme rhetoric, and punishes moderation rather than correcting errors.
The second, perhaps more insidious flaw is the phenomenon of informational cascades.
Let us visualize how a cascade forms. Imagine a corporate boardroom where 10 executives are asked to solve a complex crisis. Person 1, perhaps the most charismatic or the highest ranking, speaks first.
They speak with supreme confidence, boldly stating that strategy A is the correct path.
Now, person 2 has privately reviewed the data and actually thinks strategy B is far superior. But person 2 feels intense, heavy social pressure.
They don't want to contradict the confident person 1. They don't want to look foolish or insubordinate.
So person 2 suppresses their own knowledge, self-censors, and publicly echoes that strategy A is the right choice.
By the time the question reaches person 3, there's a visible, mounting consensus forming around strategy A. The psychological gravity becomes immense.
The social pressure forces person after person to hide their own dissenting, highly valuable private information, and they simply cascade along with whatever previous speakers have confidently asserted.
The final result is a group that looks completely unified, but it is a hollow, false unity built entirely on suppressed truth and social conformity. The deliberation did not uncover the truth, it actively buried it.
So if massive democratic voting struggles to find the truth due to subjective values, trash evidence, and the inverse Condorcet math, and if human deliberation is ruined by polarization and informational cascades, it paints a genuinely bleak picture of human institutions.
Which naturally, urgently brings us to the final major concept of our analysis, because we have to ask the obvious, glaring question.
If large human systems are inherently so prone to catastrophic epistemic failure, how does the institution of science succeed so spectacularly?
How did humanity cure polio, split the atom, and land rovers on Mars if our group epistemology is so fundamentally flawed?
The answer lies in the brilliant underlying structural design of the scientific institution. Science as an enterprise does not operate like a majoritarian democracy. It does not take votes on the laws of physics.
And it does not rely on unified, harmonious deliberation. It relies on a structural concept, beautifully articulated by philosopher Philip Kitcher, the division of cognitive labor.
Kitcher explains that science benefits immensely, not from universal consensus, but from intense structural fragmentation.
The institution thrives precisely because it encourages diverse methods and researchers to pursue totally different, incredibly varied, and even fiercely rival hypotheses simultaneously.
It actively avoids forcing everyone to use a single optimal approach.
It is the ultimate intellectual hedging of bets. Imagine if every scientist in the world agreed on what they thought was the single most likely cure for a novel disease.
If they all pooled their resources and worked on that single path together, and it turned out to be a dead end, humanity would be back to square one, having wasted years.
But by dividing the cognitive labor, having Group A aggressively pursue a viral theory, Group B pursue a bacterial theory, and Group C work on something completely fringe and unpopular, science mathematically guarantees that someone is exploring the correct path,
even if the vast majority of the scientific community is completely wrong.
And this division of labor is not just a nice philosophical metaphor. Its power has been rigorously mathematically proven through modern computational modeling.
If you take away one lesson about how humanity progresses, make it this one. We must detail the groundbreaking computer simulations run by researchers Michael Weisberg and Ryan Muldoon regarding what they term epistemic landscapes.
To understand their simulation, visualize a massive digital grid stretching out like a vast topographic map. On this map, the high peaks represent profound, world-changing scientific truths.
And the low valleys represent dead ends, failed experiments, and falsehoods. Weisberg and Muldoon programmed digital scientists, little AI agents, to explore this landscape with the goal of finding the highest peaks of truth.
And crucially, they programmed 3 totally different personality types for these AI agents.
The first type of agent was called the controls. These agents were highly systematic, cautious, and methodical.
They moved 1 square at a time, meticulously checking if the new square was slightly higher than the last. If it was, they moved there. They slowly, inevitably climbed the nearest hill they could find.
The second type were the followers. These agents were programmed to look around the landscape and see where other scientists were having success.
If they saw a crowd of agents gathering on a hill, they immediately abandoned their own search and ran over to join the crowd, hoping to share in the discovery.
This behavior perfectly mimics the human informational cascades we just discussed in Sunstein's research.
And then they introduced the third type of agent, the Mavericks.
The Mavericks were programmed with a highly specific, antisocial contrarian algorithm. They actively scanned the landscape to see where the majority of agents were going, and then they deliberately ran in the exact opposite direction.
They stubbornly sought out completely unexplored, empty terrain, refusing to share space with the controls or the followers.
When Weisberg and Muldoon ran these simulations over and over, the results were staggering. When a landscape was populated only by controls and followers, the group quickly found a small, unimpressive hill of truth, clustered entirely on top of it, and stopped exploring.
They became permanently trapped on a local peak, completely missing the Mount Everest of truth that was hiding just across the digital valley.
But the simulations revealed something profound. Adding even a small number of independent, contrarian maverick scientists dramatically, exponentially boosted the entire group's overall epistemic progress.
The Mavericks wander out into the dark, unpopular valleys. They eventually stumble upon the massive, hidden peaks of profound truth.
And once they do, the followers eventually notice the Mavericks' massive success and migrate over to the real truth.
This simulation provides mathematical, systematic proof that in intellectual investigations, cognitive diversity, even stubborn, antisocial, contrarian diversity, vastly trumps pure methodical ability or unified consensus.
It is a brilliant realization. Science works and humanity progresses, precisely because the scientific institution structurally incentivizes, funds, and protects the Mavericks, allowing them to break the consensus and wander into the unknown.
And that profound insight brings us to the end of our incredibly deep exploration of Chapter 10. Let us briefly sum up the immense territory we have covered today.
We began by questioning the very metaphysics of plural subjects, exploring Margaret Gilbert's joint acceptance account and the bizarre anomaly of groups holding beliefs that no individual member actually shares.
We countered that with the summative approach and the mathematics of belief aggregation functions, ultimately revealing through the museum guard's example how groups possess a holistic supervenience, a mind of their own.
We then tracked how a group's justification status vertically bubbles up from its members, structurally mirroring intrapersonal memory, and how group process reliabilism demands we heavily weight the cognitive history of experts.
We analyzed the attacks on summativism through Schmidt's chartered juries and Lackey's nurses before scaling our view to the massive institutions of epistemic democracy.
We witnessed the soaring promise of the Condorcet jury theorem and its tragic collapse into the inverse CJT due to rational ignorance and trash evidence. We saw how human deliberation falls prey to the psychology of polarization and cascades.
And finally, we found structural hope in Kitcher's division of cognitive labor and the Weisberg-Muldoon simulations, proving that Mavericks are the true, indispensable engines of human progress across epistemic landscapes.
It has been a monumental journey through the architecture of collective knowledge. But we are far from finished with Goldman and McGrath's text.
We want to leave a teaser for our next gathering, episode 11. Next time, we will be leaving the messy realm of social systems and human bureaucracy and moving into the fascinating, rigidly numbers-driven realm of probabilistic epistemology.
We will be looking at the strict mathematics of degrees of belief, diving into Bayes' theorem, and learning how to logically, mathematically quantify your exact confidence in a proposition. It is going to be intense, precise, and highly illuminating.
But before we go, we want to leave you, the listener, with a final thought to mull over, building on the profound lessons of the epistemic landscape. We just saw mathematical proof that cognitive diversity and contrarian mavericks are the ultimate drivers of scientific truth and societal progress.
But look at our modern digital world. Look at our vast social media institutions, the algorithms that dictate what information you see every single day.
These algorithms are explicitly designed to reward followers. They are built to create massive informational cascades, to cluster us onto local peaks of outrage, and to fuel group polarization.
So here's the question for you. If humanity's long-term survival and epistemic success depend on the Mavericks wandering into the unknown, how do we redesign our modern social media institutions to actually encourage and reward Maverick thinking instead of burying it under an algorithmic avalanche of likes and conformity?
How do we build an algorithm for truth? Please jump into the comments and let us know your opinion.
It is arguably the most important institutional question of our era.
Thank you all so much for listening to Kitab Podcast. We will see you next time for episode 11. Keep exploring, keep questioning, and maybe try being a bit of a maverick yourself. Welcome to Kitab Podcast. Today, we're bringing you episode 11 of Epistemology, a contemporary introduction for Alvin the Goldman and Matthew McGrath. And I should actually mention right at the top, this is explicitly the last episode of this series.
Yeah, it's been a massive, really intricate journey through the landscape of human knowledge. And I think we have a very fitting conclusion ahead of us today.
Right, exactly. So just to give everyone listening a brief recap of where we left off in our previous episode, episode 10, we spent our time looking at collective epistemology.
Right, how group beliefs are formed, how they function differently from individual cognitive states.
Exactly. And we dissected how massive institutional systems manage, distribute, and, well, unfortunately, sometimes obscure knowledge. We essentially scaled the mechanics of epistemology all the way up to the level of society and institutions.
Yeah, we examined the gears of consensus. We looked at how a multitude of minds arrive at a shared framework of facts, or conversely, how those institutional gears just grind to a halt and fail to produce justified group beliefs.
So, throughout this entire series, we've mostly treated belief as this rigid binary switch, a simple yes or no proposition. I mean, you believe something or you don't.
Right. But human minds are, well, they're far more layered than a simple on-off switch.
Exactly. Imagine you take a diagnostic test for an extremely rare, deadly disease, and the test is notoriously effective. Like, it has a 100% success rate at catching the illness.
Okay, setting the stage.
You get a call from your doctor, and you test positive. Panic sets in immediately, right? You start mentally writing your will. But what if the underlying mathematics of the universe proved that, despite that positive test, you actually only have a 2% chance of being sick?
That staggering disconnect between our psychological panic and the actual mathematical reality is exactly what we are dissecting today.
It's wild.
It really is. So our mission for this final episode is to thoroughly explore the field of probabilistic epistemology. We're shifting our focus from examining simply what we believe to analyzing the precise mathematical and philosophical degrees to which we believe it.
And we'll be looking at how evidence ought to rationally alter those internal degrees of certainty over time. Because, I mean, traditionally, the study of epistemology has relied on a very blunt tripartite classification scheme, right?
Yeah, the classical view argues that when faced with a proposition, your mind really only has three possible states.
Right. You have belief, you have disbelief, or you have a suspension of judgment. It's treated like a physical three-way toggle switch on a machine.
And that tripartite approach is functional for basic logic, sure, but it wholly fails to capture the granular reality of human cognition.
Let me put that failure into perspective for the listener. Think about your own beliefs right now. I believe that the sun will rise tomorrow morning.
A very safe bet.
Right. But I also believe that it might rain next Tuesday because I saw a vague weather report. Under the traditional tripartite scheme, both of those mental states are just categorized under the single bucket of belief.
Which is entirely inadequate because your psychological certainty regarding the sun rising is astronomical compared to your flimsy, hesitant certainty about next week's rain.
Exactly, which forces us to abandon the simple toggle switch. Probabilistic epistemology steps in to evaluate what we call degrees of confidence, credences.
Right, so instead of asking a binary question about belief, this framework asks, what is your specific degree of confidence, credence, in a given proposition? We are placing human certainty on a numerical spectrum.
And the moment you introduce a spectrum of confidence, you must adopt the rigorous mathematical rules that govern spectrums of likelihood. I mean, we have to ground our philosophy in the three foundational axioms of probability theory.
Lock your focus in right here, because this next formula runs the world. If you don't grasp this mathematical foundation, the logical paradoxes we hit later in this discussion will be completely incomprehensible.
So let's build the architecture of probability from the ground up. What's the base layer?
The very first axiom is non-negativity. This is the absolute floor of our mathematical framework. It states that a proposition's probability cannot possibly be less than zero.
So mathematically, the probability of any proposition P is always greater than or equal to zero. That feels intuitive.
Right, like you can't have negative probability in the real world.
Yeah, if I'm searching for my lost car keys, I can have a 0% chance of finding them if they were completely destroyed in a fire, but I cannot have a negative 20% chance of finding them.
Exactly. A negative probability doesn't correspond to any physical or logical reality. Zero represents the absolute limit of impossibility.
Okay, so that's the floor. The logic holds perfectly. Moving from the floor to the ceiling, what is the second axiom?
The second axiom is normality. This dictates that the probability of a logical truth, what philosophers often call a tautology, is exactly 1.
So, if a statement is guaranteed to be true by the very structure of logic itself, its probability maxes out at 1.
Right, which represents absolute infallible certainty.
Like, it will either rain tomorrow or it will not rain tomorrow. That statement encompasses the totality of all possibilities, therefore, its probability is 1.
The totality of the possibility space is the key concept there. Every possible outcome, when you add them all together, must equal exactly 1.
All right, so we have the 0 of non-negativity and the 1 of normality. What bridges the gap between them?
That is the third axiom, finite additivity. This axiom tells us how to handle mutually exclusive events.
Mutually exclusive meaning it's physically or logically impossible for both of them to be true at the exact same time, right?
Exactly. If you have two incompatible propositions, The probability of either of them occurring is simply the sum of their individual probabilities.
Okay, the textbook provides a highly visual analogy here to map out the possibility space using an inkjet printer. Let's walk through that.
Yeah, picture a completely blank piece of standard white paper. The entire physical area of that paper represents the totality of all possibilities.
So under the normality axiom, the whole page equals 1.
Right. Now, visualize the printer nozzle spraying a specific shape of blue ink onto that page to represent the probability of proposition A.
Okay, so the total surface area that the blue ink covers relative to the blank space of the whole page represents the mathematical probability of A occurring.
Exactly. Let's say proposition A is rolling a 3 on a standard 6-sided die. The blue ink covers exactly 1/6 of the paper.
Got it. Now let's introduce proposition B, rolling a 4 on that same die. Rolling a 3 and rolling a 4 are completely incompatible events on a single throw.
Right, so the printer sprays a red ink blob for proposition B. And because the events are mutually exclusive, the red blob and the blue blob do not touch.
There's zero overlap on the paper.
And because there's zero overlap, calculating the probability of rolling a 3 or a 4 is incredibly straightforward. You simply add the physical area of the blue blob to the area of the red blob.
1/6 plus 1/6 equals 2/6, or 1/3. That is finite additivity mapped onto physical space.
Yeah, love that.
Let's strip away the abstraction, though, and use a universally understood, culturally neutral object to test this.
It's like a standard 52-card deck.
Yes, exactly. If I want to calculate the probability of drawing a heart from a fully shuffled deck, I know there are 13 hearts out of 52 cards. That translates to 25% of our metaphorical paper.
Right, 1/4 of the page is ink.
And the probability of drawing a spade is also 13 out of 52, another 25%. Because I cannot draw a single card that is simultaneously a heart and a spade, those propositions are mutually exclusive.
Right, the ink blobs do not cross. Therefore, the probability of drawing a heart or a spade is 25% plus 25%, a clean 50%.
The mechanics of finite additivity rely entirely on that lack of overlap. But reality is rarely composed of cleanly separated, mutually exclusive events, is it?
No, it almost never is, which means we have to ask the critical question, what happens to the math when the ink blobs do overlap?
Right. What if we aren't looking at isolated events, but conditional probability, like the probability of proposition P, assuming that proposition Q is already true?
Conditional probability, which is mathematically notated as the probability of P given Q, requires us to really zoom in on the overlapping ink. Let's use your deck of cards again.
Okay, I'm shuffling.
Suppose proposition Q is drawing a face card, a jack, queen, or king. There are 12 face cards in the standard deck, so the Q ink blob covers 12 out of 52 units of our paper.
And let's say proposition P is drawing a jack. There are 4 jacks in the deck, so the P ink blob makes up 4 units. But wait, every single jack is also a face card.
Exactly. That means the entire P blob sits completely inside the boundaries of the Q blob.
That visual overlap changes the entire calculation, doesn't it?
Completely. When we calculate the conditional probability of P given Q, we are fundamentally altering our universe of possibilities. We are no longer looking at the whole sheet of paper.
Right. By stating given Q, we have accepted that Q is a confirmed reality. The rest of the paper essentially ceases to exist for this calculation.
Yes, we shrink our focus entirely to the Q blob.
So we take the overlap between P and Q and divide it only by the area of Q. The 4 jacks divided by the 12 face cards. 4 over 12 simplifies to 1/3.
Which means the conditional probability is roughly 33%. You are isolating the intersection of the two conditions relative to the new restricted reality.
That elegant piece of math is the engine for how we should rationally update our knowledge when new evidence arrives. I mean, we don't live in a static environment where we have all the information up front.
No, we are constantly moving through time, receiving new data points, and trying to adjust our internal certainties.
Which brings us to one of the most powerful analytical tools ever developed, Bayes' theorem.
Yes, Bayes' theorem. It's a formal mathematical formula that calculates the precise probability of a hypothesis being true, given that you have just received new specific evidence.
And to operate this formula, you need to plug in 2 vital pre-existing pieces of information.
Exactly. You need the prior probability and you need the likelihood.
I want to break those 2 components down very carefully because mixing them up is where human logic completely falls apart. The prior probability is an assessment of how likely your hypothesis was before you ever looked at the new evidence.
Right. It asks how rare or common is this event in the general, unvarnished background of reality. It establishes the baseline.
And the likelihood, conversely, focuses on the evidence itself. It asks, if we assume for a moment that your hypothesis is actually true, how probable is it that we would see this specific piece of evidence?
Exactly. In theory, if you plug the prior probability and the likelihood into the formula, it spits out the rationally correct updated degree of confidence.
But human beings are notoriously terrible at performing this operation intuitively, aren't we?
Oh, we're awful at it. We suffer from a severe cognitive blind spot known as base rate neglect.
Base rate neglect, that's a pervasive, almost universal error in human reasoning, right?
It really is. It occurs when people become so hyper-focused on the specific details of new testing evidence that they completely ignore the prior probabilities.
They ignore the background base rate of how rare the event is in the general population.
Exactly. The shiny new evidence completely blinds us to the boring background reality.
Let's go back to the mind-bending medical scenario I teased at the very beginning of the show. We can use it to definitively prove how base rate neglect operates.
Let's do it. Pin your ears back for this reality check, because it shows how poorly human intuition handles base rates compared to Bayes' theorem.
Okay, imagine a prestigious international medical school announces a new diagnostic test for a terrifying, newly discovered illness, disease D.
First, we must establish the base rate. Disease D is incredibly rare. Let's say it only afflicts one person out of every 1,000 in the general population.
So our prior probability is 0.001. That is the baseline rarity of the event before any testing occurs.
Right. Now, the researchers unveil their new test, and the test is incredibly sensitive. If you actually have disease D, the test will catch it and return a positive result 100% of the time.
Okay, so the likelihood of a positive test, given that the disease is present, is a perfect one.
Exactly. However, no test is without flaws. This test has a false positive rate of 5%. That means if a perfectly healthy person takes the test, there is a 5% chance the system will glitch and incorrectly tell them they are sick.
Okay, the variables are set. A disease base rate of 1 in 1,000. A true positive catch rate of 100%. A false positive error rate of 5%. Let me put myself in the shoes of the patient.
Go for it.
I walk into the clinic, completely asymptomatic, just getting a routine screening. They run the test. The doctor comes in looking grim and tells me I tested positive.
And what does your brain do?
My brain instantly fixates on the test's metrics. I think, okay, this test catches the disease 100% of the time. The false positive error rate is only 5%. Therefore, because I tested positive, there is a 95% chance that I have this deadly disease.
Right, and the panic is immediate and overwhelming.
Oh, absolutely. But that panic is the direct result of base rate neglect, isn't it?
It is. You have taken the 5% error rate and the 100% sensitivity rate and entirely discarded the crucial fact that the disease only exists in 1 out of 1,000 people.
My psychological intuition screams 95% certainty, but Bayes' theorem tells a completely different story.
A massively different story.
I'm still struggling to let go of the 95% assumption, though. It feels so logically tight. Break the math down for me, but let's avoid the abstract decimal fractions of the formal formula.
Sure. Let's translate this into natural frequencies, actual groups of people, so you can visually picture the math. Natural frequencies expose the illusion immediately.
Okay, I'm visualizing.
Picture a stadium containing exactly 1,000 randomly selected people. Based strictly on our prior probability, the base rate, how many people in that stadium actually have disease D?
Well, the base rate is 1 in 1,000, so mathematically, only one single person in that entire stadium is genuinely sick.
Correct. We have one sick individual and 999 perfectly healthy individuals. Now, the medical team locks the stadium doors and administers the new test to all 1,000 people.
Let's look at the results.
First, they test the one sick person. The test sensitivity is 100%, so it correctly identifies the disease. That generates one true positive test result.
Okay, that is one positive piece of paper on the doctor's desk.
Next, the medical team tests the 999 healthy people. We know the test has a 5% false positive rate. Take 5% of 999. It comes out to roughly 50 people.
Wait, so out of that massive healthy crowd, the test malfunctions 50 times. 50 perfectly healthy people are handed a terrifying positive test result.
Yes. So the doctor's desk now has a stack of test results. Look at that stack. How many total positive tests are sitting there?
Well, there's the one true positive from the sick person, plus the 50 false positives from the healthy people. There are 51 total positive test results in the room.
Exactly. You, as the patient, were just handed a positive result.
Yeah.
You were holding one of those 51 pieces of paper. What are the actual odds that you're holding the one true positive rather than one of the 50 false positives?
I am 1 out of 51. which means my actual chance of having the disease is barely under 2%.
The contrast is horrifying, isn't it? Your unaided human intuition, blinded by base rate neglect, told you that you had a 95% chance of dying.
And Bayes' theorem, by factoring in the prior probability alongside the new evidence, proves that I have a 98% chance of being perfectly fine.
Exactly. That completely shatters how we naturally react to evidence. It implies that almost all of our immediate gut reaction updates to new information are mathematically flawed.
But this revelation highlights a massive looming problem for epistemology. I mean, if human beings are this intrinsically terrible at innate Bayesian math, how do philosophers even begin to measure or define what a degree of confidence, credence, is inside a human mind?
That is the big question.
Like, if my internal psychological panic is at 95%, but the mathematical reality of my situation is 2%, what is the actual measurement of my belief?
That disconnect triggered a long, arduous quest among epistemologists to find a working definition of credences. For decades, many philosophers relied on what is known as the classical definition.
Which is essentially an operational or behavioral approach, right?
Precisely. They tried to measure an internal thought by observing an external action. The classical definition equates a person's internal degree of confidence, credence, in a proposition with the maximum price that person would be willing to pay for a specific bet regarding that proposition.
They attempted to quantify belief using abstract units of subjective value called utiles, or sometimes just straightforward financial currency.
Right. So let's test this operational definition to see if it holds up. Let's propose the rain bet.
Okay, I look at the sky and I formulate an internal psychological state where I am 80% confident that it will rain tomorrow.
Under the classical definition, your internal 0.8 credence should perfectly dictate your betting behavior. It says you should happily pay exactly 80 cents for a bet that yields a payout of $1 if it rains and 0 if it doesn't.
Because the theory assumes that humans are perfectly rational calculators of expected value. Since a $1 payout has an 80% chance of occurring, the expected mathematical value of the bet is 80 cents.
Therefore, your internal confidence directly maps to your financial risk limit.
But the theory falls apart the second you introduce actual human psychology. Here's where it gets really interesting. Let's say I genuinely hold that 80% confidence about the rain. I am still not paying 80 cents for that bet.
Why not?
First of all, I am deeply risk-averse. The psychological sting of losing 80 cents and getting nothing hurts me far more than the minor thrill of gaining a 20-cent profit. I might only be willing to risk 50 cents just to protect my downside.
And conversely, what if you're a billionaire with a gambling addiction?
Exactly. 80 cents means literally nothing to me. The sheer entertainment value of the bet might compel me to pay 95 cents, even though I'm only 80% sure of the outcome.
You are dismantling the operational definition using the exact arguments that eventually forced philosophers to abandon it. Betting behavior is hopelessly contaminated by external, non-epistemic factors.
Risk aversion, the marginal utility of wealth, the social pressure of gambling. These variables distort the numbers.
Yeah, you simply cannot perfectly translate a pure, isolated epistemic feeling of confidence into a messy, real-world financial transaction.
So, since behavioral mapping failed so completely, what alternative definitions did philosophers pivot to? How else can we interpret probability?
The failure of the betting model fractured the field into several different interpretations of probability. The first major alternative is the frequentist interpretation.
And what does a frequentist believe?
A frequentist argues that probability isn't about internal subjective feelings at all. It is strictly an objective measurement of how often an event occurs within a broader, repeating reference class.
Give me a concrete mechanism for that. How does a frequentist look at, say, a coin flip?
If you flip a coin, a frequentist says the probability of landing on heads is 50%. Not because of any mental state, but because if you were to flip that exact coin an infinite number of times, stretching out into an endless limit heads would appear in exactly half of those instances.
The probability is defined by the objective frequency over a long-run series.
Right.
But I see a glaring flaw in that logic when we apply it to human knowledge. The frequentist model requires a repeatable series. It requires a massive reference class.
And the human mind is constantly evaluating unique, one-off events.
Exactly. I might hold a 70% degree of confidence, credence, that a very specific, unprecedented political candidate will win a unique election next month. That election has never happened before, and it will never happen again in the exact same context.
There is no infinite series of identical elections to draw mathematical frequency from. The reference class is a sample size of exactly 1.
And if the sample size is 1, the long-run frequency is either 100% or 0%, making the 70% confidence mathematically meaningless under that interpretation.
Right. The frequentist view struggles immensely with singular, unrepeatable propositions. Because of this, some philosophers move to a second option, propensity accounts.
How does propensity differ from frequency?
Propensity accounts maintain that probability is an objective feature of the external world, but instead of relying on infinite series, they construe probabilities as the underlying physical tendencies or dispositions of physical objects.
Physical tendencies. So they argue that a 6-sided die has an inherent physical propensity to land on a 4, dictated by its mass, its symmetrical geometry, and the laws of physics governing its trajectory.
Yes, the probability is locked into the object's physical nature.
That works brilliantly for dice or roulette wheels, but epistemology deals with propositions that don't have a physical geometry.
Give me an example.
Let's take a historical proposition. Like, I am 90% confident that dinosaurs were warm-blooded. Where's the physical propensity there? I'm not talking about a physical object being rolled on a table. I am assessing the likelihood of a historical truth based on fossil evidence. The proposition itself doesn't possess a physical disposition.
Which points out the ultimate limitation of objective interpretations. When evaluating the vast majority of human beliefs, historical claims, abstract theories, future unique events, neither frequentist nor propensity accounts offer a workable framework.
This inevitably leads us to the third, and for our purposes, most crucial interpretation, right? Epistemic interpretations.
Exactly. We pull the probability out of the physical world and place it back into the mind.
Epistemic interpretations view probabilities not as physical facts about dice or infinite series of coin flips, but as degrees of rational credibility for a specific subject.
Under this view, a probability is simply a measure of how credible a proposition ought to be to a rational agent, given the specific body of evidence they currently possess. It treats probability entirely as a rational internal epistemic state.
Okay, so under the epistemic view, my internal degree of confidence, credence, is essentially a customized internal assessment of how strong my evidence is.
Right.
But this creates a fascinating linguistic and psychological bridge we have to cross. If a degree of confidence, credence, is just a sliding scale of internal credibility, how does it translate into what we casually call a belief in everyday language?
That's the million-dollar question.
Like, if I am slowly sliding the volume dial of my confidence up from 50% to 60 to 70, at what exact percentage does that fluid confidence suddenly crystallize and lock into a solid, actionable belief?
You have just articulated one of the thorniest, most intensely debated questions in probabilistic epistemology. The attempt to map continuous degrees of confidence onto binary states of belief has spawned several competing theories. Let's systematically test them.
Let's do it. What's the first one?
The most extreme approach is the certainty view,
The name implies a very high bar.
the highest possible bar. The certainty view defines beliefs exclusively as absolute certainties. According to this strict rule, you only truly believe proposition P if your degree of confidence, credence in P, is exactly mathematically equal to 1.
Wow, so if you are at 0.999, you merely suspect it. You do not believe it.
Exactly.
That view collapses the moment it makes contact with reality. If belief requires a credence of 1, then I functionally hold 0 beliefs about the physical world.
Give me an example of a belief that falls short.
Well, I believe I had oatmeal for breakfast this morning, and I vividly remember eating it. But am I mathematically infallibly 100% certain? No. I've read enough neurology to know that human memory is deeply fallible.
Right, perhaps you were misremembering yesterday's breakfast.
Exactly, or perhaps a hallucinogen slipped into my water supply. My confidence is maybe 0.99, but it is not 1. Yet it would be absurd to claim I don't believe I had oatmeal.
We successfully navigate the world while holding thousands of firm beliefs that sit at confidence levels slightly below 1. Because the certainty view demands an impossible standard of logical infallibility, epistemologists largely discard it.
So what's the next step? The seemingly more practical step is to adopt the threshold view, right? This feels like the intuitive compromise. Instead of demanding perfection, we just draw a line in the sand.
Precisely. The threshold view defines belief as any degree of confidence, credence, that sits above a specific agreed-upon numerical limit.
Let's say, for the sake of argument, we collectively set the threshold of belief at 0.90.
Okay, 90%.
The rule is simple. If your confidence level is 91%, that state qualifies as a full belief. If your confidence dips to 89%, it is downgraded to a mere suspicion.
That seems incredibly functional. It mirrors how passing grades work in a classroom.
So why does this practical compromise fail?
Because the threshold view violently collides with a foundational rule of logic known as the commitment constraint.
Define the commitment constraint for us.
The commitment constraint dictates that if an agent rationally believes proposition A, and that same agent rationally believes proposition B, the laws of logic commit them to believing the conjunction of A and B.
So if you believe it is raining and you believe it is cold, you are logically forced to believe the conjoined statement, it is raining and it is cold.
Exactly. That sounds completely harmless, right?
Yeah, where is the trap?
Clear your mental cache for a second, because we are about to fundamentally break logic. To expose how the threshold view violates the commitment constraint, we have to meticulously walk through a famous philosophical dilemma known as the lottery paradox.
Let's set the parameters. Imagine a perfectly fair, rigorously regulated lottery. There are exactly 1,000 tickets sold. The rules guarantee that exactly one single ticket will be drawn as the winner. I have purchased ticket number 1.
What is your internal degree of confidence, credence, that your specific ticket, ticket 1, will lose?
Well, the math is indisputable. 999 out of the 1,000 tickets are designated losers. Therefore, my mathematical confidence that ticket 1 is a loser is exactly 99.9%.
Okay, let's apply the threshold view. We previously set the threshold for belief at 90%. Since 99.9% is well above 90%, do you functionally believe that ticket 1 will lose?
Yes, the condition is met. I firmly hold the belief ticket 1 will lose.
Now, direct your attention to your neighbor who bought ticket 2. What is your degree of confidence that ticket 2 will lose?
The probability hasn't changed. It is still 999 out of 1,000. My confidence is 99.9%. So crossing the threshold again, I hold the firm belief ticket 2 will lose.
Right, and you apply this exact deductive logic sequentially across the entire pool. You evaluate ticket 3, ticket 4, ticket 5, marching all the way up to ticket 1,000.
Because every individual ticket carries a 99.9% chance of losing, the threshold view grants me 1,000 separate justified beliefs. I believe ticket 1 will lose, I believe ticket 2 will lose, and so on.
I'm following the logic, and it seems sound so far.
Yeah.
Here is where the paradox springs the trap. Remember the commitment constraint. If you believe proposition A and proposition B, you are logically committed to believing their conjunction.
Oh, I see where this is going.
Therefore, you are logically committed to the massive conjoined belief that ticket 1 will lose, and ticket 2 will lose, and ticket 3 will lose, continuing all the way to ticket 1,000.
You are logically forced into the overarching belief that every single individual ticket in the entire lottery will lose, but I cannot believe that.
Why not?
The very premise of the scenario, the baseline knowledge that this is a fair lottery, guarantees that exactly one ticket must win. I know for an absolute, undeniable fact that one ticket is a winner.
And the trap closes. You are now logically committed to a massive contradiction. Your individual threshold beliefs force you to believe that every ticket will lose, while your baseline knowledge forces you to know that one must win.
The underlying mathematical mechanism there is that probabilities multiply when conjoined, right? If I conjoin the 99.9% probability of ticket 1 losing with the 99.9% probability of ticket 2 losing, the overall probability of both of them losing simultaneously drops slightly.
Yes.
If I conjoin all 1,000 probabilities, the overarching mathematical probability that all of them will lose plunges essentially to 0.
Exactly. The threshold view looks at isolated pockets of probability, but it completely breaks down over multiple conjoined deductions because the overarching probability shrinks far below the 90% limit.
The threshold view cannot survive the mathematical friction of conjunction. So if the certainty view demands impossible perfection and the threshold view collapses into the lottery paradox, what philosophical mechanism actually bridges the gap between a high degree of confidence and a functional belief? How do we escape the paradox?
Many contemporary epistemologists argue for the reason view. The reason view abandons the search for a rigid, universal mathematical number.
It doesn't look for a specific percentage.
Right. Instead, it defines belief functionally. It suggests that you believe a proposition P if, and only if, your internal degree of confidence, credence, is high enough to dispose you to use P as a concrete premise in your practical reasoning or physical actions.
Let me test that against the reality of the lottery. Under the threshold view, my 99.9% confidence mathematically forced me to believe my ticket would lose. But let's apply the reason view.
Okay. Think about the last time you bought a lottery ticket. You probably told yourself, I'm going to lose. but did you actually believe it?
I have a 99.9% confidence that my ticket won will lose. But what happens when I walk past a trash can? Do I throw the physical ticket in the garbage?
No rational person throws away a valid lottery ticket before the drawing.
Exactly. And why not? Because the stakes of the outcome are astronomically high. Missing out on $100 million is a catastrophic practical loss. Therefore, despite my massive 99.9% mathematical confidence that it is a losing piece of paper, I refuse to use the premise, "this ticket will lose," as a justification to throw it in the trash. I hold on to it.
And because you refuse to act on the premise, the reason view dictates that you do not actually functionally believe it will lose.
That analogy perfectly isolates the genius of the reason view. It uniquely separates abstract mathematical confidence from actionable, lived belief.
It recognizes that belief is not just a calculation in a vacuum. It is deeply entangled with the practical stakes, risks, and consequences of the environment you are operating in.
A 99% confidence might be enough to believe it's safe to eat a sandwich, but not enough to believe it's safe to jump out of an airplane. The threshold is elastic, bending to the weight of the consequences. So, if the bridge between degrees of confidence and actionable belief is this elastic and context-dependent, we have to ask a more foundational question about the confidences themselves. Are there actual hard rules for holding degrees of confidence rationally? Or is the internal mind just a chaotic stew of arbitrary percentages?
There are rigid, unbreakable rules governing rationality. This brings us to the core doctrine of probabilism.
Probabilism. What does that dictate?
Probabilism is an epistemological theory that draws a hard line in the sand. It dictates that it's fundamentally, objectively irrational to hold a set of internal degrees of confidence, credences, that violate the three mathematical axioms of probability we established at the beginning of this discussion.
So probabilism states that my internal psychological spreadsheet must perfectly adhere to non-negativity, normality, and finite additivity.
Correct. If you hold a negative confidence, or if your confidence in a logical tautology is less than 1, or if your mutually exclusive confidences don't add up correctly, you are classified as an irrational thinker.
But how do epistemologists prove that violating abstract math equates to genuine, practical irrationality?
Philosophers prove the tangible irrationality of these violations using a mechanism called Dutch book arguments.
A Dutch book? What is that?
A Dutch book is essentially a mathematical trap. It is a method demonstrating that if your internal degrees of confidence, credences, violate the probability axioms, a clever bookie can exploit that incoherence to offer you a series of bets that logically guarantee you will suffer a monetary loss.
A guaranteed loss. No matter what happens in reality, I lose my money.
Regardless of how the actual events play out, let's walk through a specific Dutch book trap to see how devastating it is.
Okay, let's test the axiom of normality.
Remember, the normality axiom demands that a logical tautology, a statement that is guaranteed to be true by definition, such as it will either rain tomorrow or will not rain tomorrow, must have a probability of exactly 1. You must hold a 100% degree of confidence in it.
Right. But suppose I am intellectually sloppy. Suppose I assign a degree of confidence, credence of only 70% to that tautology.
Okay, you are playing the role of the sloppy thinker. Your confidence is only 70%. A bookie observes your flawed internal state.
Uh-oh.
Because your confidence is 70%, the bookie knows you will accept a bet where the cost aligns with your perceived risk. The bookie approaches you and says, "Pay me 30 cents right now, and I will pay you $0 if the tautology turns out to be true."
Wait, let me analyze that as the better. I pay 30 cents up front. If the tautology is true, I win nothing. Based on my flawed internal math, I think there is a 30% chance the tautology is false. Meaning, I think there's a chance I might avoid the zero payout and win something else.
Right. Your expected value calculations, poisoned by your 70% confidence, tell you that a 30-cent entry fee is a mathematically fair price for this risk profile.
So I accept the bet and hand over the 30 cents.
You hand over the money. But step back and look at the objective reality of the universe. The proposition is a logical tautology. It is always true by definition. The outcome is fundamentally predetermined before the bet is even made.
A tautology will definitively be true. My payout will definitively be 0. I will walk away exactly 30 cents poorer.
The bookie didn't use insider knowledge or rigged dice. They simply weaponized the incoherence of your own internal math to siphon your money.
I just paid 30 cents for the privilege of losing. I am mathematically guaranteed to bleed money.
That guaranteed vulnerability is why probabilism argues that violating the axioms is the very definition of irrationality. If your beliefs allow you to be systematically exploited by reality, your beliefs are irrational.
I have to push back on this because it feels incredibly unforgiving.
How so?
What if the tautology in question isn't a simple sentence about rain? What if it is a horribly complex 50-page mathematical equation that I have never seen before?
Okay.
Let's say the equation is fundamentally true by the laws of advanced calculus, so its objective probability is 1. Am I truly categorized as irrational just because my human brain doesn't instantly assign a 100% degree of credence to it the second I look at it? I haven't done the truth tables, I haven't run the proofs. I'm a flesh and blood human being, not an omniscient supercomputer.
You are hitting on the core vulnerability of strict probabilism, and it is a point of massive debate within epistemology. Labeling a mathematically limited finite human being as irrational simply because they lack logical omniscience seems not just harsh, but entirely disconnected from the reality of human cognition.
So how do the defenders of probabilism counter that?
Probabilists often retreat to the concept of the ideal. They argue that coherent credences, perfectly aligned with the axioms, represent an absolute ideal of rationality. They are the North Star of epistemic perfection.
The axioms guarantee accuracy and protect against exploitation.
Right. Even if a flesh and blood human can only clumsily strive toward that perfection rather than embodying it at all times, the mathematical standard of rationality remains objectively valid. We evaluate humans based on how closely they approximate the ideal.
Okay, I can accept that probabilism provides the ideal blueprint for how to balance our internal spreadsheet of confidence in a single frozen moment in time. But we do not live in frozen moments.
No, we exist in a constant flow of time.
We open our eyes, we observe the world, we gather new data points. How must our degrees of confidence, credences, rationally evolve when the universe feeds us new information?
To manage the flow of time, we need a diachronic rule, a rule that governs updates across time. In probabilistic epistemology, the standard diachronic mechanism is called conditionalization.
Conditionalization, what does that do?
Strict conditionalization is a mathematical decree dictating exactly how your degrees of confidence, credences, must shift the moment you receive a new piece of evidence.
Give me the mechanics of the update.
The rule states that your new absolute credence in a specific hypothesis, immediately after receiving evidence E, must lock in and become exactly equal to your old conditional credence in that hypothesis,
Right.
assuming E was true.
Let me trace that logic to make sure it's clear. Yesterday, I was sitting in my house looking at a clear blue sky. I formulated an internal conditional thought. If I look out the window tomorrow and see dark storm clouds, I will be 80% confident that it is going to rain. That 80% is my old conditional credence.
Correct. You set the programmatic rule for yourself.
Today arrives. I look out the window. I receive the visual data. I see dark storm clouds. The condition is met. Strict conditionalization dictates that my new current degree of confidence, credence, regarding the rain, must automatically trigger and lock in at exactly 80%.
You execute the pre-programmed update. You simply adopt your prior conditional probability as your new absolute reality.
It sounds like a flawless, automated operating system for the brain. But I know that treating the human mind like a hard drive introduces severe philosophical glitches. There are major flaws with strict conditionalization, aren't there?
Lean in closely, because this exposes a major flaw in how machines calculate versus how humans live. There are two catastrophic problems when you apply strict conditionalization to human beings.
What's the first problem?
The first problem is that the formula mathematically defines the act of forgetting as fundamentally irrational.
Wait, how does math outlaw forgetting?
Under the strict mathematical rule of conditionalization, your internal degrees of confidence, credences, are legally permitted to change only through one specific mechanism, the acquisition of new evidence, E.
Oh.
But human beings forget things constantly. When you forget a vital piece of information, your confidence in a related hypothesis naturally drops. But that change in confidence is driven by a loss of data, not the addition of new evidence, E.
Because the update didn't follow the formula of adding new evidence, the mathematical model categorizes the human reality of forgetting as an irrational, rule-breaking update.
Exactly. The math demands that we possess an infallible infinite memory bank.
Again, demanding we act like supercomputers. What is the second catastrophic problem?
The second flaw is that strict conditionalization forces initial certainties to remain absolutely, permanently rigid. It traps you in your own confidence.
How so?
If you are 100% sure of something, if your internal degree of confidence, credence, is mathematically exactly 1, No future evidence of any kind can ever mathematically lower that confidence. The formula literally locks you in a mathematical prison of certainty.
Take that logic one step further. If I start at a confidence of 1 and someone presents me with undeniable empirical proof that I am completely wrong, the formula forbids me from updating.
The math strictly forbids it. In Bayes' theorem and conditionalization, if the prior probability is 1, multiplying it by any new evidence, likelihood will always mathematically result in the posterior probability remaining at 1.
You could be staring at the absolute proof of your own error. But if you started at absolute certainty, the mathematics of strict conditionalization paralyzes you. You cannot rationally drop to 0.99.
Exactly.
That rigidity completely contradicts how humans learn and adapt. We are constantly revising deeply held beliefs based on messy, uncertain, shifting data. We aren't rigid machines.
The philosopher Richard Jeffrey recognized this massive flaw in applying rigid mathematical formulas to fluid human cognition. In response, he developed a much more elegant, flexible mechanism appropriately named Jeffrey conditionalization.
How does Jeffrey's framework bypass the prison of certainty?
Jeffrey conditionalization fundamentally alters the requirement of the evidence itself. Strict conditionalization demands that you accept the new evidence E as 100% absolute certainty before you can use it to update your other beliefs.
But human evidence is rarely perfect.
Right, Jeffrey recognized that. His rule provides a mathematical framework that allows you to rationally update your degrees of confidence, credences, based on uncertain new evidence. It allows probability to cascade through the system without demanding absolute certainty at the source.
Let me use a highly practical analogy to map out how humans actually process uncertain evidence. Let's call this the fenugreek recipe analogy. Imagine I am in the kitchen cooking a complex curry for you. I am about to add the spices. Suddenly, I experience a vague memory of you mentioning that you absolutely love the taste of fenugreek, so I reach for the jar to dump it into the pot.
But you hesitate.
I hesitate because I am analyzing the quality of my own evidence. I'm only 80% sure that my memory is accurate. There is a lingering 20% chance that I'm misremembering, and you actually said you despise fenugreek. My new evidence, the memory, is fundamentally uncertain.
Under strict conditionalization, your process stalls out completely right there. Because you are not 100% certain of the memory, you mathematically cannot use it to update your recipe. You are paralyzed.
But under Jeffrey conditionalization, I am given a mathematical tool to weigh probabilities against each other. I can take my 80% confidence in the memory, weigh it against the 20% chance of catastrophic culinary failure, and rationally update my belief about how much spice to add, perhaps just adding a tiny pinch instead of a massive spoonful.
Right.
I scale my actionable belief by the degree of confidence I hold in the new evidence itself.
You are distributing your probability mass proportionately across the different possible realities. It is a profoundly human-compatible mathematical system.
We have spent this entire discussion establishing how to rationally update probabilities when evidence arrives. We have built a magnificent mathematical architecture.
We have. But this brings us to a foundational, somewhat terrifying crossroad. All of this math relies on one crucial input: evidence.
What actually counts as evidence? And more importantly, how can this beautiful mathematical tool of probability be weaponized against us by philosophy's greatest, most persistent villain, the skeptic?
To understand the devastating trap the skeptic lays for us, we first have to understand how normal science defines confirmation. This relies on the probability-raising account of confirmation.
How does that theory work?
This theory is quite intuitive. It states that a piece of evidence successfully confirms a hypothesis if, and only if, the introduction of that evidence mathematically raises the probability of that hypothesis relative to your previous background information.
If the probability goes up, the hypothesis is confirmed. So, if my baseline confidence that it will rain is 10%, and the new evidence of dark clouds raises my confidence to 80%, the visual evidence of the clouds confirms the rain hypothesis.
The mechanism is logical, but it immediately generates a massive historical paradox known as the problem of old evidence.
Old evidence. What happens there?
This anomaly occurs when a piece of evidence is already deeply established and universally known. Because the evidence is an established fact, its probability is already mathematically locked at 1.
And if a number is already at maximum, it's mathematically impossible for it to raise the probability of anything new.
Exactly. The textbook provides a fascinating historical example of this glitch involving Albert Einstein.
Walk me through that.
Think about the historical timeline of Mercury's perihelion anomaly. Astronomers observed a slight, unexplained shift in the orbit of the planet Mercury. The entire scientific community knew about this orbital anomaly for decades before Albert Einstein ever published his work. The anomaly was a concrete fact. Its probability was 1.
Then, years later, Einstein introduces the general theory of relativity. And brilliantly, his new theory perfectly accounts for and explains the old anomaly. Today, the entire scientific community agrees that Mercury's shifting orbit is massive foundational evidence that confirms general relativity.
But here's the paradox. How is that confirmation mathematically possible under the probability raising account?
Wait, I see it. If the probability of the Mercury anomaly was already locked at 1 decades before Einstein was born, it couldn't provide a mathematical boost or raise the probability of Einstein's new theory. The formula essentially says that old facts cannot confirm new theories.
That is a severe glitch in the confirmation theory. It shows how strict Bayesian math struggles to account for the actual history of scientific discovery.
But let's move from scientific glitches to existential dread. How does the skeptic use this exact same mathematical framework, Bayes' theorem and probability raising, to try and dismantle our entire perception of reality?
The skeptic weaponizes the math, using the infamous skeptical argument, most commonly envisioned as the brain in a vat hypothesis.
The brain in a vat, like the Matrix, basically.
Exactly like the Matrix. The skeptic argues that the normal, everyday sensory evidence you rely on to navigate the world actually mathematically confirms the horrifying hypothesis that you are not a human being at all. It confirms the hypothesis that you are merely a disembodied brain floating in a vat of nutrient fluid wired into a massive supercomputer that is feeding you electrical stimuli to simulate reality.
I understand the philosophical thought experiment, Descartes' evil demon, all that. But how on earth did they attempt to prove that using Bayes' theorem?
We simply plug the variables into the formula we built earlier. Look at the likelihood component of Bayes' theorem.
The likelihood asks, assuming the hypothesis is true, what is the probability of experiencing the specific evidence?
Right. Now, the skeptic has specifically designed the brain in a vat hypothesis to perfectly mimic reality. The supercomputer is flawlessly programmed to generate the exact visual, auditory, and tactile sensations you are experiencing in this very moment.
Okay, the supercomputer is a perfect simulator.
So we ask the likelihood question. Given that the brain in a vat hypothesis is true, what is the mathematical probability that you would be having your current sensory experience right now?
The probability is 100%. It's an absolute certainty because the computer is explicitly programmed to ensure I have this exact experience.
Precisely. The likelihood is 1. Now, apply the probability raising account of confirmation. If the likelihood of the evidence, given the hypothesis, is 100%, then acquiring that evidence inherently and strictly raises the overall probability of the hypothesis being true.
Wait, seriously?
Because the brain in a vat scenario perfectly predicts your sensory experience, the act of having that sensory experience actively mathematically confirms the skeptical scenario.
Let me make sure I'm grasping the horror of this. Every time I look down at my hands and see my fingers moving, I am gathering empirical sensory evidence.
Yes, you are.
And because the brain in a vat hypothesis perfectly predicts that I will see my hands moving, the mathematical formula states that looking at my hands actually raises the probability that I am just a brain floating in a jar.
Yes. Because standard, everyday sensory evidence mathematically raises the probability of the skeptical scenario. The math completely undermines our epistemological justification for holding ordinary beliefs about the physical world. The formula traps us.
Oh, wow.
Probabilistic epistemology, intended to save us from binary logic, ends up breathing new, terrifying mathematical life into ancient Cartesian skepticism. The precise laws of probability state that your senses are actively confirming the illusion.
That is deeply unsettling. It turns the very act of observation into evidence for our own non-existence in the physical world. But as unsettling as it is a profoundly fitting place to wrap up this massive series.
It definitely is.
We have taken an incredible, demanding journey today. We started by dismantling the simplistic, binary toggle switch of belief, and we stepped into the highly nuanced, mathematically rigorous world of degrees of confidence, credences. We laid down the unshakable axioms of probability, non-negativity, normality, and finite additivity.
We observed how unaided human cognition routinely fails at Bayesian reasoning due to the persistent flaw of base rate neglect. We traced the arduous historical quest to define what a degree of confidence credence actually is, wrestling with the failures of operational betting behaviors and examining the nuances of epistemic credibility.
We nearly fractured logic itself with the lottery paradox, demonstrating how simplistic threshold views of belief collapse under the weight of conjoined deduction. We navigated the incredibly rigid demands of probabilism and strict conditionalization, only to find a more elegant, human-compatible escape hatch in Jeffrey conditionalization.
And finally, we stared into the abyss of the math-backed terror of the brain in a vat.
This final exploration definitively proves that epistemology is not merely abstract ivory tower musing. It is the rigorous, uncompromising, and occasionally mathematically terrifying pursuit of understanding exactly how and if we can justify our grip on reality itself.
I couldn't have said it better.
To our listeners, thank you for taking this immense journey through human knowledge with us over these 11 episodes. If you like this video, kindly like, share, and subscribe. If you wish to support our work or order your own customized Kitab podcast, you can find our Patreon link in the description. Thanks for listening to Kitab Podcast.
Before you go, consider this final thought. If the strictest, most beautiful laws of mathematics and probability logically point to the conclusion that looking at our own hands confirms we might be brains in a vat, does that mean our mathematical formulas are fundamentally flawed? Or are we just too psychologically fragile to accept what the numbers are actually telling us? Keep questioning your certainties.